Whose city? If you're already 60, what do you expect from you? And you're the one bringing up divorce. It's only 80,000 you spend, isn't it? No matter what, you're just a stepfather. Your son used a bit of your money to trade stocks, so what? Let's divorce then. Let's see how you survive in whose city on 3,000 a month pension. Or maybe you'll go find your biological daughter. Have you no shame? Ex-wife, Yi Mei continued her relentless tirade. Yi Mei's biological son, Chen Shu's stepson Yi Jinkai, stood silently nearby watching without a word. Chen Shu, with a head of white hair, moved with practiced efficiency as he packed his belongings from this home. He had long lost any feeling for this family. 20 years ago, after his divorce, he had raised a daughter on his own, then met his widowed college classmate Yi Mei, who had a son, and the two of them came together. At first, the two of them were quite in sync in daily life. However, once they settled down in whose city Yi Mei was surrounded by wealthy Shanghai matrons, her mindset shifted, and she began to resent Chen Shu for not earning enough. She had completely forgotten that a decade ago the down payment for Yi Jinkai's wedding house had been earned by him. In recent years, the mercenary Yi Mei had kept complaining about Chen Shu's low income. Chen Shu had long since had enough. It was only yesterday that he discovered his life's savings, 80,000, had all been transferred by Yi Mei to Yi Jinkai for stock trading. Yi Jinkai's trading skills were so bad, even a dog would despise them. The Mercedes that once served as Yi Jinkai's status symbol for work had become a tiny IMA electric scooter ever since he quit his job to trade stocks full-time. So Chen Shu had now given up all hope. What he needed to do was cut ties completely with this mother and son pair. In the last year of his life, he didn't want to slowly drown in this family quagmire any longer. That's right. His heart disease had reached its final stage. To survive, only a heart transplant would do, let alone whether a suitable heart could be found. Even if one existed, would Yi Mei and Yi Jinkai be willing to spend over $1 million on a heart transplant for him? So in the time he had left, Chen Shu decided to properly enjoy his life, to do some of the things he had once wanted to do but never did. He didn't want to carry regrets to his very last moment. He intended to properly enjoy life. As he closed the door, Chen Shu could still hear Yi Mei's endless chatter. Finally free. I've listened to that voice for 20 years, never again. My life has truly been pathetic. 2 marriages both ending in failure. Now I can properly enjoy life. Perhaps one day my heart will give out on the roadside and no one will collect my body. But once I'm dead, why would I care about what comes after? At 60 the ear becomes true. Confucius was right. Nothing matters anymore. Others are others, and I am myself. This time I'll treat whatever days remain as a game, and live for myself. Chen Shu had never felt his body so light. Walking out of the elevator, he let the scorching summer sunlight wash over his arms. A gentle breeze drifted past. Ding. Congratulations, host, on seeing through life and comprehending its true meaning. Life is but a play. The game of life system has been officially activated. Chen Shu shook his head, hearing things again. Since developing heart disease and working night shifts as a security guard for 2 years, his hearing had grown worse and his body weaker. Eyes going blurry too. Chen Shu stared as floating characters seemed to appear before his eyes like a suspended screen. System activated. Daily game of life experience fund 100 yuan has been deposited. Would you like to withdraw it? Yes, no. Chen Shu confirmed once more. It didn't seem to be a hallucination. System, like the ones in web novels. Chen Shu muttered. He knew about systems. During boring night shifts at the gatehouse, he liked listening to harem web novels on colleague Lao Lu's phone. Men are boys at heart until death. Even at 60, he just never imagined he'd one day have his own system like the protagonists in those online novels. Heart racing with excitement, Chen Shu tapped yes on the screen. He quickly felt his old phone vibrating in his trouser pocket. To save money, Chen Shu hadn't even bought a smartphone, just a bulky old-fashioned elderly phone. ICBC, your savings account ending in 4933 received RMB 100 on May 31st at 1652, balance 13009. 6 yuan. It's real. Chen Shu stared at the very real text message. At this moment he felt his life had changed. It's just that I only have a year left. Well, then I'll live this year happily. Do I get 10,000 yuan every day? Yes, host, as long as you maintain the game of life mindset, the system will keep running and automatically deposit 10,000 experience yuan at 2400 daily. As the host completes more game of life tasks, the daily sign-in amount will automatically increase. Chen Shu's face lit up. What are game of life tasks? Tasks are randomly activated and completed, including, but not limited to, indulging your own desires within legal limits, making up for regrets, doing things with flair. Any event seen as playing the game of life can yield random rewards. Chen Shu was so excited his heart began racing. His doctor had warned him not to get too emotional or he could drop dead on the spot. Clutching his heart and steadying himself for a while, Chen Shu felt a bit better, even though the system had only begun at the very end of his life. But since he had already made peace with it, he naturally wouldn't mind. In that case, however long I have, that's how long I'll have. Money comes and goes with life, but from this moment on I'll properly experience life. Chen Shu said to himself. Ding. Host's mindset has shifted to acceptance regarding remaining life. This counts as a magnanimous event. Reward 99999 yuan, current withdrawable balance 99999 yuan. This works too. Chen Shu laughed. The system truly wanted to help him play the game of life. A simple shift in mindset had earned nearly 100,000 yuan. Withdrawing directly, Chen Shu's bank balance jumped to over 110,000. He knew that since turning 20 through 2 marriages, his bank balance had never exceeded 10,000. Basically, every month's salary had been handed over or used to subsidize the household. He had almost no pocket money and could only afford Lacoon cigarettes. So painful. But now things were different. He could properly enjoy the life ahead, and no one would tell him he couldn't do this or that anymore. Feels great. Chen Shu pulled his suitcase, planning his future life. At that moment, his old phone rang. Shinji, why aren't you here yet? I clocked you in already. The team leader's coming soon. If he catches you, you're done for. I already clocked you in. Team leader's almost here. If he finds out, you're finished. Chen Shu was once an editor at the Huqing Daily. However, under the impact of the internet wave, the industry withered day by day, and after turning 50, he faced a survival crisis. He was not a native of Shanghai and had no connections at the newspaper office. Naturally, he became one of the first unlucky ones to be laid off. Although he still had a monthly pension of 3,000 yuan, that was far from enough in Shanghai, let alone the daily expenses he needed to subsidize. He had no choice but to work as a security guard. The security guard job consisted of 15 days of day shifts and 15 days of night shifts. The salary was 2800 yuan, including meals, but not accommodation. Despite the low pay, there were still many people in Shanghai scrambling for such a position. Most of them were elderly people similar to Chen Shu. In the past, he would have rushed to work without a moment's delay, afraid of losing his job. But now he was not in a hurry. He took the bus slowly. He wanted to take a taxi, but he had no cash on him, and his elderly phone couldn't make payments. Chen Shu now understood why those literati said marriage was a besieged city. It was so true. Arriving at the gate of Xinxing International, he saw old Lu, who had been urging him on the phone, anxiously waving at him from the entrance. The two were about the same age and had started working as security guards here at the same time, so they were on good terms. Brother Chen, why are you dragging a suitcase? Lu Caibua asked curiously. Chen Shu said, I left the marriage with nothing. Lu Caibua. What? Old brother you. Chen Shu said, lightly divorced. Lu Caibua said, nothing, only patted Chen Shu on the shoulder. He understood Chen Shu's situation, or rather the two were in similar circumstances. Or rather, Lu Caibua was even worse off than Chen Shu. Both were the same age. Chen Shu had only one biological daughter, while Lu Caibua had 3 sons who were relentlessly draining him. By now, Lu Caibua had become a dishonest person because of his third son's debt, unable even to take the high-speed train. At this age, they wouldn't ask too many questions. Lu Caibua didn't say anything, and Chen Shu didn't explain. Old Lu said, go change your clothes. After work tonight, Brother Chen, let's have a drink. Chen Shu nodded and said, we can have a drink, but I won't work the shift. I'm going to resign. Old Lu said in surprise, what? Brother Chen, don't be impulsive. If you don't work, how will you survive? Oh, you have your pension, but it's not much, and don't you need to spend over 2,000 on heart medicine every month? Oh, you have your pension, but it's not much, and don't you need to spend over 2,000 on heart medicine every month? It sounded miserable, but in fact, old Lu, being a dishonest person, had his pension used to pay off debts the moment it arrived. He was even worse off than Chen Shu. Chen Shu smiled and said, don't worry, I won't starve. Old Lu had no idea about his current situation. As long as Chen Shu was happy and carefree, money would come. After saying this, Chen Shu left his suitcase at the guard booth, went to the property management center, and entered the manager's office. As soon as he entered, he smelled a faint fragrance of perfume, which was pleasant. Chen Shu's mood became even more relaxed. In the past, when he came here, he would always be a little nervous because the property manager was a beautiful 30-year-old woman about the same age as his daughter. Chen Shu used to be somewhat dull in character and would become tongue-tied when meeting a beautiful woman. But now his mindset was different. With only 1 year left to live, plus having left the marriage with nothing a system on his side, and all the buffs stacked, Chen Shu feared nothing. Kong Fong was looking at the property management report when she looked up and saw Chen Shu staring at her. Old Chen, what's wrong? It's not payday until the day after tomorrow. Her voice was both sweet and soft. At this moment, Kong Fong had her long hair draped over her shoulders, her neck was snowy white, she wore a white blouse on top, and a black professional pencil skirt that extended down to her straight long legs. She was very popular at the property management center, not only good-looking, but also good-tempered, kind-hearted, and quite considerate to the old security guards and cleaners. She also had many admirers, including some from the residential community. It should be noted that the owners of this community were worth at least a few million in Shanghai, and those with only hundreds of thousands were the bottom rung. But Chen Shu had no other thoughts. It was purely appreciation. The age gap between them was too big. Even if there were no gap, with a 60-year-old body, Chen Shu couldn't be tough. Chen Shu said calmly, Manager Kong, I'm here to resign. Kong Fong said in surprise, did something happen? You can tell me, and I'll handle it. She had always been kind to him. Every holiday, when distributing rice flour and oil, old Chun and the other elderly property staff received double portions. Chen Shu said, it's nothing, and I'm not afraid to make you laugh. I got divorced yesterday. My coronary heart disease is in its terminal stage, and the doctor says I only have 1 year left. I want to spend this year living well. No more work, I'm tired. I've lived this life, and I don't want to leave too many regrets. Kong Fong's eyes widened, and she stood up, her chest heaving, her voice choked with emotion. Old Chen Yu. Chen Shu laughed heartily and said, "Don't comfort me, Manager Kong. Thank you for your care over the past 2 years. I want to invite you to dinner along with old Lu and the young front desk staff. I've received a lot of your kindness." Under Kong Fong's leadership, the property management team was quite united and caring. Chen Shu had received a lot of help. Kong Fong hesitated for a moment, but thinking that Chen Shu's remaining days were few, she felt pity for him. Moreover, he had also divorced. She knew that Chen Shu had only one biological daughter in his hometown, but their relationship seemed strained. She also knew that Chen Shu was very responsible at work, a very dependable old man. And judging by his facial features, one could tell he must have been quite handsome when he was young. He used to work in the editorial department of the Huqing Daily, so he must have been a talented and handsome man. Unfortunately, life had worn him down and 2 marriages had dragged him down. Kong Fong couldn't bear to refuse, so she nodded and said, "Fine, I'll transfer your remaining salary to your card now, and I'll count this month as full attendance. You have to treat me to a good meal." Chen Shu laughed and said of course. He had already made plans. Since the system encouraged him to enjoy life, he would naturally pick the top restaurants in Shanghai and indulge himself. After Chen Shu walked out of the office, Kong Fong brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead and murmured, "Why does it feel like old Chen's gaze at me has changed? He's much bolder than before. He's much bolder than before. It's a pity he's too old. If he were 30 years younger, or even 20, it would be nice to be stared at by a handsome man." Probably his mindset has changed. When a person only has 1 year left to live, his mentality naturally shifts. Poor old Chen. Chen Shu, as he walked out of the property management center, received a system notification. Ding. The host has shown a bold and natural side towards a woman, not hiding his appreciative gaze, abandoning his timid, dull, and cowardly temperament. Life should be open and unrestrained. Reward: a bottle of youth potion after drinking the body's age can regress by 5 years. Chen Shu's face was filled with surprise. Everyone who has grown old understands this feeling. Time flies like a white horse slipping through a crack. People in their 20s want to go back to when they were 18. People in their 30s want to go back to when they were 20 and just entering society. People in their 40s want to go back to before they got married. Every age has its own insights about life, and everyone wants to find their past self. But that is impossible. Just as a person cannot simultaneously possess youth and the understanding of youth. However, now Chen Shu could. Although it was only a physical age regression of 5 years, as he gradually enjoyed life, such rewards would only become more. He felt a sudden surge of unknown strength in his body, and his originally ailing heart seemed to beat much more vigorously. Chen Shu now possessed the wisdom of 60 years and the body of a 55-year-old. He clearly saw in the mirror that the wrinkles on his face had slightly diminished. But if one didn't look closely, the change was imperceptible. The face of a 55-year-old and that of a 60-year-old were not vastly different. Only someone who had shared a pillow with him night and day might notice. But now Chen Shu was a solitary man. He returned to the guard post. Old Lu stared at him, scrutinizing from left to right. "Something's off, Brother Chen. You look a bit different." Chen Shu smiled. "What's different?" Old Lu said, "Can't quite put my finger on it. You seem much more energetic and your eye bags aren't as obvious. Could divorce make a person look younger?" Chen Shu teased, "Why don't you get a divorce too?" Old Lu immediately shook his head. "Brother Chen, you know my situation. If I so much as mentioned divorce, that tigress at home would never let me off the hook. I'm not that daring. I can't stir up trouble like you." Chen Shu nodded, showing understanding. He had been the same once. In truth, if he had filed for divorce a decade earlier, it might have been better for everyone. But he had been bound by a sense of responsibility, waiting until he could bear it no longer to utter those words. Old Lu asked, "Did you really quit?" Chen Shu nodded, "Of course. Manager Kong was quite efficient. This month's salary is already in my account. After all, he was 60 and the security guards here didn't even have a formal contract. He could leave with just a word. No resignation procedures were needed." Old Lu felt a pang of regret. He had partnered with Chen Shu for a long time, and the two were genuinely reluctant to part. Brother Chen was a good man. Old Lu asked, "Brother Chen, where are you headed next?" Chen Shu said, "I plan to find a place to stay first. After the divorce, I don't even have a home. Then I'll enjoy life a bit." Old Lu had initially envied Chen Shu's carefree, unburdened state, but upon hearing that he had no place to live, his envy vanished instantly. The cost of divorce at their age was too high for anyone to accept, let alone enjoying life. This was Huqing. How could one enjoy life without money? After resigning, Chen Shu's emotions gradually calmed. He had been a workhorse all his life, starting to work right after high school graduation. After being laid off, he seamlessly transitioned to being a security guard, waking up every day to go to work. Having been a beast of burden for so long, suddenly not having to work felt strange. Am I really born to be a wage slave? Chen Shu mocked himself. Old Lu saw him off to the main gate of the neighborhood. Brother Chen, where are you planning to stay? Rent in Huqing isn't cheap. The most affordable area is the suburb where I live, about 100 yuan a night. Chen Shu smiled. I'm thinking of renting a place in the opposite neighborhood. My old place was too small. I want a bigger one with a view of the river. I've lived in Huqing for 20 or 30 years and never truly appreciated the city. Old Lu was taken aback. Brother Chen's tone had changed. Appreciate Huqing, the opposite neighborhood. Was that something ordinary people like them could even dream of? Though the opposite neighborhood was just across the street, It was Huqing's top-tier residential area, Binjiang Kaishuamen. Every day at work, they saw countless luxury cars coming and going from that place. They yearned for it. But yearning was not fantasy. Old Lu said, "Brother Qin, your mindset is getting better and better. You're even daring to make such jokes. Do you know how much a house across the street costs? Rent is 70 to 80,000 a month. To buy one it's tens of millions, more expensive than both our lives put together." Qin Shu smiled and said nothing, knowing old Lu wouldn't believe him. He merely waved, "I'm off. In a couple of days I'll find a place to treat everyone to a meal. I'll call you." Old Lu shrugged and returned to his post. Brother Qin was gone, but he still had to watch the main gate. From now on he would have no partner to patrol the neighborhood with. After bidding farewell to old Lu, Qin Shu felt a bland taste in his mouth. He needed a cigarette to save him. He went to a convenience store on the street. "Give me a pack of Zhonghua soft." Qin Shu knew one shouldn't be too vain. But with his current mindset, he figured that if he could spend 80 yuan to please himself, was there anything else in the world more cost-effective than that? "Hey, old Qin, splurging today, huh?" the convenience store owner joked. Qin Shu said, "I'm happy today." The owner nodded. "You're looking really spirited today. You look like a 50-year-old at 60, getting younger as you age." "Thanks." He took the cigarettes. As Qin Shu walked out of the store, a voice echoed in his mind. Host has purchased a pack of Zhonghua that he had never bought before, making up for a small regret in life. Reward 8000 yuan. Qin Shu's face lit up with joy. A reward for this. That made sense. He had been wanting to smoke this soft Zhonghua for a long time. The last time he had one was a year ago when a homeowner in the neighborhood gave out a pack at the gate during a wedding. From the system's reward, Qin Shu understood that the system gave rewards based on the emotional value of the things he did. The smaller the regret made up for, or the smaller the joy obtained, the smaller the reward. Conversely, the larger the reward. There was nothing more to say. With the 8,000 yuan in his account, he felt even more carefree. By the roadside, he lit a cigarette, sharing half with the wind. Then he decided to buy a new phone. In the past, he had never spent much. He always carried small amounts of cash, never exceeding 20 yuan. But from now on his expenses would be larger. Switching to a phone for payment was necessary. Qin Shu didn't want to keep carrying a bank card. How convenient was a phone? He didn't know much about modern phones, having used only elderly phones before, but he knew young people did. Qin Shu remembered a few months ago his niece Qin Anin had called him on her birthday asking for a phone. But at that time Qin Shu had only a few coins in his pocket, so he just brushed her off, saying he'd buy it after her college entrance exam. Now a week had passed since the exam. Asking Yi Mei about his money was partly because of this. He just hadn't expected his life savings to be completely drained. Thinking of this, Qin Shu called Qin Anin. "Grandpa, aren't you working today?" Qin Anin's voice was full of cheerfulness. After his first divorce, Qin Shu had raised his daughter alone. Later she got married back in his hometown, and he gained a grandson and a granddaughter. At that time Qin Shu hadn't yet married Yi Mei, so he had watched the two children grow up. Even though they didn't see each other often, he would go home every summer to spend time with them. The two grandchildren's bond with him even surpassed that with their biological grandfather. Qin Shu said, "Yes, I'm not working. By the way, Anin, how did your college entrance exam go? Have you submitted your preferences?" "Qin Anin, I have, Grandpa. My first choice is Huda University. I scored 15 points above the cutoff. I should receive the admission letter in about half a month. Then I'll be attending university in your city, Grandpa." Qin Shu exclaimed in surprise. "Really? That's wonderful. When you come, I'll take you around. By the way, that phone you wanted last time, what was it called? The one named after a banana or a peach?" Qin Anin giggled. "It's an apple. But Mom says you work hard and often stay up late, so I don't need it, Grandpa. Oh, but I'm going to Huqing with some classmates in a couple of days to have fun. Can you find us 2 cheap hotels?" Qin Shu said, "Sure, call me before you come." Qin Shu didn't mention buying a phone for Qin Anin. Since his little granddaughter was coming to Shanghai to visit, he would purchase one first and give it to her then. Qin Shu's hometown was a small county only 100 kilometers from Shanghai. Actually, being close to a Tier 1 metropolis wasn't necessarily a blessing. The siphon effect of big cities was too powerful. Qin Shu had originally come to work at a Shanghai newspaper precisely because there were no prospects in his hometown county. Now that his granddaughter was coming, Qin Shu was quite pleased. He had no relatives in Shanghai anymore. He and Yi Mei had been living together as a couple for many years, but both were already in their 40s, so they couldn't have children. They only had Yi Jin Kai, Yi Mei's stepson, who remained distant from Qin Shu, and they had little in common. Now after the divorce, they were essentially strangers. With Qin Anin attending university in Shanghai, Qin Shu at least had a relative in the same city, which made him feel less lonely. As people grow older, they inevitably fear loneliness. Then let's buy a phone first. An Apple phone. I seem to recall there's an Apple store at Wanda Plaza. Qin Shu wasn't particularly concerned with electronic devices. He thought a phone should cost no more than 1 or 2,000 yuan. To his surprise, inside this simply yet elegantly decorated phone store, a brand new phone actually cost over 10,000 yuan. After entering, the staff was very enthusiastic. It was hot outside, and there weren't many customers in the morning. Seeing the plainly dressed Qin Shu enter the store, there was no condescending treatment. After all, this was Shanghai. It was hard to tell whether those old men in flip-flops and tank tops were local Shanghainese. Offending a local without realizing it would cause trouble. "Hello, sir, are you here to look at phones?" I'm Xiao Pan, the top salesperson in this store. The young female salesgirl eagerly approached him. In the past, when he didn't have money, Chen Shu would feel nervous entering such a store. But things were different now. Chen Shu showed no hesitation and said, "Where is your latest model? Let me see." The salesgirl immediately took out what looked like a rather large phone. "Sir, this is Apple's newest model released this year, the 17th generation with 120 Hz. Hearing the continuous English letters, Chen Shu frowned and said, "Stop, which one is the best? How much is it?" "Sir, our best model is the Pro Max version priced at 13999 yuan. Salesgirl Xiao Pan's enthusiasm surged immediately. This grandpa was even more generous than young people. Upon learning the price, Chen Shu was somewhat confused but chose to accept it. What his granddaughter had chosen must be excellent. He only needed to buy this brand. "I just have one question. Can this phone play audiobooks and watch videos?" The salesgirl was stunned by the question, thought for a moment, and replied, "Of course, but you need to download the corresponding apps." Chen Shu nodded and said, "Get me 2 units, one pink and one black." If it were the old Chen Shu, he would never have spent so much money. It was a ripoff. How could a mere phone cost over 10,000 yuan? His senior citizen phone was only a few hundred yuan. But now Chen Shu was different. This high-end phone played videos in ultra-clear definition. He often watched old Lu swipe through videos of young women dancing. Everyone had the right to appreciate beauty. Chen Shu didn't want to give up this right. Even the Jade Emperor liked to watch fairies dance, so what harm could a mortal like him do? It might even prolong his life. He had to admit the Max version phone in his hand was truly clear. Compared to old Lu's lagging brick-like phone, this was definitely smoother. Salesgirl Xiao Pan was overjoyed. This grandpa must be a local Shanghainese. Though his clothes looked plain, he spent money freely. "Sir, would you like to pay by QR code or card?" Xiao Pan asked with a smile. Chen Shu took out his bank card. "Card, please. Also open the black one and help me download WeChat and that video app." "Yes, app. All right, sir." The service in high-end phone stores was indeed considerate. Chen Shu's SIM card was still an old-style one, so Xiao Pan walked with him to the China Mobile Business Hall next door to apply for a new SIM card for his phone. They also upgraded Chen Shu's mobile plan to ensure sufficient data. They patiently taught him how to download apps and register accounts step by step. The moment he received the phone, a system voice echoed in Chen Shu's mind. Post-consumption, according to desires, grants them their first high-end smartphone, along with a cash reward of 400 yuan. The first purchase exceeding 100 yuan earns an extra reward. 1 bottle of charm potion increases personal charm for 100,000 yuan. Chen Shu was thrilled. He knew it might take him 5 years to earn that much in this lifetime. Now it had been awarded directly. And this charm potion was quite interesting. Chen Shu used it immediately, wondering if it would work. He just noticed that Xiao Pan's gaze towards him seemed a bit different. "Sir, how old are you?" Xiao Pan asked curiously. 60, Chen Shu replied. 60? You don't look it at all. You look at most 40, about the same age as my dad. Then Xiao Pan saw Chen Shu's phone light up with a text message. "ICBC, your savings account ending in 4933 received a deposit of RMB 400 on May 31st at 1152, balance 493009. 6 yuan. Xiao Pan's mouth fell open. "Sir, what do you do for a living?" Chen Shu remained calm. "Nothing much, just some business. I'm retired now," looking at Xiao Pan's almost dripping eyes. The feeling of showing off was truly exhilarating. Under the combined effect of the charm potion and the account deposit message, Xiao Pan kept inexplicably leaning her arm against Chen Shu's body. But Chen Shu remained quite calm. As an older man, his mindset wouldn't be stirred by such ambiguous physical contact between them. He wasn't one of those impulsive youngsters. Moreover, his body wasn't that of a 20 or 30-something anymore. With desire but lacking capability, his heart naturally remained still as water. If he were decades younger, Chen Shu would never refuse like some foolish, honest, naive man just to prove his loyalty. As the saying goes, don't miss a good woman and don't let a bad woman go either. When leaving, he declined Xiao Pan's request to add WeChat. Chen Shu was very clear. Now that he had bound with the system, wouldn't there be plenty of opportunities like this? At the very least, he should find someone of high quality. He knew very well that Shanghai was full of women like Xiao Pan who were willing to trade their youth for money. One of Chen Shu's classmates was an expert at keeping a mistress. Why do I sound a bit like a scumbag old man? As expected, men shouldn't have money, and old men shouldn't either. But the feeling of having money is truly wonderful. Recalling this life, he had always been the one pursuing women. When had a woman ever pursued him, let alone someone so young? After he left, Xiao Pan returned to the phone store, and only then recalled her earlier behavior. She seemed to have been rather bold, especially considering the other person was older than her own father. What was wrong with me? Even if I love money, I shouldn't have acted like this. I must have been dazzled by his bank balance. But the old man does have a certain charm. Fortunately, I remembered his number. Chen Shu was completely unaware that even he, a 60-year-old man, had been targeted. After buying the phone, he felt a bit tired from walking. Even this 55-year-old body couldn't hold up. He needed to be a few years younger. It's time to find a place to rest. First, I'll look for a place to live. I remember there's a real estate agency near my workplace. Chen Shu dragged his suitcase. On the way, a pair of young, beautiful female college students, seeing his advanced age, even took the initiative to help him pull it for a while. Female college students are really nice, beautiful, and kind-hearted. After expressing his thanks, Chen Shu walked into the Lianjia real estate agency near the entrance of the Binjiang Kaikshuimen community. Upon entering, a blast of cool air hit him. Chen Shu wiped his sweat. The summer heat was scorching. The air conditioning in the agency was blowing full blast. Before long, a woman walked toward him. She wore a black bodycon dress, her plump long legs sheathed in black stockings, and her wavy hair cascaded to her shoulders. She exuded the charm of a mature woman. She was probably around 30 years old, having shed the youthful immaturity like a ripe apple. Chen Shu thought of his 2 ex-wives at the age of 30, likely just as alluring. No other intention, just a pure reminiscence of bygone days. "Hello, sir. I am Chu Hong, your personal real estate butler. Are you here to look at properties?" The personal butler, exuding the charm of a married woman, had her shirt unbuttoned at the top. As she bent over toward Chen Shu, he felt that even a 55-year-old couldn't handle it. Chen Shu took a step back and said, "Yes, I'm here to check out the community behind and see if there are any rentals." A hint of disappointment flickered in Chu Hong's eyes. A personal real estate butler. Sounds fancy, but it's just a real estate agent matching buyers and sellers to earn a commission. The higher the transaction price, the higher her commission. However, the houses in this Triumphal Arch community had monthly rents around 1,000 yuan. With a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent in advance, if she rented out a unit, she would earn a commission of about 1,000 yuan today. Chu Hong said, "Yes, there are several units. Are you new to Shanghai? Do you plan to stay long-term? How many people will be living there?" She noticed that Chen Shu was dressed plainly and carrying a brandless suitcase. Though simple, he possessed a composed demeanor, suggesting he had some means. She had received many clients. Some would glance around nervously as soon as they entered, looking guilty. But it wasn't guilt, it was an empty wallet. Chen Shu was composed and dignified, exuding the charm of an older man, steady and decisive. This was quite irresistible to Chu Hong. Women in their 20s might prefer young men. However, only after being tempered by society would they appreciate the appeal of an older man. Young boys only know sweet talk, aiming to freeload off young girls without spending a cent. Older men know how to care and are more willing to spend money. That's why none of her colleagues paid attention to Chen Shu, but she unconsciously walked up to him. Chen Shu stated his requirements. "I'll be living alone. I need a larger space with a big balcony overlooking the river." Chu Hong thought for a moment. "Yes, sir. There's a 200 square meter unit with a large balcony view. However, the rent might be at least 50,000. Would you consider it?" Chen Shu chuckled. "Only 50,000. I can earn 10,000 each day just by signing in. 1 month's rent is just 5 days worth of sign-ins." Chen Shu said, "No, too small. At least 300 square meters. Upon hearing this, Chu Hong's spirits instantly lifted. If this deal went through, the transaction amount would be at least 3,000 yuan, and she could earn over 5,000 in commission. "Yes, sir, there is one. It's in Building 1, the prime location. A large flat, 1 elevator per household, and it's fully furnished. The owner has never lived in it for a single day, and the property management cleans it every week. It's very clean now and available for viewing anytime." Chu Hong gave a detailed introduction of the building's location and showed Chen Shu some pictures on her tablet. Chen Shu was very satisfied. "What's the monthly rent?" Chu Hong said, 100,000, but there's some room for negotiation." Chen Shu asked curiously, "There's room for negotiation?" "Chu Hong, the unit is on the 18th floor, so." Chen Shu understood. The 18th floor indeed had some superstition attached to it. No wonder there was room for negotiation, otherwise it would never be below 100,000. This floor offered a panoramic view of the entire bend of the Pujiang River and also the Oriental Pearl Tower, not far away. Honestly, 100,000 a month was well worth it. Chen Shu was old, but he didn't believe in such things. Moreover, someone with a system couldn't possibly be superstitious. Chen Shu casually said, 88,000 a month. "If that's acceptable, bring the contract and a pen now and come with me to see it." Chu Hong happily replied, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Stepping out of the real estate agency, a wave of heat hit them. Chu Hong pushed out an electric scooter from the side. "Sir, take my scooter. It's too hot, and this will be faster." Chen Shu looked at the scooter, a standard women's model. He really didn't want to walk anymore today, his legs couldn't take it. A 55-year-old body couldn't handle 10,000 steps a day, let alone dragging a suitcase. "All right, I'll take you up on that." Thus an old man sat on the back seat of a young woman's scooter. Chu Hong politely helped Chen Shu put on a helmet. "What should I call you, sir?" "Chen Shu." Chun, the character for ear and east. Chu Hong asked curiously, "Mr. Chen, do you live alone in Shanghai? No children with you? And your wife?" Chen Shu said, "Divorced. I have only one biological daughter who lives in a small county town back home about your age." Chu Hong, "Why live alone?" Chen Shu said, "When you reach my age, you'll understand. Sometimes living alone is actually quite nice. When you're old and retired, you can enjoy life quietly." Chu Hong was stunned. "You live in a large flat in Shanghai with a monthly rent of 80,000, and you call that enjoying life?" In an instant, she formed an image of Chen Shu in her mind. He must be a wealthy man or a company boss who handed over his business to his daughter and came to Shanghai alone to retire. Choosing Shanghai as a retirement city, his net worth must be at least tens of millions. Chu Hong said, "You're about the same age as my dad. I'll call you Uncle Chen, okay?" Chen Shu smiled and said sure. He didn't stand on ceremony. The entrance to the Triumphal Arch community was imposing with 4 or 5 security guards on duty. Ordinary people really couldn't get in. Chu Hong had the owner's keys and was registered with the property security. Once inside, Chen Shu felt that this community was extraordinary. His previous home, though also in Shanghai, had very poor landscaping with various electric scooters parked haphazardly along the roads. To maximize the floor area ratio, the developer had minimized the green space, and the spacing between buildings was very narrow. The front building would completely block the sunlight for the building behind. But here the spacing between each building was at least several tens of meters, so there was no issue of sunlight being blocked. Moreover, the community had a vast green area, even a dedicated small forest. It was clean and tidy, allowing residents to take a stroll in the morning or evening. Truly one of the most upscale communities in Shanghai. The 88,000 a month was well worth it. Chen Shu had already been quite satisfied with the residential community's environment. After entering Building 6, the exclusive 1 elevator per unit layout made him truly understand the meaning of luxurious opulence. The spacious elevator was large enough to park a car inside. The heavy golden entrance door exuded a sense of security, and the interior decoration was absolutely stunning. Simple yet elegant. Chu Hong's eyes were filled with longing. That crystal chandelier in the living room. Reportedly, the owner paid $500,000 for it. The furniture here is equally valuable. Over 90% comes from top-tier luxury European brands. The total renovation cost $4 million. Originally, the owner purchased this place for his wedding, but an accident occurred. It has been listed for rent since last month. In other words, you would be the first resident of this apartment. Chen Shu's satisfaction grew with each passing moment. In precise terms, the entire apartment spanned 346 square meters with 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 1 study. The decoration style avoided the tacky grandeur typical of nouveau riche, opting instead for an elegant, refined aesthetic. The predominantly gray-white color scheme revealed that the previous owner had genuinely intended to live here, investing considerable care into the renovation. Especially that enormous L-shaped balcony which allowed one to overlook the bend of the Pooh River while ensuring sunlight streamed in throughout the day. One could even jog across it. Chen Shu asked if this apartment were sold, approximately how much would it cost. Chu Hong replied, around 1,000 yuan per square meter. The total would be roughly 30 million. However, no homeowner in this community has currently listed their property for sale. Chen Shu nodded. 30 million for an apartment might seem exorbitant in Shanghai, but location was everything. This was without question a top-tier luxury residence in the country. Even if Chen Shu checked in for 10,000 yuan daily, accumulating 36 million over 360 days still required nearly a decade to afford such a property. Fortunately, continuing his leisurely lifestyle through the game would yield even greater rewards. By then, securing a mansion like this would be no problem at all. Having lived in Shanghai for so long, Chen Shu genuinely desired to own a place that was truly his own. Chen Shu said, "Please keep an eye out for me, Miss Chu. If any property in this community becomes available for sale, contact me immediately." Though he harbored little hope. A location of this caliber would absolutely never be sold unless some family disaster struck. The macro environment might be bleak, but properties in this position would never see price reductions. Chu Hong immediately nodded. "Very well, Uncle Chen. I'll keep track for you." She was somewhat moved inside. It seemed this older man was far more than just worth tens of millions. If she could sell him a property, her commission would exceed 100,000 at least. She believed her service would surely satisfy Chen Shu. A high commission meant she outperformed other real estate agents. Of course, beyond the 100,000, she yearned to draw closer to Chen Shu, thereby gaining a powerful ally in Shanghai. While Chen Shu was inspecting the apartment, Chu Hong was observing him. She discovered that this man, roughly her father's age, possessed a subtle charm that actually attracted her. Strange. Was she beginning to desire a man? Chu Hong blushed at this thought. Chen Shu had no idea that merely a single bottle of charm potion was enough to captivate her. It was merely curiosity after all. The age gap between the two was undeniable. Chen Shu walked through the apartment one more time. Though he didn't recognize the value of these luxury brands compared to the place he had previously lived, this was heaven and earth apart. "This is the one. Let's sign the contract." Chu Hong acted swiftly, producing the contract immediately. After signing, they proceeded to the property management office to record Chen Shu's information. Upon returning, Chen Shu directly paid Chu Hong 3 months' rent plus deposit. The 32,000 was transferred instantly via mobile payment. As this was Chen Shu's first time using such an upscale smartphone, despite having WeChat, the payment process required facial recognition, which proved somewhat complicated. He simply handed his phone to Chu Hong. "Please help me operate it." She nodded. "All right, Uncle Chen. Please shake your head, open your mouth, blink your eyes." "Done. Your payment password hasn't been set yet." "It's all set now." Ding. Life's scenery lies in experience. The host's first experience in a tens of millions luxury residence earns a reward. Reward 1, 15 million yuan in life experience funds. Reward 2, 1 bottle of youth potion. 5 years. Chen Shu was thrilled. 15 million. He spent 300,000 and received 15 million in return. A 50-fold return. Such a sum of money in his past life, he could never have earned in an entire lifetime. Even with his daily check-in of 10,000, it would take 4 or 5 years. Not to mention the potion that could make him 5 years younger. 2 birds with 1 stone. Chen Shu immediately collected both rewards and used the youth potion. Instantly his once sagging face felt firmer, his features appearing considerably more youthful. He went to the full-length mirror in the living room and gasped. He suddenly noticed his white hair roots had turned dark. He had genuinely grown younger. Moreover, his heart seemed to beat more powerfully. The span from 60 to 50 years old was truly substantial. Fortunately, his overall aura hadn't changed significantly. Ding. While organizing the contract in the living room, Chu Hong happened to notice Chen Shu's phone lighting up beside her. ICBC, the savings account ending in 4933, received a deposit of 1500 RMB on May 31st at 1601. Current balance 15180824. 5 renminbi. Chu Hong's eyes widened in shock. In that moment, this girl from the countryside truly witnessed what the uppermost tier of society looked like. With mere conversation, 15 million yuan had been deposited. She suddenly wondered, what was the point of years of hard work selling properties? She would never earn 10 million in her entire lifetime. Her worldview was crumbling. Chu Hong felt her mouth go dry. She licked her lips and trembled as she said, "Uncle Chen, your phone is ringing." Chen Shu, who was looking in the mirror, replied casually, "I know." As soon as he withdrew the funds, the deposit notification arrived within 3 seconds. Though 15 million was a considerable sum to most, Chen Shu had it all linked to his system, so his mindset remained relatively unchanged. Compared to this money, Chen Shu was far more excited about his body reverting to its condition from 10 years ago. His heart condition seemed to have improved significantly. He wouldn't need to worry about his heart failing within a year anymore, effectively gaining 11 extra years of life. This naturally pleased him far more than 15 million yuan. Chen Shu walked over, picked up his phone, and glanced at it before saying, "The contract is signed, correct?" Chu Hong nodded. "All done. You can move in directly from now on. If anything is inconvenient, feel free to call me anytime or come find me at my company. I'm always at your service. Anything at all." Speaking these words, Chu Hong seemed to have summoned great courage. Sure, thank you, Xiao Chu. I may really need to bother you in the future." Chen Shu paused for a moment, gradually catching on to the unspoken meaning behind Chu Hong's words, though he was not yet prepared to dwell on it. It was not yet time. Although Chu Hong had shown some initiative, she still remained within the bounds of a client and a real estate agent. Nothing improper. Given that Chen Shu naturally needed to maintain his composure, he had obtained a system and intended to play through life. When faced with a woman's initiative, he would not refuse, but neither would he revert to the pathetic mentality of his youth, throwing everything away over a single word from a woman. Having endured 2 marriages, Chen Shu would never be the one to initiate in matters of romance again. The one who sacrifices more is always the one who gets hurt. If you give nothing, you cannot be wounded. Of course, that rule did not apply to spending money, but Chen Shu was not yet ready to open his wallet. Not yet. Considering both their physical ages and the level of familiarity between them, Chen Shu still needed Chu Hong's assistance. Chen Shu planned to truly enjoy life, but having been bound for too long and now advancing in years, he barely understood what was fashionable in this era. He still needed Chu Hong's help, especially when Chen Nin arrived, and he needed someone to accompany her. Chu Hong's services would come in handy. After a long day of back and forth, Chen Shu was exhausted. Now evening had fallen. Chen Shu had no desire to cook himself. Curious, he asked, "Xiao Chu, how do people order takeout nowadays? Could you help me install a food delivery app and teach me how to use it?" Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. Chen Shu was older. It was only natural that he did not know how to order takeout. He might have been a boss in his previous life, where everything was always taken care of for him. But now, living alone, there was so much he needed to learn. Chu Hong felt as though an opportunity had presented itself. This old man really was alone in Huqing. Still, Chu Hong harbored some concern. Would Chen Shu expect to spend money on her? If he proved too stingy, she would not offer anything for free. Chu Hong said, "Uncle Chen, eating takeout is unhealthy, especially for someone your age. You should try to avoid it. How about this? I just got off work and I can go buy ingredients and cook for you." Chen Shu was taken aback and politely replied, "That would be quite inconvenient for you." Chu Hong said, "According to the customs back home, when someone moves into a new house, it is customary to celebrate by cooking a meal. You don't even have pots or bowls here, so how could you hold such a celebration? I'll go buy some kitchenware and groceries. It's also my way of thanking you for helping me close the last deal of the month." Chen Shu did not refuse further. "Very well. I'll transfer some money to your WeChat. These kitchen items shouldn't come out of your pocket." With that, he directly transferred 30,000 yuan to Chu Hong. "If you can't spend all of this, keep the remainder," Chen Shu said casually. Chu Hong looked at the amount on her phone and exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Chen, this is far too much." Chen Shu waved his hand. "You worked hard today running around helping me find a place to rent. I may need your help again in a couple of days. Consider this compensation for your trouble." Chu Hong no longer declined politely, for if she continued to refuse, it would seem too distant, which would not benefit the future relationship she hoped to cultivate with this multimillionaire. After all, relationships are built on reciprocity, were they not? After accepting the money, Chu Hong immediately went out and and purchased a variety of kitchenware and ingredients, then began cooking the first meal in this new home. Chen Shu knew how to cook, but he was simply too lazy to do so. In his 60 years of life, the fact that he could cook had only meant he had to hand over his salary at work and then spend his evenings cooking and catering to others. Now that he was divorced, if he still had to cook, what was the point of the divorce at all? His belief now was to play through life and truly enjoy it. A plate of braised eggplant, a serving of double-cooked pork, and a bowl of rice. Chen Shu ate his fill and remarked, "Not bad, Xiao Chu. Your cooking is genuinely good. Did you study culinary arts?" Chu Hong smiled and said, "I learned when I was young. Back then I attended school alone in the village while my parents worked out of town. I was often home by myself. My grandparents were busy with farm work and returned very late. After school, when I was hungry, I had no choice but to slowly learn how to cook." Chen Shu nodded. "Life is like that, bitterness before sweetness. Isn't your situation better now?" Chu Hong smiled bitterly. "Better? I only earn 10,000 a month. In Huqing, my rent alone is 3,000. After eating and other expenses, there is hardly anything left. For a woman without a high-level education and past 30, it is truly difficult to survive here." Chen Shu agreed wholeheartedly. He was well aware of the hardships of living in Huqing. His own life had been far more arduous than Chu Hong's. She only had herself to manage, while Chen Shu had shouldered the burdens of 2 families. 30 is the perfect age. How could you say you're old? Chen Shu smiled. How about this? This apartment is spacious with plenty of bedrooms, and I cannot cook. You could move in here. I will cover the rent, but in return I would need you to handle the cleaning and cooking. It is also close to your workplace, so you can walk to the office. Chen Shu had already considered this. Now that he was alone, he could order takeout, but one could not live on it forever. Furthermore, there were certain habits all men shared. Those who understand, understand. Ding. The host reveals his inner thoughts without reservation, achieving clarity and insight into life's essence. Reward 1 bottle of charisma potion. Had he achieved enlightenment simply by thinking so plainly? Chen Shu was startled, not expecting such an unexpected bonus. He quietly used the charisma potion, though he felt nothing unusual. Yet he noticed that Chu Hong's gaze as she held her bowl had changed somewhat. Chu Hong actually held high standards for men, for since her school days, she had consistently been regarded as the most beautiful girl on campus, with countless suitors pursuing her. This had shaped her self-possessed and somewhat aloof personality. Once she entered society, she realized that beauty might be the only asset she possessed. So she kept her standards exceedingly high. Chen Shu's fortune of tens of millions might have served as a qualifying threshold. But now she discovered that this old man's charm seemed to be captivated her ever more deeply. In every gesture and word he exuded the magnetism of a mature, steady man. His speech carried an undeniable authority, and the requests he made were almost impossible for her to refuse. This damned old man's charm. She had originally planned to decline, reasoning that a 30-year-old attractive woman living with an elderly man would raise suspicions. Yet upon seeing the depth in Chen Shu's eyes, the words of refusal caught in her throat. Almost against her will, she nodded. "Very well." Chu Hong finished speaking and lowered her head. Chen Shu, having finished his meal, said, "Then from now on we are roommates. You can wash the dishes. I've had a tiring day and will rest first." Chu Hong softly replied, "Okay." She was already planning to go back to her place and fetch her belongings after finishing the cleaning. Who could refuse a chance to live rent-free in a top luxury residential complex like Kaishian Gate in Huqing? This had been her longing for so many years. She never expected it to suddenly become reality. Though this mansion did not truly belong to her, she genuinely wanted to savor the life of a multi-million yuan luxury home. After finishing his meal, Chen Shu lay on the grand bed in the master bedroom. With the lights off and curtains drawn, he could gaze upon the nighttime skyline of Hu City. He couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The night before, he had been cramming into a cramped apartment of less than 100 square feet with his ex-wife's stepson and his daughter-in-law. Tonight, however, he found himself resting in a sprawling luxury mansion worth millions. It all felt like a dream. Everything had changed too rapidly. Even though his body was exhausted, he couldn't fall asleep for a while. As one grows older, there is hardly any habit of staying up late anymore. Chen Shu simply couldn't sleep due to the drastic shift in his circumstances. Listening to Chu Hong bustling about outside, he felt an extraordinary sense of relaxation. This is what life should be. What kind of life was I living before? Though 15 million is still not enough to afford even this single apartment. From now on I'll live life more carefree, as if it were a game. At the very least I should become a billionaire. Little Chu, not bad, quite thoughtful. That evening Chen Shu's mind wandered through countless thoughts. To his surprise, he even dreamed of being an emperor, a dream he had never dared to imagine before. Truly, money gives a man courage. The following morning, Chen Shu opened his eyes and instinctively glanced at the time, 6 o'clock. He needed to make breakfast and then head to work. Only after seeing the breathtaking view through the floor-to-ceiling windows did Chen Shu realize that times had truly changed. Being a corporate drudge really does become a habit. Chen Shu forced a bitter smile, threw off the covers, and donned his faded white trousers and a plain white t-shirt before heading downstairs for a brief stroll. The residents of this residential community did not have the habit of rising early. It was understandable, after all. The least wealthy among them were multimillionaires. Which multimillionaire would rise so early? Only the working class rises early. Perhaps those millionaires had just finished their morning workouts and were only now falling asleep. The community garden was exceptionally quiet. Dressed plainly, Chen Shu felt somewhat out of place here. Only when he encountered patrol security guards who nodded in greeting did he feel as though he truly belonged among the residents. The security guards here were far more professional than those at Chen Shu's workplace. Each was a young man in his 20s or 30s with sharp, discerning eyes, definitely veterans. Remarkably, they had already recognized Chen Shu. At his previous job, who would bother remembering the name of a resident? The disparity was enormous. After his walk, he returned home. Opening the door, Chen Shu saw Chu Hong freshly done up in loose pajamas that could hardly conceal her stunning figure. Goodness, of 36. Or 35. Her hair was casually tied back, revealing a porcelain-white neck. Even without makeup, she was striking her plump cheeks remarkably smooth. The sight brought to Chen Shu's mind a line from a film so well endowed. A long-dormant warmth stirred within him. It was evident that this body had genuinely regained the vigor of a 50-year-old. With his previous 60-year-old frame, nothing had stirred such feelings, and things might have ended badly. But that was no longer the case. A 50-year-old body still had its fire. Uncle Chen, you're back. I'll make breakfast right away. I went out last night to retrieve my things from the rental apartment. I didn't mean to disturb you, Chu Hong said. Chen Shu replied, that's fine. You're a resident here now, and we're roommates. No need to report everything to me. Chu Hong smiled, but said nothing. If I were paying the rent here, I certainly wouldn't report anything. Moments later, Chen Shu enjoyed breakfast prepared especially for him. For the first time in many years. Simple fried eggs and sausages, a glass of milk. Chen Shu ate slowly, savoring every bite. To Chu Hong, however, this appeared different. It was the relaxed demeanor only a boss could afford. Then again, anyone with over 10 million in the bank would feel at ease. Chen Shu pondered how best to use this money to live life on his own terms and make amends for past regrets. It was time to treat his former colleagues to a meal. He had long wanted to host a gathering, as both he and old Lu had always been well cared for by their colleagues at the property management center, and they maintained excellent relationships. Yet whenever those colleagues got married or had children, the red envelopes he gave were never generous. Conversely, when something happened on his end, their red envelopes had been quite substantial. His ex-wife Yi Mei had seen it as a fine opportunity to take advantage, but Chen Shu had never entertained such habits. Unfortunately, he simply hadn't had enough money, couldn't even afford a decent restaurant in New City. A man, after all, must maintain his dignity. So the matter had been buried in his heart. Now, with an opportunity at hand, and needing to bid farewell to his colleagues after resigning, he decided to treat them properly. Besides, this aligned perfectly with his carefree approach to life. After withdrawing the 10,000 yuan from his check-in bonus, Chen Shu looked at Chu Hong, who was delicately nibbling her food, and asked, do you know of any top-tier restaurants in Hu City? Chu Hong thought for a moment, and said, hey Leo, my colleagues and I go there quite often. It's not cheap, easily 200 or 300 per person. Chen Shu. He supposed that made sense. For someone of Chu Hong's station, even Haidaleo was a significant expense. Though Haidaleo had become somewhat mainstream, this was still Hu City. Underestimating the local spending power would be a mistake. But Chen Shu was not satisfied. They had often dined there during previous team gatherings. It was acceptable, of course, but Chen Shu ultimately wanted to truly savor life. Chen Shu said, Haidaleo is decent, but the cost is too low. I'd prefer somewhere that costs tens of thousands for a single meal. One only lives once. Better to enjoy a fine meal. Chu Hong's eyes widened. Tens of thousands for one meal. She should know that during her entire time as a real estate agent, her highest monthly salary had been only 40,000. Wasting a month's wages on a single meal. But then Chu Hong remembered yesterday's text message. To someone worth tens of millions, spending tens of thousands on a meal was no different from her spending a few hundred. After a moment's thought, Chu Hong said, I know a place with a per-person cost of over 10,000. It's one of Hu City's most renowned restaurants, located inside an old Western-style mansion. They call it Huanggongzi. The reviews are excellent, though reservations are required in advance. Chen Shu asked, a reservation? It's just a restaurant. Do they really need one? Chu Hong's eyes gleamed with longing. Absolutely. They serve only air-freighted seafood. King crabs, whole South African conch, the finest bluefin tuna, and more. Honestly, I've only heard of it, never tasted it. Chu Hong's words awakened Chen Shu's appetite. As a 60-year-old security guard at the lowest rung of society, he had once considered himself fulfilled simply by sharing a roadside stall with a few friends, enjoying some braised beef and a measure of liquor. Yet hearing about these ingredients, once unimaginable, made Chen Shu, who had just finished breakfast, feel his hunger surge. After some thought, he decided they should go. Now that he had prospered, he naturally wouldn't forget his old colleagues. And once his granddaughter arrived in a couple of days, he would take her to experience such luxury as well. Taking Chun Enin to see the world would ensure she wouldn't be fooled by some worthless youth in the future. Those boys, empty-pocketed and pooling money for a cup of Mishua ice cream, would pale in comparison. Having experienced the grandeur of life, Chun Enin would never be interested in them. Chen Shu nodded and said, very well. Please make the reservation for me. What kind of thing is this? They want a deposit for a meal. Chen Shu had truly broadened his horizons. The prince's private kitchen at the old Western house actually charged deposits. After the two finished breakfast, Chu Hong called to inquire about booking a banquet at the prince's private kitchen, only to be told a deposit was required. Chu Hong explained. Their manager said since some ingredients need to be prepared in advance if customers don't show up, the restaurant would suffer losses. So Chen Shu considered it. Made sense indeed. That was reasonable. Chen Shu said, all right, transfer 50,000 first. Let them prepare whatever fresh ingredients they have, enough for 7 or 8 people. Chen Shu directly transferred 50,000 to Chu Hong to make the reservation. He really couldn't be bothered with these things. Chu Hong felt she had become Chen Shu's personal housekeeper. Of course, this was precisely what Chen Shu wanted. In the past, every trivial matter required his personal attention one by one. Now that he had money, of course these minor things should be handled by others. He only needed to enjoy. Chu Hong didn't object. If it were an ordinary man, she would never accept being treated as a personal housekeeper. But seeing that this older man Chen Shu possessed not only the magnetic charm of maturity and steadiness, but also a net worth of at least 10 million, she simply couldn't find any reason to refuse. Had it been some greasy old man, Chu Hong would never have agreed. After a moment, Chu Hong said, all right, but it'll have to be 2 days from now. They've already booked up all reservations for the next 2 days. Chen Shu was surprised. Are there really that many wealthy people these days? Even tens of thousands for a meal and no seats available. Chu Hong smiled gracefully. Of course, Uncle Chen. This is Shanghai. Anyone you bump into on the street is probably a millionaire. Chen Shu laughed bitterly. Considering his former social stratum, of course, he couldn't have known about such things. But he soon let it go. Over 10 million lay cold and still in his card. There was truly nothing to be gloomy about. Moreover, he had become philosophical about life. After experiencing a year-long heart condition, his capacity for acceptance had grown tremendously. Chu Hong tidied up the dishes and dishes. Uncle Chen, I'm heading to work. Please rest. Work? Such a foreign concept. Chen Shu thought for a moment. He did have plans today. He needed to prepare a new outfit. The clothes in his suitcase were all from before, some worn and tattered, others no longer fitting. Last night Chen Shu realized he hadn't bought new clothes in quite some time. How many years? 5 or 10? His newest set of clothes was actually his security guard uniform for the Xinjiang International Residential Community, with a 200 yuan deposit. A person must have outfits appropriate to their status. This was absolutely true. Otherwise, walking down the street, others would look down on you. So Chen Shu said, little Chu, don't go to work today. In this life, one must learn to rest. Otherwise, when old age comes, too many regrets can't be undone. Come shopping with me. Chu Hong, oh. She hadn't been shopping in a long time either. In her colleagues' eyes, she was a workaholic. Every day she shuttled clients through various residential communities to view properties, rarely having time to rest. But Chen Shu's suggestion made her heart flutter. As a 30-year-old woman who had never seen how the upper class of society consumed goods, though she had read countless CEO romance novels, the content within them always felt somewhat tacky, not the picture she had imagined. Chen Shu's spending level was naturally nothing like what she normally encountered. Every time she saw those wealthy madams sweeping through luxury boutiques and shopping malls, she felt genuine envy from the bottom of her heart. Okay. Chu Hong was excited. What kind of experience would it be to go shopping with a man worth over 10 million? She was already prepared to show off on social media. After taking leave, the two took a taxi to the nearby Grand Gateway 66. As Chu Hong said, Grand Gateway 66 had many luxury boutiques perfect for such spending and well suited to Chen Shu's consumption level. Actually, Chen Shu didn't really care either way. His mindset hadn't yet fully transitioned to that of a wealthy person, and he didn't place much importance on brand names. It was just that to earn money from the system, the more he spent, the higher the emotional value from this game of life, and the better the rewards. Of course, he wouldn't refuse. Who could refuse an opportunity to spend freely? The two came by Didi. Chen Shu scanned the code and paid over 100. Chu Hong stepped out of the car slowly. She had taken Didi before, but mostly BYDs. But this was a luxury ride-hailing car, a Maybach, the dream car of countless men and women. Chen Shu also muttered to himself. This car was nice, very comfortable to ride in. He should buy one too. Every man should have a car that's entirely their own. It's a space where one can truly be oneself. This Maybach was nice. Ding. The host has ridden in a 5 million yuan luxury car for the first time, gaining unique insights befitting a man. Reward 500,000 yuan. Chen Shu smiled. Though in his view this reward was a bit low. Because the relationship between a man and his car ran too deep. A car was like a man's mistress, satisfying a man's innate desire for conquest. Was this insight really only worth 50,000? In Chen Shu's view, it should have been at least several hundred thousand. It must have been because he took a taxi which dragged down the price. But it didn't matter, because next Chen Shu was going to go on a massive shopping spree. In this lifetime, the things Chen Shu bought for himself besides necessities could be counted on one hand. But starting today, Chen Shu was going to live well for himself. Chu Hong hooked her arm through Chen Shu's and walked directly to the Hermes store on the second floor of the mall. The two looked somewhat like a young wife with an older husband on the surface. In Shanghai, such pairings were quite common. So the mall staff didn't give them many strange looks. Chen Shu was 50 years old physically, but his hair had even begun to show youthful streaks. Coupled with 2 bottles of charm potion he had taken and his own mindset, he looked only about 10 years apart in age from Chu Hong. The men in the mall looked at Chen Shu with red eyes. What was going on here? Old bull eating tender grass. But upon seeing the two walk into the Hermes store, they instantly fell silent. Seems this old man had some real substance. The women were somewhat envious and jealous. Chu Hong was so beautiful and her companion was surely some rich old man. She had landed a sugar daddy and didn't need to struggle anymore. What brand is this? I don't think I've heard of it. Chen Shu curiously eyed the English letters. Chu Hong didn't think much of it, assuming that someone of Chen Shu's status wouldn't bother knowing such things. This is the Hermes brand. Chen Shu made a sound of acknowledgement. He did know this. 1 week ago his daughter-in-law had fought with her husband because she bought a 20,000 yuan Hermes bag, causing them to be unable to pay their mortgage. It simply hadn't occurred to Chen Shu that just a few days later he would be shopping for luxury goods himself. Walking into the store, unlike what Chen Shu had heard in those web novels, the staff here were extremely polite. It was probably because they saw that Chu Hong beside him was elegantly dressed and knew that a woman like this would not be accompanied by an ordinary man. So despite Chen Shu's plain clothing, the shop assistant's attitudes were very respectful. Good day, sir and madam. I am your personal consultant. How may I assist you? Chu Hong said. We'd like to look at men's clothing, something suitable for the gentleman beside me. The shop assistant observed the two of them. Having seen plenty, she remained expressionlessly respectful. Of course, madam. We have our new arrivals in t-shirts and trousers. Would the gentleman like to try some on? Chen Shu didn't particularly notice how good-looking the clothes here were. Perhaps being of a certain age, his tastes were somewhat traditional. Chen Shu said, Chu Hong, you pick for me. If you think it's good, we'll get it. The shop assistant glanced at Chen Shu with a smile, and now she was certain in her heart. This was definitely a case of a young wife with an older husband. Case closed. And this old man seemed to have excellent temperament, filled with the charm of a mature man. Though he didn't look flashy, every gesture radiated a casual elegance and relaxed confidence that young men fresh into society could never possess. He must be a seasoned entrepreneur who had weathered many storms bringing his young wife shopping. The shop assistant had her own little calculations. If such a man took her to browse luxury boutiques, she would be incredibly happy too. Old was old. What did it matter? An old man at home was like a treasure. Chu Hong smiled. All right. She walked directly to the new season men's clothing section and soon returned with 2 sets of tops and trousers suitable for Chen Shu's build. The shop assistant immediately came forward. Madam has excellent taste. Both of these sets are our limited edition collaborative pieces that just launched on the 16th. The price is 29999 yuan. Chen Shu was startled. How much? The shop assistant quickly said 28999 yuan. You may feel it's a bit pricey, but these were designed by our top Hermes designer Davis. They've graced the Paris Fashion Week runway. The fabric, the design, the tailoring. All crafted by top artisans with meticulous care. Chen Shu thought. This was how the wealthy lived. He had only heard of limited edition cars. He never imagined pants were starting to have limited editions now. Truly this life was unadorned yet extravagant. Chu Hong said carefully, is it a bit expensive? She knew they didn't offer discounts here. She thought Chen Shu might be complaining about the price. Chen Shu smiled casually. Not expensive at all. May I try them on? The shop assistant nodded. Of course, sir. The fitting room is this way. Your wife's eye for fashion is truly remarkable. It seems she's familiar with the Hermes brand. In that case, you might consider opening one of our diamond VIP cards. Chen Shu was in no hurry after hearing the sales assistant's words. In the past, he had been extremely calculative about getting a membership card, but now things were different. Chen Shu said naturally, as long as your service is good, getting a card is naturally no problem. The sales assistant immediately became even more enthusiastic. She even seemed ready to personally help Chen Shu put on the clothes. This level of enthusiasm made Chu Hong feel inferior by comparison. It was just a purchase of tens of thousands of yuan. Did she really need to work this hard? Can you keep your snow-white young chest away from my Uncle Chun? Really, is being young an excuse to be so out of control? Chu Hong understood that this world is one where people laugh at the poor, but not at those who sell their bodies. Compared to the hostesses in those commercial karaoke establishments, a saleswoman like this was relatively decent. Fortunately, this female sales assistant's looks were still not as good as her own. Her only advantage was being a few years younger. But for Chen Shu, who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, age probably didn't matter much. Older men tend to prefer women in their 30s with a mature married woman charm, and they have no interest in girls who are too young and naive. So she happily browsed the Hermes women's products on the side. Bags, lipsticks, scarves. She rarely visited these luxury brand stores in the past, but she often looked at these luxury brands online, and her shopping cart was full of secondhand bags. Luxury goods for women are like cigarettes, alcohol, and cars are for men. Chu Hong's monthly salary was around 10 to 20,000 yuan, which could only afford 1 or 2 lipsticks, and after buying them, she couldn't even pay her rent. She could only window shop. Meanwhile, Chen Shu finished trying on the clothes and walked out. Chu Hong's eyes lit up. Indeed, ordinary people look completely different when wearing luxury brands. Chen Shu was older in age, but his physique was well maintained, quite thin. Moreover, because of the charm potion, Chen Shu exuded the aura of those old artists and literati. In his youth, Chen Shu was a major handsomeness who liked to write somewhat pretentious love poems. In high school, he was at the heartthrob level. Now with his white hair, he truly made Chu Hong's heart flutter. Old men of Qinshu's age are basically somewhat greasy. When they smile, their faces are full of wrinkles. Even if they're rich, they're just nouveau riche with no class. But Qinshu gave people a very clean feeling. Facing anything, he had a kind of calm confidence. This charming old man. He could captivate the hearts of all maidens in the world. Qinshu stretched out his arms and asked Chu Hong, "How does it look?" Chu Hong nodded, "Handsome. Uncle Qin, you're so handsome. If you were 10 years younger, I would definitely pursue you." The nearby sales assistant was stunned. "Uncle, does that mean there's a chance? Or is this some special flirtation dynamic between an older man and younger woman?" He couldn't quite understand, but he respected it. Qinshu also agreed. As the saying goes, clothes make the man as horses make the cavalry. This suit on him had completely shed the aura of the lower social class. No matter how you looked at it, he appeared to be worth at least 10 million. Some people wearing this outfit look like nouveau riche, while others look like runway models. Qinshu was undoubtedly the latter. Qinshu also smiled. In truth, if he continued with his current lifestyle and obtained a few more bottles of the youth potion in a couple of days, bringing his body's age down to 40 would be absolutely effortless. However, Qinshu naturally didn't want to lower his age too much. If the difference before and after was too great, he would definitely be taken by the Academy of Sciences for Human Research. He could only reduce his age step by step, so as not to arouse suspicion from those around him. Everyone would simply think he had a good mindset, which caused the age changes. Qinshu said, "Since you're praising me so much, alright miss, pack up both suits. Sir, would you like to top up our diamond membership?" Qinshu asked, "Sure, how much to top up?" The sales lady said, "At least 200,000 yuan. Although membership doesn't offer discounts on clothing prices, we will notify members immediately when new arrivals come in, and you can also be invited to our Fashion Week events. If your purchase amount in our store exceeds 1 million yuan, you can become our Black Gold member, and there are birthday benefits. This is the benefit of being rich. Qinshu's birthday wouldn't be remembered by his relatives, but these stores would remember it for you." Qinshu said, "Alright, top up 500,000. By the way, Chu Hong, use your information to register." Chu Hong felt honored and uneasy. You must know, although it's just using his information to get a membership, being able to become an Hermes member is already a rare opportunity. For an ordinary person, the threshold for becoming this member is quite high. For a woman like Chu Hong, an Hermes membership card is the finest cosmetics. Chu Hong excitedly followed the sales assistant to fill out the membership information. Meanwhile, Qinshu came to the cosmetics display that Chu Hong had been looking at earlier. As a man, he was very clear that to win over a woman like Chu Hong, simply showing old man charm wouldn't be enough. One must always offer some benefits. Wrap up all the cosmetics that the lady looked at just now. Qinshu waved his hand generously and started shopping sprees. He didn't know much about this stuff, but he understood well why a daughter-in-law would fight with her stepson over a bag. The cosmetic sales assistant also widened her eyes in shock. There were plenty of rich people in Shanghai. However, old men of Qinshu's age making such extravagant purchases here were quite rare. This made women like Chu Hong truly envious. This man not only had charm, but was also willing to spend money on women. Being a bit older is totally acceptable. When he dies, she can even inherit his estate. 3 lipsticks, 6,000 yuan, 2 bags, 50,000 yuan. Qinshu had the sales assistant carry these bags to the checkout counter together. Chu Hong was also stunned when she saw these items. Then she reacted. "These are for you. You've been running around for me these past 2 days, it's been hard on you. I might still trouble you in the future, so consider these your hard work compensation." Qinshu waved his hand generously. "Don't be polite with me." Chu Hong couldn't even say her thanks. She just felt somewhat itchy in her heart. Although this wasn't the first time someone gave her things, receiving luxury goods worth tens of thousands in one go was unprecedented. She suddenly felt like she was being kept. A bit shameful. But seeing the envious gazes from these sales assistants, and thinking about Qinshu's old man charm, she could accept it somewhat. Qinshu seemed to see through Chu Hong's inner turmoil. Without saying more, after completing the membership, he walked out of Hermes carrying big bags and small bags, heading to other stores. Ding. The host has seen through life, treating luxury goods as daily necessities, spending without hesitation, and remaining unmoved when paying for a female companion. Reward 500,000 yuan. 500,000. A reward of 500,000. Qinshu, who had just walked out of the store, was somewhat stunned. It truly was worth it. The system must have analyzed that he had probably never purchased luxury goods before, which explained why this reward was so generous. This made up for some of Qinshu's regrets. Having lived in Hu City for most of his life, it was impossible not to harbor some vanity. Every time he saw friends and classmates driving luxury cars, living in mansions, and marrying beautiful wives, it would be a lie to say he didn't feel envious. This time, having purchased so many luxury goods, he had officially taken the first step toward becoming a tycoon. With the emotional value maxed out, a reward of 500,000 was perfectly reasonable. Soon the balance in his account would break through 20 million. What a cold hard number. Throughout the day, Qinshu had not rested, being dragged around the shopping mall by the delighted Chu Hong. Fortunately, Qinshu's physical age was now 50, otherwise he truly wouldn't have been able to handle it. It felt like being back in his younger years chasing after children. Of course, the gains from this day were considerable. Chu Hong helped Qinshu pick out 5 or 6 sets of clothes, and Qinshu also let her purchase quite a few clothes and cosmetics. Together, they spent over 300,000. Upon leaving the store, the system rewarded another 200,000. It must have been because the emotional value provided was relatively less, so the reward was reduced accordingly. But Chen Shu's money truly kept multiplying as he spent. There was quite a lot of stuff, so they could only continue calling a Maybach through the ride-hailing app. And while Chen Shu was waiting for the car not far away, there was a woman in her 30s along with a man of the same age. "I think I saw your father," the woman said. The man smiled. "What father?" "My father died years ago. How could you possibly see him?" "Your stepfather." The one with a woman beside him. This couple was no one else but Chen Shu's former stepson and daughter-in-law. The two had come out shopping today. Because they had borrowed 80,000 from their mother that they wouldn't need to repay, they had come to buy some luxury goods they had long desired to celebrate. Both of them had stable jobs in Hu City, but the money they earned was very little, and they usually lived frugally. However, in terms of social interactions, they still needed to spend money on luxury goods to maintain appearances, otherwise they wouldn't be able to blend into the upper-class circles. Today they bought a bag and a watch, spending a full 25,000. They were heartbroken. They normally couldn't bear to spend like this. Yi Jinkai watched from afar. It does look similar, but he's now left with nothing. How could he possibly have money to go shopping? His wife Du Chunyi said curiously. It really seems to be him, but he looks so much younger. And that outfit. It's Hermes' new style. We were just looking at it. We were just thinking that after our stocks made money we'd buy you a set too. Yi Jinkai frowned. It really is him, but where did he get the money? Let's go ask him. The two were just about to approach when Chen Shu and Chu Hong got into a Maybach and left. The couple looked at each other in bewilderment. Him? In a Maybach? The two simply couldn't reconcile this image. A man who had been left with nothing actually riding away in a Maybach. In their eyes, Chen Shu was nothing but an ordinary man who worked tirelessly and devoted himself to the family, completely unrelated to luxury cars. At home, Yi Mei was the absolute authority. Chen Shu only had the share of obeying obediently. And now, Chen Shu rides in a Maybach after divorce. What capital does he have? Du Chunyi said. Could he be kept by that woman beside him? Yi Jinkai laughed. What are you saying? He's that old, how could anyone keep him? That woman is at least 20 years younger than him. Keep him. Don't make me laugh. Du Chunyi also thought it impossible. Both of them suspected they might have seen wrong. But after all, they had lived together for over a decade. They were very familiar with Chen Shu. Looking at the figure and features, it was indeed Chen Shu, just somewhat younger. Back home, the two told Yi Mei what they had seen that afternoon. Yi Jinkai said, Mom, do you think that old man had been hiding money from you? Yi Mei said, how is that possible? I used to hold Chen Shu's social security card and bank cards. His pension is all with me. What money could he have? Luxury car. With a beautiful woman. You must have seen wrong. Don't you think I know Chen Shu better than you do? With barely any money, working as a security guard in Hu City, can't even afford meals. In a couple of days he'll come back on his own. Yi Mei was still very certain her son had seen wrong. In terms of being a husband, Chen Shu was very responsible, but in terms of making money, Chen Shu was somewhat ordinary. Back when Yi Mei married Chen Shu, she wanted a companion to help raise the children through the difficult times. She also trusted Chen Shu's character, and Chen Shu had just divorced. So the two supported each other. It's just that as time went on, Yi Mei's demands grew larger and larger. She increasingly felt that Chen Shu was too bad at making money. So she concluded that the two must have mistaken someone else. Chen Shu couldn't possibly have money. Moreover, he couldn't possibly be kept by someone. If Chen Shu were 2 or 3 decades younger, just a handsome guy with some artistic flair, it might be possible. Wealthy women have their special preferences after all. But now who would keep a 60-year-old man? In Yi Mei's imagination, Chen Shu should now be living in a cheap rental place, eating instant noodles, regretting the divorce decision, looking miserable. With Yi Mei saying this, Yi Jinkai and Du Chunyi didn't think further about it. It was probably someone who just looked alike. After Chen Shu and Chu Hong returned, they rested for a day. The shopping was still somewhat exhausting for Chen Shu, whose body was now 50 years old. He rested for a day. When signing in the next morning, Chen Shu received a signing-in amount of 10,000 yuan. It's wonderful to be alive, getting 10,000 every day. So Chen Shu was very happy every morning. That day Chen Shu went nowhere, staying home watching TV, fiddling with his phone, sleeping when drowsy, and when hungry could call the property management. The restaurant in the residential compound that only served owners would deliver food directly. The monthly property fees of tens of thousands weren't paid for nothing. And the chef's cooking also satisfied Chen Shu greatly. Such things were unthinkable before. Chen Shu couldn't help but sigh. This is the power of money. That day he ate meals, read a book on the balcony, and then went to the gym in the residential compound to run on the treadmill for an hour. He even encountered some young women in yoga pants working out there. The young women who came here to exercise were no ordinary people. The way these women treated Chen Shu was truly different, polite and courteous. Probably because Chen Shu's clothing and temperament were gradually becoming worthy of an upper-class identity. Being young truly is wonderful. Chen Shu got off the treadmill sighing. Ding. The host enjoyed a leisurely day, reflecting on how time flies like a white horse passing by a gap, beginning to cherish his youthful body. For the first time in 10 years, he seriously ran and exercised. Reward: 1 bottle of youth potion. Chen Shu was overjoyed. Goodness, a simple workout run actually came with a reward. Drink. He directly consumed the youth potion. Chen Shu looked at himself in the mirror. The wrinkles on his face had lightened considerably, and the facial muscles had become much fuller. Looking at himself, he truly appeared somewhat dashing and handsome, radiating the golden brilliance of a single and wealthy man. Kong Fong got off work early today and was dressing up in her rented room. Her roommate and college classmate Xieming Wan came over curiously and asked, "Kongzi, what's going on? Is the iron tree blooming? Why the sudden urge to dress up? Going on a date with a handsome guy tonight?" Kong Fong laughed and said, "A colleague from the company resigned and invited everyone to get together." Xieming Wan's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Are there any handsome guys? Or rich people, eh?" Kong Fong shook her head and said, "It's a 60-year-old grandpa treating us. What do you think? Just me, a few property receptionists, and an old security guard." Xieming Wan was instantly speechless. What's the point of going? Just cancel it. In hooching, if there's no rich second generation, it's not worth it. Kong Fong shook her head at the vanity mirror. Both she and Xieming Wan had graduated from Huda University. When they first met, Xieming Wan was still an innocent young girl, but who knew that in these years in hooching, she would daily dream of marrying a rich man. Kong Fong said, "When will you give up those fantasies? There aren't that many rich people for you to find, and they all care about matching family status. What do you have?" Xieming Wan puffed out her chest. "With my 36E and the beauty of Huda's campus Bellhumph, I know what I'm doing better than you. As long as a rich man wants me, I'll ascend immediately and enjoy life. I don't even care about the title. Oh, I can accept being a mistress as long as they give me money. Life is all about enjoyment, isn't it? Do you want to wait until you're old and faded to do the things you wanted in your 20s? Kong Fong shook her head helplessly. She couldn't argue with this best friend. Xieming Wan always had twisted logic at the ready. "Which restaurant are you going to?" Kong Fong looked at the WeChat message from Chen Shu. "Oh, it seems to be a place in an old mansion called Royal Prince Private Kitchen. The consumption level there seems quite high. Grandpa Chen really is generous." Xieming Wan, who was petting a cat on the sofa, shot up instantly. "What? Where?" Kong Fong asked curiously. "Royal Prince Private Kitchen, what's wrong? Have you been there? Is the consumption level high?" Xieming Wan screamed, "High. It's the ceiling of hooching's consumption. Minimum 5,000 per person, and it's not even filling. If you want to be full, it's over 10,000 per person. Are you sure it's your property security guard treating you? Isn't that old geezer scamming you?" Kong Fong asked curiously. "That can't be. Grandpa Chen wouldn't scam us. He's a very good person, not the type of young man who likes to deceive women." But she was also very curious. If what her best friend said was true, given Chen Shu's income, this meal might cost him his entire savings. Kong Fong thought, "Oh no, could Grandpa Chen be doing something rash?" She felt that after his divorce, Chen Shu would be in a difficult situation, possibly leading to reckless behavior. Plus, she had heard that Chen Shu had a heart condition. Oh no. Kong Fong forgot about her makeup and prepared to drive off. Xieming Wan's eyes darted around. "Kongzi, wait for me. I'm coming too." For Xieming Wan, she wouldn't miss this opportunity. Getting into the Royal Prince Private Kitchen in the old mansion wasn't easy. If she could take a photo there and post it on Moments, wouldn't that increase her chances of catching a rich second generation? And there were bound to be plenty of rich second generations in the restaurant. The chances of meeting a rich second generation there were much higher than in the university town. The two of them got into Kong Fong's small electric car and headed toward the old mansion. Meanwhile, old Lu was also on the road with his grandchildren. When people get older, they like to bring their kids to gatherings. Lu Caibua and Chen Shu were old pals, so he knew Chen Shu wouldn't mind. After Chu Hong got off work, Chen Shu also went down to the community gate, where Chu Hong was waiting on her electric scooter. Tonight was the night they had reserved at the Royal Prince Private Kitchen in the old mansion. Chen Shu could also have a good reunion with his old colleagues. He was looking forward to it. The restaurant had already sent over the menu for today, consisting of top-tier ingredients from around the world. Some things Chen Shu had never even heard of before. It had been 2 or 3 days since he bound the system. Now his attitude toward life was all about experiencing things. Experiencing things he had never done or dared to do before. "Let's go, Uncle Chun." Today Chu Hong was dressed very elegantly in a beige shirt that revealed her fair arms and a black professional skirt that extended into sheer black stockings on her beautiful legs. It was obvious she had put effort into her appearance, and she was carrying the Hermes bag Chen Shu had bought her. In Chu Hong's mind, this was a meal Chen Shu was hosting, and the guests must be of a certain status. Naturally, she had to dress up well to blend into the high-end circle. She had been a real estate agent for 10 years without ever breaking into hooching's high-end circle, and today she finally had the chance. Sitting behind on the electric scooter, Chen Shu also felt a bit awkward. His hands had nowhere to rest. It seemed buying a car needed to be put on the agenda. But his driver's license might need to be renewed. He was 60 now and hadn't driven in over a decade. To drive again, he would have to retake the test for the latest license. Chu Hong was considerate and said, "Uncle Chun, hold my waist." Chen Shu replied, "This isn't that inappropriate." Chu Hong said, "What's the problem?" "Uncle Chen, your thinking is too conservative." Since she said that, Chen Shu didn't hold back. He placed his hands on her slender, soft waist, a pleasant feeling. Soon they arrived at the Royal Prince Private Kitchen in the old mansion. The valet was quite bewildered to see an electric scooter. It was the first time someone had come to their restaurant on such a vehicle. But he still asked politely, "Do you have a reservation?" Our restaurant only accepts reservations. Shu Hong said, we have a reservation. The Green Mountains and Clear Waters private room. My surname is Chu, who I left my name. The valet immediately said respectfully, the manager informed us. Please come in. Chen Shu said, my friends will be arriving later. Please make sure to receive them. The valet smiled and said, don't worry, sir. Chen Shu nodded. There was no snobbish behavior here. The two walked in and a female manager came out. Miss Chu, Mr. Chen, hello. I am your dedicated service manager for today. Please feel free to communicate any needs. Your private room is on the second floor. The elevator is this way. Follow me. Chen Shu was truly enjoying himself. When had he ever received such respectful treatment when dining out before? The 18,000 yuan meal fee was definitely not wasted. The two entered the private room and found it enormous. It was bigger than the 100-square-meter living room of Chen Shu's apartment near Arc de Triomphe. It was divided into a large dining table and a tea area. Beside the tea table stood two young attractive women in kipeos. Seeing the guests arrive, they immediately began serving tea. Chen Shu was very satisfied. He sat on the soft, genuine leather sofa and enjoyed the tea brewed by the attendants. Sweet. Sweeter than iced tea. Almost at the same time, Kong Fong, her best friend Xia Wanting, and old Lu with his two grandchildren around 18 years old arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Along with them were 3 front desk staff from the property management. Manager Kong. You're here too. Could old Chun have given us the wrong location? My grandson checked, and this restaurant doesn't even appear on food delivery apps. The map says the average cost per person is several thousand yuan. Did old Chun send us to the wrong place? Old Lu felt somewhat worried. They had paid 50 yuan for the taxi ride. Today happened to be the weekend, and his two grandchildren, who were at home, had accompanied him when they heard about the gathering. But they never expected grandfather to bring them to an area surrounded entirely by high-end restaurants in a building with classic Western-style architecture. Due to historical reasons, only those with extraordinary means could preserve old Western-style houses in Hu City. The cost of dining here was beyond comparison. Old Lu grew uneasy. What had happened to Brother Chun in the past 2 days? The property management front desk staff who had arrived just minutes earlier felt the same way. They dared not interfere, fearing they would embarrass themselves in such an upscale restaurant. This puzzled the restaurant's door attendant. Were these people here to dine or to apply for a job? Such a combination was rarely seen at their establishment. However, Kong Fong and the others were at a distance, so the door attendant naturally did not approach them proactively. Kong Fong thought for a moment and said, Old Chun wouldn't deceive us. Let me give him a call to confirm. If we went to the wrong place, it would disturb their business. That was what she said, but in truth Kong Fong felt that if they had indeed come to the wrong place, it would be incredibly embarrassing. The others felt the same. For people of their status, being escorted out of a high-end restaurant would certainly be a humiliating matter. Meanwhile, Chen Shu, enjoying tea in the Qingshan Shoshue private room, saw the incoming call on his new phone. Manager Kong, have you arrived? I've been waiting for you. Chen Shu said. Kong Fong lowered her voice and asked, Old Chen, are you sure it's Prince Royal Private Kitchen? Chen Shu rose and replied, yes, that's correct. He walked to the private room's window and spotted Kong Fong and her party across the street. I can see you. I'll have the manager come fetch you. He hung up immediately. Kong Fong. Old Lu asked curiously, what did Brother Chen say? Kong Fong replied, he said he'll have the restaurant manager come pick us up. Hardly had she finished speaking when a woman in professional attire and leather shoes emerged from the restaurant and hurried over. Hello everyone. You must be friends hosted by Mr. Chen, correct? I am the manager of Prince Royal Private Kitchen. Mr. Chen asked me to escort you. Please follow me. With that she led the way. Kong Fong and the rest followed behind in dazed confusion. So it really was Old Chun who had chosen this place for the gathering. Old Lu's grandchildren's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was their first time entering such an upscale restaurant in Hu City, something they would never have dared to imagine before. Wow, Grandpa, you're amazing. Your friends are truly remarkable, the granddaughter exclaimed excitedly. Old Lu smiled, but his heart remained uneasy. What had happened to Brother Chun? They had assumed it would be an ordinary restaurant and had mentally prepared for a casual eatery. After all, what grandeur could a divorced man with nothing to his name possibly display? Yet Chen Shu had pulled off something spectacular, quite frightening. Kong Fong's best friend Xia Wanting had been taking endless selfies since entering the restaurant. Such a place was not visited often, and this would serve as perfect material for boasting on social media. The female manager led the group to a second-floor private room. Along the way, they were awestruck by the restaurant's top-tier decor. What surprised them most was that there was apparently no grand dining hall. In other words, this establishment only had private rooms. Moreover, each private room was exceptionally secluded and quiet, where one could hear nothing but the sound of breathing. This was the first time this group had experienced such nervous anticipation while dining. Upon entering, they found a spacious private room. Inside, 2 women in qipao were pouring tea for Chen Shu. Beside him sat a woman in her 30s. Seeing his old colleagues, Chen Shu smiled warmly. He truly felt no pressure in front of these old friends. Everyone's here, please take your seats. Manager Sun, everyone has arrived. Please begin serving the dishes, Chen Shu said. Restaurant manager Sun immediately nodded. Certainly, Mr. Chun. She picked up the intercom and began arranging the service. Aside from the two cheapao-clad tea servers, everyone present was now an insider. Old Lu studied Chen Shu carefully. Brother Chen, you seem to have grown younger. What's going on? Besides, how could we ever afford to dine here? This is far too extravagant. Old Lu voiced everyone's unspoken question. In just 2 days, Chen Shu appeared to have become several years younger. His previous dispirited demeanor, looking as though life had crushed him, was completely gone. Now not only did he look significantly younger, but his spirit was remarkably vibrant. He seemed like a man in his 40s, his facial wrinkles greatly diminished, his hair streaked with strands of black and white radiating charm. Xiao Wanting, standing behind Kong Fong, caught sight of Chen Shu's attire, and her eyes lit up as she evaluated him. Wealthy, sophisticated, and apparently divorced. A real diamond bachelor. Even if he were 60, he didn't look particularly old. In fact, he seemed more charismatic than many young men. An older man was advantageous. He knew how to cherish a woman. There was potential here. Xiao Wanting's eyes gleamed as she regarded him like prey. Chen Shu gestured for everyone to be seated. Old Lu, why are you being so polite with me? Just eat. Let me introduce. This is my roommate Chu Hong. I'm terrible at making reservations, and she helped me book this place. Apparently their ingredients are of the finest quality. Upon hearing roommate, the group exchanged glances. Chen Shu must be sharing an apartment with this young woman. If that was the case, his living situation probably wasn't so comfortable after all. Chu Hong was equally curious about why Chen Shu's friends seemed so mismatched with his apparent status. But a wise woman conceals her emotions, so she remained courteous on the surface. Hello everyone. Kong Fong introduced Xiao Wanting as well. This is my best friend. She works as a private tour guide. She's here to enjoy the meal with us today. Xiao Wanting grinned. Hee uncle, you don't mind, do you? Chen Shu chuckled. I enjoy lively gatherings. Everyone eat and drink freely today. Chu Hong instantly felt a sense of crisis. This Xiao Wanting was no ordinary woman. She kept her gaze fixed on Chen Shu the entire time. What was this private tour guide anyway? In other words, she was someone specially assigned to accompany wealthy men on trips. Dangerous. Dangerous. Kong Fong curiously asked. Old Chen, if I may speak bluntly, aren't you divorced? How could you afford to treat us to such an upscale restaurant? This is far too extravagant. Chen Shu knew everyone would be puzzled and explained, after the divorce I still had some money in the stock market. Fortunately, I made a decent profit over the past couple of days, which more than covers the cost of this meal. I've come to realize something. Life is about experiencing the world, isn't it? I used to be reluctant to spend, but by the time I understood the value of letting go, it was already too late. Kong Fong paused, then nodded, finding his explanation plausible. Xiao Wanting curiously asked, Uncle, I think you're absolutely right. Which stocks made money, by the way? Chen Shu fibbed casually. Military industry sector. Xiao Wanting nodded. The military industry sector had indeed been performing extraordinarily well these past few days, so it was quite reasonable. Asking further would have been inappropriate. After all, this was Hu's city, where everyone had at least some accumulated wealth. Chu Hong grew suspicious. Had Uncle Chen deliberately concealed this from them? It was quite possible. Wealthy individuals tended to be low profile after all. Kong Fong and the others had accepted the fact that Chen Shu was doing better than they had imagined. In their minds, Chen Shu had probably made a few tens of thousands in the stock market and was simply in high spirits. Making a few tens of thousands in the stock market with a bit of luck was relatively easy. They knew that they would be curious about how his money had suddenly grown. But Chen Shu remained completely unfazed. The funds rewarded by the system all came from legitimate sources and could withstand scrutiny. In truth, few people had the capability to investigate Chen Shu's finances. They had initially thought Chen Shu had made only a few tens of thousands. However, when the restaurant served the dishes, Kong Fong and the others had expressions that changed. The first dish alone shattered their perception of consumption. Hello everyone, this is our first course today, steamed emperor crab. This emperor crab is airshipped from Australia, weighing over 8 kg, with succulent meat, like lychee. Please enjoy. After the female restaurant manager's introduction, no one moved their chopsticks. They dared not. The emperor crab looked more expensive than the lives of everyone present. Chen Shu had now witnessed the restaurant's prowess. Emperor crab and king crab might differ by only one character, but king crab had been reduced to a common seafood by countless social media posts priced at a few hundred yuan per gene. However, emperor crab originates from fewer places. Only the base strait in Australia, and its yield is low, costing several thousand yuan per gene. Not to mention fresh ones over 8 gene. This single emperor crab likely cost over 40 to 50,000 yuan, making it the top-tier delicacy of the day. Chen Shu said, "Don't just sit there, let's dig in." It was also his first time tasting such an exquisite ingredient, so he didn't hold back and immediately picked a large piece. Truly a top-tier ingredient, one bite was immensely satisfying. Large chunks of crab meat needing no seasoning at all rivaled many delicacies. Absolutely worth it. Seeing Chen Shu take the lead, the others excitedly began to enjoy themselves. Old Lu's 2 grandchildren were even more excited than the adults. Chen Shu said, "Old Lu, we're old brothers. Why be so polite? Let the kids eat, don't just stand there." Watching his grandsons, Old Lu felt a sense of pride. At home, he had to endure the disapproval of his son and daughter-in-law, who often said he never introduced the children to the finer things in life. Now wasn't he showing them a grand world? Kong Fong noticed that Chen Shu had no strange expression. She put aside her worries. She had initially feared Chen Shu was acting recklessly, but now she could see he had truly come to terms with things. He was no longer troubled by his divorce or life. Moreover, his entire demeanor radiated positivity, completely different from when he was working. In a subtle way, he seemed even more charming. Her best friend Xia, wanting eyes closed in bliss, whispered, "Oh my, in all my time in Shanghai, I've never had such delicious crab. Why didn't you introduce me to such a wealthy friend earlier?" Kong Fong said, "Huh? No, he's 60. And he used to be just a security guard in our property management, recently divorced with some savings from the stock market. Is that really your type?" Xia, watching Chen Shu devouring his food, said, "He became a security guard to experience how us ordinary people live. This meal alone must cost at least 100,000 yuan. And did you notice? The suit he's wearing is Hermes. And it's the latest collection this year, worth at least 50 to 60,000. Kong Fong looked at Chen Shu's attire in surprise. Indeed, it was a far cry from his usual security uniform, giving off a completely different aura. He looked much younger, exuding a mature man's charm, and appeared very luxurious. Unexpectedly Hermes. She felt her mind spinning. Was this still old Chen? The change was too drastic in just 2 days. Xia Wanning continued, and the key is he's 60, but he looks only about 40. Do you know Guo Pinchao? At 45 he maintains himself like he's 20. Chen Shu must have spent a fortune on maintenance. He's only 10 years older than me. That's no problem at all. I declare he's my target. Kong Fong. She felt her mind in a whirl. Her best friend had set her sights on a 60-year-old security guard. What was happening to the world? But upon closer inspection, Chen Shu's transformation over the past 2 days was indeed remarkable. Previously he had completely white hair, but now it had a kind of ash-gray tint, and with his spirited demeanor, he really looked different. He had a certain charm. After all, Xia Wanning was a sucker for good looks. Shu Hong sitting beside Chen Shu was not enjoying the meal as much. The emperor crab was indeed delicious, but what was up with Manager Kong and her friend constantly casting glances at Chen Shu? Their eyes kept wandering over Chen Shu. Shu Hong felt a protective urge. Chen Shu, however, was completely oblivious to these trivial thoughts. He was genuinely savoring the food. The following dishes came quickly: braised abalone with scallion sea urchin, with sourdough bread, bluefin tuna belly sashimi, and more. 10 dishes were served one after another by waitresses in Cheongsam. After they were all served, Chen Shu frowned. Too little. The portions were small. Originally calculated for 7 or 8 people, but now there were 11. Chen Shu called over Manager Sun, who was standing by the door. Manager Sun, bring a few more dishes, ones that can be prepared quickly. Manager Sun said, currently the kitchen has live Boston lobsters, Iberian ham. Chen Shu said, 3 Boston lobsters and 4 plates of ham. And what liquor do you have? We have red wine, Romanicani. No red wine. Do you have Matai? Yes, sir. 2 bottles. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. While Chen Shu was speaking with Manager Sun, the others dared not interrupt. So commanding. Chen Shu ordered dishes as casually as if he were eating at a roadside restaurant. He didn't even ask the price of the Boston lobsters. Xiao Wanting swallowed hard and whispered, Kong, I once went to a restaurant with a wealthy woman and ordered a Boston lobster. It was 988 yuan each. Here it'll only be more expensive. A plate of ham is at least 5,000 yuan. Your old colleague must be a multi-millionaire. No millionaire would dare to eat like this. Kong Fong was dumbfounded. She had thought it was just an ordinary gathering among colleagues, but the spending was so extravagant. It was too staggering. If she had to return the favor, how could she ever afford it? Old Lu said beside him, Brother Chen, that's enough. Chen Shu waved his hand, not enough. The food here is good, but the portions are too small. Since I rarely have the chance to treat everyone, I want everyone to eat their fill. A moment later the Matai arrived. Chen Shu poured a glass for himself and old Lu. The ladies and children didn't drink alcohol, they just ate. Chen Shu had only drunk Matai once before at a colleague's son's wedding banquet. Ever since he had been craving that taste. Unexpectedly 20 years had passed in a flash. And because his family had been strict, he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol in 2 months. So after 1 cup he became tipsy, even without the alcohol. Ding. Host treated his middle-aged self to a banquet. A cup of life's wine, tears of old romance. Reward 1,000,000 yuan. Only a man could truly understand the immense value of treating yourself to a meal that once symbolized your younger self. Chen Shu felt a subtle stirring in his heart. At 60, he was finally drinking the wine he had longed for at 40. The wine remained ever the same, but it had come 20 years too late. How many 20-year spans could one have in this life? This was a regret from his past, now finally fulfilled by Chen Shu. So the system rewarding him with 1 million yuan was truly not excessive. A man's regret, was it not worth 1 million? After a glass of 52-degree Matai went down, old Lu beside him had tears glistening in his eyes. He was just like the old Chen Shu, a man nearly crushed by the weight of life. Ruined as a dishonest debtor by his own son, he supported an entire household, worked as a security guard, and was still despised by his wife for earning too little. But what could a man do? The most expensive cigarettes he usually smoked cost no more than 10 yuan. The only liquor he could afford was the 3 yuan green bottle, and even that he had to drink in secret. A single sip of this Matai costing dozens or even hundreds of yuan was something he had never experienced in his entire life. The taste might not be drastically superior to cheap erguotu, but this sip was a brand new experience in life. For old Lou it surpassed even the exotic seafood on the table that he had never tasted before. Old Lou felt that knowing Brother Chun had been truly worthwhile. The two aging men exchanged myriad reflections across the table. Unfortunately, the others may not have fully understood. Everyone else was entirely captivated by the various premium seafood. Especially old Lou's two grandchildren, each looking thoroughly satisfied. Kong Fong was no different. Despite being a property manager earning over 10,000 yuan a month, she had never eaten anything this fine. Chen Shu and Chu Hong similarly savored the luxurious dining experience they had once only dreamed of. Only after the lobster and ham were served did everyone finally feel truly satisfied. In the past, Chen Shu would have surely complained that the dishes were overpriced and undersized. But now Chen Shu simply said delicious. We'll come again next time. Old Lou patted his shoulder and said, Brother Chen, you can't come here too often. Your stock trading money won't last. In old Lou's eyes, Chen Shu's net worth was at most a few 100,000 yuan. One meal could consume half of it. The remaining money naturally had to be saved. Otherwise, when old and dependent on no one, life would be miserable. Chen Shu smiled and said, Old Lou, your brother Chun is not short of money now. Then glancing toward the door, he called out, Manager's son, bring the bill. Manager's son immediately arrived with the card reader. Mr. Chen, the original bill was 18800 yuan. Since we added the lobster and ham, the total comes to 23600 yuan. Chen Shu nodded. All right, swipe the card. He then took out a bank card. Manager's son respectfully accepted it with both hands and completed the transaction. Mr. Chen, thank you for dining at our Royal Prince private kitchen. We look forward to your next visit. Chen Shu nodded. Next time I'll bring my granddaughter. The standard should be the same as today. Manager's son immediately brightened. Absolutely, Mr. Chen. Whatever you require, we will arrange everything in advance. Everyone else in the private room was thoroughly shocked. One meal, over 200,000 yuan. Old Lou's toothpick slipped from his trembling fingers. In his hometown, that was a down payment for an apartment. And it was just eaten away like that. Watching Chen Shu pay with such casual ease, old Lou's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this really the same Brother Chun who used to pick up cigarette butts with him in the residential compound? With just a wave of his hand, over 200,000 yuan was spent. Old Lou felt his aging mind couldn't keep up. This was simply terrifying. His excited grandson chimed in, Grandpa, your friend is so cool. He must be a wealthy tycoon like a big shot. Old Lou nodded. That's right. Your Uncle Chun is indeed not an ordinary person. Chu Hong and Xia Wanning watched Chen Shu pay, their eyes utterly captivated. Money. After all, it exists to be spent for women to see. A man is most charming when he is spending it. Kong Fong had originally assumed this meal might cost tens of thousands. She never expected it to exceed 200,000. She now had no choice but to reassess Chen Shu's wealth. This older man might truly be a low-key millionaire, or even a multimillionaire. Because when Chen Shu paid, he didn't so much as blink. It was entirely casual, absolutely not an act. It truly surprised her. This man who had gone through a divorce had changed so dramatically. Just the other day, he appeared to have left his marriage with nothing. Now it seemed Chen Shu might have had a backup plan all along. Logically, a man who had lived through most of his life married twice and still managed to divorce. How could he not have some tricks up his sleeve? Kong Fong felt relieved. She trusted Chen Shu's character and was certain that Chu Hong was merely a roommate. Although the two of them appeared unusually close, Chu Hong was only 30 years old. Surely she wouldn't be interested in someone like Chen Shu. But when Kong Fong caught the look in her best friend Xia Wanning's eyes, her head began to spin. Could this girl actually have taken a fancy to Chen Shu? Even the young female receptionists at the front desk were looking at Chen Shu with entirely different eyes. Even though this was Shanghai, someone who spent 200,000 yuan on a single meal was still a rare sight. Kong Fong could only wonder what the world had come to. Could such a vast age gap truly be bridged? She would never know that one day she too would fall into Chen Shu's charm trap without even realizing it. Ding. The host has fulfilled the regret of never having treated colleagues to a meal and simultaneously experienced the most expensive dining of his life, achieving a state of living without regrets. Reward 6,000,000 yuan. 6 million. He had spent over 200,000 and received back more than 6 million. Adding the previous reward of over 1 million, Chen Shu's account now held approximately 27 million yuan. Chen Shu felt deeply satisfied. Although this reward was relatively modest compared to previous ones, he was content. However, the road ahead was still long. He still wanted to own a luxurious mansion in Shanghai, something like those near the Arc de Triomphe. And this amount might not even be enough. Of course, as long as things continued at this pace, acquiring a luxury residence this year would be no problem. After the meal, the group gradually made their way downstairs. Chu Hong first arranged taxis to send the front desk girls home. Next came old Lou and his grandchildren. Tonight, old Lou walked with his chest puffed out proudly. The two of them had only finished one bottle of Matai. Chen Shu had insisted that old Lou take the other bottle home. After all, they were old brothers. He cared little for such trifles. With his grandchildren watching with satisfied expressions, the three of them got into the car. Soon only Kong Fong and her best friend Xia Wanting remained at the entrance. Chen Shu asked, Manager Kong, how did you two come? Kong Fong replied, I drove myself. You're doing well, old Chen. Your demeanor is so different from before. Impressive. How's your heart condition? Chen Shu said, after experiencing so much I've learned to let go. The doctor says my positive mindset will help me live a couple more years. Thank you for your concern, Manager Kong. Kong Fong nodded. That's good. I need to learn from your attitude in this regard. Xia Wanting stepped out from beside Kong Fong and said, Uncle Chun, I'd love to learn stock trading from you. Could we add each other as friends? Chen Shu had also been observing this well-built woman for quite some time. Her looks stood equal to Chu Hong and Kong Fong without any issue. Kong Fong was well aware of what her somewhat flirtatious best friend was scheming. However, in front of everyone she couldn't bring herself to interfere, not to mention that Chen Shu had already agreed. She could sense clearly that Chen Shu had become somewhat different, transformed, as if he were an entirely different person. Could divorce be a form of rebirth for an older man as well? Kong Fong asked curiously, Old Chen, what are you planning to do next? Full-time stock trading? Or are you still looking for a job? She assumed all of Chen Shu's money was currently invested in the stock market. This was the only explanation for why Chen Shu now seemed to have plenty of money. Chen Shu couldn't be bothered to explain. No more job hunting. I'm exhausted. I figured it out. Life is merely a few dozen years. You can't make it so hard on yourself, otherwise when you grow old and look back you'll have so many regrets, so many things left undone, feeling as though you've lived for nothing. Manager Kong, you're still young and haven't experienced this yet, but I advise you, take proper breaks now and then. Don't work so relentlessly. If you ruin your health, whose responsibility is that? Enjoy life while you can. You should enjoy life when you can. Beside them, Xia Wanting chimed in, Uncle Chun is absolutely right. Want to go traveling sometime, Uncle? I'm a private tour guide and I can accompany you. I'll give you the friend discount, of course. North, south, east, west. I can take you to all the most fascinating places. To be honest, Chen Shu genuinely had such plans. As a man who in his youth possessed a touch of artistic temperament, what he had always yearned for was a spontaneous journey, to behold the magnificent mountains and rivers of their homeland. But the burdens of life had pressed down upon him, rendering such dreams unthinkable. Yet now he had both time and money in abundance. Chen Shu smiled and said, Sure, I'd really appreciate your help. I've been planning something like that. Xia Wanting's face lit up with delight. Fortune, after all, must be seized through one's own initiative. Meanwhile, warning bells were already sounding in Chu Hong's mind. This woman was truly aggressive, seemingly unconcerned about the age difference between them. Chu Hong compared herself to Xia Wanting in her heart. Their looks were roughly comparable, but the other woman's chest was at least 2 sizes larger. She glanced downward at herself and felt a pang of inferiority. How troubling. Might she lose out to this latecomer? She wondered what Uncle Chun was thinking, appearing to accept everyone without discernment. After chatting for a while longer, evening fell, and they parted ways, each returning home. Upon arriving at Triumphal Arch, the wind stirred, and the alcohol's effects washed over Chen Shu. His alcohol tolerance wasn't particularly strong, and having not drunk in a long time, he truly couldn't hold his liquor, feeling only a hazy dizziness in his head. Upon returning home in a daze, he felt a pair of delicate hands helping him remove his clothes. Overcome by alcohol, he pulled carelessly, drawing the fragrant softness into his embrace before drifting into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes the next morning, Chen Shu discovered his original clothes had been changed into newly purchased sleepwear. Just as he wondered about the details of the previous night, Chu Hong opened the door and walked in. Chen Shu asked, Xiao Chu, did you change my clothes for me? Chu Hong smiled softly and said, Yes, Uncle Chun. You were very drunk last night, and your clothes were soaked with the smell of alcohol, so I helped you change into a fresh set. Chen Shu was stunned. Had this 45-year-old body of his been fully exposed? Recalling the fragrant softness of the previous night, he felt somewhat awkward. Sorry about last night. Chen Shu took the initiative to apologize. Chu Hong whispered with a smile, I didn't expect that at your age, Uncle Chun, you could still be so vigorous, like a 40-year-old man. Look, you even bruised my wrist from pulling so hard. With that, she extended her fair white wrist. There was indeed a red mark visible upon it. Chen Shu stammered awkwardly, but Chu Hong said, I understand, Uncle Chun. At your age, such things are normal, aren't they? Nothing actually happened. Just be more careful next time. Chen Shu felt puzzled. Why was the atmosphere so strange, even somewhat romantic? And why did she say next time? Chen Shu felt the magnificent vigor beneath the blankets and thought youth truly was wonderful. Had he been a bit more assertive last night, he might have broken through the paper-thin barrier between them. However, Chen Shu was also aware that Chu Hong must be hesitating, must be torn. After all, the chasm between them was ever present. And Chen Shu had no intention whatsoever of remarrying in this lifetime. He could not offer her the dignity of a formal relationship. Moreover, even if they were to take what each needed from the other, they would still require an opportunity, wouldn't they? Chen Shu was in no hurry. He said, looking at your bare wrist, here's 50,000 yuan. Go buy yourself a bracelet. As an apology for last night. He directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Chu Hong's WeChat. For Chu Hong, it was neither a large sum nor a small one. The key was to convey his intentions to pave the way for their relationship to develop gradually. Chu Hong's body stiffened momentarily, then she joked, Uncle Chun, are you trying to keep me as a mistress? Chen Shu went along with it and said, what would you be willing? Xu Hong hadn't expected Chen Shu to be so direct. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, only her chest rising and falling continuously, causing the just awakened Chen Shu to feel an unexpected dryness in his mouth. After a moment, Xu Hong asked, "Uncle Chen, are you planning to get married?" Chen Shu shook his head decisively and said, "Marriage? I've been married twice in this lifetime. One buried my youth, the other my middle and later years. Tell me, should I marry again?" Xu Hong was startled. She had only learned yesterday that Chen Shu had gotten divorced, but she hadn't realized the trauma was so profound. Xu Hong fell silent. The atmosphere turned heavy. Chen Shu thought to himself, oh no. This silly girl wouldn't be harboring hopes of marriage, would she? That wouldn't align with Chen Shu's philosophy of savoring life. If that were truly the case, Chen Shu would end things without hesitation, showing no mercy. After a moment, Xu Hong said, "It's not the right time yet. I need to get to work." With that, she fled as if escaping. However, a moment later, after receiving Chen Shu's transfer, she sent back a "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Sitting on the bed, Chen Shu burst out laughing. "How interesting. Not the right time, you say?" Chen Shu contemplated. It must be that he hasn't spent enough money yet. But there was no rush either. After all, they had both taken a step forward together. The system praised Chen Shu for not concealing his inner thoughts, for facing his true desires, and bravely making advances toward a woman. Though rejected, his courage was commendable. Reward fitness potion upon use gained the effects of 5 years of bodybuilding. A fitness potion? What kind of nonsense is that? Chen Shu immediately instructed the system to use it. He then felt the loose muscles beneath his skin begin to tighten, his chest muscles gradually filling out, and his six-pack slowly emerging. At the same time, he felt his physical strength increasing. So this is the effect of 5 years of working out. Chen Shu rose and gazed at his reflection in the bedroom mirror. He looked like a dedicated fitness instructor. All the excess flesh on his body had vanished, replaced solely by firm, toned muscles, and his arms had become remarkably sturdy. If I'd obtained this muscular physique earlier, Xu Hong probably wouldn't have been able to break free last night, right? Chen Shu muttered to himself. Outside in the elevator, Xu Hong's face flushed and her heart raced. In truth, she was deeply conflicted too. She knew Chen Shu wasn't capable of pursuing marriage as an objective. At 60 years old, having seen and experienced everything worth seeing, why would he want to share his fortune with someone? Wouldn't that be courting disaster? Yet Xu Hong found herself struggling to accept it for the time being. Her mindset hadn't made the transition yet. Of course, she also worried about being deceived by Chen Shu. After all, the wealth Chen Shu had displayed was genuinely shocking, but the largest single expenditure so far was only 200,000 yuan, insufficient to make Xu Hong surrender completely. Both of them were locked in a fierce psychological tug of war. After Xu Hong left, Chen Shu also woke up early and called the residential dining service to deliver 2 steaks. Now that he possessed a physique rippling with muscles, he understood the importance of consuming ample protein to maintain his form. Meat and the like were essential. Only after living in a decrepit, aging body could one truly learn to cherish a youthful physique. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, his clothes draped elegantly over well-defined muscles, his arms bulging with sinewy strength, his face full and robust with only a few subtle wrinkles. These spoke not of age, but of dignified maturity, complemented by his distinguished silver-gray hair. Handsome, a silver-haired charmer, even more magnetic than in his youth. The body he had always dreamed of having in his youth was now his. All Chen Shu wanted now was to live life to the fullest, to play this game called existence with earnest devotion. What should I do next? And then perhaps it's time to buy a car. Chen Shu contemplated. Xu Hong had gone to work, but he simply needed to savor this life he had been given. A successful man must possess his own shelter from the storms of life, a car. Chen Shu mused, that Maybach I saw the other day was quite nice, the seating was exceptionally comfortable. He thought about finding someone to accompany him car shopping. Inviting Xu Hong again would be rather inappropriate. That girl's appetite was far too great. He needed to let her cool off for a while, all while she clung to her pitiful dignity. What was dignity truly? In his most wretched moments, Chen Shu had traded away his meager dignity for a mere 200 yuan in overtime benefits. The dignity of the poor is merely a joke. Xia Wanning, whom he had met just last night, would do nicely. She was proactive and precisely to Chen Shu's taste. If one doesn't work out, simply find another. That was the attitude for playing the game of life. He would never be one of those pathetic sycophants fawning over a single person. He was 60 years old now. Time was precious and fleeting. At this moment, Xia Wanning was catching up on her beauty sleep. As a private tour guide, she technically wasn't affiliated with any legitimate company. She merely posted travel photos on social media and Xia Hongshu, hoping to attract clients. Sometimes she couldn't land a single booking for an entire month. Living hand to mouth one day, full the next day, starving. Ding dong. Her phone chimed. Xia Wanting glanced at the screen and saw it was from that diamond bachelor she had met last night. Xiao Xia, are you free today? Come with me to buy a car. Xia Wanting froze. The wealthy man wanted to buy a car. She wasn't sure of Chen Shu's exact net worth, but she knew that someone who spent over 200,000 on a single dinner would surely spend at least 1 million on a car, wouldn't he? And why was he asking her? Xia Wanting understood perfectly. Working in the private tour guide industry meant she knew men all too well, especially men of a certain age. Still, Xia Wanting found it puzzling. Hadn't she seen that woman beside Chen Shu last night, whose looks were on par with her own. How was it that the very next day he was reaching out to her instead? What a scoundrel. An old player indeed. But so what if he is? As long as he's willing to spend money on me, that's all that matters. With this thought, Xia Wanting replied without hesitation. What did she care about his womanizing ways? Of course I can, Uncle Chun. I'll cancel my appointment and come with you right away to buy the car. Where shall we meet? Upon receiving this message, Chen Shu chuckled. How utterly transparent. But Chen Shu chose not to expose the pretense. He simply said, I'll take a taxi to pick you up. Where do you live? After Xia Wanting gave him her location, Chen Shu hailed an A6 through his ride-hailing app and picked her up. Once inside the car, Chen Shu glanced at Xia Wanting. She had dressed up exquisitely. She wore a casual white blouse on top, which couldn't quite conceal the majestic curves beneath her fair neck, paired with jeans that showcased her rounded and full thighs. After getting in the car, Xia Wanting probed. Uncle Chun, it's only been a day, but your aura has gotten even better. I'd never guess your age from looking at you. What kind of car are you interested in? Let me see if I know any salespeople. I could recommend one for you. Chen Shu said, just a Maybach. The seats were quite comfortable when I sat in one before. Xia Wanting nodded enthusiastically. Sounds perfect. Maybachs are excellent. As they say, Rolls-Royce is too flashy, but Maybach hits the sweet spot. Just right for you, so understated. I happen to have a friend who works in sales at a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Let's go take a look there. Chen Shu nodded. All right, thank you then, Xiaoxia. Xia Wanting immediately wrapped her arm around Chen Shu's, her soft curves pressing against his arm. You're too kind, Uncle Chen. It's my honor to accompany you car shopping. It shows you trust me. Isn't it strange how fate works between people? When I saw you last night, I felt such warmth and closeness, even more than I feel toward my own father. And here you are reaching out to me the very next day. That must mean we have some special connection. Perhaps we were family in a past life. This was what distinguished an experienced private tour guide. She knew exactly what to say. Her smooth words delighted Chen Shu immensely. Just then his phone rang. Seeing the name Chun Wen flash on the screen, Chen Shu fell silent for a moment. This was his daughter. The two of them hadn't been in contact for over a year. Chen Shu harbored guilt toward his daughter. When he had remarried, Chun Wen had been firmly opposed. But after a year of loneliness, Chen Shu had been deceived by Yi Mei's sweet talk and married her anyway. After the wedding, his contact with Chun Wen dwindled. She lived alone in their hometown county until her own marriage, when they finally met again in person. Back then, Chen Shu had only given Chun Wen 50,000 yuan, because all his money was controlled by Yi Mei. Later, when 2 grandchildren were born, Chen Shu visited frequently to spend time with the children, and their relationship improved somewhat. However, they never restored a normal father-daughter bond. After all, Yi Mei stood between them. Now that the grandchildren had grown, Chen Shu found it difficult to find excuses to return home, and the two of them grew distant once more. Over a year had passed with minimal contact. Only his grandchildren ever called him. Chen Wen, what made you think to call me today? Chen Shu's voice wavered momentarily. The bond between blood was something no outsider could truly comprehend. On the other end of the line, only breathing was audible. But Chen Shu knew that was his daughter's breathing. So he waited. After a moment, Chun Wen's voice came through. Dad, do you have any money? Chen Shu froze. A voice within him cried out, yes. Dad is so rich now, all he has is money. Chen Shu knew his daughter was naturally stubborn and self-reliant, as she wouldn't ask for help unless it was truly necessary. Something must have happened. He asked gently, it's all right, Ewan. Of course I do. What's going on at home? Chen Wen said, Wang Tao had an accident at the factory. His entire hand was cut off. He needs money for surgery now. We've already used up all of Chun Pingping's wedding funds, but it's still not enough. I'm scared. Hearing his daughter's distressed voice, Chen Shu's heart was shattering. He immediately said, how much do you need? I'll transfer it to you right away. Chen Wen said, I'm not sure, but the doctor said at least 500,000, and we need to transfer him to the city hospital. Chen Shu said, no problem. I'll cover it. Saving Wang Tao's hand is the priority. What's your WeChat? Add me first. Wang Chong is Chen Shu's son-in-law. This son-in-law is also an honest, simple fellow who works at a factory in the county town. He was a classmate of Chen Wen. Chen Shu shared common interests with this son-in-law. Both of them loved fishing. In the past, when he was staying in his hometown accompanying his children, he would sometimes go fishing with his son-in-law. Never would he have imagined that his honest, decent son-in-law would encounter such a calamity. As his father-in-law, Chen Shu certainly could not stand by and do nothing. After hanging up the phone, his WeChat rang. Chen Wen had added him as a friend. Without a word of hesitation, he transferred 3 million yuan directly. Because of blood loss, Wang Tao's complexion was rather pale. Forget it, Awen. It's fine if I lose this hand. This is Pingping's wedding money. If I use it, how will he afford to get married? Would his girlfriend even agree? If my child can't get married, I'll never be able to live with myself. He was a worker at an auto parts factory. Today, because he had been working the night shift for too long, in a moment of carelessness, the cutting machine had severed his palm entirely. After approaching the boss, he learned that their insurance was not signed with this factory, but with a parts factory in another city. Getting compensation would definitely involve a prolonged dispute. They simply didn't have the time to wait. The doctor said that to reattach the palm would require exceptional medical skill, requiring a top-tier surgical hospital in the provincial capital. Moreover, the surgical fees would be an astronomical sum. For an ordinary family, one palm is simply not worth several 100,000 yuan. Chen said decisively, stop talking nonsense. I've called Dad. He can lend us some money. We must save the hand first. That's the only way forward. If Chen Pingping's girlfriend can't even bear to spend this much for him, then such a daughter-in-law isn't worth having. Wang Tao endured the pain and said, your dad. How much money could your dad possibly have? He probably can't even take care of himself. Chen said, whatever he can give is what he can give. He's my last line of support. If it's not enough. At this moment her phone rang. Transfer from Big Tree 300 yuan. Please confirm receipt. Chen shrank her neck and looked carefully. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. 3 million. She vaguely remembered that her father had been a security guard at their residential community. Even if he had some private savings, it shouldn't exceed a few 10,000 yuan. He could actually come up with 3 million. This far exceeded Chen's imagination. Wang Tao beside her said, what's wrong? Is the money not enough? Let's leave. Just throw away my hand. Chen said in an incredulous voice, my dad sent me 3 million. Your hand can be saved. Doctor, we want to transfer hospitals. Wang Tao, how much? In his heart, there was no way his father-in-law could have this much money, right? But he also felt relieved. His hand would definitely be saved. Dad, where did you get so much money? Did Sister Yi agree to you giving me this much? Looking at the message on his phone, Chen Shu replied with his clumsy typing. I made it from stock trading. I've divorced. Now I'm a lonely person with no family. The other party is typing. The other party is typing. Dad, April 28th, Oi Pingping's wedding. Remember to come back for his ceremony. Anan wants to come play with you in a couple of days. Chen Shu replied, okay, I'll be there on time. Use the remaining money to give Pingping a grand wedding. If you need more, just let me know. At this moment Chen Shu closed his eyes. He felt as if he had completed a redemption for himself. When he divorced Chen's mother, he had wronged his daughter once. Later when he married Yi Mei, it further widened the distance between him and his only daughter. Now he finally had the opportunity to complete his redemption. Ding. Host has completed making amends for wronging his daughter, remedied the regrets towards his daughter, and healed the wounds in her heart. Reward obtained 60 million. Chen Shu was not the least bit surprised by this reward, because this was his greatest regret in life. Being able to help Chen made him feel an immense sense of satisfaction. 60 million was by no means excessive. After taking a long time to compose himself, Chen Shu slowly opened his eyes that he had closed. He desperately wanted to go help his daughter tide over this difficulty right now. But Chen was naturally strong-willed. If he appeared now, he couldn't help with anything and would only affect her emotions. So he just needed to show up. Leave the rest to the professional doctors. He just needed to continue with his own plans. Chen Shu let out a long, slow breath. Xia Wanting beside him had been sensible enough not to make a sound all along. Seeing that Chen Shu had recovered, she asked, Uncle Chen, what's the matter? Your daughter? Chen Shu nodded. Yes, there's something going on at home. Xia Wanting gazed out the window. I understand. At your age, there are always many things that suddenly burst into life. That's what life is. What else can one do? Chen Shu looked at Xia Wanting with an appreciative gaze. This woman was quite something. Her perspective on life seemed even more penetrating than his own. Throughout the journey, Chen Shu didn't speak again. He had been reminiscing about the past. By the time they got off the car, his mindset had finally shifted. He had already helped his daughter. Now he still had his own life to play. But this time buying a car, he had a new idea. His eldest grandson's wedding was next month, and as a maternal grandfather, he certainly needed to contribute some money. The regret he felt towards his daughter could also be mended through his grandson. However, giving money directly was too straightforward. Moreover, Chen Shu was very clear that ordinary people, if they suddenly received a large sum of money, would find it difficult to handle. People can only control money within their cognitive reach. Money beyond their cognition will slip away in one way or another. Chen Pingping was only 23 now. In Chen Shu's eyes, he was still very young. Giving him a few million would easily cause him to lose his way. But a wedding was after all a major event. Gifting him a car would naturally be the best choice. This way he could also let him gain some face in front of his wife. The two soon arrived at the Hubin Pujiang Star Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership in Huqing. The showroom here was supremely grand. Upon entering, Chen Shu saw luxurious cars displayed on both sides. Chen Shu didn't know much about luxury car brands. Basically just the big three: Audi, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW. These were the most popular car brands in his era, also symbols of wealth. So he chose Mercedes-Benz. Moreover, that previous Maybach had been extremely comfortable and left him very satisfied. Upon entering, before the salesman arrived, a man from a young couple browsing cars nearby walked straight toward them. Isn't this the class beauty? Is this your dad? Came to buy a car with your dad? The man raised an eyebrow, his tone not particularly polite. Chen Shu frowned, rather unhappy. Young people these days had such poor manners. Seeing this man, Xia Wanting gave a light laugh. This is my boyfriend. Chen Shu was stunned. What kind of drama was this? Was there a story between these two? The man said, no way, you actually found some old geezer in his 40s or 50s. Xia Wanting, your taste is really lacking. Xia Wanting let out a cold laugh. He has money and he has charm. That's all that matters. What business is it of yours? Chen Shu watched the two people arguing and felt curious about their story. Xia Wanting, you really do love money. The man across from her said. Xia Wanting replied, so what's wrong with loving money? So what if I did? Is there anything wrong with loving money? The two of them exchanged a few more barbs. After a moment, the man, mindful of his girlfriend's feelings nearby, walked to the side to look at cars. Curiosity sparked in Chen Shu's eyes as he asked, "An ex-boyfriend?" Xia Wanting shook her head. "Not exactly. He was just one of my pursuers. His name is Lu Wei. Back then I saw he only earned 4,000 yuan a month, couldn't even support himself, so I rejected him. Who knew he'd say I looked down on him for being poor and started spreading rumors about me at my workplace, which got me fired. But it worked out perfectly too. I discovered my personality wasn't suited for office work anyway. Getting fired was a blessing in disguise. The company compensated me with an N1 package. You win some, you lose some. The thing that really bugs me is if you don't have money, go earn it. Why take it out on me? A guy like that is such a mood killer." Chen Shu laughed. So that was the story. Xia Wanting's personality was truly straightforward, never hiding her thoughts. She had some materialistic qualities, but she wasn't manipulative, never pretended to be otherwise. No one knew Lu Wei felt humiliated and couldn't handle the blow, so he started retaliating. Xia Wanting turned to ask Chen Shu, "Uncle Chen, is there anything wrong with loving money?" Chen Shu shook his head. "Of course not. Everyone has their own preferences and can decide their own way of life. This kid here really did something inhumane. Can't earn money to save his life, gets rejected, then feels his pathetic self-esteem is hurt and retaliates. What a pathetic clown." Xia Wanting said, "Uncle Chen really sees things clearly." Chen Shu chuckled. At one point in time, thinking this, the two of them went to look at cars. In a moment, Xia Wanting's friend, who worked in sales, came over. She was a woman in her 20s. Xia Wanting said, "Little Wang, this is my Uncle Chen. He came to look at cars. Your Maybach is over there, take us to see it." The two had met at a bar nightclub. It was common for young people to hang out at nightclubs these days. Wang Ting often interacted with the upper echelons of society. After all, among people who came to browse the Mercedes store in Shanghai, 70% were there to buy C-Class or E-Class models, while 30% came for G-Class or Maybach-level vehicles. There were quite a few of them. She spotted the Hermes on Chen Shu at a glance. Combined with his natural air of authority and perfect physique management, he was definitely a wealthy man. "Mr. Chen, please come in. The Maybach exhibition area is on our second floor. The cars on the first floor probably aren't quite suitable for someone of your social standing." Wang Ting smiled warmly. No wonder Mercedes salespeople were so professional. Flattery delivered without leaving a trace. Chen Shu nodded. "All right, let's go upstairs." Not far away, Lu Wei, who had come to look at the Mercedes C-Class, was secretly observing Xia Wanting and Chen Shu. He wanted to know what those two were doing here. Were they here to buy a car, just like them? His girlfriend asked, "Who are they?" Lu Wei said casually, "That woman is a former colleague of mine. She loves money more than anything. She even pursued me once, but I turned her down. She's too greedy for material things. That old man beside her must be the sugar daddy she's attached herself to." His girlfriend nodded. "I can see that. The old man beside her is definitely very wealthy." Lu Wei asked curiously, "How do you know?" His girlfriend replied, "The jacket he's wearing is Hermes. One piece costs 30,000 yuan. His whole outfit is at least 70,000 yuan or more. Plus his entire demeanor is exceptional, similar to those millionaire clients I've seen." Lu Wei's girlfriend worked at a bank and had encountered many wealthy Shanghainese people. Her eye for such things was naturally sharp. Of course, there was something else she didn't say, that the old man was quite charming with very deep-set eyes. Chen Shu's charm potion was constantly asserting its effect. But charm alone wasn't enough for a man. Without money, it wouldn't create such a powerful impression. Lu Wei's expression turned grim. He never imagined that he, a young professional with higher education, would be no match for a silver-haired old man around 50. What made him even more envious was that they had also gone upstairs to take a look. But they had hurried back down after just one glance. Nothing up there cost less than 2 million yuan. He had brought his girlfriend here today with just 100,000 yuan for a down payment on a Mercedes C-Class. The cars upstairs, Maybach, Rolls-Royce, Mercedes G-Class, were all luxury models that couldn't be financed. Of course, even if financing were an option, Lu Wei wouldn't be able to afford it anyway. He wasn't even sure if he'd ever be able to drive a Maybach in this lifetime. What's so great about having a couple of stinking dollars? Lu Wei said defiantly. His girlfriend quietly thought to herself, if only we had money, we wouldn't be struggling to afford a house in Shanghai. She felt only envy. In some ways, the old man truly was an excellent partner. It was just that he was old. But was age really an issue nowadays? How many cases of older men with younger wives or older wives with younger men were there in the entertainment industry? As long as two people were compatible, what did age matter? Those were all societal views, all things that could be broken. Chen Shu had no idea that his casual appearance had made Lu Wei's girlfriend's heart flutter. The two arrived on the second floor, and the female salesperson, whom Xia Wanting knew, became enthusiastic and eager. "I wonder if the gentleman has a model in mind?" Salesperson Wang Ting asked. Chen Shu considered, and said, "The Maybach, take me to have a look." Wang Ting immediately raised her left hand, leading the two toward the innermost area. "These are all the latest Maybach models for this year. I recommend the S-Class 680, which fits your distinguished temperament perfectly." Wang Ting's voice was excessively sweet. This model would cost 4 million yuan on the road. Closing just one car like this would guarantee her commission for the month. "If it suits you, you can take it for a test drive," Wang Ting proactively suggested. Chen Shu said, "Oh, my driver's license is from 10 years ago. Wanting, why don't you try?" Xia Wanting repeatedly shook her head. "Chen Shu, I wouldn't dare. If I even scratched it, it would cost more than my life is worth." Chen Shu was resigned. Wang Ting said, "It's no problem, Mr. Chen. We have partnerships with the Vehicle Management Office. Your driver's license can be updated anytime as long as you provide your identity information, of course on the condition that you purchase the car." Chen Shu was amazed. Was this the privilege of a luxury car? A little indulgence of money. He had thought he would need to retake his driving test. Chen Shu nodded. "All right, let's experience it first. I'll appreciate you doing the driving, beautiful lady. I'll sit in the back and enjoy the ride." Wang Ting smiled and said, "This is the least we at Mercedes can do, Mr. Chen." While Lu Wei and his girlfriend were carefully test driving a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, barely having pulled out a car, came speeding directly from the adjacent lane. "Careful. That's one of our showroom cars. It's a Maybach. You couldn't possibly afford to pay for the damage," said the salesperson in the passenger seat without holding back. Lu Wei's face turned mortified, yet he had no choice but to obediently slow down and yield. Only then did he clearly see Xia Wanting seated in the passenger seat. This was the girl who had once chosen to weep inside a Maybach rather than smile on a bicycle's back seat, and now her wishes had finally come true. It made Lu Wei feel utterly worthless. She had succeeded in her pursuit of wealth. But did he have any success of his own? The salesperson beside him, oblivious to how she was adding fuel to the fire, spoke enviously. "This is the latest model in Polar Night Black. The drive-away price exceeds 4 million yuan, enough to buy 20 C-Class vehicles. Had it not been for you two, that customer could have been mine." Sigh. The salesperson never spelled it out directly, but both Lu Wei and his girlfriend understood exactly what she meant. So what if they were selling a 20,000 yuan car on installment with meager commissions? Was that somehow hindering her from making big money? In truth, their frustration stemmed entirely from envy and jealousy. When Lu Wei had been rejected by Xia Wanting back, then he had boasted about how he looked down on women who cared only about money. Yet in reality, he couldn't maintain such aloofness. While cursing the corruption of wealth, he simultaneously longed to become rich himself. In essence, there was only one reason: he simply wasn't the one with money. Even Xia Wanting surpassed him in this regard. At the very least, she never pretended to be anything other than what she truly was. This man wasn't even as straightforward as a woman. Chen Shu sat in the back seat of the Maybach. He activated the zero-gravity mode, then asked Wang Ting to play an old rock song, Rock and Roll, on the new Long March, a track Chen Shu had favored during his younger years. Closing his eyes, he quietly savored the moment. 31 Burmester speakers emitted a resonant, powerful sound that instantly transported Chen Shu back to that summer afternoon lying on a bamboo mat listening to the radio. Ding! The host used top-tier audio equipment to hear a beloved rock song from years past, feeling the sentiment that time flows like water and cannot be reclaimed. Reward 500,000 yuan. A heartfelt reflection warranted him a bonus of 500,000. Chen Shu remained unmoved. At his age, anyone might suddenly feel a pang of nostalgia as time slips away. Moreover, he now had over 20 million yuan sitting in his account, so this 50,000 bonus meant nothing to him. What he truly wanted was to fully immerse himself in the Burmester sound system. It was genuinely far superior to any car he'd ever ridden in before. The ride-hailing service car he'd used previously hadn't even been the top trim. This one was. Certain features simply can't be appreciated unless you really take the time to experience them. The Maybach's power delivery was exceptional, remarkably smooth with no sense of acceleration or deceleration from the rear seats. He was almost tempted to doze off. No wonder those executives never seemed drowsy at work. They could actually nap in their cars. So don't listen to those toxic motivational quotes about surviving on 4 hours of sleep. The bosses ride in Maybachs while ordinary workers are stuck on the subway. How are they supposed to catch up on rest? After enjoying the ride for half an hour, Chen Shu was thoroughly satisfied. Wang Ting offered, "Mr. Chen, you could also opt for the Starlight roof, though it might require a wait before you can pick up the vehicle." Chen Shu shook his head. "No need for the trouble. This one will do, full payment. I'm driving it away today, getting it plated. And I'll leave my license matters to you." Wang Ting swallowed the retort she had been about to make. This was the kind of genuine wealthy client she rarely encountered in an entire year. He paid in full outright. Wang Ting shot Xia Wanting a glance that conveyed everything. "Sister, you're absolutely amazing for landing such a huge order for me. I'll definitely make it worth your while." Xia Wanting felt equally stirred. This Uncle Chun was truly a tycoon. Kong Fong had claimed he was merely a security guard, but that must have been someone pretending to live among ordinary people for a while. These days, the wealthier people become, the more eager they are to experience the lives of those below them. Now that he'd had his fill, he was ready to return to upper-class living. With just a wave of his hand, he bought a Maybach. Where could one find such a charming, handsome old man? Back at the dealership, Chen Shu began preparing to make payment. As he made his way toward the VIP room, he glanced over and spotted a boxy vehicle parked there. Chen Shu immediately fell in love with it at first sight. Anyone who's purchased a luxury car knows that when you have the means, what matters most is whether the car speaks to you. Once that connection is made, specifications become irrelevant. "What's this car?" Chen Shu asked curiously. "It's a G-Class, commonly known as the Big G," Wang Ting explained. This one was ordered by a previous customer who's coming to pick it up this afternoon. Chen Shu walked over and circled the vehicle, thoroughly impressed by the Big G's boxy design. Wang Ting described it as less comfortable than the Maybach, but with superior off-road capability and more power. Xia Wanting watched Chen Shu curiously from the side, wondering what he was thinking. Could he be falling for the Big G again? It seemed every man couldn't resist its allure. She was well aware of this vehicle. As the saying goes, a player drives a Big G. That's exactly what this referred to. Chen Shu asked curiously, how much is this? Wang Ting explained that the price was comparable to the Maybach he'd just sat in, but since it required parallel import, there would be a waiting period before he could take delivery. In his youth, Chen Shu had frequently gone wild fishing back home, dreaming of driving an off-road vehicle like this one across open fields. He also hoped to travel throughout the country in the future, and such a vehicle would be perfect for that purpose. Xia Wanting approached Chen Shu and asked, Uncle Chen, you're not seriously planning to drive a 4 million yuan Big G off-roading, are you? Chen Shu responded with genuine curiosity, why can't I? Isn't this car made for off-roading? His words left Xia Wanting thoroughly convinced. While this car was considered a status symbol among young people who would actually drive a multi-million yuan luxury vehicle into rough terrain and wear it out. That's why out of all the Big G vehicles in the country, 99% are driven on paved roads, with very few actually used for off-roading. Chen Shu thought about it and decided to gift the Maybach to his grandson as a wedding present. Of course, he needed to keep one for himself. The Maybach was for lounging in the back seat, but this Big G would accompany him across mountains and seas. If that was the case, purchasing both wouldn't exceed 10 million yuan, a minor concern. Having spent that amount, Chen Shu was confident the system would reward him even more. His wealth only grew the more he spent, so he naturally didn't mind this expenditure. Watching Chen Shu ponder intently, Wang Ting felt a surge of excitement and stammered, Mr. Chen, are you thinking of? Chen Shu replied, I'll take the Maybach today and place an order for the Big G as well. I'll pick it up in a couple of days. Both? Xia Wanting's eyes widened in disbelief. Those were both top-tier luxury vehicles from the Mercedes-Benz lineup. Owning one of them was already the pinnacle of ordinary life. No, to truly reach the peak of an ordinary person's existence, owning an E-Class or a C-Class would suffice for a lifetime. But Chen Shu remained as casually composed as though he were simply picking up 2 packs of cigarettes at the convenience store downstairs. Is this what a wealthy person looks like? The man of Xia Wanting's dreams had finally appeared. Though somewhat aged, the sheer display of wealth was undeniable. Initially, Xia Wanting had hoped to find a wealthy young heir, but after reconsideration, she found such men too frivolous. An older established man was far more genuine and caring. Nor could one overlook the overwhelming charm that Uncle Chen's mature persona exuded. Wang Ting, however, was left even more astonished. As a luxury car salesperson, she had encountered numerous wealthy individuals, including some whose fortunes exceeded 100 million. Yet no customer like Chen Shu, so effortlessly generous, spending money without a hint of hesitation or burden, had ever crossed her path before. The ease with which he did so was striking. After all, a Maybach represented a lifetime's ambition for so many. Mr. Chen, you're not joking, are you? Wang Ting's voice trembled. This transaction would completely shatter her sales record. The domestic luxury car market had contracted severely due to economic headwinds. Even wealthy clients were hesitant to spend freely. Chen Shu unfazed chuckled and said, Now, young lady, why would I fabricate such a thing? Hurry and fetch the card terminal. Let's secure the Maybach first, then tell me the deposit for that G-Wagon. We'll transfer it all at once. Wang Ting was now absolutely certain that this middle-aged man was genuine. She hurried off to retrieve the contract from the manager. Within just a single morning, 2 million-level luxury vehicles had been sold. A feat so remarkable, it drew the manager himself, who personally brought a freshly brewed coffee and invited the waiting Chen Shu to join the staff for lunch. The manager personally served him food. This was the small indulgence that money brought. Chen Shu thoroughly enjoyed the moment. Wasn't life all about displaying one's status before others? As the manager escorted Chen Shu out of the staff dining area with careful reverence, he happened to spot Lu Wei finishing the mortgage paperwork with his girlfriend and collecting the car keys. When Lu Wei saw Chen Shu and Xia Wanting again, his earlier arrogance had clearly dimmed. Having been firmly reprimanded by the sales staff about the realities of his situation, his excitement over picking up the car had entirely faded. Xia Wanting glanced at the car key in Lu Wei's hand and said with a grin, not bad, you're driving a big Benz now. But Lu Wei knew all too well that Chen Shu was taking home a Maybach, and he understood Xia Wanting was mocking him. He sneered, for money you'd go with an old, ugly man. What's there to be proud of? Do you really think you'll be happy? Is money really that good? Chen Shu remarked, puzzled why he was being dragged into this. You couldn't win her over yourself, so why attack me? Chen Shu interjected from the side. Young man, don't pretend to despise money while harboring such vanity. Everyone has their own ambitions, and loving wealth isn't wrong. At least Wang Ting is more straightforward than you. If you truly regarded money as worthless, you wouldn't be here financing a luxury car. The most hypocritical thing in this life is saying one thing, but doing another. You claim money is bad only because you lack it. If you had wealth, you'd never say such things. After saying this, he turned to the woman beside Lu Wei and asked, Madam, how about I give you 1 million to be my girlfriend for a day? The woman beside him froze. She glanced at her boyfriend, bit her lip without speaking. But Lu Wei felt as though the sky had fallen in on him. This lecherous old man was actually targeting his girlfriend. What made it worse was that his girlfriend hadn't even spoken up. 1 million. Damn it, Lu Wei found himself feeling tempted too. 1 million yuan. His monthly salary was only 7,000. 1 million could buy more than a decade of his labor. Even Xia Wanning was stunned. Chen Shu was usually so mild-mannered, but this move was ruthless. Even if Lu Wei and his girlfriend made it home tonight, they wouldn't be sleeping together. Once that rift formed between them, any future discontent would bring it back up. Chen Shu's tactic was delightfully cunning, and Xia Wanning approved. Lu Wei slunk away defeated, any joy from picking up his new car completely ruined. He never imagined he'd been bested by an old man. Still thinking it over, losing to a man who could afford a Maybach wasn't unjust. At the Mercedes-Benz sales center, Chen Shu had already received the Maybach keys. It was a showroom model that had just arrived that month, but Chen Shu refused to wait any longer. He demanded immediate delivery and declined to negotiate for any discounts. After all, Chen Shu had more than enough money. The expenditure today would quickly recoup. Meanwhile, the sales center manager had dedicated 2 hours to securing his new driver's license. By 3 in the afternoon, Chen Shu finally drove away. The total came to 6 million, 4.5 million covering the Maybach's on-road costs. The remaining 1.5 million was a deposit for the G-Wagon with delivery expected within a month. As Chen Shu pulled out in the Maybach, the manager and Wang Ting waved farewell from the entrance. They kept waving until the Maybach's taillights disappeared from view before returning inside. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending lavishly to acquire the dream vehicle. The art of living bows to you alone. Reward 800,000 yuan. Driving the Maybach with its Burmester sound system, Chen Shu checked his system balance and found it had reached 989,17323 yuan, on the verge of surpassing 100 million. He was about to achieve a minor milestone. The system had been bound for some time now, and at last he could become a genuine billionaire. Chen Shu was in excellent spirits. Xia Wanting sat beside him, exploring the interior with her hands. While they'd test-driven before, now they were truly taking the car home. The experience felt entirely different. Though she was merely an observer, witnessing a transaction worth over 1 million was a rare opportunity for ordinary people. This is truly impressive. For a car costing over 4 million, there's something missing, Xia Wanting remarked. Chen Shu asked curiously, what's missing? Xia Wanting thought for a moment, then snapped her fingers briskly. You're not wearing a watch. Uncle Chen, where's your timepiece? Chen Shu glanced at his bare wrists and realized she was right. How could a top-tier wealthy man go without a watch? The watch had nothing to do with telling time. It was a symbol of status and standing. Every man needed one. Chen Shu said directly, let's go buy a watch. Where can we find a watch shop? There's a Rolex boutique on the Bund side, Xia Wanting said excitedly. Chen Shu set the navigation and pressed the accelerator firmly. The V12 twin-turbo engine roared like a wild beast, drawing the attention of numerous pedestrians along the street. This was Chen Shu's first time driving such an extraordinary vehicle, and the engine's thunderous roar seemed to pierce straight through him, making his aged heart feel suddenly revitalized. The street erupted in commotion for a moment, but in Shanghai such displays were commonplace, and quickly subsided back into calm. After all, Shanghai was never short of luxury cars. They arrived at the Bund. Parking was indeed a troublesome affair. But that was a difficulty only ordinary people faced. Xia Wanting, this little girl, had something special about her. Before coming, she had simply called the Rolex boutique directly, saying she wanted to go shopping and needed a parking space arranged. The other side immediately confirmed it was taken care of. Chen Shu had learned something from Xia Wanting. In the past, he would never have thought of doing something like this. When he went out, he would always try his best to avoid inconveniencing others. If parking was difficult, he would simply take a taxi. It never occurred to him to ask someone to specially arrange a parking spot for him. So this was what they meant by brave people enjoying the world first. Chen Shu felt deeply moved. You're something else, Wanting. It never crossed my mind to do something like this before. Xia Wanting chuckled and said, when I first entered society, I didn't understand either. But after meeting all kinds of people and working as a private tour guide, one must be bold. So I gradually learned a few things. Face this world with courage, dare to make your requests. After all, what's the worst that could happen if you fail? Though if it were in the past, I wouldn't have called to ask them to reserve a parking space for us. It's only because you're driving a Maybach, Chen uncle. That's our calling card. You don't think any random cheap car would get the Rolex store manager to reserve a spot for us, do you? Chen Shu burst out laughing. Upon arriving at the Bund, Xia Wanting made another call, and a sales associate from the Rolex boutique was already standing at the corner of the street waiting to greet them. We're in the Maybach license plate, Shanghai A. She had barely finished speaking when they saw a young woman in a pencil skirt professional attire waving at the front of their car. She guided Chen Shu to drive into a parking space within the hotel. Welcome, Mr. Chen and Ms. Xia, to our Rolex boutique. This way, please. The sales associate warmly guided the two of them in through the boutique's back entrance. This was the privilege of the wealthy. Driving a Maybach meant you could enter through the back door whenever you pleased. This was also Chen Shu's first time learning that the boutique even had such an entrance. Moreover, upon entering, he discovered there were two distinct areas. The outer area had several wide display counters. Giving them a quick glance, most pieces were Rolex watches priced at several thousand to over 10,000 yuan. The Rolex brand wasn't having an easy time either these days. Despite still being viewed as a luxury brand in people's eyes, younger customers were scarce and brand recognition had declined. Sales weren't high, so they gave meticulous comprehensive care to prospective clients like Chen Shu. Never mind that Chen Shu had arrived driving a brand new Maybach. The beautiful and young Xia wanting beside him also enhanced Chen Shu's perceived status. Add to that Chen Shu's own charisma, which went without saying. Sir, you may first browse our new releases for this year, the sales associate said courteously. Xia wanting directly asked, where's your green Hulk? Show it to us. The sales associate replied, we do have it, but there's only one remaining, so the price is somewhat high. The green Hulk was one of Rolex's more famous models. Precisely because of its fame, there were many counterfeits. Moreover, the green version had very low production, resulting in significant premium pricing. Even their boutique only had one in stock. Chen Shu said casually, price is not an issue. Bring it over for me to see. He didn't care about the price at all. Watches were the accessory he had desired most when he was in his 20s and 30s. There weren't many accessories a man could wear. A watch was definitely the one that best reflected one's status and worth. This was far more upscale than necklaces or prayer beads. The sales associate soon brought over an exquisite box. Inside lay a watch with a dial radiating a verdant green glow. Chen Shu took one look and was immediately captivated. Excellent, let me try it on, said Chen Shu. The sales associate said with a hint of embarrassment, sir, our store has a regulation. If you wish to open this watch, we need to verify your assets first, as we want to avoid any disputes. Chen Shu chuckled lightly. He hadn't expected that even buying a watch required asset verification. However, glancing at the price tag on the watch, it was already 2,800 yuan. The premium on this green Hulk was truly severe. But money couldn't buy happiness, and since he had the attitude of playing this game called life, why not? Moreover, the balance in his account had reached over 90 million yuan. Perhaps by buying this watch he might just have the chance to break the 100 million mark, completing his small goal of 100 million. This had once been material for his wildest dreams. Chen Shu nodded and said, understood. Let me show you my bank balance. The sales associate said, that will do, sir. Thank you for your understanding. Chen Shu directly displayed the balance in his ICBC app on his phone. After Xia wanting glanced at it, her heart literally skipped a beat. Over 90 million. Close to 100 million. As a private tour guide, Xia wanting considered herself someone who had seen plenty of wealthy individuals, so she had developed immunity to money and low-end bootlickers. But this balance of 90 million truly opened a new world for her. It was terrifying. If it were for herself, she could simply lie flat for the rest of her life. She now had a clear understanding of Chen Shu's true wealth. Just the money in his bank account was close to 100 million. Then how much must his total assets be? With that, age was no longer an issue either. May I? Chen Shu asked, looking at the dazed sales associate kneeling before him. The sales associate finally snapped back to reality. There were indeed many wealthy people in Shanghai, but those who kept nearly 100 million in liquid funds in their bank account were few and far between. After all, assets were assets and liquid funds were liquid funds. The numbers in that bank account were more than enough to buy their entire store. That will do, sir. Please extend your right hand, and I'll put it on for you. The sales associate knelt on the ground and personally fastened the watch band onto Chen Shu's wrist. This kneeling service would have made Chen Shu feel awkward in the past. But now his mindset had changed and he sat there calmly. Because he was worth it. If they successfully sold this green Hulk, this sales associate would earn a commission of at least 1,000 yuan. This was what one called bowing to money. And she was genuinely delighted about it. After wearing the green Hulk, Chen Shu's entire aura elevated another level. The sales associate complimented, sir, it would truly be a waste if you didn't become a celebrity. You're so handsome, even more charismatic than those veteran handsome male stars. Xia Wanning rolled her eyes beside him. How did you steal the words I was about to say? Chen Shu felt the weight on his wrist. Perfect. Combined with the green dial, it indeed exuded immense masculine charm. Moreover, this watch clearly looked priceless. Luxury goods truly knew how to captivate people. This one then. And select a few more models, said Chen Shu. Rich men who collected watches. Every man couldn't resist having a few more watches in their drawer. Wanting, come help me pick, he said. Xia Wanning's eyes lit up. Sure. Instantly the sales associate's attitude toward her improved as well. Xia Wanning was usually the one serving others, not the one being pampered. When had she ever experienced the sort of enthusiastic treatment from a sales associate who normally looked down her nose at customers? Today she finally got to experience what it felt like to live like a wealthy woman. It was as if every little detail had been meticulously attended to. How refreshing. And Xia Wanning made no pretense of modesty. Whenever she spotted a watch style she fancied, she would have Chen Shu try it on so she could feel how it sat on the wrist. At first he had thought of holding back since every timepiece in here carried a hefty price tag. But then he glanced at the balance on his bank card and decided there was no point in being frugal. Save money for someone worth over 100 million. Would such a person really care about those paltry savings? If anything, he might think you were being overly stingy. There was no need to save. The right thing to do was to help Uncle Chen spend. Xia Wanting understood exactly how to play along with Chen Shu and please him. After all that bustle, Chen Shu had tried on a dozen watches before narrowing his choices down to 6. Chen Shu didn't hesitate. Wrap up those 5 for me. And Wanting, go pick out 2 watches for yourself. Don't worry about the price, just choose whatever you like. Xia Wanting looked up in surprise. Really? Chen Shu smiled. Do you think I'd lie to you? I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't decide, we're leaving. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Xia Wanting cheered at once and planted a light kiss on Chen Shu's cheek before darting toward the counter. Chen Shu felt momentarily flustered. What was this girl thinking, not reading the room at all? They could have waited until they were in the car. Did she really have to go so wild right there in the boutique? Young people these days, Chen Shu chuckled helplessly. Still, the sales associates at the store all responded with polite smiles. Everyone there seemed to understand this kind of situation perfectly well. Besides, Chen Shu didn't look particularly old. His body aged only to 45, while Xia Wanting was merely 30. A gap of 15 years perfectly normal. Some men married 20-year-old brides at the age of 80. 45 and 30 was practically tailor-made. The only odd thing was the form of address. Why call him directly Uncle Chen? Ding. Host has won the favor of a young woman and received 1 bottle of youthful elixir. Chen Shu heard the voice resonating in his mind. So another bottle of youthful elixir, just like that. His current bodily age stood at 45. If he took another bottle, he would revert to 40. But the difference between a 60-year-old physique and a 40-year-old one was simply too stark. Chen Shu remembered that when he was 40, his clean-cut looks combined with his stable newspaper job made him quite popular on the matchmaking market for middle-aged singles. He had something of the celebrity who go about him. Women in their 30s and 40s, even some in their 70s and 80s at the matchmaking corners, would eagerly scramble for his contact information. Taking another dose now would bring too drastic a change. He needed to transform gradually. Otherwise, when he ran into Kong Fong and Old Lu in the future, he wouldn't know how to explain it. He decided not to touch the elixir just yet. He had barely pulled his attention away from the system when Xia Wanting returned. Uncle Chen, I've chosen 2. What do you think? Xia Wanting held up her fair wrist for Chen Shu to see, adorned with 2 exquisite ladies' timepieces. Rolex. No issue with the craftsmanship. To Chen Shu's eye, every model looked more or less the same. But being the gracious companion he wanted to be, he praised, very nice, Wanting. Both styles suit you well. Go ahead and take them. Xia Wanting was thrilled. The 2 watches together cost 1/8 yuan, but she would never play coy the way those calculating girls might. She had made up her mind. She picked what she wanted without hesitation. She had been mentally prepared for this all along. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Xia Wanting could hardly bear to part with her new watches. Chen Shu simply signaled the sales associate to process the card payment. 8 watches in total, setting him back 1.3 million yuan. Not a single blink from him. He awaited the system's response. As expected, it came a moment later. Ding. Host has purchased his first luxury timepiece in this life. A talisman upon the wrist, mastering the threads of fate. Reward 150,000,000 yuan. 15 million. That was an impressively generous reward. Host's gaming life experience fund has exceeded 100 million yuan for the first time. Check-in level upgraded to LV2. Daily sign-in bonus increased to 200 yuan. Unexpected luck indeed. Chen Shu was elated. He checked his bank card balance. 113 million yuan. Was this what it felt like to be a multi-millionaire? Those many zeros trailing behind. The old Chen Shu would have felt as though he were dreaming. But the present Chen Shu saw them only as a string of emotionless digits. Because his money kept growing the more he spent it. At least under the mindset of playing at life, as long as expenditure served his emotional fulfillment, the returns came back tenfold. In this moment, Chen Shu understood what it meant to say, money holds no interest for me. That said, men are inherently greedy. 100 million yuan felt entirely insufficient to him now. A mere 100 million was nowhere near comparable to the world's truly elite tycoons. This is merely the threshold of a new world. One must learn to remain insatiable. Chen Shu told himself. After all, Rolex was the fashionable luxury of his era, popular among office workers. But one must look forward. Beyond Rolex, Patek Philippe was truly the apex of modern horology. Still, Chen Shu was in no rush. Securing Xia Wanting's companionship was far more important, and these watches had sufficed. There would be plenty of time for Patek Philippe in the future. Escorted to the parking spot by the Rolex store manager and 2 young attractive sales associates, neither Chen Shu nor Xia Wanting needed to carry the watch boxes or the gift packages the boutique had provided. Once a person reached a certain station in life, many trivial matters truly did not require personal attention. This was not some spoiled adult dilemma. There were simply too many people eager to curry favor. After declining the manager's request to add WeChat, Chen Shu drove away from the Bund with Xia Wanting. They had been out shopping all day. Chen Shu suddenly felt hunger pangs. In his former life, he had rarely gone more than a few hours without eating. Now that his activity level had increased, and combined with his 45-year-old body and 5 years of fitness training, his metabolism had picked up considerably. He grew hungry far more quickly. This was the vitality of youth. Chen Shu asked, Wanting, do you have any plans for dinner? If not, shall we go out for a meal? Xia Wanting, still glowing from acquiring 2 luxury timepieces that day, replied with a bright smile, I know a wonderful restaurant. Intimate, elegant, and with a view of the river. It's aboard a ferry. Truth be told, despite 40 years of struggling in Shanghai, Chen Shu had never dined on one of the Bund ferries. The cost had always been prohibitive. Even a casual sightseeing cruise without a meal ran several hundred yuan per ticket. How could he have borne to spend that? But today was different. Chen Shu was in high spirits. It felt as though life's frantic pace had suddenly slowed, granting him the luxury of savoring the scenery along the way. With a net worth approaching 100 million, he wanted to sit aboard the ferry and absorb the city's nightscape at his leisure. When one has wealth, time itself seems to expand. The ancients were right when they said, an inch of time is worth an inch of gold. The place Xia Wanting had chosen was indeed fine. As a personal tour guide, she knew precisely how to spend money to delight her clients. They boarded a mid-sized ferry. The ticket price alone came to 380 yuan for two, steep to be sure. But the advantage was that the vessel was spacious, yet sparsely populated, affording genuine tranquility. Perhaps precisely because the tickets were costly, ordinary people truly could not bring themselves to spend such amounts. This yacht is really nice. How much does it cost? Do you know, Wanting? Chen Shu asked curiously as he stepped onto the deck. This yacht reminded him of a team-building trip from his newspaper days when they went out to sea fishing. Back then he had already sighed with emotion. If only he could own a yacht of his own, leisurely fishing at sea every day, how wonderful life would be. He felt that life should be lived this way. But in the year 2000 the price of yachts was unimaginably high. His salary then was just over 1,000 while a yacht cost millions. Of course it was the same now. In fact, prices had inflated even more. Xia Wanting, though a private tour guide, didn't move in circles that high end. After all, as a private guide, she mostly dealt with younger people. At most they would book a luxury hotel, rent a flashy car, and Tibet to show off, and that was it. Nothing more. As for luxury cars and yachts, she rarely had the chance to encounter them. Xia Wanting hesitated. Well, Uncle Chen, I'm not sure either. Probably millions. Better ones could cost hundreds of millions, right? I heard my Yun has a luxury yacht worth over $1 billion. A smaller one might be cheaper. Uncle Chen, are you thinking of buying one? She found it hard to believe. Even if Chen Shu was a billionaire, he had just spent 10 million on 2 luxury cars today. Now he wanted a luxury yacht too. Was he planning to burn through his fortune? But considering Chen Shu's age, she could somewhat understand. She had seen his ID when buying the car. He was 60 this year. It was only natural that he wanted to experience life. She also recalled what Kong Fong had told her earlier, that Chen Shu had a heart condition and had recently gone through a divorce. So it was perfectly normal that his heart was wounded, and he was now spending lavishly to enjoy life. Still, a luxury yacht seemed a bit too extravagant. It wasn't something ordinary people could afford. Even someone with a net worth of 100 million might barely cross the threshold. Chen Shu smiled. I have that idea. I'll buy one later. He spoke with absolute certainty. After all, his money was only growing. Even a billion-yuan yacht was just a matter of time. He had thought being a billionaire was already impressive, but it turned out he wasn't even a fraction of the richest man. Still, everything would come in time. Xia Wanting began to indulge in a woman's fantasy. She imagined blue skies, white clouds, turquoise sea yacht. She was lying on a lounge chair in a bikini, wearing sunglasses, basking in the sun, enjoying life with utter carefreeness. That was the life. Xia Wanting directly grabbed Chen Shu's arm and said, Uncle Chen, will there be a place for me on your yacht? Chen Shu chuckled. That depends on your performance. He could sense Xia Wanting's intentions. As a single old man, he naturally wouldn't refuse the initiative of a 30-year-old woman. Besides, Chen Shu felt that Xia Wanting could resonate with him on life philosophy. Of course, if anyone dreamed of getting a marriage certificate, that was impossible. If you want something from me, you first have to show what you have and what you can give. Xia Wanting playfully punched Chen Shu's chest. You're naughty. Watching this 30-year-old woman act coy, Chen Shu felt a slight stir in his heart, long buried by life's trivialities. He couldn't remember how long it had been since his world was nothing but work, earning money, and supporting his family. The romance and excitement of youth had long faded away. At this moment, gazing at the night view of Shanghai across the water with a beautiful woman clinging to his arm, he felt truly alive. To hell with marriage. To hell with work. This was the life he wanted. Chen Shu laughed. A moment later, composing himself, the two went up to the top deck of the yacht. There was a buffet-style restaurant up there. The food served was the finest that Shanghai had to offer. After the previous meal that cost over 200,000, the buffet, at 188 per person, didn't impress Chen Shu much. What moved him more was the night view of Shanghai from the river. The red wine here is pretty good. It costs over 8,000 a bottle in bars. Would you like some, Uncle Chen? Xia Wanting held up a bottle of wine from the buffet counter. Given his age, Chen Shu wasn't used to drinking red wine. But after a moment's thought, wasn't life about trying new things? Doing what you've never done, seeing sights you've never seen, meeting people you want to meet. So on the top deck of the luxury yacht, the two sat there sipping red wine, savoring delicacies, drifting along the Huangpu River. It wasn't until around 11 at night that the yacht slowly docked. By then both were a little tipsy. Chen Shu's tolerance for alcohol was fine with wine. Xia Wanting, however, seemed to have a low tolerance. Her cheeks were flushed, her steps unsteady. As she staggered, Chen Shu, who was supporting her, dared not look down. Her chest was like 2 grapefruits. I can't drive. What should we do? Chen Shu was pondering. Xia Wanting pointed to the Waldorf Astoria next to them. Uncle Chen, why don't we stay at the hotel tonight? Chen Shu was taken aback. Was that a hint? Actually, he doubted that 2 or 3 glasses of wine could knock Xia Wanting out. But some things were better left unsaid. In fact, throughout the day, Xia Wanting had been very forward. She couldn't just say outright, Uncle Chen, I've taken a fancy to your money. Keep me. Sometimes being too direct has its drawbacks. Chen Shu nodded. I guess that's the only option. As for getting a designated driver or something. Don't ask. Chen Shu was old and didn't understand those things. He only knew that if you drink, you don't drive. If you drive, you don't drink. He helped Xia Wanting into the Waldorf Astoria. The doorman was savvy and opened the door for them. A suite, please. Chen Shu said directly. The front desk clerk looked up at the two, but said nothing. Then they both took out their IDs. Seeing Xia Wanting skillfully pull hers from her bag, the clerk understood. This was no forced situation. But when he saw Chen Shu's ID, he was a little surprised. 60. However, the brand new Rolex Submariner on Chen Shu's wrist and the Maybach key that came out with his wallet made it clear. This scene was common in hotels. We only have the presidential suite available, sir. It's 188 yuan per night. Chen Shu learned for the first time that a hotel room here could cost nearly 20,000 a night. But the location spoke for itself. A suite overlooking the river was worth it. Chen Shu nodded. Fine, I'll take it. Swipe the card. He wasn't used to mobile payments. Swiping a card felt more natural. The two entered the spacious presidential suite. Chen Shu was stunned. 2 bedrooms. How was that supposed to work? A 188 yuan room with a single bed would have been better. Xia Wanting said casually, Uncle Chen, I'm going to take a shower. Chen Shu stood alone in the suite's living room. There was a leisure area and a fitness zone where one could sip tea while gazing at the night view of the Bund along the Pujiang River. The nightscape here was slightly different from the Kaishuanmen where Chen Shu rented. Perhaps it was because it was closer to the Bund. Watching the crowd still strolling along the Bund at night emboldened by the alcohol, it was easy to feel a surge of heroic spirit, a sense of being above 10,000 people. Afterwards, Chen Shu lay down in the master bedroom as he had a habit of sleeping early. Coupled with the alcohol, he was already drowsy. In a moment, a faint snore arose. In a daze, someone pressed down on him. When he opened his eyes, it was Xia Wanting, clad only in a bathrobe. Her eyes shimmered with spring's radiance, desire and longing palpable. Chen Shu was no block of wood. At this moment, to have no thoughts would be to deny his manhood. What followed naturally unfolded. No words were needed. The next day, Chen Shu was awakened by the sunlight streaming in. He usually rose quite early. Last night's exertions had kept him up late. After all, it had been years since he had last experienced such intimacy. An old man still working, where would he find the extra energy? Moreover, the 60-year-old Yi Mei had no such desires. But Xia Wanting was at her prime, 30 years old. If not for this body being 45 years of age combined with 5 years of fitness training, he might not have been able to withstand it. The two of them were barely a match in strength. When Chen Shu stirred, Xia Wanting's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Seeing Chen Shu looking at her, even though she was usually composed, a hint of shyness crept over her. Thinking back to the madness of last night, she found it hard to believe that Chen Shu's age was really 60. Looking at the sinewy muscles on his body, he was truly more robust than some young people. Uncle Chinyu. Xia Wanting didn't know how to begin. Chen Shu said, marriage is out of the question. I can give you 200,000 a month. I won't restrict your freedom, and you don't restrict mine. If one day you've had enough, you can leave any time. I'll give you enough money. Xia Wanting's eyes shifted. You old bastard. A pillow smacked into Chen Shu. He was startled, not knowing what Xia Wanting meant. She said, is it only about money between us? Can't I just like you? Chen Shu was slightly surprised. Could this woman really have fallen for him? He was somewhat astonished. In truth, he had underestimated his own charm. With 2 bottles of charm potion and a financial offensive, no woman could resist a handsome, wealthy diamond bachelor. Xia Wanting truly had grown fond of this not-so-old man. Of course, financial reasons played a part as well. But Chen Shu's attitude of only talking about money without mentioning feelings irritated her somewhat. Women, after all, are like that. They want it all. After coming to his senses, Chen Shu chuckled and said, wanting at my age, talking about feelings isn't appropriate. It's better to be materialistic. I've been in 2 relationships, and in the end I was kicked out. So it's better to be practical. I've transferred 100,000 to your phone. You have 10 minutes. If you accept it, that means you agree to my terms. If you don't, you can walk out of this room and still keep the 200,000, but then we won't see each other again. Xia Wanting frowned. She had approached Chen Shu because she was attracted to his wealthy aura. But now she was genuinely a little infatuated. After a moment's thought, she also knew that Chen Shu had been deeply hurt by 2 marriages. There was no need to overthink it. 100,000 a month, no need to work. Wasn't that exactly the life she was after? Xia Wanting gritted her teeth. The issue of feelings could be dealt with later. Money was something she could have right now. For someone who enjoyed immediate gratification, it was more than enough. Seeing Xia Wanting accept his transfer, a smile spread across Chen Shu's face. Ding. The host has broken free from the shackles of love, embraced practicality, and refused to be a slave to emotions. This mindset is commendable. Reward 100,000 yuan. Chen Shu smiled. He had just spent 100,000, and the system rewarded him with 1 million. Truly timely. Just then, Xia Wanting pounced on his shoulders from behind. The moment he felt the pressure on his back, his phone rang. Seeing the name on the screen, Chen Shu answered. Xiao Chu, what's up? Chu Hong's voice came through. Uncle Chen, why didn't you come home last night? Chen Shu. I had something to deal with, so I stayed at a hotel. Chu Hong seemed to understand. Okay, I'm going to work now. She hung up. Chen Shu was speechless. He felt a bit like he had done something wrong. Xia Wanting heard the voice from over Chen Shu's shoulder. Is that Miss Chu? Are you two living together? Chen Shu said, just living together, nothing else. Xia Wanting let out an, oh, and didn't think much of it. Because she didn't want to interfere with Chen Shu's freedom. She was just a 30-year-old woman with some looks and an ordinary background, her only asset being her figure. How could she possibly control someone worth hundreds of millions? If he were a young man, she might have a chance. But Chen Shu was already 60. He had lived long enough, seen enough, and wouldn't be easily manipulated. Besides, he had already given her fair warning. Chen Shu, on the other hand, felt a bit unsettled. Chu Hong was a decent woman, capable, beautiful, and had a good attitude toward him. He naturally didn't want to miss out. But this woman wanted too much. That was why Xia Wanting had beaten her to it. When he first met Chu Hong, Chen Shu had thought that after his divorce, the first woman he'd be with would be someone like her. He hadn't expected Xia Wanting to be so aggressive that he couldn't refuse. This even gave Chen Shu a sense of guilt, as if he had cheated. After all, the two of them had also been mutually interested. No, this guilt was misplaced. Chen Shu snapped awake. He was here to enjoy life, to play the game. Besides, Chu Hong was just his roommate. How despicable. I almost became a pathetic cuckold. I must always be wary of such thoughts. Chen Shu reminded himself. He was here to save her life, not to find trouble. He absolutely must not entertain such servile ideas. Once he realized this, Chen Shu felt relieved. His life could not be tied to a single woman. Yi Mei couldn't, Xia Wanting couldn't, and Chu Hong certainly couldn't. Chen Shu got up, stretched, and after washing up received a call from his niece Chen. Grandpa, I'm taking the high-speed rail today. I'll be at the station in an hour. Can you come pick me up? I have 2 classmates with me. Chen voice came through. Chen Shu's tone turned gentle. Sure, send me the exit gate later. Grandpa will come pick you up. Xia Wanting asked curiously, Uncle Chen, you have a granddaughter? Chen Shu replied matter-of-factly, I'm 60, isn't that reasonable? Xia Wanting chuckled, of course it's reasonable. Should I leave first then? Chen Shu nodded, go ahead. My granddaughter and her 2 classmates are coming, and the car won't have enough room. Xia Wanting pouted, but before leaving she planted a kiss on Chen Shu's cheek, and left happily. Chen Shu smiled, tidied up, and went to pick up Chen. Chen Shu felt a deep sense of guilt toward his daughter Chen Wen. After he married Yi Mei, back then Chen Wen had to live and get married in her hometown all alone. Her husband Wang Tao came from a poor peasant family that couldn't even afford a betrothal gift. With no one to rely on in her hometown, and both her parents divorced, and absent, Chen Wen had nothing. So she asked for nothing, except that any child they had would bear her surname. Back in 2005, Wang Tao felt he owed Chen Wen. He had only 1,000 yuan in his pocket for the wedding, not even enough to host a banquet, so he agreed to her condition. To Wang Tao's family, the young, beautiful, and independent Chen Wen was a catch far above their station. It was only later that Chen Shu learned how insecure Chen Wen had been back then. After his divorce, like a parched land finally receiving rain, he had been utterly bewitched by Yi Mei neglecting his own daughter. Now thinking back, he felt he truly deserved to die. Fortunately, heaven granted him a chance to make amends. When he saw the sign for Hongqiao Station, Chen Shu slowly pressed the brake. There were management personnel there who not only cleared out unauthorized ride-hailing cars, but also prevented vehicles from parking too long and blocking the road. But today Chen Shu waited there for half an hour without anyone coming to chase him away or asking if he was a ride-hailing car. It seemed that a Maybach was a man's calling card, saving him from many unnecessary troubles. When he received another call, it turned out that Chen and her classmates visiting Shanghai for the first time were having trouble finding the exit in the vast high-speed rail station. Chen Shu guided them slowly, then got out of the car and had the station manager direct them over the phone. The manager was a plump, charming woman in her 40s. Seeing the distinguished Chen Shu step out of the Maybach, her eyes instantly glazed over. After returning his phone, she said, Sir, picking up your child. Chen Shu chuckled lightly. Yes, my granddaughter just finished her college entrance exams and applied to Huda University. She's come to get familiar with the environment. The worker glanced at the green-dialed Rolex on his wrist. Yes, indeed. Kids these days are much more pampered than we were. Chen Shu thought to himself, do you even know how old I am? I'm 60. There's a generation gap between us two. But he didn't say it, and continued chatting with the 40-year-old woman. The woman was quite forward, mentioning that she was recently divorced and her child had just graduated from college. Chen Shu thought, what does that have to do with me? Just then he saw Chen wearing a baseball cap walking over with 2 shy female students. Chen had been a chubby, adorable kid, but as she grew up she became slender and more like her mother, a stunning beauty. Once she entered Huda University, she would surely captivate countless boys. Chen Shu knew he had to show her the big world, or she might easily be fooled by some flashy, reckless youth back home. Fortunately, Chen Wen had inherited his love for literature and reading, so Chen-Nen's upbringing was impeccable. And then I'm over here. Chen-Nen and her 2 friends walked out of the exit and scanned the roadside for taxis. In her memory, when she visited 2 years ago, Chen Shu had picked her up in a taxi. She expected the same today. But as soon as she stepped out of the station, she heard someone calling her from the private car lane. Then she saw a younger-looking version of her grandpa dressed in strikingly elegant clothes waving at her. Huh. Chen stared blankly at her grandpa, whose hair had gone from grayish to almost black, utterly confused. Is this my grandpa? Before she could react, the station staff member quickly stepped forward, helping the three girls with their luggage toward a luxury car. These three girls are really pretty. The tall one must be your granddaughter, sir. She does look a bit like you. Chen was bewildered. In the past, the station staff had always been aloof and dismissive. Why were they so enthusiastic today? Almost as if they were trying to ingratiate themselves with her grandpa. And what about this luxury car? Had her grandpa borrowed it? Rented it? Mom said he had no money left. How could this be? 100 questions swirled in Chen mind, but this wasn't the time to ask. Even Chen Shu found the 40-year-old woman a bit too enthusiastic. He got Chen into the car and sped off with a tap on the accelerator. The woman looked on with regret. Ah, that handsome wealthy man didn't even give me his WeChat. Is my makeup bad today? What a pity, oh, I'd even settle for being his mistress. That little girl is so lucky to ride in a Maybach right after high school. Inside the Maybach, Chen Shu drove skillfully, weaving through traffic. Shanghai had no shortage of luxury cars, but many drivers kept their distance when they saw the Maybach, not even honking when overtaken, making Chen Shu's drive incredibly smooth. Chen Shu asked, "Anin, is your father's hand better?" Chen said with some concern, "It's better. The doctor at the city hospital said it was brought in on time, and the hand was well preserved. The surgery to reattach it took 18 hours, and now he can move it. Mom told me to thank you, Grandpa. There's still over 2 million left that she'll pay you back after Dad is discharged." Chen Shu shook his head. "That money was for your mother. No need to pay it back. It's fine. Your brother is getting married in a few days. I'll talk about it when I'm home." Chen introduced, "Grandpa, these are my classmates. We all applied to Huda University, but different majors. This is Li Xiaomon, and this is Ji Yunyu. Hello, Grandpa. Sorry to trouble you." "Hello, Grandpa." Chen Shu smiled warmly. "Hello, girls. Since you'll be at the same university, please take care of Anin." He observed that Li Xiaomon's family seemed well off. She wore branded clothes. Ji Yunyu, on the other hand, wore faded canvas shoes and simple attire, suggesting a more modest background. Yet both were naturally pretty, with clear features and pure innocent eyes. The three young girls radiated youthful energy, instantly filling the car. Chen became lively. "Grandpa, this car looks really expensive. Did you borrow it?" Chen Shu smiled. "No, I bought it." Chen gasped. "Bought it? This must have cost a fortune. Mom said you seem to have gotten rich." Chen Shu replied, "Well, I've made some money." Chen carefully touched the car's audio system, full of curiosity. Chen Shu felt a deep peace. Life, after all, was about family. Seeing the happiness on Chen face, Chen Shu felt content. In the back seat, Li Xiaoman and Ji Yunyu looked on with a hint of envy. On the high-speed train, Chen had told them that Chen Shu was just a security guard. But now that clearly wasn't the case. What security guard drives a Maybach? Who was she kidding? Li Xiaoman's family was quite comfortable. Her father was a civil servant, and her mother served as an accountant at the County City Investment Company. With a solid background and a striking beauty, she was also the campus belle of Nanjing County No. 1 high school. Owing to her family's favorable circumstances, the people she associated with were predominantly from wealthy backgrounds. This had fostered a certain vanity within her, and inwardly, she harbored a dismissive attitude toward Chen Anin, whose grandfather worked as a security guard in a residential compound in Huqing. Upon hearing from Chen Shu that he had purchased the vehicle, doubt flashed across Li Xiaoman's eyes. She had to concede that this elderly man possessed a certain charm. He appeared younger than expected, even more distinguished than her own grandfather, who held the position of department director in the city. But she recognized this car. It was a Maybach. The construction contractors in the downtown area who bought this model typically settled for the base trim, whereas this was the fully loaded version, a luxury automobile worth millions. How could someone working as a security guard afford such a thing? Yet spotting the Rolex Submariner on Chen Anin's grandfather's wrist, she felt a pang of confusion. A car could certainly be rented, but who would rent a watch like that? What a peculiar old man. Beside her, Ji Yunyu displayed no curiosity whatsoever, only a deep-seated sense of inferiority. Among the three of them, her family was undeniably the least privileged. She came from a single-parent household, living with a disabled mother and a younger brother still in middle school. In truth, Ji Yunyu had come to Huqing hoping to find summer employment. This would not only help her acclimate to the environment ahead of time, but also allow her to earn tuition fees through part-time work. Huda was a Project 211 university, and the tuition was not exorbitant at 5,000 yuan per year, but for Ji Yunyu that sum remained entirely out of reach. She hailed from a remote village on the outskirts of Nanjing County. Her family's annual income amounted to only 3,000 yuan. High school had been subsidized through financial aid and scholarships, but with university, the combined burden of tuition and living expenses was enough to crush her humble family. So she sat in the luxury vehicle, profoundly ill at ease, her hands folded tightly in her lap, perfectly still, terrified of soiling the interior. Chen Shu cast a glance at her through the rearview mirror, a touch of sympathy stirring within him. "All right, I promised you a phone once you got into university. Here it is." Chen Shu retrieved the Apple phone he had previously purchased from the glove compartment. Chen Anin's eyes widened with delight. Grandpa, you really bought it for me. The latest model, and in pink. Thank you, Grandpa. Observing Chen Anin's radiant happiness, Chen Shu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, and the weight of his guilt toward his daughter lightened ever so slightly. From the back seat, Li Xiaoman gazed enviously at the brand new phone. She had also asked her family to buy her a new phone as a graduation gift, but they had refused. A flagship Apple phone cost over 10,000 yuan. She was left with an older model that had been issued to her father by his employer. Though somewhat reluctant, at least it was a top-tier domestic brand valued at over 6,000 yuan. Yet compared to Chen Anin's latest Apple phone, it fell utterly short. Li Xiaoman found herself unable to reconcile the discrepancy. Could this really be a security guard's grandfather? Could Chen Anin be deliberately misleading them? The audacity was infuriating. This old man bore absolutely no resemblance to a security guard. Holding her newly acquired phone, Chen Anin herself felt a flicker of hesitation. She had visited Huqing before, and the memory remained vivid. Back then they had traveled by taxi with no gifts exchanged. Grandpa had clearly been wary of her step-grandmother hurrying them through a rushed tour of the Bund and a brief visit to the Oriental Pearl Tower before returning home. That had been nearly a single day rushed and hurried with no overnight stay. In truth, Grandpa's previous home had not had space for her to stay. But today, the luxury car, the expensive phone, everything felt surreal. Could this truly be the same reserved, meticulously frugal grandfather she had known all her life? He was so handsome, so captivating. From childhood onward, Chen Anin had only ever envied her classmates' wealthy and socially prominent parents, but she had never imagined her grandfather could transform into a man of such means. Chen Anin's mind struggled to process the revelation. Chen Shu drove the car to the Kaikshuamen residential complex, but the gate system failed to recognize the license plate, for it held no assigned parking classification. Chen Shu had no choice but to call Chu Hong, who was on duty nearby. Moments later, she hurried over. She may have sounded irritated on the phone, but now her eyes sparkled with warmth as she looked at Chen Anin seated in the passenger seat. You must be in, aren't you? Your grandfather speaks of you constantly. You're so pretty, so well-behaved, and your grades are excellent. When you come to Huqing, I'll show you around. Chen Shu smiled. This is my roommate here. Just call her Sister Chu. Sister Chu, Chen Anin said obediently. Chen Shu had originally planned for Chu Hong to accompany Chen Anin around the city. After all, the generational gap between him and a girl who had just graduated from high school was considerable, and three young women might feel stifled in his presence. Having Chu Hong with them was ideal. She quickly registered Chen Shu's license plate at the property management office and then accompanied them back home. Upon ascending to the apartment, Chen Anin stood astonishment-struck before the sprawling 300-square-meter residence and its magnificent balcony, expansive enough to jog along while overlooking the Pujiang. Grandpa, is this your new home? Where's Grandma Yi? Chen Anin asked, her voice trembling with excitement. This place was far grander than any residence her grandfather had previously called home. Chen Shu answered directly. Your grandpa is alone now. We divorced. When Chen Shu had first divorced, he had kept it hidden from his daughter. But he had come to realize that certain signs are evident from the outset, perceptible to those who pay attention. Continuing to conceal the truth would only do more harm than good. Moreover, Chen Anin was no longer a child. Her relationship with Yi Mei and the others had always been distant, so revealing the truth directly would not cause any significant disruption. As expected, Chen Anin's face lit up with delight. You're not living together anymore. Chen Shu nodded. That's right. Chen Anin was genuinely overjoyed. She had never been able to warm to that step-grandmother. Yi Mei was far too harsh with her, subjecting her to endless meaningless lectures every time they met. Chen Anin asked, can I take photos and post them on social media? Take all the pictures you like, Chen Shu replied. This is your home now. Stay the night here and photograph however you please. Chen Shu had no intention of putting Chen Anin up at a hotel. Three girls who had just obtained their identification cards staying in a hotel was hardly advisable. The security at Kaikshuamen was beyond reproach. If even his Maybach could not simply enter, then intruders stood no chance whatsoever. Chen Anin and her two classmates quickly found themselves wandering through the apartment, capturing selfies from every angle. Chen Shu noticed that Ji Yunyu was using an battered phone with a cracked screen, yet she photographed the river view outside the window with the gentlest of touches. A quiet longing for the future flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Chu Hong also seemed to notice and emerged from the bedroom. Little sister Ji, come here. Your phone screen is shattered. I happen to have an old phone lying around. Why not take it? It'll just gather dust where I am. Ji Yunyu immediately shook her head. Sister Chu, I'm quite all right with this phone. Tears glistened in Chu Hong's eyes as she insistently pressed the old phone into Ji Yunyu's hands. Do not refuse me, dear. Now that you've crossed this threshold, we are family under one roof. I have no use for this phone myself. Take it as my own act of letting go. Be a good girl and accept it. Chen Shu watched from the sidelines, curious as to why Chu Hong was showing such particular kindness toward Ji Yunyu. Ji Yunyu still accepted it. Her phone barely had any functions other than logging into WeChat. She could do nothing at all, not even browse short videos. It made her feel as though she belonged to a different world from her classmates, always drifting on the outskirts of their circles. Only Chuninin and Li Xiaoman were her close friends. Thank you, Sister Chu, Ji Yunyu said softly, bowing her head. Chu Hong smiled and replied, You're welcome. I like you. You remind me so much of myself when I was your age. Chen Shu began to understand. Soon the three girls were in high spirits. Previously Chen Shu and Chu Hong were the only ones in such a spacious house, rarely gathering, until evening barely any sign of life. Now the three girls chattered away, filling the space with vitality. Chen Shu called the residential community's private restaurant and arranged a lavish lunch for the girls. It consisted mostly of the finest seafood ingredients. This completely opened the girls' eyes. In a small county town, the best meal they had ever enjoyed was merely an all-you-can-eat buffet, costing over 100 yuan per person. The seafood was nothing more than large shrimp and mediocre crabs. Watching Chun Unin gnawing on a king crab leg all alone, a blissful smile spread across Chen Shu's face. Had Chen Shu not imagined this scene before? Taking his grandchildren around enjoying life. This was the life he had dreamed of since turning 40. Back then the most he could manage was taking Chun Pingping and Chun Unin to KFC. It was impossible not to feel inferior at that time. 20 years later, Chen Shu's wish had finally come true. Ding! The host's belated regret spanning 20 years has been fulfilled. However, regret remains regret. I hope the host understands the true meaning of life, cherish the present, and leave no regrets. Reward 5,000,000 yuan. A small regret from 2 decades worth 5 million. Not bad at all. Chen Shu was now already worth over 100 million. This additional 5 million was quite a pleasant bonus. Watching Ji Yunyu eat so delicately, Chen Shu said, Don't worry about eating, little Ji. There's plenty more. Look how thin you are with no flesh on your face at all. This young girl was indeed heartbreakingly endearing. Moreover, Chen Shu had learned that Ji Yunyu was also the top scorer from Nanxing County No. 1 high school this year, and family circumstances had made her strive relentlessly. After finishing their meal, the three girls had no intention of resting. It was likely because high school life had been so oppressive. As soon as the vacation arrived, they were like golden canaries released from their cages, unable to enjoy a moment of quiet, longing to fly freely across the sky. Chen Shu directly transferred 200,000 yuan to Chu Hong and said, Little Chu, please take the 3 of them around. Young girls care about their appearance, so buy them a few new outfits and let them have fun. Tomorrow take them to Disneyland. We'll gather for dinner at the Huang Gongzi restaurant in the evening. Chen Shu had quickly arranged the entire day's itinerary. Perhaps even Chen Shu himself had not noticed, but the confidence emanating from his every gesture had become impossible to ignore, like a company chairman who could masterfully orchestrate and control everything, captivating the 3 girls and the woman beside him. He exuded the charm of a mature man at all times. Chu Hong found herself saying involuntarily, okay. She had harbored some resentment toward Chen Shu the previous day for not returning. Plus Chen Shu had returned driving a new car, without even letting her accompany him, which had left her somewhat grumpy. But seeing him today, that resentment seemed to dissipate on its own. She despised herself for being so easily won over. Yet what special relationship did she and Chen Shu actually share? They were merely roommates. Sigh. Chen Shu, however, had not given it much thought. After winning over Xia Wanting, he felt refreshed and relaxed, no longer as attached to Chu Hong. But having such a woman as a roommate, it was only human not to feel a flicker of temptation. Chen Shu did not stop his financial maneuvering. Taking out the Maybach keys, Chen Shu whispered, Yesterday, I went with Xia wanting to buy a car, because she had connections there. I also picked out another one for you, a Mercedes C-Class. I'll take you to pick it up in a couple of days. He did not hide Xia Wanting from Chu Hong, because there was no need. Chu Hong was a smart woman, and a smart woman would inevitably know her place. Chu Hong's anger stemmed from his secrecy regarding his interactions with Xia Wanting. Honesty was always the best approach. Chen Shu had not lived his 60 years in vain. Sure enough, when Chu Hong thought about Chen Shu having looked at cars with Xia Wanting yet still thinking of herself, a warm satisfaction bloomed in her heart. It seemed Chen Shu had not forgotten her. All right, but if these 200,000 isn't enough, I'll ask for more, Chu Hong said softly. Chen Shu smiled and replied, Of course. The 3 girls sat on the balcony eating ice cream and whispering. Li Xiaoman lowered her voice and said to Chunanin, Your grandfather and that woman aren't just roommates. Chunanin looked innocent and asked, What do you mean, Xiaoman? Li Xiaoman said, That woman's gaze toward your grandfather feels off. There's definitely something going on between them. Li Xiaoman did not voice the thought that her grandfather was behaving rather unlawfully. She had once caught her own father with his mistress, and those two had shared the same furtive glances. So she had recognized their unusual connection immediately. Chunanin scratched her head and said, Aren't they just roommates? Li Xiaoman glanced around the house and replied, That's possible. They likely started as roommates and developed feelings from there. Your grandfather is divorced after all. And your grandfather looks surprisingly young, barely in his 40s. They make quite a matching pair, and your grandfather is quite handsome. Chunanin chuckled and said, My grandfather is indeed very handsome. Besides, he's divorced, so my mom won't have anything to say about it. Mom once told me that grandfather has his own freedom. Li Xiaoman thought to herself that she was right. In fact, the two of them looked quite perfect together, a strong man and a gentle woman. She no longer commented further. Ji Yunyu remained silent on the side, feeling that it was none of her business to meddle. Chu Hong took the Maybach keys and examined them carefully. She knew they were not hers. Her own key was still at the shop. But she was well aware that Chen Shu's wealth was far more formidable than it appeared on the surface. This was a brand new Maybach. Let's go, three lovely young ladies. This afternoon belongs to us. Chu Hong smiled warmly and led the three girls away. The four of them, one exuding mature grace, the three radiating youthful energy, would turn heads wherever they went, forming a stunning sight. Meanwhile, Chen Shu enjoyed a leisurely afternoon at home. During that time, Chu Hong took the three soon-to-be college students to stroll along the Bund, visit the Pearl Tower, and shop enthusiastically. 200,000 yuan. Chu Hong had never before experienced such abundance. That evening, Chen Shu hailed a taxi and headed to the Huang Gongzi restaurant to meet up with Chen Enan and the other two. Normally, the Huang Gongzi required advance reservations. But since Chen Shu had spent over 2,000 yuan on his previous visit, the restaurant manager waived the reservation process entirely. It was then that Chen Shu learned the reservation system was designed to filter ordinary customers and reserve access exclusively for wealthy patrons. Returning to one of Shanghai's most prestigious restaurants, Chen Shu's mindset was altogether different from his first visit. Though the ingredients were equally exquisite last time, he had felt an almost intoxicating sense of having finally ascended to the upper class. This time, however, he remained composed. Freed from the influence of his emotions, he could savor the flavors with greater clarity. The emperor crab was truly exceptional. With her mouth glistening from the rich food, Chen Enan didn't forget to ask Chen Shu, "Grandpa, this meal must have cost quite a lot, right?" Chu Hong, seated nearby, laughed and said, "Enan, your grandpa certainly isn't short of money now. Even if you ate here every single day, it wouldn't bankrupt him." Chen Shu nodded and said, "Don't worry about the cost, Enan. Enjoy yourself these next 2 days. Your grandpa isn't the same man he used to be. I've got plenty of money now." Chen Enan was deeply puzzled by her grandpa's transformation. They had last met a year ago. In just 12 months, he seemed like a completely different person. He had truly surprised her. Lost in thought, she began taking photos of the half-eaten feast on the table and posting them to her social media, slipping in a message to her parents to let them know she was safe. Chen Enan's post instantly stirred a wave of surprise. The first to notice was her father Wang Tao, who had set up notifications for her account. Wang Tao, whose palm had barely regained basic mobility, lay on his hospital bed, leisurely scrolling through his phone. He had been anxiously worrying about affording his son's upcoming wedding, but the 3 million yuan provided by his father-in-law had lifted that burden from both him and his wife. Noticing the alert banner on his phone, Wang Tao tapped into it and discovered a series of posts Chen Enan had made that day. "Wife, look, our daughter is riding in a Maybach today. Is this really where your father lives? Wasn't his place one of those pigeon cage-style residential compounds? Why does the photo appear to be by the Pujiang? And Enan bought so many clothes. And they're eating emperor crab." Wang Tao sat bolt upright on his hospital bed in astonishment. Chen Wen admonished, "Will you behave yourself? The doctor said you haven't had your stitches removed yet. You can't be moving around like this." Wang Tao replied, "Never mind me. Just tell me, how much money does your father actually have? Weren't they divorced? How did he end up driving a Maybach?" Chen Wen frowned and said, "How should I know? Since he remarried after the children started elementary school, we've seen him only a handful of times a year. This time it really is strange. After the divorce, he seems even wealthier. He probably used his private savings to trade stocks. He's already 60. He wouldn't do anything illegal, would he?" Wang Tao said, "Isn't he just a security guard?" Chen Wen retorted, "What's wrong with being a security guard? My father always loved reading finance books. Who says he couldn't become a stock market genius after turning 60? Wang Tao nodded reluctantly. All right, you're right. That 3 million he gave us." Chen Wen pondered for a moment and said, "When Ping gets married, if he comes to visit, I'll see what he says. If he asks for it back, I'll have him write me an IOU. Watching his stubborn daughter, Wang Tao sighed helplessly. "Don't speak so coldly toward him. I think your father felt ashamed to reach out before because he had no money. Now that he has resources, he'll likely try to make amends." As a fellow father, Wang Tao could understand Chen Shu. Chen Wen nodded. "I understand. Don't worry. I've long forgiven him in my heart. I'm just upset that he found an excuse not to visit. Do you think I value money that highly? He simply cared more about that Yimei. They should have divorced long ago." Wang Tao looked down at the photo on his phone of Chen Shu and Chen Enan together. "Your father looks remarkably younger." Chen Wen had already seen her daughter's social media post the moment it went live. After all, which daughter wouldn't want her father to stay youthful? Deep down, she rejoiced at seeing her father's bright, carefree smile once more. He had finally escaped an unhappy marriage. Some were overjoyed, others were burdened with worry. Shanghai. Within the Xinqing International Garden residential community, Yi Jinsai, Yi Mei, and Du Chunyi, 3 people with 6 eyes, stared intently at Chen Enan's social media post, analyzing it together. Is that really the old man? How does he look so youthful? We saw him that day ourselves. I remember the woman beside him very clearly. She looked exactly like that. Yi Mei's gaze flickered uncertainly. She had been certain that Chen Shu had left completely penniless. But now, she was no longer so sure. Yi Jinkai spoke up. "I always felt he divorced far too readily. It turns out he had already secured his own escape route. No, mother, we can't just let this go. Half of his wealth should belong to you. Du Chunyi nodded in agreement. According to the law, all property acquired during a marriage is jointly owned. Mother, this is your right. Yi Jinkai exclaimed. He actually bought a Maybach. I should be the one driving that. Yi Mei's emotions grew tangled. From the photograph, she could see Chen Shu as he had looked in his youth. After the divorce, his outlook had clearly brightened, making him appear years younger. But what angered Yi Mei most was that Chen Shu had ostensibly left her only 8,000 yuan and an apartment, while secretly slipping away to live lavishly behind her back. That beautiful woman in her 30s must be his new mistress. He had only been divorced for a few days and had already enticed another woman. And he had done it using marital assets. That money should have been divided between them. Yet he had deceived her so effortlessly. Let's go to his workplace and find him. Yi Mei's blood pressure surged instantly. Her mood had been thoroughly sour these past 2 days. Yi Jinsai, who was now trading stocks full-time, had watched the A-share market plummet the day before. His original capital of over 1 million had been reduced to a mere 30-something thousand through his habitual pattern of buying high and selling low. At this rate, they wouldn't even be able to cover their mortgage payments, let alone support the family. The three of them hailed a taxi and headed toward the Xinqing International Garden community. They still believed Chen Shu was working as a security guard in the compound. Upon arrival, they saw old Lu and a new colleague standing guard at the entrance. Seeing Yi Mei approach with her son and daughter-in-law, old Lu offered his usual cordial greeting, until he noticed her furious expression and remembered that Chen Shu had already divorced Yi Mei. Sister-in-law, what brings you here today? Old Lu greeted her politely. You're looking for Brother Chen. He resigned a long time ago. At that moment, Kong Fong happened to walk by. Having met Yi Mei before, she asked, Auntie Yi, what are you doing here? Yi Mei, seething with indignation, snapped, Young lady, you know I've divorced old Chen, don't you? That old rogue hid his assets from me and kept the marital property for himself while he goes off living it up. Look at what he's done. Bought a luxury car and kept a mistress. Kong Fong quickly pieced together the situation. Indeed, Chen Shu's carefree lifestyle after the divorce would raise suspicions for anyone. But Kong Fong knew Yi Mei, or at least she knew Chen Shu far better than she knew Yi Mei. Chen Shu was absolutely not that kind of man. Yet family matters were impossible for outsiders to judge fairly. Kong Fong tried to intervene. Auntie Yi, I have faith in Uncle Chen's character. He wouldn't deceive you. Besides, he told me he paid your house down payment, helped cover a significant portion of your mortgage, and even gave your son 8,000 yuan for stock trading. Yi Mei's expression darkened. She hadn't expected Chen Shu to have revealed their private affairs. But she remained defiant. He still concealed his marital assets. I'm going to sue him. Kong Fong shook her head. She was all too familiar with the exploitative nature of that family, for she came from one herself. All she could do was pray that Uncle Chen had wisely planned his distribution of assets. Chen Shu, Chenanin, and Chu Hong had just walked out together. Chen Shu and Chu Hong had drunk some baijiu, so they couldn't drive. As they were pondering how to get home, the restaurant manager hurried over with someone. She rushed up to Chen Shu and respectfully said, Mr. Chen, our restaurant offers complimentary designated driver service. I've arranged a vehicle to take everyone home. This was precisely why this establishment was considered a top-tier restaurant. This was what impeccable service looked like. They had sent a Toyota Alphard to take all 5 people home. The restaurant certainly had considerable resources and influence. Chen Shu now understood why the wealthy didn't have so many troubles, because the people around them proactively solved problems before they even arose. The wealthy only needed to focus on making money freed from the trivialities of daily life. As they entered the vehicle, Chen Shu's phone rang. Manager Kong, what a surprise to hear from you. Chen Shu answered with curiosity. Kong Fong said, Uncle Chen, Aunt Yi came by just now. She says you concealed marital property. I heard she's apparently planning to sue you. Chen Shu was somewhat shocked. Sue me? What's going on? Kong Fong explained. According to our country's laws, couples divorcing must negotiate property division. The fact that you bought cars and live in a mansion, Aunt Yi found out about these things, so of course she wants to sue you. Chen Shu sighed deeply. A single day of marriage cultivates 100 days of affection. No matter what, he had been faithful to Yi Mei and his stepson Yi Jinkai. When they remarried, he had used his savings to pay the down payment for Yi Jinkai. He also contributed monthly from his salary to cover household expenses and help with the mortgage. He had absolutely done right by that family. In the end, the money he had saved for his grandson's wedding was taken by his stepson for stock trading. What he received in return was being kicked out with nothing. Was that not enough? Now, even the money he had after the divorce, Yi Mei had her eyes on that too. Chen Shu finally understood what it meant to be insatiably greedy. He had only ever seen stories in the news about men being drained dry and abandoned. Chen Shu never imagined he would end up in the same situation. Sigh. Chen Shu sighed, feeling a profound sadness for Yi Mei's family. How had the old Yi Mei become such a despicable old woman? He said, Don't worry, Manager Kong. All the money I have now was earned after the divorce. It has absolutely nothing to do with my ex-wife's family. But if she sues me, what should I do? Kong Fong nodded. That's good then. If she sues, you just need to find a lawyer. However, lawyers cost money. I can help you. My major in university was law. What do you say, Uncle Chen? Lawyer fees have to know. Chen Shu said, Of course that works. Manager Kong was someone who took her job very seriously and worked with the utmost dedication. Having her help handle these matters would be perfect. Chu Hong and Xia Wanting were beautiful women, but they weren't the right remedy for this situation. Having an intellectual urban professional like Kong Fong assist him would be far better. Kong Fong also seemed to need money, so since she had taken the initiative to offer, Chen Shu certainly wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the system had already taken care of everything. If they investigated Chen Shu's financial records, they would easily find that all his capital came from the futures market and stock market. There wouldn't be a single discrepancy. There would be no difficulty for Kong Fong either. As long as they investigated, they would discover that after his divorce, Chen Shu had transformed into a stock market god. If she sues, then I'll trouble you, Manager Kong. Chen Shu spoke politely. Having lived these many years, Chen Shu understood that having a friend who studied law was extremely valuable. Let alone someone like Kong Fong, such a refined urban professional. Kong Fong said, "No, it's I who should be thanking you." She actually quite wanted to earn some extra money, because her younger brother was getting married and needed funds. Even though her family hadn't asked her to contribute, and she wasn't some stereotypical doting sister who spoils her brother as the older sister who was still single, if she didn't use money to silence the relatives' gossip, she would really have a hard time dealing with them. Fortunately, this time Uncle Chun seemed to be quite wealthy. Through her best friend Xia Wanting, she had learned that Chen Shu's net worth exceeded 100 million yuan. So helping Chen Shu now would also be a way to earn some extra income. After all, those divorce lawyers profited from both sides of each case. Chen Shu, such an inexperienced and honest man, would easily be taken advantage of. Helping him would allow him to avoid pitfalls, and she would even give him a discount. Though she wasn't a practicing lawyer, she did have a lawyer's license. It was just that during her time as an intern lawyer, the law firm's boss had been somewhat improper, so she had quit and come here to work as a property manager. After putting down the phone, Chen Shu didn't take his ex-wife's family seriously at all. After all, this was all his own money. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, he wouldn't be able to take it away. Chu Hong beside him showed concern. "What's the matter?" she asked. Chen Shu explained the situation to her. Chu Hong nodded and said, "You did the right thing. You absolutely need a professional lawyer to handle this, otherwise we're going to suffer big losses." She also felt a bit of sympathy for Chen Shu in her heart. Divorced at over 60 and still unable to live in peace. This must be what the troubles accompanying wealth feel like. Chen Inen beside them was also perceptive. "Grandpa, did I cause trouble? Should I not have posted on social media?" Chen Shu comforted her. "This has nothing to do with you, Inen. Don't worry. Grandpa can handle this. Just enjoy yourself these 2 days. You don't need to worry about anything else." On the contrary, Chen Shu highly affirmed Chen Inen's social media post. Was there anything wrong with happily sharing her life? He wanted Yi Mei's family to see clearly how well he was doing now. From being kicked out with nothing to now driving luxury cars and living in mansions, he wanted them to be thoroughly envious. Chu Hong stroked Chen Inen's head and laughed. "Inen is really sensible." Chen Inen stuck out her tongue playfully. Li Xiaoman was curious about just how much Chen Shu was worth. Ji Yunyu sat in the back seat looking bewildered. These matters had never existed in the world of the poor. They returned to Triumphal Arch. The group carrying big bags and packages arrived home with the enthusiastic help of the property security guards. Chen Inen and the 3 other girls had been out all day traveling by high-speed rail and shopping. They were exhausted. The 3 girls went into the master bedroom and fell asleep as soon as they lay down. Chen Shu sat on the balcony and lit a cigarette. Chu Hong walked over and said, "We spent 1600 yuan today in total. Most of it was on Chen Inen. This girl Li Xiaoman asked for very little, but everything was quality stuff. Ji Yunyu didn't want anything, so I took the liberty of buying her quite a lot of clothes." Chen Shu exhaled smoke and said, "All right, no problem. Ji Yunyu is a really nice girl. You like her?" Chu Hong said, "She's just like me. We both came from the countryside, we study hard, and we're good looking. Seeing her reminds me of myself during school feeling inferior because I had no money. That's why I really love money now. Only enough money can give me a sense of security." Chen Shu glanced at Chu Hong. She had definitely had too much to drink. Red wine could be quite intoxicating too. Throughout that evening, Chu Hong had told Chen Shu stories from her past, and he came to understand this contradictory woman, full of self-doubt, yet fiercely proud, and undeniably charming. Absolutely captivating. In the evening, Chen Shu engaged in a lengthy conversation with Chu Hong. Chu Hong mentioned that during their afternoon shopping trip, Ji Yunyu had quietly gone alone to inquire at a department store counter about summer job opportunities. This made Chen Shu's heart ache for the young girl. She was the same age as Chen Inen. Even though the Chen Inen's family wasn't wealthy, they had never once considered sending her to work a summer job. After discussing it, the two decided to sponsor Ji Yunyu's university tuition and living expenses in Chu Hong's name. Ji Yunyu had been admitted to the finance department at Hu University. Chen Shu also realized his wealth would only continue growing, and he would eventually need someone professional to manage it. The hardworking and ambitious Ji Yunyu would be perfect. The young girl had an excellent personality. By sponsoring her now, once she graduated from university, she could participate in managing Chen Shu's funds. In the past, Chen Shu would have thought that having 100 million would be enough to retire comfortably. But as his wealth continued to grow, it became necessary to hire a professional to manage this substantial capital. Making money generate more money and growing capital through investment was the correct path. The plan for the next day was for Chu Hong to take the 3 girls to Disneyland. As a first-tier city whose cities truly fun places besides Disneyland were the bun scenery, the zoo, and the oceanarium, there truly weren't many other options. In truth, Chinshu had lived here for 40 years without ever visiting Disneyland. This didn't diminish the longing that out-of-towners felt for Disneyland. Chinshu transferred another 200,000 to Chu Hong, telling her to take good care of Chun Anin and have a great time. Chu Hong naturally wouldn't be frugal with Chinshu's money. She directly purchased 4 unlimited diamond cards, spending over 20,000. But the benefits were substantial. Most attractions required no queuing, early park entry, parking vouchers, everything was taken care of. That evening the 4 of them stayed at the Disneyland Hotel and watched the grand fireworks show. Chun Anin was deeply moved. This was the coming-of-age gift Grandpa was giving her. She was so happy. Li Xiaoman and Ji Yunyu could only look on with envy. Li Xiaoman had never envied Chun Anin before, but now she truly changed her mind. Chun Anin had transformed like an ugly duckling, becoming a swan, shining so brilliantly that it caught Li Xiaoman off guard. Of course, Li Xiaoman wasn't a bad girl either. Having been Chun Anin's best friend for so long, she felt only admiration, not jealousy. Only Ji Yunyu, with her clear and transparent eyes, simply yearned for the worry-free life Chun Anin would have in the future. The 3 girls spent a full 5 days playing in Hu City. During this time, they also made an early visit to Hu University. Though their majors were different, fortunately they were all in the same campus. Moreover, with Chinshu staying in Hu City afterward, the 3 girls could come visit him anytime. At the high-speed rail station, the 3 girls were filled with anticipation for their upcoming university life. The 3 girls had come with little luggage, but they left with bags and packages galore. Chinshu had specially called a taxi to come with Chu Hong to see the 3 off. Chu Hong went to Ji Yunyu's side and said, "This is a bank card for you. There are 300,000 inside, enough for your 4 years of university tuition and living expenses. Don't worry, use it freely. Consider it an investment from your sister. Once you graduate, you can work for me to pay it back." In truth, this money came from Chinshu. But if Ji Yunyu thought it was from Chun Anin's grandfather, it would certainly affect her relationship with Chun Anin. Though Chun Anin wasn't that kind of girl, with Chinshu present, it would inevitably create some influence. Having Chu Hong handle it made everything smoother. Ji Yunyu was extremely sensitive and must never feel she was being pitted. Yet Chinshu and Chu Hong still underestimated Ji Yunyu's intelligence. Being able to become the top scorer in the county college entrance examination despite a poor family, this was by no means the mark of a bookworm. Ji Yunyu had already sensed the truth, but chose not to expose it. She only said, "Thank you, Sister Chu Hong. Thank you, Grandpa Chen, for your hospitality these past few days." Beside her, Li Xiaoman followed. "Thank you for your generosity." Chinshu waved his hand magnanimously. "It's nothing. Seeing you girls happy makes me happy. It makes me feel years younger." Chun Anin asked, "Grandpa, my brother is getting married next month. Will you come?" Chinshu replied, "Of course I will." Chun Anin felt relieved. She would get to see Grandpa again soon. The 3 girls quickly boarded the high-speed rail. They were seated in the business class Chu Hong had booked. The spacious cabin had only 5 seats, with the other 2 remaining empty. The 3 girls began chattering excitedly. Li Xiaoman said, "Chun Anin, is your grandpa really 60 years old? Was he really a security guard before? How could he possibly be so wealthy? Our expenses these past 2 days must be at least several 100,000. Chun Anin furrowed her little brow. "I don't know either. Grandpa has changed so much. I almost didn't recognize him. He looks much younger now, and so rich. It wasn't like this before. Last time I visited, he was sleeping on the balcony. Grandpa isn't tricking us, is he?" Ji Yunyu said, "How could he be tricking us? After spending so much money, how could any of it be fake? I believe Grandpa Chun is a good person and won't deceive us." Li Xiaoman nodded. "He really is kind. And he's so handsome too. Did you see the way he arranged things for Sister Chu? It was just like a corporate executive in a movie. So charismatic." Chun Anin giggled. "Xiaoman, don't tell me you've fallen for my grandpa." Stinky Anin, what are you saying? You want me to become your future grandmother?" The business class erupted in laughter. The attendant standing by the door thought to herself how wonderful it is to be young. After seeing off the 3 girls on the way back to Hu City, Chu Hong was driving, while Chinshu sat in the back smoking a Huazi and enjoying the Burmester sound system. Chu Hong couldn't help but purse her soft lips. She had become a full-time driver. Chinshu spoke from behind. "In a couple of days, take some leave and come back to my hometown with me. What do you say?" Chu Hong considered for a moment. What identity should I use?" Chinshu said jokingly, "How about as my girlfriend?" Chu Hong shook her head. "Let's not. I don't mind being called that in front of outsiders, but among your family I can't handle it. Your daughter is probably older than me." Chinshu said, "These days age isn't a problem anymore. Even gender, even species aren't problems anymore. Are any of these really issues?" Chu Hong burst out laughing and essentially agreed, but said, "In front of your family, we're still just roommates." Chinshu said, "All right, roommate." The 2 had actually drawn closer without realizing it. Chu Hong was gradually becoming what Chinshu wanted her to be. That was the way to do it. Chu Hong gripped the steering wheel with her fair fingers and said, "Since we're attending your relative's wedding, I need to prepare some proper clothes. The same goes for you. We can't dress too casually." Unknowingly, Chu Hong had begun taking the initiative to fulfill a wife's responsibilities. Chinshu snapped his fingers. "All right, let's go shopping." Through these days of acquaintance, Chen Shu had come to understand that Chu Hong was a woman with little sense of security, sensitive and self-deprecating. At 30, she had remained single since birth. She was a rare species in society. Of course, Chu Hong had no shortage of suitors, including colleagues and superiors. However, she looked down on these ordinary office workers whose monthly salary barely exceeded 10,000. They could not provide the sense of security that Chen Shu offered. After the conversation in the car, the relationship between the two had been tacitly confirmed. Chu Hong cared little about worldly judgment. In this regard, she was actually quite similar to Xia Wanning. She was open-minded. As long as there was enough money to bring her sufficient security, what did the opinions of others matter? She knew Chen Shu was not a good man. But in this era, what did being a good man even mean? Was it being good to his girlfriend while accomplishing nothing, constantly painting castles in the air, earning a few thousand yuan a month, and unable to support a family? That might be considered a good man. But in Chu Hong's eyes, such a man was better off without. Because what she wanted was not tenderness but a sense of security. A man has legs and can run away. Money does not. That was enough. Her best friend was already married to a good man but without money. Was she happy? Perhaps, but only she truly knew. However, Chu Hong definitely did not want to beg her husband for a 200 yuan lipstick. Wasn't the Maybach worth it? On the broad roads of Huqing, the Maybach remained the most dazzling figure among the traffic. Last time he took Chu Hong shopping, she had been quite reserved. In her heart, she had regarded Chen Shu as a client to maintain. But this time she treated him as an old boyfriend, holding his shoulder all the way, very affectionate, like a couple newly in love. Ding. The host has been genuinely liked by a member of the opposite sex. His game-like attitude towards life has been recognized by his female companion with tacit understanding and high compatibility. Reward 300,000,000 yuan. 30 million. He never expected that being liked by a woman could be part of the game of life. His assets had now reached a staggering 156 million yuan. However, Chen Shu sighed inwardly, feeling that he had truly become an old scoundrel. But on second thought, the essence of being a scoundrel lay in deception. Yet he would never deceive anyone. This was merely a matter of being a romantic. Just like Li Xuanhuan. No wonder Chen Shu didn't know many scoundrels in his circle, because in his era, he only knew Li Xuanhuan. The two of them went on another shopping spree. But this time, after dressing up, Chen Shu, Chu Hong also bought plenty for herself. A Bulgari necklace, 2 pieces, 80,000 yuan. A Patek Philippe ladies watch, 50,000. A Chanel suit, 1 set, 20,000. Chen Shu was quite pleased. He was only afraid that Chu Hong wouldn't spend money. After all, the two of them basically never discussed feelings, only money. And sure enough, that very evening, Chu Hong knocked on Chen Shu's door. To her surprise, Chen Shu at 60 years old had a body full of muscles. If his facial features suggested an age of around 40-something, then his physical robustness was that of a 30-year-old. Chu Hong realized she had found a treasure, an old baby. Mature and steady in age, healthy and youthful in body, and immensely wealthy. Chu Hong felt she could never encounter a more perfect boyfriend in her lifetime. As for Chen Shu, he was pleasantly surprised to see a red rose on the bedsheet. In that case, it was a win-win situation, an absolute triumph. When Chen Shu got up, he saw Chu Hong in a loose robe, her long straight legs stretching out as she cooked in the kitchen, though her posture was slightly crooked. They had been too vigorous last night. There was no helping it. His physical condition was too good. His 2 kidneys were as terrifyingly powerful as the V8 engine of a Maybach. Don't cook, Chen Shu said. Call the community restaurant and have them send some chicken soup to nourish you. At the mention of nourishment, a blush crept onto Chu Hong's face. No need, I can handle a little hardship. Chen Shu. Hardship. He thought it was sweetness. But Chen Shu, having gained an advantage, didn't press it. He simply enjoyed the tender moment. This was the life of a free man. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have endured so much pain. But just when one is happiest, there always appears a disgusting person or thing. Like now, Chen Shu's phone rang. Glancing at the number, though his new phone only stored a few contacts, that string of digits still told him it was Yi Mei's number. To answer or not, that was a question. After a moment's thought, Chen Shu answered anyway. After all, they had slept together for over a decade, and answering a call was no big deal. Chen Shu, I knew you were hiding money from me. Just divorced, and already finding a woman, huh? Driving a luxury car. I shouldn't have trusted you back then, married you for over a decade, and you hid so much money. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Aren't you ashamed in front of Jean Kai, who was so filial to you? Chen Shu, this Yi Mei really had a sharp tongue. He had worked for her family for a lifetime, and he was only a stepson. Did she really want to drain him dry? Chen Shu said, my money was earned after the divorce. It has nothing to do with your family. The house, the mortgage, weren't they all arranged by me using my own housing fund? Yi Mei was choked for a moment. What Chen Shu said was not wrong. But that's no excuse for your profligacy after the divorce, Chen Shu. If you have any conscience, transfer the car and the triumphal arch apartment to my name. Then I'll let bygones be bygones and be willing to remarry you. Chen Shu stood up instantly. Remarry? Yi Mei, are you kidding? Wasn't Xia Wanting, skilled in bed and not clingy, lovely enough? Wasn't the gentle and tender Chu Hong lovely enough? Having just escaped the quagmire, did he want to go back? But Yi Mei was self-righteous, of course, just like when we first got married. This is only a test. If you pass it, I'll still be your wife. Chen Shu laughed heartily. Don't worry, I can't pass this test. Keep it for some other old geezer of 60. Chen Shu had recently learned a new word from short videos. Old geezer. That word was perfect for those old men who couldn't see through life. Yi Mei never expected Chen Shu to have such a clear understanding of life. Things like marriage and family, which had been as precious as life to the old Chen Shu, now no longer concerned him. More precisely, he no longer cared about Yi Mei's family. After all, another person's family had nothing to do with him. Yi Mei was clearly infuriated to the point of laughter. Fine, Chen Shu. You've probably planned this all along, haven't you? That's why you were so agreeable to the divorce. Just wait, I'll sue you for hiding your assets from me. Yi Mei spoke as if it were her due. Chen Shu couldn't be bothered. At that moment, Chu Hong, who had been listening nearby, couldn't hold back. She walked over and deliberately said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Chen Shu, breakfast is ready." Yi Mei instantly exploded upon hearing that. Fine, Chen Shu, so you're already living with that vixen, aren't you? You'll pay for this. Chu Hong's appearance set off Yi Mei like a lion whose mane had been stepped on, and her phone was filled with furious scolding. Chen Shu rubbed his temples in exasperation. He simply hung up and blocked the number on the spot. After all, no matter what scheme Yi Mei came up with, Chen Shu could handle it. He didn't care about her threat of a lawsuit. Xinxing International Garden Residential Community. Yi Mei, along with her son and daughter-in-law, were equally stunned. They hadn't expected Chen Shu to be so resolute. Du Chenyi asked in surprise, "Why is Chen Shu speaking to mother like that?" Yi Mei snorted coldly. "I always said men turn bad once they have money. See, I was right. And there's that vixen whispering in his ear. Truly despicable. Son, how's the lawyer you contacted working out?" Yi Jinkai replied, "Don't worry, Mom. That lawyer is someone I met at a banquet. He specializes in divorce cases with a 100% win rate. I've already had him apply to investigate Chen Shu's assets. He's been practicing in this field for over a decade and knows many people. It won't take long to trace Chen Shu's asset flow." Indeed. He soon received a call from the lawyer friend. "Jinkai, I've obtained the bank statements of the person you asked me to look into. Take a look. He does have money, but it's unclear whether it's premarital property. To dig deeper, we'd need to file a formal lawsuit and invoke the powers of the public security and judicial authorities. However, I suspect 9 out of 10 cases involve concealment. No one could possibly accumulate such wealth so quickly after divorce, from having nothing to being worth 100 million in less than a month. It's simply impossible. Not even Buffett could achieve that." Hearing the lawyer's words, all 3 pairs of eyes widened in shock. 100 million. Du Chenyi could no longer sit still. "Send over the detailed bank statements immediately." If it were merely a few million, they wouldn't have been so eager. They could have patiently worked through legal channels, treating it as nothing more than extra income. But now this was 100 million yuan. Even if they only managed to secure 50 million for their family, they would never have to work again. Living off the interest alone would ensure a comfortable life. Shortly thereafter, the bank statements for Chen Shu over those days were sent over. At first, there were transfers of tens of thousands from a certain bank, gradually increasing in amount. Then came the spending. Charges at Hermes boutiques and Rolex stores, all in the tens of thousands. The more they looked, the more envious they became. Soon the major expenditures appeared. Mercedes-Benz center payments totaling over 6 million yuan. One for a full purchase and one for a deposit. They had only ever seen Chen Shu driving a Maybach and had no idea he had also placed an order for another vehicle. Finally, there were continuous credits coming in. Watching Chen Shu's account balance steadily climb, Yi Mei grew increasingly furious. How much money has that man been hiding from me? Absolutely despicable. All that money should have been mine. At this point, Yi Mei had already plunged into fantasy. If only that money could come into their family, why worry about mortgages or car loans? The whole family could travel and live freely. Yi Mei's dream in her later years was to take the whole family or go with her close friends to the vast grasslands to experience the flowers and greenery. They could dance square dancing around the country whenever they pleased. All the wealthy wives in Shanghai played this way. Why shouldn't she, Yi Mei? That Chen Shu was utterly detestable. Hadn't she been his wife for 20 years? Was there not a shred of marital affection left? He went off to divorce her, live luxuriously, and possess 100 million yuan. She was entitled to at least 50 million. That was her right under the law. All 3 were now extremely excited, as though the money were already in their pockets. They had already planned how to spend it. Yi Mei intended to travel with her girlfriends. Yi Jinkai was determined to drive Chen Shu's Maybach to show off in front of his former colleagues, now his friends. Du Chenyi stared blankly at those Hermes, Rolex, and Fendi brands. Inside that pigeon cage apartment in Xinxing International Garden, all 3 dreamed sweet dreams of sudden wealth. Chen Shu had no idea he was already being devoured and discarded in the fantasies of those 3. If he had known, he would have found it extremely amusing. But it was also understandable. Mere millions were enough to make some people greedy and abandon their morals. This was over 100 million. Even at the cost of their lives, certain people would take the risk. Furthermore, as long as Yi Mei found an opportunity, she could seize half the property without any danger whatsoever. Chu Hong's mischievous appetite was satisfied. A triumphant smile played upon her lips. Chen Shu smiled helplessly. Chu Hong still retained a touch of feminine coquettishness. She knew she couldn't keep Chen Shu, but she found it rather amusing to provoke his ex-wife. Chu Hong remarked, "Your ex-wife is quite vexing." Chen Shu replied, "That's precisely why we divorced." Chu Hong asked wistfully, "What is marriage like?" Chen Shu pondered for a moment before speaking honestly. It feels somewhat like being trapped. Every day is consumed by the mundane necessities of life. Perhaps for others this constitutes a peaceful existence, but only the individual themselves truly know whether it is bitter or sweet. Some seek the rhythm of days repeating endlessly, while others pursue excitement and novelty. I once believed I belonged to the former, but now I am of the latter. Chu Hong observed, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have no intention of marrying at all. Chen Shu responded, don't be so absolute. Misunderstanding him, Chu Hong asked, are you suggesting you might marry me? Chen Shu shook his head. Don't speak nonsense. I mean, what if you meet someone you truly love in the future? Chu Hong contemplated, it's unlikely. I only feel secure when I have money, but those wealthy second-generation heirs would never look at someone like me. Young women in their 20s are far more alluring and flamboyant than I am. Chen Shu silently concurred. Chu Hong's assessment was quite accurate. Young women in their 20s were indeed captivating. However, for 60-year-old Chen Shu, each type had its own merits. After finishing breakfast, Chen Shu asked, Little Chu, what is your monthly salary? Chu Hong, who was applying her makeup, replied, I'll receive 20,000 this month. Chen Shu noted that her daily sign-in reward alone already equaled 20,000. Chu Hong's arduous day of work paled in comparison to merely 1 second of system sign-ins. Salary earners truly led difficult lives. Yet it was still better than his previous existence when he earned less than 3,000 yuan monthly as a security guard. Stop working. I'll support you. I'll give you 150,000 per month, Chen Shu said. Chu Hong shook her head. I cannot refuse 150,000 you offer, but Uncle Chen, I refuse to become your golden cage bird. Chu Hong remained clear-headed and unwilling to be kept as a mistress. Respecting her choice, Chen Shu transferred the money as a gesture of security. Taking advantage without reciprocation was unacceptable. Chen Shu had no such habit. Chu Hong soon departed for work. Chen Shu continued to enjoy life, and with no one beside him, he called Xia, wanting to go shopping and have fun together. Life had finally begun to improve. Chen Shu had been quite exhausted over the past couple of days. It was because Chu Hong, after her long dormant feelings had finally bloomed, seemed to have developed an insatiable appetite for intimacy, leaving Chen Shu in a rather passive position. Forced to resort to the youth potion, he adjusted his physical age to 40 in order to barely hold his own against this 30-year-old woman's formidable vitality. Of course, part of the reason was that Chen Shu had visited Xia Wanning at the hotel during the day, causing his energy to leak out, thus diminishing his stamina. Under the offensive of money, Yi Mei and her son moved with remarkable speed. The case had already entered the litigation stage. The courts in Shanghai were highly efficient. So soon Chen Shu received a call from the court asking him to come and collect the summons. This left Chen Shu somewhat speechless. When he received the call, he was shopping with Xia Wanning, buying some wedding gifts. A week later would be his grandson's wedding day. Apart from gifting a car to his grandson Chen Pingping as an elder according to the customs of Nanjing County, he was expected to be seated on the stage for tea. He needed to prepare red envelopes and gifts. As the maternal grandfather after the divorce, he naturally didn't have to bring Yimei along. But his ex-wife before her would be attending. He certainly couldn't perform worse than his former wife. The gifts he gave couldn't be inferior. Having been through 2 marriages, he knew that while a wedding was ostensibly a day for the young couple to showcase their love, in reality, it was a day for both families to display their financial strength. Whoever displayed sufficient financial depth would gain the upper hand in the couple's future household dominance. And they would be the first to say, I don't even want to talk about what happened at the wedding. The power of speech. Marriage is the crystallization of love. But maintaining that crystal's surface brilliance requires more than just saying, I love you. So he asked his daughter about his grandson's fiancé's preferences. Learning that the young woman liked diamonds, necklaces, jewelry, and handbags, he spent 500,000 yuan in a single day buying gifts. Just as he was feeling happy, he received a call from the court. Okay, I'll be right there. Chen Shu's mood instantly soured. Xia Wanting beside him asked curiously, Uncle Chen, what's the matter? Chen Shu chuckled. The debt collector is here. Come with me to see Shao Kong. Xia Wanting also knew about Chen Shu's family situation and wasn't surprised at all. If it were her, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to sue Chen Shu for a share of his 50 million. Xia Wanting loved money too, but she wouldn't cling endlessly. She valued money, but she also valued her dignity. If legal means made it clear that the money was absolutely not hers to take, she would rely on her own abilities to attract the other party. If she couldn't attract him, she would move on. Soon the two drove a Maybach to the residential complex. At the entrance, they ran into Old Lu. Old Lu had been missing Brother Chen dearly. Brother Chen, you've finally come to see me. Lu Caibo was very excited. Ever since Chen Shu took him to eat at Royal Prince last time, he felt like this was how life should be. Moreover, the king crab he had brought home and the lavish meal with his 2 grandsons had earned him immense face at home. The 2 kids also had the capital to boast at school about having a meal that cost over 200,000 yuan. But that had a time limit. Now more than a week had passed. Lu Caibo was once again craving the taste of that 20,000 yuan feast, but he was too embarrassed to bring it up directly. Chen Shu pointed across the street and said, of course I missed my old buddies. What's up with the Ludioliangzi bathhouse opposite? Renovating again. The storefront has changed. This location wasn't far from Triumphal Arch, but Chen Shu rarely came here. After all, there was nothing here that attracted him. Old Lu said excitedly, it's been upgraded. I heard they brought in a new batch of masseuses, all young and pretty. Chen Shu considered for half a second. Since he was living life as a game, he ought to enjoy himself. He planned to get a membership card at the bathhouse across the street. After all, he had been quite tired these past 2 days. But now wasn't the time. Chen Shu said, when we have some free time, you and I will have a drink, then head to the bathhouse across the street for a foot massage and some relaxation. Lu Caibo instantly became excited. The masseuses at that bathhouse were all under 35, each one good-looking with a fine figure. And the threshold for entering that bathhouse was at least a membership card worth tens of thousands of yuan. Back when they were on duty, the two of them could only watch from across the street as the masseuses did morning exercises, never daring to dream of actually going in to enjoy themselves. But now Brother Chun was different from before. Following Brother Chun, there would be masseuses. I have something to discuss with Xiao Kong. Old Lu. Catch you later. Chen Shu said. Lu Caibo was secretly astonished. He used to call Manager Kong, but now he says Xiao Kong. Times have truly changed. Old Lu only wanted to quit his job right now and follow Chen Shu. Not to mention that Chen Shu had a beautiful woman with big breasts clinging tightly to him. It was obvious their relationship was not ordinary, which made him extremely envious. Thinking of his own wife, over 50 years old with a pair of dead fish eyes. What a gap. But Brother Chen dared to file for divorce. Did he dare? No. No. Arriving at the property manager's office, Chen Shu heard sounds of argument from inside. Kong Fong's voice was angry. Supervisor Wang, please have some self-respect. I know you have a family. If you continue like this, I will tell your wife. Chen Shu frowned. Xiao Wanting, excited, pushed the door open and rushed in. Kongzi, is this the regional supervisor Wang who's been harassing you? This bald old geezer. Can you take a piss and look at yourself? You think you can harass our Kongzi? Xiao Wanting started bombarding him wildly. Chen Shu followed in and saw a pot-bellied middle-aged man sitting half on the desk with a greasy, lecherous look. The man saw Chen Shu and the other person coming in and immediately stood up. Who are you? This is the property company's office. Please leave. Xiao Wanting said, you're the one who should get out. Chen Shu walked up to Supervisor Wang, his face full of contempt. Young man, this isn't how you pursue someone. You either have money or you have connections. You have neither. Trying to force it. Get out of here now. If I ever see you harassing Xiao Kong again, I'll bring the security team to your house, understand? Chen Shu warned. When he used to work here, Kong Fong often helped him. Now that Kong Fong was in trouble, he naturally wouldn't stand by. And he believed the old security guards in the team felt the same way. They had all received help from Kong Fong. Supervisor Wang stood in front of Chen Shu, a head shorter, and sized him up. He noticed Chen Shu had quite a muscular build with gray and black hair that made it impossible to tell his age. Chen Shu sneered. What are you looking at? First of all, you can't beat me. If we fight and the police come, I'll just lie down on the ground and bleed you dry until you're bankrupt, believe me. Chen Shu was a 60-year-old man. If he lay down on the ground, he wouldn't stop until he squeezed this guy dry. Unless he ate too little. The portly manager Wang had clearly realized that Chen Shu was no ordinary individual. As a regional manager of a listed company, he might lack competence, but he was by no means foolish. It was evident from Chen Shu's accessories and demeanor that he was not an average person. People of the upper class generally valued their dignity. Yet Chen Shu, on the contrary, was determined to swindle him. This indicated that the man was formidable. As long as he achieved his goal, he cared little about whether his actions were dignified or not. Such people were the most terrifying. They would stop at nothing to accomplish their objectives. Could you imagine a billionaire lying on the ground to extort someone? Thus, when Chen Shu finished speaking, both Kong Fong and Xiao Wanting were astonished. Chen Shu's charm had increased once more. This time it was not due to a charm potion, but to Chen Shu's own actions. Kong Fong's eyes showed a hint of gratitude. Manager Wang knew that continuing like this would be detrimental to himself. Although his in-laws held positions in the headquarters that could shield him, being blocked at the door by the security team here today would still be enough to cause him trouble. After he left, Kong Fong said, "Thank you, Uncle Chun. If it weren't for you all today, it would have been quite troublesome." Xiao Wanting said, "How about this, Kongzi? Just quit this crappy job. You're more elegant than I am. Why not find a rich second generation and be a beautiful, wealthy housewife? Why suffer here?" Chen Shu. He thought to himself, "Do you think everyone is like you?" Kong Fong smiled lightly and said, "It's fine, I can handle this matter. Have you forgotten that I graduated from the law school? See that rose? There's a camera underneath it. I can report him to the headquarters, and he will surely be fired." Kong Fong's personal capabilities were indeed not an issue. After all, she had navigated through society safely and beautifully for so long. Xiao Wanting was somewhat puzzled as to why Kong Fong was so determined to carve out her own path. She didn't understand but respected it. Chen Shu found it awkward to directly offer help, so he simply said, "Manager Kong, I still need your help with my divorce. The court has sent me a summons." Kong Fong was startled. Are they in such a hurry? Xiao Wanting, who knew the inside story, added, "Uncle Chun is now worth hundreds of millions. If they win the lawsuit, they could take away 50 million. How could they not be anxious?" Kong Fong asked curiously, "Is Uncle Chun really that wealthy now?" It seems that eating only a bit over 200,000 from you before was too little. Chen Shu, however, found himself admiring Kong Fong, because an ordinary woman upon learning of his wealth would likely have been astonished. Kong Fong, however, remained quite composed, as if she were someone accustomed to great spectacles. Moreover, it was evident that Kong Fong was aware of the relationship between Xia Wanting and Chen Shu, yet she still treated Xia Wanting as a close friend. This was definitely not something an ordinary woman could accomplish. Chen Shu said with a chuckle, "As long as I don't lose money this time, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal again, Manager Kong." Kong Fong replied, "It's a deal then. Let's go to the court to get the summons together. The opposing lawyer will probably be waiting." On the way, Kong Fong spoke. She had been an intern at the court during her university days, and in this kind of lawsuit, Chen Shu's chances of winning were overwhelmingly high. In the car, she glanced at Chen Shu's account statements. She noticed that all the funds came from transfers from an international bank in Switzerland, and she knew it was solid. Because this international bank treated its private clients' privacy as a treasure. Many domestic tycoons had opened accounts here. Even if the King of Heaven himself descended, he would not be able to find any issues with these transfers. Moreover, each transfer simply indicated that the bank had proactively given the money to Chen Shu, not that it was deposited during his marriage. Naturally, this could not prove that Chen Shu had concealed marital assets. Chen Shu, of course, knew that this was the work of the system. Kong Fong said, "This lawsuit is too simple. If the opposing lawyer knows what he's doing, he should give up directly." Chen Shu thought for a moment, and said, "Then I can only hope that this lawyer can persuade them to give up." If Yi Mei truly gave up, Chen Shu would let bygones be bygones, and everyone would go their separate ways. If the other side continued to pester him, Chen Shu would definitely countersue. He had been willing to leave the marriage with nothing back then. The house was transferred to Yi Jinkai without asking for a single cent. To be honest, if he were not a billionaire now and truly could not continue the marriage, would Yi Mei and her family have given him a single cent? Was that possible? Chen Shu thought they would not be so kind. Kong Fong put down Chen Shu's phone and said, "I never expected my first private legal case to be this easy. To be honest, I'll just waive the attorney fee for this case." This case was too straightforward. Kong Fong felt a little embarrassed. The money was too easy to earn. But Chen Shu said, "How can that be? A fee is a fee. If it weren't for you, I might have run into a lousy lawyer and ended up losing 50 million. What then?" The agreed 500,000, not a single cent less. Even Kong Fong felt a bit awkward taking the money. But Chen Shu didn't care about money. What he cared about was whether he could feel at ease. At 60 years old, he could not tolerate any grievance. Kong Fong thought about it and figured it was fine. After all, Chen Shu was not short of money now, and as long as he felt that this vexing matter could be settled, it was enough. She understood the ins and outs of divorce litigation well. Driving a Maybach, they arrived at the district court. In fact, the matter of serving the summons was usually handled by the court staff. There was no need for the opposing lawyer or the parties to appear. But the key was that Yi Mei and the other two had also realized that their chances of winning seemed slim. The lawyer they hired had told them that without sufficient evidence, the judge would naturally not support their claim. So they planned to pressure Chen Shu. However, Chen Shu had blocked Yi Mei's phone number, and the three of them could not find Chen Shu at all, unable to speak to him. They thought Chen Shu would not understand marriage law, but they never expected that Chen Shu would come with company. When the three appeared in the mediation room, Yi Mei and the other two were stunned. Chen Shu had changed his woman again. Moreover, this woman had a better figure than the one they had seen on Chunanin's moments earlier, and she looked even more flirtatious and seductive. Yi Mei immediately stood up. "Chen Shu, what's the meaning of that woman beside you?" Chen Shu could not bear to look at the faces of Yi Mei and the others, feeling somewhat disgusted. "That's my freedom. We're already divorced. What business is it of yours?" Yi Mei's face darkened. "So you're saying you really don't want to remarry?" Chen Shu sat down and said, "When we divorced, you didn't stop me either. Remarrying is out of the question." The staff member nearby knew at a glance that there was no need for mediation in this divorce case. Both parties were already 60 years old. Divorce at this age was certainly a well-considered decision, and the rate of remarriage was extremely low. Crucially, from the staff member's perspective, the man was young, handsome, charismatic, and seemed quite wealthy. Why would he want to remarry? To marry his 60-year-old wife, plus a stepson who was a drain on the money. Very well. Since both parties are here, let us commence the mediation process now. As the old saying goes, even a day of marriage accrues 100 days of grace. There is no need to make things so unpleasant over money. Let us all sit down and talk things through. Originally, the staff member's task for the day was simply to serve Chen Shu with a court summons. The plaintiff who filed the lawsuit had been waiting since 8 in the morning for him to call the defendant, as though refusing to leave until he succeeded. According to standard procedure, a mediation session must precede the formal trial. Since everyone was already present, it made sense to proceed ahead of schedule. Chen Shu understood that this was merely routine for the staff, words they likely repeated every single day. Therefore, he saw no reason to direct his frustration at them. These people faced so many disagreeable situations each day, or it was not easy for them. Chen Shu asked, "How exactly does mediation work?" The staff member replied, "It simply means you both sit down and discuss matters." "Mr. Chen, did you conceal marital assets?" Before Chen Shu could respond, Yi Jinkai interjected directly, "He certainly concealed them. Does he think he is some stock market genius? Made nearly 200 million in just a few days of trading. Don't make me laugh. Chen Shu frowned. Did you investigate me? He was thoroughly irritated. It felt as though someone had doxed him online. Though he had committed no illegal acts and felt no inner guilt, having his private affairs laid bare rankled him. Kong Fong was equally curious about how the opposing side had obtained this information. This was clearly a procedural violation. A well-dressed man seated beside Yi Jinkai quietly nudged his arm. Yi Jinkai realized he had let something slip. Chen Shu spread his hands. Very well, I will be honest with you. After the divorce, my luck turned. I used the 2,000 yuan in wages from the property management company to trade futures, which kept doubling, leading to my current net worth. I traded before the divorce as well, but my luck was poor, and I could not make any money. Chen Shu wanted to deliver the final blow. Before the divorce, he had not earned a single cent. After the divorce, his fortune took off completely. That is what one calls luck. Of course, you may refuse to believe such nonsense. You are hiding money. I always knew something was wrong, that your pension from the newspaper office was far too small. Chen Shu was too weary to explain further. Once someone suspects you, nothing you say will convince them. He cast a glance at Kong Fong silently, asking her to speak on his behalf. Xia Wantong nearby watched the whole scene with quiet amusement. Yet she could not help but worry about Chen Shu inside. After all, if half of Chen Shu's wealth were divided away, it would affect her as well. Would her maintenance allowance decrease? Kong Fong took the court summons from the staff member and said, "It appears further mediation is unnecessary. However, to spare the court staff additional trouble, I have here the bank account transaction records for Mr. Chun. The court can verify these records, and I can show them to opposing counsel first." The staff member nodded in agreement. Everyone understood this was a lawsuit involving tens of millions. Chen Shu would certainly not relinquish his claim, nor would Yi Mei. There was absolutely no room for compromise. The lawyer beside Yi Jinkai was curious about Kong Fong. She did not seem particularly well known in Shanghai's legal circles. Otherwise, how could such a beautiful female attorney remain unknown in the profession? He began to question her professionalism. But when he saw the printed documents Kong Fong produced, the opposing lawyer was stunned. A Credit Suisse international bank account. This involved diplomatic-level matters. How was a district court in Shanghai expected to investigate? And even if they did, it would be of no use. Even if they were the renowned South Mountain ever-winning lawyer, they could not produce evidence that Chen Shu had transferred marital assets. The only remaining option was to investigate the funds Chen Shu had transferred out during the marriage. But the key issue was that Chen Shu only held a single bank card containing his pension, insurance, retirement benefits, social security, and other deductions. The transaction records were remarkably clear. The money had either gone to Yi Mei or toward paying off the mortgage. Even the lawyer hired by Yi Jinkai felt a pang of sympathy for this 60-year-old man. He had truly sacrificed himself for his family for nearly 20 years, only to end up with nothing. Yi Jinkai's lawyer fell silent. The documents produced by the opposing side could hardly be counterfeit. If the court discovered forgery, the consequences would be severe. To protect his win rate on this case, the lawyer did not wish to continue. "Jinkai, might I suggest you reconsider?" the lawyer said. Yi Jinkai scratched his head. "Oldly, what do you mean?" Lawyer Li replied, "The opposing evidence is quite thorough. We have little chance of winning." Yi Mei insisted, "He has already forged the documents. Everything is fake." Lawyer Li responded, "Auntie, even if they are forged, you must prove it to the judge. Can you produce evidence?" Yi Mei fell silent as well. She then looked at Chen Shu, who was preparing to leave. "Chen Shu, after 20 years of marriage, you are unwilling to give me a single cent." Chen Shu smiled faintly. "When I left after the divorce, I asked for my 80,000 yuan. Did you ever give me even 1 cent? Yi Mei was instantly at a loss for words, powerless to rebut. Chen Shu spoke the truth. He continued, "Out of respect for the time we once shared as husband and wife, if you withdraw the case, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, we shall meet in court." With that, he departed gracefully alongside Kong Fong and Xia Wantong, leaving Yi Mei and her group in stunned silence. Stepping out of the courthouse, the scorching heat of summer greeted them. Yet Chen Shu's heart felt strangely cold. After all these years of shared life, it ultimately could not withstand the lure of money. He was deeply disappointed in Yi Mei. She would not even spare him this. Money. Truly the finest thing in the world, Chen Shu remarked with a bitter smile, gazing at the Maybach keys in his hand. Ding. Host has perceived the essence of a failed marriage, understanding that money is the foundation of all life. Disappointed in his ex-wife, yet philosophical about life, reward 1,000 yuan. Alright, today was not a wasted trip. Uncle Chun is absolutely right, agreed Xia Wantong beside him. Kong Fong shook her head. These two were truly compatible. Aside from the age difference, they matched remarkably well in other respects. However, she noticed Chen Shu seemed significantly younger as well. Even with wealth, one could not expect to look this good. Could it truly be that a carefree mindset makes one appear younger? Kong Fong said, "Uncle Chen, you can leave all subsequent matters to me. You need not even appear in court." She was convinced the other side would not drop this so easily. This was a windfall with no risk. Success meant getting half of Chen Shu's fortune, almost 100 million, for free. Even failure would cost the other side nothing. Who would give up such a lucrative opportunity? Since all parties had already torn off the mask, taking the matter to court was only natural. Divorce lawsuits were commonplace in these times. Chen Shu nodded. Then I will trouble you, Miss Kong. If the other side refuses to back down, may I file a countersuit to reclaim my house and the 80,000 yuan I am owed? Kong Fong understood and replied, recovering everything in full is unrealistic. The court would not support such a claim. As for the house, considering your current net worth, they may award you a symbolic compensation. Chen Shu said, the amount recovered is irrelevant. The point is to reclaim it. Kong Fong knew Chen Shu was no longer short of pocket money. His primary motivation was to strike back at the other side's relentless pursuit. Kong Fong smiled. Uncle Chen, you are acting like a child. Chen Shu laughed heartily. Perhaps I am simply growing younger with age. Xia Wantong nodded. That is indeed true. Uncle Chen's physique is remarkably vigorous. Kong Fong blushed. Must you discuss such things so openly? Wantong truly had no reservations whatsoever. Chen Shu left with an air of nonchalance. But as for Yi Mei, she was in for a rough time. The court staff glanced at the printed documents Kong Fong had brought and said these pieces of evidence have already proven that Mr. Chen's current wealth was all acquired after the divorce, and we cannot possibly verify the original source. So I still advise you that the court will not support your request to divide Mr. Chen's existing assets. Upon hearing this, Yi Mei exploded. Why won't the court help us poor people? The staff member looked at the relentless Yi Mei and thought to himself, what? Does being poor give you the right to be unreasonable? In this world, the poor must stand on their own strength to be respected. Relying on your poverty to seize your ex-husband's assets. That would turn the world upside down. The staff member said coldly, watch your words. The court operates according to the law and not on anyone's side. Yi Jinkai asked the lawyer beside him, Old Li, what do we do now? Lawyer Li said, given the situation, I advise you to stop fighting him. His documents are complete. The judge won't support your demands. At most, considering his assets in the hundreds of millions, he might give you some humanitarian compensation. Yi Mei asked how much humanitarian compensation. They had considered harassing Chen Shu, but they knew he lived in Kaishuamen, where they couldn't even get in. As for forcibly taking Chen Shu's Maybach, the public security in Huqing was no joke. Now they could only hope for humanitarian compensation. Lawyer Li said it's hard to say. Could be a few thousand, tens of thousands, or possibly nothing at all. Yi Mei thought for a moment, and said we'll take whatever we can get. We'll keep suing. I refuse to believe he has no feelings for the past. Lawyer Li thought to himself, are you really that blind? Don't you see the two women beside him? Aren't they far more attractive than you, a 60-year-old woman? Why would he cherish old feelings? But since Yi Jinkai guaranteed the legal fees, he didn't care. Fine, I'll do my best, Lawyer Li said. Chen Shu handed the entire lawsuit over to Kong Fong. Since it wasn't a criminal case, the party involved could simply appoint a lawyer to appear. Chen Shu had only one condition: if the other side kept pressing Kong Fong, was to immediately countersue and force them to split the 8-0. Let Yi Mei, her son and daughter-in-law, taste the bitterness of trying to steal something only to lose their own. He pushed those troubling thoughts aside. That evening, Xia Wanting still wanted Chen Shu to take her to a hotel. But Chen Shu was thinking about his old buddy Old Lu. Besides, he was exhausted these days. To maintain his health, he went to the community gym every morning to work out and lift weights, preserving the physique he had built over 5 years of fitness. Only after getting old does one truly realize the importance of a healthy body. So that night, he let Chu Hong eat dinner at home, gave Xia Wanting a night off, and walked alone to find Old Lu. Riding on Old Lu's electric scooter, they went to Lu Dao Liangzi, a foot bath place across from their workplace. Seeing two old men coming in, the staff at the bath center weren't particularly surprised. But if Old Lu hadn't been in his security uniform, and Chen Shu hadn't been wearing Versace and a Rolex Submariner, they would probably have been thrown out. In the past, Chen Shu, like Old Lu, would have felt like a country bumpkin entering a grand garden, guilty and nervous. But now it was different. His current spending level was more than enough to dominate this bath center. Charge a 5,000 yuan card, Chen Shu said, pulling out his phone. The heavily powdered woman at the front desk immediately broke into a smile. People who charged 5,000 or even $1 million weren't rare, but Chen Shu was clearly a new face. Though he was with an old man in a security uniform, she assumed the security guard was his employee and that this was a team-building outing. Old Lu swallowed hard. Brother Chun, that's 5,000. How about just charging 1,000? Enough for tonight's expenses. We're not going to spend that much. Chen Shu thought, shut up, Old Lu, have some ambition. Charging 5,000 doesn't mean you have to spend it all tonight. It's about enjoying premium services. A guest who charges 5,000 upon entry receives a completely different level of service compared to one who charges 1,000. Even the quality of the masseuses differs. Old Lu's level was only fit for a 200 yuan night with a chubby masseuse whose face was caked in makeup like a ghost from the Hungry Ghost Festival. Bringing him here almost felt like a waste of the masseuses. But still, among brothers, when one becomes rich, he should not forget the other. Back when Chen Shu first started as a security guard, he had previously worked at a newspaper with a formal position. At first, he couldn't let go of his pride, found it hard to deal with troublesome residents, and couldn't adapt to the dirtier, harder work. But Old Lu, who had been a security guard for years and had plenty of experience, took him under his wing, handled all the tough jobs, and helped Chen Shu a lot. Chen Shu was a man who knew how to repay kindness. At the very least, he wanted to let his old brother enjoy the latter half of his life. Old Lu Chen Shu said, "I'm going to take you to enjoy life and broaden your horizons." Then he turned to the cashier. "Give me your 2 best masseuses. Good technique, great figure, young and beautiful. Can you do that?" The cashier perked up. "Yes." Chen Shu was satisfied. "Also arrange a late-night snack, open a bottle of Feiqian Mitai, and give me a private quiet room." Old Lu was a little envious of how smoothly Chen Shu handled everything. Clearly he had enjoyed this many times. Who would have thought Chen Shu's post-divorce life would be so amazing? The two of them entered a room filled with incense. The lighting was dim. When the pink mood light came on, the atmosphere was just right. Soon Masseuse No. 66 and No. 88, both young and slender under 25 arrived. Chen Shu took one look. No wonder this bath center was located behind Kaikshuamen. The quality of the masseuses was impeccable, comparable to Xia Wanting Chu Hong and even Kong Fong. Of course the numbers made it clear these were top tier. The masseuses greeted them sweetly. "Hello gentlemen. Our parlor also offers cosplay services. Do you have any requests?" Introduced Masseuse No. 88. Chen Shu. "Cosplay? I don't understand. Just do the normal routine." Old Lu opened his mouth, but hesitated. He understood. His granddaughter loved cosplaying anime characters. "Brother Chen, you don't even know this." But he didn't say it out loud. It would seem improper. In truth, he didn't know that if Chen Shu had known what cosplay meant, he would have been game. He had already spent the money. Why not enjoy himself? Foot bathing is truly something one cannot trifle with. The more you indulge, the more addicted you become. That very evening the two of them spent nearly 30,000 yuan. Both were thoroughly delighted in body and mind. In a fleeting moment it felt as if they had glimpsed the emptiness of all life. The next morning old Lu was so at ease that he could barely rise from the private room, almost late for work. Fortunately his workplace was just across the street, otherwise being late would cost him 50 yuan, rendering the day's labor worthless. The foot bathing experience from the previous night lingered in old Lu's mind, making him yearn if only he could spend his entire life in a bathhouse. No wonder men are so fond of foot bathing. What they wash is not the feet, but that dusty, deadened heart. Old Lu's life seemed to be wiped clean like a pane of glass, and the glimmer of hope for life reappeared. Chen Shu also reaped benefits. Recharging 500,000 yuan brought no reward, but when the slender technician No. 88 stepped on his back, Chen Shu inexplicably dreamed of lying on a vast prairie smelling the scent of grass, with colorful butterflies fluttering all over his back. Then he received a reward of 1 million yuan. The next morning the two sat at a breakfast stall by the security booth eating steamed buns and rice porridge. Such cheap breakfast was something Chen Shu hadn't had in over a week. Now savoring it he found it quite delicious, a pleasant change in daily life. This is what life truly is. Chen Shu embraced the new day with renewed vigor. After checking in he received a sign-in amount of 20,000 yuan, a sum that felt like pocket money from the system. Meanwhile old Lu with a bitter expression put on his security uniform, which had been washed clean by the delicate hands of the bathhouse girls, still carrying a lingering fragrance, and trudged off to work like a beast of burden. As Chen Shu crossed the street, old Lu, reluctant to part, said, "Brother Chen, come by often when you have time. You live so close, just a 5-minute walk, and there's still over 400,000 left in the account. We can't let it go to waste, can we?" Chen Shu of course knew that old Lu had taken a liking to technician No. 66. He only wanted to say, "The girls at the bathhouse are just playing along, you can't take it seriously, can you?" A father addicted to gambling, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, a broken girl. In the ordinary world such tricks truly win hearts, and old Lu was clearly already ensnared. But even if ensnared, old Lu was still quite practical. As a security guard who only watched the gate, he earned less than 3,000 yuan a month. 2 sessions with technician No. 66 would have cost that much. How could old Lu afford it? Not to mention that most of his money was in his wife's hands. His salary card was in her name. Because his son had made him a defaulter, any money in his bank account would be immediately transferred away. Chen Shu had lifted a corner of the sky for him, letting him look up in awe for the rest of his life. But at least it added a splash of color to old Lu's gray existence. Ding. Host has helped a friend experience an upper-class life, and the friend is grateful. Reward 100,000 yuan. Chen Shu was astonished. He hadn't expected the system to give a reward for this. The money spent on old Lu had been returned nearly 100-fold. What would happen if I spent all this money on old Lu? Chen Shu thought mischievously. Back at the residential compound, Chen Shu felt refreshed all over. At 40, in the prime of his life, after a night of rest, he was brimming with energy and went straight to the compound's gym. He genuinely enjoyed working out. Absolutely not, because there were many young women in yoga pants in the gym in the morning. But to his great surprise, Chu Hong was also there. "You're not working today, oi?" Chen Shu asked curiously. Chu Hong replied, "I'm taking a day off. Where did you go last night?" Chen Shu didn't hide it because there was no need. If Chu Hong couldn't accept it, he could easily find someone else. "I went to the foot bath place next door." Chu Hong nodded. "Didn't go to the 5th floor?" Chen Shu, huh? 5th floor. What's there? Chu Hong. Good as long as you didn't. Chen Shu would have to be living in vain for 60 years not to understand what she meant. Got it. I'll go check it out next time. Chu Hong frowned. If you catch a disease, you'll die even faster. Chen Shu chuckled. Just kidding. With you here, why would I go anywhere else? I just had a foot massage and a back rub. Nothing else. Chu Hong said, I can give you a foot massage too. I can rub your back. Chen Shu, sure, next time. Could home really feel the same as outside? Chu Hong understood and didn't press further. She turned to join the yoga pants women doing yoga nearby. Most of these yoga pants women were like Chu Hong, kept pets of wealthy men. Otherwise, how could they be doing yoga here in broad daylight without watching kids or doing housework? After working out, he was drenched in sweat. He went home to freshen up and then received a call from the car dealership. Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Wang Ting from the Mercedes-Benz Center. Do you remember me? The black G-Class you ordered has arrived at the port. You can come to the store to pick it up this afternoon. We look forward to your arrival. Her voice was syrupy sweet. Chen Shu immediately thought of Wang Ting in her professional V-neck attire. Miss Wang. Yes, I'll come this afternoon. By the way, do you still have that red E-Class in stock? Chen Shu asked. That car was for Chu Hong. Chu Hong loved red, and since she had given him her first time, he naturally favored her a bit. The money he had spent on Chu Hong these days had also brought him considerable returns. Giving her a car would provide a sense of security, and it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Wang Ting said, It's still here, Mr. Chen. Would you like to take a look? Chen Shu, no need. I'll come pick it up this afternoon. Just keep it for me. Wang Ting was delighted. A simple notification call had sold a car. Truly a smiling woman has good luck. But since it was red, it was surely for a woman to drive. Was that woman likely Xia wanting his friend? Wang Ting could only feel envious. When Chen Shu bought the first car he had told Chu Hong, he ordered one for her, and today, he could finally make good on that casual lie. Chen Shu thought he should stop lying in the future. It was too mentally draining. We'll try not to lie. At noon, Chu Hong returned home to start cooking. Chu Hong's hometown was in the Central Plains. In summer, they loved eating noodles and green beans. Fortunately, her cooking skills were good, and in Huqing green beans were not abundant, so it was still enjoyable. Chen Shu couldn't always eat seafood and abalone. A simple home-cooked meal was fine. After lunch, Chen Shu said, I'll take a nap for an hour. This afternoon, I'll take you to pick up the car. The one I ordered for you has arrived. Chu Hong was flattered. For me, eh? Chen Shu nodded. Yes. Remember to bring your ID and driver's license. We'll need them for registration. Chu Hong was moved. She had thought Chen Shu was just fooling her before, but he had actually remembered. Thank you, Uncle Chen, she said earnestly. Chen Shu said, I always keep my promises. I never lie. I said I ordered it for you and I did. Chu Hong. She decided that no matter what Chen Shu did in the future, she wouldn't interfere. Afternoon. Chu Hong was driving the Maybach while Chen Shu reclined in the rear seat with the zero-gravity function engaged, listening to rock and roll on the new Long March and tapping his wrist, adorned with a green submariner, to the rhythm. A soft hum, sheer contentment. Chu Hong drove ahead and asked, Uncle Chen, don't you think your life is rather empty? Chen Shu, empty? Xiao Chu, how could your uncle possibly feel empty? I'm just physically run down from everything you've put me through these past couple of days. Chu Hong blushed and spat lightly. I meant finding some work to do. Chen Shu exclaimed in surprise. I just got off work and now you want me to slave away again. Chu Hong explained. I mean, for instance, starting a new company and experiencing that sense of building something from scratch. Chen Shu pondered for a moment. He thought back to his 20s when venturing into business was the wave of the era. There had been a time when he too aspired to be among those affluential households driving a Santana and carrying a brick-sized mobile phone. He had wanted the same back then. Working a regular job was hardly freedom. It was merely a matter of fulfilling family expectations, and as one of the rare college graduates of that era, securing a position that would earn mainstream social recognition. A position at a newspaper back then was highly coveted. But once you entered that world, it felt like a bottomless sea, and the dream of becoming your own boss gradually faded into oblivion. Now becoming a boss. It didn't sound terrible, but the timing wasn't right. He hadn't yet finished enjoying this wealthy lifestyle. Chen Shu said, no rush. Perhaps when the opportunity arises. In today's society, entrepreneurship is hardly different from gambling. Chu Hong had only brought it up casually anyway. The sight of Chen Shu reminded her of the chaebol tycoons on television. She thought if Chen Shu could become like those powerful business moguls from Korean dramas, he would be utterly captivating. Chen Shu, however, hadn't given it much thought. Starting a company wasn't impossible, but he absolutely would not manage it himself. So he decided to leave such matters to fate. Wouldn't it be better to just rest? The two arrived at the Mercedes Center where Wang Ting stood under the scorching sun, holding a Rolls-Royce delivery umbrella. Not for herself, but waiting to shield Chen Shu when he stepped out. That, she thought, is what professionalism looks like. But when she saw Chu Hong stepping out of the driver's seat, Wang Ting was momentarily perplexed. Wasn't it supposed to be Xia wanting? Why the change? Should she secretly let Xia wanting know that someone else already got a car while she hadn't? The disparity was glaring. Either this was favoritism or perhaps Chu Hong was the legitimate one. But after a moment's thought, she decided against speaking up. She couldn't risk offending a client and jeopardizing her commission. Sis, you have such elegance about you. Obviously refined and intellectual. I've seen this dress before, but felt it wasn't worthy of me. On you it truly complements your aura. While holding the umbrella for Chen Shu, Wang Ting didn't forget to flatter Chu Hong. She knew perfectly well that catering to Chen Shu was merely her duty today, but winning over this young woman would certainly create a win-win situation. As expected, Chen Shu was quite pleased. A man deserved respect, but being respected alongside the woman by his side was the true mark of status. This Wang Ting was quite skilled. Even Chu Hong, who worked in sales herself, could sense the deliberate effort behind her words. Which woman was unhappy? In the past, the people she served were either genuine billionaires who belonged to an entirely different class, leaving her no choice but to look up to them as Wang Ting did now, or those who had forcibly scraped together 6 wallets for a down payment, believing that buying property in Shanghai elevated them above others. They often looked down on sales staff just as sharply. During work, she mostly had to please others as desperately as Wang Ting did. How could she ever expect to be served so attentively as she was today? She had never dared to dream of such treatment before. Was this the additional benefit that money brought? In this moment, Chu Hong began to understand. Money sometimes offered more than just a sense of security. As they entered the sales center, a refreshing chill washed over them, lifting their spirits even further. Walking into the vehicle pickup area, the light agate red Mercedes immediately caught Chu Hong's eye. Wang Ting, keen and perceptive, said, "This light agate red model was specially custom ordered by Mr. Chen. Looking at it today, it truly complements you perfectly, sis." Chu Hong couldn't help but open the car door and experience it thoroughly. She had been living in Shanghai for nearly 6 years, always riding her electric scooter. She had never dreamed of owning her own car. So this was absolutely a huge surprise. Following Uncle Chen had been the right decision. In this moment, Chu Hong felt that sometimes in life you didn't need to strive so relentlessly. Occasionally allowing yourself to simply lie flat was quite acceptable. Imagining herself cruising along the outer ring road in this car, Chu Hong grew impatient. While the other staff handled Chu Hong's handover procedures, Chen Shu made his way to the nearby VIP delivery area. There, parked within the area, stood a formidable black G-Wagon. Without any modifications or accessories, merely sitting there in its raw state, it already exuded an undeniable dominance. Curious, Chu Hong asked, "Why did you order another one?" Chen Shu replied, "The Maybach is a wedding gift for my grandson. This is the model I personally prefer." Chu Hong thought to herself that the saying about scumbags driving G-Wagons truly had some merit. But she had to admit this G-Wagon was genuinely handsome. When Chen Shu closed the car door and slipped on his sunglasses, the sound resembled a bullet being chambered. Both Wang Ting and Chu Hong found themselves somewhat spellbound watching him seated in the driver's seat. Those young men driving G-Wagons seemed frivolous and clearly unable to command the vehicle's formidable presence. Most young people who managed to drive a G-Wagon were likely second-generation rich kids, untested by life's battles, unable to subdue its domineering aura. Instead, they came across as passive and ineffectual. But Chen Shu could. At 60 years old, he possessed the physique of a man in his 40s and a charisma that set him apart from other older men. While most 60-year-old men radiated a lifeless, declining energy, every movement Chen Shu made was nothing but composure. It was as though the G-Wagon beneath him was a wild steed he had already tamed. Listening to the roar of the V8 twin-turbo engine, Chen Shu felt thoroughly satisfied. As expected, this was a product forged by wealth. He was extremely pleased with both its appearance and performance. Whether it was comfortable to sit in no longer concerned him. What mattered most was simply liking it. He had no patience for the conventional wisdom about carefully considering purchases. When you had enough money, there was only one question that mattered: whether you had enough money. After test driving the vehicle, Chen Shu stepped out and said, "That's sufficient. We'll be driving away with both cars today. I'll need you to arrange a tow truck to transport my Maybach to Nanjing County." "Of course, no problem at all, Mr. Chen," Wang Ting responded immediately. "Should you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to arrange it with me." Chen Shu gave an okay gesture. "Settle the final payment." This is what it truly means to be extravagant. Chen Shu had already purchased 3 cars here, paying in full. His ostentatious display was so impressive that Wang Ting didn't dare mention that interest-free car loans were available, fearing Chen Shu might take it as an insult. Even though she could earn a higher commission through financing with these 3 cars priced at over 10 million yuan, she had nothing to complain about. It was more than enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of the year. Of course, what she envied most was Chu Hong. That woman didn't need to do anything at all. Relying solely on her looks and figure, she received a car worth 500,000 yuan registered under Chu Hong's name. That was infinitely easier than her exhausting car sales work. Perhaps I should just give up, to Wang Ting thought. If only I knew where to find a generous patron like Uncle Chen. As for Chen Shu, he hopped into his own G-Wagon while the Maybach was taken away by the towing company. Right at that moment, his daughter Chen called. "Dad." Chen Shu's voice was gentle. "Yes, daughter, is Ping Ping getting married soon? I'll prepare to return tomorrow." Chen replied, "Okay, Dad. From the 3 million, you gave me 2,300,000 remains." Chen Shu immediately said, "Just keep it all. These past years I've wronged you. Consider this money as compensation. You've suffered so much, my daughter." Chen fell silent for a moment. Indeed, she desperately needed this money. Their family wasn't well off. After Wang Tao's hand was injured, it was impossible for him to continue working at the factory. His right hand couldn't exert any force, so no factory would hire him anyway. Henceforth, he could only deliver food. In a small county town, food delivery at best earned 3 to 4,000 yuan monthly, which might not even cover the mortgage. The 3 million from Chen Shu could truly help their family live comfortably. However, having experienced her parents' divorce, Chen Wen had become very independent, so receiving something she hadn't earned made her feel uneasy. She had no idea what Chen Shu's current situation was. If she hadn't heard from Chen Nen that Chen Shu now lived in a riverside mansion in Huqing and had enjoyed a 200,000 yuan meal, she truly wouldn't have dared to accept so much money. Chen Shu's transformation was so drastic that she couldn't quite accept it. "Thank you, Dad," Chen Wen said softly. Chen Shu replied, "We're family. Why speak like strangers?" He actually knew his daughter had it hard. Previously, he simply didn't have the means to help Chen Wen since he had to consider his ex-wife's family with his money. Now he finally had the opportunity to make up for the regret of not being able to help his daughter in the past. Chen Wen said, "Ping Ping is getting married in 5 days. Come whenever you like." Chen Shu said, "Alright, I'll come tomorrow. I've also prepared a wedding gift for Ping Ping. I'll bring it along." Chen Wen didn't think much of it. "Okay, Dad. I'll hang up now. I still need to contact some relatives and friends. Uncle and the others have helped me a lot over these years. They must attend Ping Ping's wedding." Chen Shu nodded. He was the third in his family with 2 older brothers, though these 2 brothers had quite a large age gap between them. Eldest brother Chen Jianjun was already 70, second brother Chen Xianghua was 68. Both had been soldiers in their youth. As people aged, contact naturally became less frequent. Moreover, while Chen Shu was in Huqing, both brothers lived farming in a small mountain village in the countryside, and neither had attended school. Originally, the whole family had essentially supported Chen Shu's education. This was also a source of guilt in Chen Shu's heart. But his 2 brothers said nothing about it. After his divorce, when Chen Wen was alone in the county town, they had helped her quite a bit. Earlier, when he was watching Chen Wen's 2 grandchildren, his 2 older brothers often rode their old-fashioned bicycles to deliver local specialties, free-range mountain chickens, pond ducks, and such. Once eldest brother's son wanted to come to Huqing to rely on Chen Shu, but he hadn't dared to agree because Yi Mei would be upset. Looking back now, he truly was detestable back then. No wonder his 2 brothers later stopped contacting him. Chen Shu said, "Alright, Xiaowen, go ahead and contact them. You've worked hard these days." Chen Wen said something and hung up. Chen Shu also hung up. He drove the G-Wagon back to the Triumphal Arch residential complex. Behind him, Chu Hong's red Mercedes followed down into the parking garage. Each unit here had 4 parking spaces in the garage, quite sufficient. Back in his own home, Chen Shu relaxed. At this moment, he glanced at the system information. Ding! The host's extravagant spending showcasing true tycoon style, delighting the female companion with a car gift. Reward 1,000 yuan. Spending 500,000 on Chu Hong rewarded him 10 million. His current assets had already exceeded 200 million, reaching over 205 million. When one's assets reach the 100 million level, advancing further becomes somewhat difficult. But Chen Shu wasn't in a hurry. 200 million was more than enough for him to live out his days in style. Chen Shu said to Chu Hong, who had just come up, "Xiaochu, get ready. Tomorrow we're going back to my hometown. I'll need to stay about 10 days. Chu Hong naturally knew about Chen Shu's grandson's wedding. She had already prepared her clothes. Chu Hong said, "Okay, Uncle Chen, let me prepare some clothes for you." Chen Shu said, "Why bother preparing? We'll just buy there when we reach the county." Chu Hong replied, "County goods are indeed cheaper, but we're attending a wedding. This is a very formal occasion. You're an elder of the groom's side, and should dress more formally." Chen Shu thought to himself that having a woman around was quite convenient. So he let Chu Hong handle it herself. The next day, Chu Hong took a day's leave. As a real estate agent, the base salary was very low. They basically lived off commissions. So taking leave was extremely easy, just saying a word. Not to mention, Chu Hong now had a 500,000 yuan Mercedes and received 150,000 yuan monthly from Chen Shu. Working was just to prove herself, who would depend on a monthly salary of 10 or 20,000 to live. The next day, Chen Shu drove his Mercedes G-Wagon onto the highway, leaving Huqing. Once on the highway, Chen Shu felt this car wasn't without its flaws. If he drove too fast, the wind noise was too loud, affecting his listening to the Burmester sound system. So he reduced his speed to no more than 100 kilometers per hour, heading toward his hometown. Nansheng County, the straight line distance from Huqing didn't exceed 100 kilometers. But being a small southern county town with winding roads and rolling hills, by the time they arrived at Nansheng County, it was already afternoon. Arriving at Nansheng County, Chen Shu suddenly remembered. He had no idea where his daughter lived. 5 years ago, Wang Tao and Chen Wen had worked together to buy their first house in the small county town, but he had never visited. He had to call Chen Wen to ask for the address. He then learned that Chen Nen was singing karaoke with classmates at the Xinyiandi shopping center in Nansheng County, so he detoured to pick up Chen Nen and let her guide them home. The Mercedes G-Wagon quickly became a striking sight in Nansheng County. Although it wasn't far from Huqing, wealthy people basically went to develop in Huqing. Unless during Spring Festival, when various luxury cars appeared, they were still rare now. Not to mention the driver, a middle-aged man with black and white hair wearing sunglasses with a Huazi cigarette dangling, sitting in the driver's seat, incomparably dashing. Even the beautiful young woman beside him couldn't attract Chen Shu's gaze. This old man was exceptionally roguish, handsome, and carefree, very much giving off veteran entertainment industry vibes. He could easily charm the yoga pant-wearing women of 5 counties. The G-Wagon pulled directly into the parking lot beneath the shopping mall. In the sweltering heat of that afternoon, it wasn't long before quite a few young girls dressed in revealing attire gathered around the car to gawk. When they spotted the older man in sunglasses stepping out, many of the girls' eyes lit up with delight. The aristocratic aura of his Givenchy ensemble was enough to completely eclipse those delinquent youths nearby. Not to mention the sophisticated intellectual beauty standing beside him at 30, Chu Hong. This instantly captivated those reckless boys as well. These delinquent youths who had never ventured beyond their county town stood no chance against the allure of a mature woman in her 30s. Moreover, with Chen Shu having recently won over Chu Hong, the gentle warmth radiating from her expression made her seem as enchanting as a spring breeze. Chen Shu led Chu Hong into the shopping mall. Turning his head, he spotted several young women standing beside his car taking photographs. As long as they didn't climb onto the hood, Chen Shu didn't mind. Everyone had their aspirations, he thought. Consider it a tribute to the teenager he once was. He had previously checked the KTV private room number for Chen Pingping on his phone, room 555. Pushing open the door, he walked straight into the middle of a confession scene. A 3-tiered cake sat at the center of the private room. A young man knelt on one knee holding a bouquet of roses, confessing his feelings to a girl. An array of heart-shaped candles ringed the perimeter. What an unexpectedly elaborate spectacle. Chen Shu's heart tightened momentarily. What were the young ones like these days, so precociously mature? Yet when he spotted the girl standing there, his relief was immediate. It wasn't Chen Anin, it was Li Xiaoman. Still, it made sense. Although Chen Anin had inherited her features from Chun Wan and was naturally beautiful, without makeup, Li Xiaoman, who was skilled at dressing and doing her makeup, was far better suited to becoming these young boys' unattainable ideals. That was right. Today, Li Xiaoman was the one being confessed to. Honestly, this young man knew how to set a scene. The arrangement was thoughtful and well executed, suggesting romantic experience. His appearance was clean-cut, possessing a youthful handsomeness reminiscent of Chen Shu half his age. The atmosphere in the room still crackled with passionate energy. Clearly the heroine had not yet accepted. Just then Chen Shu and Chu Hong walked in. The room fell silent save for the music still playing from the speakers, some upbeat tune about a grand sedan chair. The moment was almost absurdly surreal. Sorry to interrupt, young man, Chen Shu said. Please continue. I'm here to pick up Anin. In the corner, Chen Anin also spotted Chen Shu and called out cheerfully, Grandpa, you're back. She then skipped happily over to his side. There were roughly 7 or 8 people present, 3 girls. Coincidentally, all 3 girls were familiar faces to Chen Shu, Li Xiaoman, Chen Anin, and Ji Yunyu. The young man still kneeling on the floor wore an awkward expression. Who could have anticipated that a grandfatherly figure would appear during his carefully planned confession? The stark contrast made it nearly impossible for him to continue. Li Xiaoman's eyes brightened at the sight of Chen Shu's arrival, for she was genuinely unable to bear the situation any longer. The boy was actually a decent student in their class, so they, students who excelled academically, often hung out together. She wasn't sure why, but the boy had mistakenly believed she harbored feelings for him. Despite her repeated rejections, he interpreted them as shyness or a wish to delay dating until after the college entrance examination. Thus today's scene unfolded. Originally the plan had simply been a farewell gathering, a meal, and some karaoke to celebrate their graduation happily. Instead, they had secretly orchestrated this elaborate confession. Li Xiaoman had been the most beautiful girl in their class since childhood. She had been confessed to many times by boys, but today was genuinely humiliating. Her heart screamed, could Luo Xiang really be this foolish? Who watches too many cringe-worthy romance short videos would concoct such an awkward confession? Would any girl accept it? More importantly, there was absolutely no emotional foundation between them. Other boys usually waited until a relationship was established before making their declarations. What was worse, he persisted even after she'd rejected him so many times. Li Xiaoman looked toward Chen Shu and Chu Hong at the doorway, her expression awkward. Luo Xiang, I cannot accept your confession. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in dating right now. Chen Shu thought to himself, game over. When a young man's white moonlight rejects him, that moment will become an obstacle he may never overcome in his lifetime. But as the saying went, whose youth had no regrets. Every boy harbored his own unattainable ideal. After all, a white moonlight that could be won was no longer a white moonlight. Ponder it carefully, he told himself. Luo Xiang, clearly unable to accept the rejection, insisted, that's impossible, Xiaoman. If you didn't like me, why do you always ask me for help with physics problems instead of others? It must be because your parents are too strict. Don't worry. We can date secretly and announce it only after we graduate from university. Chen Shu, what kind of twisted logic was this? Could anyone really misinterpret things this badly? Li Xiaoman sighed. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't feel the need to explain hastily. But today, for some reason, seeing Grandpa, Chen Anin's grandfather, standing at the doorway stirred a peculiar restlessness within her. She spoke with icy directness. Luo Xiang, stop flattering yourself. I asked you questions about physics because you scored the highest in our class, not for any other reason. Please stop overthinking this. I prefer older, more mature guys. For this 18-year-old boy, the world collapsed. Li Xiaoman's words pierced through the armor of his youth like needles. But she was unwilling to linger any longer. Don't do this again in the future. With that, she left behind only a faint trace of perfume, pulling Ji Yunyu and Chun Anin along as she strode out. Chen Shu surveyed the thoroughly disappointed young man and patted his shoulder. Everyone has regrets in their youth. It's all right, young man. If you start making money now after 30, you'll undoubtedly have many more white moonlights. Oh, but the prerequisite is that you can actually afford to visit a foot spa. With that, Chen Shu walked away. The young man remained bewildered, unable to make sense of Chen Shu's rambling words. Chen Shu sighed. Still doesn't understand. Just like the young man he once was. After closing the door, Chen Shu caught up with Chun Anin and the others. Li Xiaoman walked in front, clearly feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of her best friend's grandfather after today's incident. Ji Yunyu, the quiet girl, kept her head lowered, staring at the floor tiles, lost in thought. However, she had given Chen Shu and Shu Hong a slight nod earlier, which for someone with severe social anxiety counted as a full greeting. Chun Anin, having witnessed a confession spectacle today and her beloved grandfather returning, was in high spirits. Grandpa, when did you come back? Chen Shu replied, I just arrived today. Your mother said you were playing here, so I came to pick you up and have you guide me home. Chun Anin cheerfully suggested, then let's drop off Xiaoman and Yunyu first. Chen Shu naturally had no objection. It was merely a few minutes of driving. The three girls, however, were quite surprised to see Chen Shu's new car. In their worldview, a Maybach was already a vehicle that commanded absolute respect on the streets. This G-Wagon was no less impressive by comparison. Grandpa, you change cars? Chun Anin exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Shu nodded. Yes, that sedan was for your brother. When you enter university and get your license, I'll buy you one too. Then when you have free time during college, you can take your two best friends to Shanghai for fun. Chun Anin still harbored some fear of driving. After all, her family followed traditional Chinese educational principles that prioritized safety above all else. She said, I think I'll pass. Let me wait until after I graduate from university. Li Xiaoman, on the other hand, felt a twinge of envy. She had always dreamed of owning a car of her own, but could only bite her lip in silence. The five of them boarded the car. Unbeknownst to them, back at the mall, the young man who had been rejected noticed Chen Shu's G-Wagon, and his world collapsed once again. He recognized that luxury vehicle. It was worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Could it be that Li Xiaoman had developed feelings for this wealthy old man? Li Xiaoman's home was also in the county town, located in a government employee compound. Most of the residents there were civil servants within the county, and this street was mainly lined with residential compounds for banks, enterprises, and institutions. First, they dropped Li Xiaoman off at her home. She kept her head down, lost in thought, and simply said a brief goodbye to everyone. Next was to send Ji Yunyu home. Her family lived in a small village about 300 meters from the North Ring Road of the county town, which was actually not far from Qinjiao village, where Chen Shu was born and raised. Along the way, Chen Shu was stirred by the scenery. When he was 19, he married Chun Wen's mother, and the first year they lived in the old county town, which at that time didn't have so many high-rise buildings. At that time, Chun Wen's mother wanted Chen Shu to work as a bank clerk. However, Chen Shu was still a literary youth then, and with his parents' wishes, he resolutely left his wife and daughter to go work in Shanghai. In those days, travel was far, and he could only come back home about once a month. The two were originally introduced by matchmakers with no emotional foundation. Moreover, Chen Shu had just married and left home far away. Eventually, by the time Chun Wen reached high school, their relationship had come to an end. Now, revisiting the old place, Chen Shu was filled with mixed emotions. Toward his first wife, he actually held no resentment, but rather more guilt. Although he had sent all his meager wages back to his wife and daughter as a husband, he had failed to fulfill the duty of companionship. He wondered how she was doing. Lost in thought, they arrived at Ji Yunyu's village. The luxury car attracted the attention of many elderly people. They only recognized BMW, Audi, and Mercedes, but the big G emblem was quite convincing. Her home was right at the village entrance. Two weathered wooden doors with no lock. Ji Yunyu said awkwardly, "Thank you, uncle, for sending me back." Chen Shu replied, "It's nothing." Shu Hong felt a stir in her heart. The wooden doors and rammed earth walls reminded her of her own childhood. "Yunyu, study hard, and you will change your situation." Ji Yunyu nodded. "Thank you, sister." Then she stood at the door watching Chen Shu and the others drive away. Green Xian residential area in Nanjing County. It was not located at the edge of the county center. It wasn't a top-tier residential area. The building was delivered less than 10 years ago, but already seemed somewhat aged. There was no underground parking lot. Cars, tricycles, and electric scooters were parked haphazardly, making it inconvenient for Chen Shu to drive. Decisively, he gave a pack of Huazi cigarettes to the guard at the gate and parked on the roadside outside the community. He understood security guards all too well, knowing exactly how much value a pack of Huazi held in their eyes. Not to mention that the guard here was older than him and seemed a bit hard of hearing, but his eyes lit up at the sight of the pack. "And in what car does your mother usually drive?" Chen Shu asked. Chen Anin pointed to the carport under Building 1, a small electric scooter. "She uses it to commute to work." "There, that one." Chen Shu saw a somewhat shabby small electric scooter with a yellow license plate. There was also a helmet with chip paint on it. Because of the divorce, Chun Wen's academic studies were neglected, resulting in her only graduating from a vocational school. It was difficult to find a good job, so she could only work at the local Lianhua supermarket. She had now worked her way up to supervisor of the snack section. His daughter's life had been too difficult. Qinshu only wanted to make up for it. Chu Hong rarely saw such guilt in Qinshu's eyes. She said, "Why don't I give my car to Anan's mother?" Qinshu shook his head. "That car is for you. I have other plans for the rest." The 16th floor. A decent floor. Qinshu was quite satisfied. But upon entering he discovered that it was an arrangement of 2 elevators serving 4 apartments per floor. The already narrow floor would be even more cramped. Sure enough, when Chun and In unlocked the door they saw a small living room with 3 tiny bedrooms. The total area of the small apartment was about 100 square meters divided into 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Inside, Wang Tao was busy around the stove in an apron wearing a wrist guard on his wrist, probably to cover the stitches. Otherwise it would indeed be frightening. If Qinshu compared himself to Wang Tao, the latter was clearly a more reliable husband. "Dad, you're here. Chunwen won't be off work until 5. Are you hungry? The chicken I'm stewing will be ready soon." Wang Tao wiped his hands and hurried to pour water. He was now somewhat afraid of his father-in-law. After all, his father-in-law had casually given them 3 million, enough to buy his life. Being polite was not embarrassing. Not to mention that he had also saved his hand. Wang Tao looked up and saw Chu Hong beside him and was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, "What is this? What does this woman do?" Chun and looking innocent introduced, "Dad, this is my grandpa's roommate, the sister who rents with him. She's very nice. She heard my brother is getting married and came to visit." This explanation was given by Chu Hong to Chun and in the car. Chun and was innocent and certainly believed it. Whether Wang Tao believed it or not was unknown, but he still greeted hello. Chu Hong smiled lightly and nodded. "Hello." Qinshu said, "I'm not hungry. Is Ping Ping getting married in this house? Which one is the wedding room?" Wang Tao said somewhat embarrassedly, "Chun Wen and I discussed it. We'll give the master bedroom to Ping Ping and his wife, and we'll just stay in the guest room." Qinshu shook his head firmly. "No, it's too small. Won't the relatives laugh at us?" Wang Tao lowered his head and said nothing. Qinshu understood. Wang Tao and Chun Wen had been living honestly, but being able to buy this apartment already surpassed many ordinary people. However, this apartment still had 3 years of mortgage payments left. Qinshu thought there were still 4 days until the wedding. Enough time to buy a house. Alright, I'll go buy a house as the wedding home. With that he turned and left. Wang Tao. "Huh? What?" Before he could say goodbye, Qinshu took Chu Hong and left. Chun and heard this and immediately ran out of the bedroom. "Grandpa, I want to go too." Qinshu said, "Come along." Wang Tao asked, "Dad, will you come back for dinner?" Qinshu replied, "It depends. You go ahead and cook." "Okay, Dad." Wang Tao had already guessed what Qinshu was going to do, buying a wedding house. He thought to himself this father-in-law was really different from before. He had become decisive and swift. In fact, with enough money, even an ordinary person's execution ability would immediately improve. When Qinshu and the 2 others got into the car, they found that the guard at the gate had actually washed his car. That pack of Huazi was really effective. Qinshu tossed another carton of Huazi to the guard booth. "Brother, you can't. The old guard was shocked. This carton of Huazi cost over 600 yuan. Qinshu said, "Big brother, it's not for free. Let me ask which area in our county has the best houses." The old guard still silently put the Huazi into the drawer. "Brother, if you're asking about good houses, it's the west side. My son drives for the government, and I heard the county government will move to the west. The houses there will definitely appreciate." Qinshu thought, "Alright, let's rule out the west side first." After hearing the old security guard's explanation, Qinshu had a clearer direction in mind. His years of working at the newspaper had not been in vain. He could access considerable information. He understood well that in a small county like Nanjing, relocating the government office building would set everything in motion. More importantly, with the current unfavorable situation, who would dare to attempt such a thing? Spreading such news simply aims to sell off the houses in the Western District. As expected, after taking a round in the Western District, many buildings had been capped and several residential complexes had already been delivered, yet the streets remained desolate. Unfinished buildings were not particularly numerous. Chu Hong remarked, "The development prospects here are unfavorable compared to the old town. There are too many houses and property prices are nearly matching those in Shanghai's suburbs. With that money, why not develop in Shanghai? The potential has been overdrawn. Buying houses here will definitely result in losses." Chu Hong, being a property saleswoman, had keen insight into housing evaluation. Qinshu continued taking Chu Hong and Chun Anin around the county, observing suitable residential communities. The county town was not large. Circling the outer ring took merely an hour. Eventually, Chu Hong pointed to a row of villas and said, "Here, this villa community occupies the finest location in the entire county. Though not a commercial CBD and far from the government district, it's separated from North Lake by only a road and has a primary school nearby. It retains its value best." Qinshu was equally impressed. Every man harbors a dream of providing his family with a villa. Qinshu was no exception. However, villas in Shanghai, that was out of the question. Sometimes money alone wasn't enough. But in this small county town, affording a villa was certainly within reach. Qinshu said, "I think this works too. Let's go take a look." The car stopped at the entrance of this villa community. The 3 discovered that this villa community had already been delivered and had residents. The county town indeed had its share of wealthy individuals. Qinshu was also pressed for time as his child's wedding was approaching. He needed a fully furnished house that was ready to move into immediately. They could simply inquire directly at the property management office. For communities that had already been delivered, the sales center had probably closed long ago. They arrived at the property management center. Seated at the service counter was a middle-aged woman. "Good day, sir. Are you a villa owner from which building?" The woman was very courteous, clearly able to sense Chen Shu's dignified demeanor. Chen Nin chimed in happily. "We're not property owners here. We're here to buy a house. Do you have any villas left unsold?" Evidently, since returning from Shanghai, Chen Nin had become much more outgoing, shedding some of the naivety of a high school girl, and her courage had visibly grown. "Buying a house?" "Yes." The woman was excited. "We still have 5 villas unsold and 3 of them are already furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. You're welcome to view them anytime. Moreover, as long as you pay the deed tax and maintenance fund, you can obtain the property certificate on the same day." Chen Shu nodded. This aligned with his expectations. This indicated that the procedures for this villa community were already complete. Chen Shu nodded and said, "Take us to have a look." The woman quickly called over a property manager. The property manager was a woman curvaceously built, clearly of fertile constitution. She approached enthusiastically and asked Chen Shu if he was a local resident. Chen Shu replied, "Of course I'm a local. But today I'm here to buy a house for my daughter." The property manager glanced at Shu Hong. Chen Shu said, "She's not." Then he glanced at Chen Nin. Chen Shu said, "She's my granddaughter." The property manager dared not look again. Goodness, what kind of situation was this? The high school-aged girl being his granddaughter was not surprising, but this 30-year-old woman showing such intimate demeanor, why wouldn't she be his daughter? However, looking at Chen Shu's age, he appeared to be only around 40. The property manager dared not speculate further. She simply hurried to show them the properties. Coincidentally, the villa Chen Shu had taken a liking to happened to be unoccupied. This villa community consisted of townhouses, fewer than 40 units in total. Villa No. 9 was conveniently located at the first row closest to the western edge. Since there were no corners to navigate, it would be extremely quiet. Separated from the adjacent park by only a road, the 4th-floor balcony faced the lake. After getting off work, one could absolutely watch the sunset. In summer, one could gaze at the evening stars. After the property manager unlocked the door with the keys, Chen Shu discovered that, as she had described, the villa was well furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, even including a television. Shu Hong exclaimed in surprise, "This appears to have been furnished by someone in advance. Are you sure this is a first-hand property?" This villa clearly presented a condition ready for immediate inhabitation. The property manager explained, "Actually, this was originally the developer boss's house. However, the boss later went bankrupt, so this property remained. But because it had been furnished, the price was relatively high and it simply couldn't be sold." Chen Shu asked curiously, "The developer boss went bankrupt?" The property manager evidently had no intention of hiding anything. "That's right. There's a project called Sun City in the Western District. The foundation has already been laid, but the boss's capital chain broke. So, you can verify this matter. Basically, everyone in the county knows. The boss is still living in his hometown now. All the procedures for this house are complete. The house payment will go to the bank." Chen Shu thought to himself how unlucky this boss was. However, during the wild growth era of real estate, some bosses were too bold, over-leveraged with loans. With the market now sluggish, bosses who had completely wiped out their fortunes were by no means rare. Chen Shu didn't care about all that. As long as he could obtain the property certificate, that was enough. After touring this house, the furnishings were impeccable, exuding luxury throughout, even bordering on ostentatious opulence. However, Chen Shu did not intend to live here himself. This was meant to be a wedding house for his child. The villa had 4 floors in total, spanning over 100 ping. 7 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, 3 living rooms with 2 balconies, and a small attic. The price was also quite stunning, 3 million. In a 5th-tier small county town, this was absolutely a top-tier luxury residence. No wonder the community had been delivered for 2 years, yet still hadn't sold out. Of course, this came with furnishings included. In reality, based on Nanjing County's housing prices, 3 million was by no means a loss for Chen Shu. However, housing prices were unlikely to rise anymore. A living there was fine, but for investment, it would not work. This house was for his daughter's family to live in. It was also a form of compensation for his daughter. Ever since his daughter got married, he had not provided much financial support. "This one will do. Prepare the procedures for us, or we'll go handle the property certificate." Chen Shu acted decisively. Since he had already chosen the house, he would acquire it now and make preparations to use it as a wedding house. When had the property manager ever encountered such a bold home buyer? Moreover, paying in full without taking a mortgage, not needing to involve a bank at all. They simply needed to summon the developer. The developer's finance team, upon hearing this, was also delighted. They brought their official seal directly, saving the buyer an extra trip. They processed the house delivery procedures right at the real estate registry, providing exceptionally attentive and thoughtful service. This was the second time in Chen Shu's life that he had purchased a house. The first time had been to help his stepson buy a home. This was the second. However, the process was far more convenient than before. Nanjing County had established a big data center where all government affairs could be handled. The developer was very cooperative regarding the 3 million yuan villa. After all, they had been blacklisted by the government due to unfinished projects and had lost their credit standing with the authorities. Though this sum was a drop in the bucket, something was better than nothing. The developer's finance representative was waiting on site. Chen Shu was in no hurry while Chu Hong helped with the procedures. She came over and asked, "Uncle Chun, whose name should the house be registered under?" After a moment of consideration, Chen Shu said, "Put it under my daughter's name, and then call your mother. It wouldn't be wise to register it under Chun Pingping's name. That young man was only 23. Owning such a luxurious mansion would make him too easily arrogant. A man with too much money was not a good thing." Chen Shu understood this all too well. Chun Pingping was still young and had the chance to build a happy family. Unlike him, who had already lost that opportunity, left only to guard endless wealth and regret the remainder of his days. Chen Nin was naturally delighted. She had already chosen her room on the third floor, complete with a small balcony decorated like a princess's chamber. She even felt a twinge of regret that she would be starting university in a month and wouldn't have much time to enjoy her new room. Chen, when still at work, had no idea that Chen Shu had already found a house for her. When she received Chen Nin's call, she asked, "And then have you seen your grandfather?" "I'm right with Grandpa. He wants you to come to the big data center immediately. You have to take leave, urgent right now." Chen Nin wanted to surprise her mother. Because her mother had been fretting for days about the wedding of Chun Pingping, worrying that the house was too small to accommodate the bride's relatives properly. Moreover, the neighborhood was plagued by haphazard parking, making it difficult for the wedding procession to enter. Once inside, the cars couldn't turn back, adding another layer of trouble. Her mother was always burdened with endless worries. It had been a long time since she had given her mother a surprise. At the supermarket, Chen Wen put down her phone, curious about what her father and daughter were up to. She was at work, yet they wanted her to take leave. After some thought, she decided to go. She had worked at Lianhua Supermarket for over a decade and was well acquainted with the supervisors and managers. A simple heads-up was enough. It was almost 5 o'clock and work would end soon. Leaving half an hour early was no big deal. She hopped on a shared bike. Her electric scooter's battery had died. She had planned to use the money Chen Shu gave her to buy a new one, but she hadn't gotten around to it, thinking the money was needed for more important things. That was how ordinary people were. When suddenly receiving a large sum of money, they didn't know how to spend it. The big data center was not far from the supermarket. She arrived after a 5-minute ride. As she entered the building, Chen Nin, who was waiting impatiently, made her mother grab her ID card and head to the copy area to duplicate the documents. Chen Wen was bewildered, being pulled along by her daughter until she saw Chen Shu sitting on a chair and beside him a woman who appeared even younger than herself. She was dressed fashionably with a slim, tall figure and an air of elegance. As a woman, Chen Wen had an intuition that this woman standing there seemed to have an indistinct connection with her father. "Dad." Hearing Chen Wen's voice, Chen Shu perked up. "You're here? Let me introduce you. This is Chu Hong, my roommate from Hu City. She's here visiting." If it were the old Chen Wen, her expression would have soured. But not anymore. She had matured a lot. "Hello." Chen Shu sensed his daughter's maturity. Chu Hong, however, was warm and enthusiastic. "Hello, Sister Chen. Come submit your documents and sign your name. That's all." Chen Shu added, "They're about to close. Hurry up." And so in a daze, Chen Wen signed her name. Finally, a little red booklet appeared in her hand, the certificate of real estate ownership. Chen Shu smiled. "Daughter, hop in. Let's go see your new house." Only then did Chen Wen realize that Chen Shu had bought her a house. She saw the address on the certificate, Runs Manor. This was a well-known, affluent neighborhood in Nanqing County. Her supermarket manager lived there, and it was a favorable number, Villa No. 8. In the car, Chen Wen finally came to her senses. "Dad, did you buy this for me?" Chen Shu nodded. "Of course. Isn't your name on it? Legally, this house already belongs to you. You can sell it or live in it, whatever you want. Now we're going to the property management to get the keys. Pingping is getting married soon. He can't stay in that cramped little house anymore. From now on, you'll move here. It's already decorated so you can have the wedding here." Seeing how well-organized Chen Shu was, Chen Wen, sitting in the back, murmured, "Dad, you've changed so much all of a sudden. Spending money like water, driving a luxury car, casually dropping 3 million, and buying her a villa." She suddenly remembered that Chen Shu had told her his heart condition was very serious, coupled with how much younger he looked these days. Chen Wen began to tremble. Could it be? Could it be the legendary final rally before death? Spending so recklessly, clearly arranging his own funeral. Chen Wen's voice choked with emotion. A terrible premonition filled her mind. Chen Shu, completely oblivious to his daughter's thoughts, happily drove the big G-Class, taking her to see the house. Arriving at the villa's gate, seeing the luxurious decoration, Chen Wen felt as if she were dreaming. It was too surreal. The villa was far larger than their cramped old house. It was so spacious that each person could have their own suite. Standing in the opulently decorated living room, Chen Shu said to Chen Wen, "When you bought your house back then, I only gave you 5,000 yuan. That was my failure as a father. Now this villa is my compensation to you." Chen Wen was deeply moved. She had once resented her father for neglecting her. Fortunately, he had helped raise her 2 children. Now that resentment had faded. Her father had little time left and had transferred all his assets to her. What more could she ask for? A father like this finding a younger woman. If both parties were willing, it wasn't unacceptable. "Thank you, Dad." Chen Wen discreetly wiped the corner of her eye. Since Chen Shu didn't mention it, she would pretend not to know and play along, letting her father peacefully walk the final stretch of his life. Chen Nin directly threw her arms around Chen Shu's neck. "Thank you, Grandpa." Chen Shu glanced at his green submariner watch and said, "All right, call Wang Tao over. We'll cook dinner here tonight. When does Ping Ping get off work?" Chen Wen replied, "Around 6:30. Chen Shu nodded. "No problem. We'll wait here." Ding. The host has made up for a major regret in family bonds, providing a shelter from the wind and rain for his family. Reward 800,000 yuan. Wang Tao arrived with the stewed chicken standing at the door like a lackey. Gazing at the grand mansion, his freshly stitched wrist throbbed with pain. It was too vast. Wang Tao was a rather simple man. In his wildest dreams, he had only ever imagined a modest 4-bedroom, 100-square-meter apartment. This sprawling villa, wasn't it a bit too extravagant? "Dad, is this the new house you just bought?" How much time had passed? They had only met less than 3 hours ago, and his father-in-law had already purchased a grand villa. Chen Shu nodded. "Yes. Go inform your relatives back home. The wedding will be held here." Wang Tao nodded woodenly. He knew his usually distant father-in-law had become something extraordinary, but he had never imagined him to be this lavish. Chen Shu said, "The property deed is under Chen Wen's name. I'm telling you this now. This house will go to Ping Ping in the future. I have other arrangements for an inside." He had already made up his mind. His grandson Chen Pingping worked as a wedding photographer in a county studio. The boy was honest, his college entrance exam scores were mediocre, so he attended a vocational college. Then, after graduation, he went straight to the studio. His wife was also a makeup artist from the same studio. Due to his personality, he wasn't suited for big city development. It was enough for him to live a stable life in the small county. He wasn't cut out for the dazzling outside world. So living in a villa here and driving a Maybach was more than enough to thrive in the small county. As for Chun Anin, she was the pride of the family. Having been admitted to Huqing University, she would likely develop in some city in the future, so he would buy an apartment there for her when the time came. Wang Tao muttered, "I'll go check the kitchen." He would basically be confined to the kitchen. Soon Chen Shu's grandson, Chun Pingping, upon hearing the news, arrived at the villa's entrance with his fiancée, Fong Xian. "Grandpa," Chen Pingping called out affectionately as he entered. Seeing his grandson arrive, Chen Shu was overjoyed. They hadn't seen each other for over 2 years, but when Chen Pingping was a child, Chen Shu often took him fishing at the still unfinished North Lake. Chen Pingping loved to play, so the bond between grandfather and grandson was very strong. Off work, Pingping. Chen Shu studied his grandson's girlfriend beside him. She wasn't overly stunning, just a small-town girl, but she appeared gentle and easy to get along with. Chen Pingping wasn't smooth-tongued, so his girlfriend wasn't too outgoing either. Chen Shu nodded. "Very good, Fong Xian, is it? Come in. From now on, this is your and Pingping's home. Choose the master bedroom, first floor or third floor. Discuss it with Pingping. Chu Hong, bring me the gifts." Since it was his first meeting with his grandson's fiancée, according to the old tradition of Nanxing County, the elder was supposed to give a red envelope. Chen Shu had already prepared a red envelope of 10,001 yuan, symbolizing 1 in 1,000. Then there were jewelry and handbags that Chu Hong had bought, a whole pile of them. Chen Pingping was stunned. "Grandpa, you really struck it rich." Chen Shu said, "Yes, I made some money from stocks." Fong Xian, being a small-town girl, could accept a red envelope of 10,001 yuan. It was the county custom. But what about this mountain of luxury goods? She had heard from Chen Pingping that Chen Shu was capable, but she hadn't imagined it to be this exaggerated. Before the engagement, her family had somewhat looked down on Chen Pingping for coming from an ordinary family, considering it a mismatch. But now, what was this villa? What were those luxury cars outside? This was making some money. And Chen Pingping's grandfather's demeanor was truly exceptional, far surpassing that of Chen Pingping's other grandfather. Both were of similar age, but Chen Pingping's other grandfather seemed like a man in his 70s, while his maternal grandfather looked only in his 40s. Moreover, Chen Shu exuded the aura of high society, full of mature charm. Fong Xian hesitated at the sight of these gifts. Too many, too valuable. Chen Wen interjected, "Xiao Xian, just take them. From now on, we're all family. Giving gifts is normal, it's only right." Chen Pingping echoed, "Yes, take them." It's Grandpa's heartfelt gesture. Only then did Fong Xian accept the shopping bags of various sizes, unable to conceal her delighted surprise. Chen Shu silently praised her. This young lady was good. His grandson's choice was indeed commendable. The two young people seemed deeply in love. He believed their married life would be prosperous and happy. After introducing Chu Hong, the family moved straight into the villa with their luggage. They lit the stove and cooked the first meal there. They were just short of some bedding, which was no big deal. They could buy what they needed or fetch some from the old house. Chen Pingping drove Chen Shu's Big G, extremely excited, taking photos inside the car and eagerly fetching bedding. The Big G was being used as a cargo vehicle, and indeed it could hold a lot. The family had a joyful meal together, envisioning a bright future. Chen Shu tasted Wang Tao's cooking. The home-style dishes were quite good, full of flavor. After the meal, Chen Pingping drove his grandfather's car to take his fiancée home. Chen Nin went to decorate her own room. The old house was small and couldn't fit much, but this house was spacious with a small balcony. She planned to keep a cat there. Chu Hong took the initiative to ask Chen Wen for help preparing wedding items and decorating the bedroom. There was a lot to organize in the new house. It was evident that Chu Hong was trying hard to please Chen Wen. After all, she was Chen Shu's daughter. Chen Shu didn't mind. If their relationship was good, it would benefit him too, saving him from dealing with too many trivial matters. The only thing that felt a bit awkward to him was Chu Hong calling Chunwen's sister. What kind of generational hierarchy was this? It was all messed up. I'm going fishing. Chen Shu had nothing to do in the evening. In Huqing, he couldn't fish anytime, but here with idle time, he decided to pick up his old hobby. Taking a fishing rod from Wang Tao, Chen Shu walked to North Lake. Crossing the road led to a grassy garden. Further, and he saw a bridge. This surprised Chen Shu a little. The small county's infrastructure was actually quite good. The water plants were lush, so there should be plenty of carp and grass carp. He set down a stool set anywhere, cast his line, felt the breeze on his face, and anticipated the fish. Chen Shu thought life should be like this. A happy family leisure time to fish. That feeling was here. The evening breeze was enough to accompany a drink. If he could catch a carp, he would sleep well tonight. Ding. Host enjoys fishing in leisure time, stumbles upon the true meaning of life. A man who sees through life radiates infinite charm. Reward bottle of charm potion. Even this could yield a charm potion. Chen Shu never thought he had too much charm. After all, what man wouldn't want to possess the mature allure of a dahua? He used it immediately. His charm value had now increased by 20. He had no clear idea of the upper limit of his personal charm, but he could distinctly sense that the people around him had begun to treat him differently. When he worked as a security guard, many high and mighty women in Huqing used to ignore him completely. But now, everyone could spare a glance for this old fellow. And it was a look of admiration. Over the past couple of days, some of the women he encountered had even asked for his WeChat. Just as he was thinking this, Kong Fong's call came through. Uncle Chen, the district court told me the trial is tomorrow. Is there anything else you need to mention? Kong Fong didn't know why. In truth, Kong Fong had already prepared herself and didn't need to ask too many questions. But somehow tonight she felt a bit down and wanted to call someone, and in the end she chose Chen Shu. Her family was pressuring her to go back for a blind date. Kong Fong had refused. At 31 years old, and still unmarried, she was indeed a rarity. But Kong Fong had never met the right person, so she wasn't in a hurry. Even more so, her family wouldn't approve of free love, which was why she never wanted to go home. Chen Shu, oblivious to all this, said, nothing much. But if they keep pestering, remember to make them pay back my 8000. Kong Fong chuckled. Uncle Chen, is that 8000 really that important? Don't forget you're a billionaire now. Isn't 100 million enough to spend? In fact, after buying a house for his daughter, Chen Shu had received another 80 million, bringing his assets to over 260 million. Chen Shu replied, Xiao Kong, you don't understand. The significance of that 8000 in some way surpasses my current net worth. And the mortgage I helped them repay, it's all very important to me. A man who had given so much to a family during his most laborious years only to end up leaving with nothing. Some matters require a fight for dignity and a resolution. At first, because of the system's enhancement, Chen Shu had been reluctant to dwell on it. But since the other side still wanted his money, they would have to spit something out. Since becoming wealthy, he was no longer the meek man he used to be. Kong Fong asked curiously, a couple once so in love now meeting in court. What for? Chen Shu replied, at the end of the day, it's all about money. Did you really think it was love? Kong Fong inquired, Uncle Chen, let me ask you something. If your family forced you to marry someone you didn't like, would you agree? Chen Shu was taken aback. What was up with this girl today? Being pressured by her mom into marriage. He replied, your generation is much better than ours. You advocate free love. In our time, it was all about arranged marriages. When I was young, I never saw anyone marry after free love. As for happiness, I think most people just settled to avoid trouble. My first marriage was like that. Even now I feel I've let my daughter down and all I can do is make up for it. If I had a choice back then, who would choose a doomed marriage? Xiao Kong, marriage is for yourself, not for others. After a long silence, Kong Fong took a deep breath. Thank you, Uncle Chen. I understand. Chen Shu said softly. In the end, life is just a handful of dust. Live happily. Kong Fong bid farewell and hung up. Chen Shu shook his head gently. He had thought that as a property manager and a high-level white-collar worker in Huqing, Kong Fong would have few worries. Little did he know there was a reason she was still unmarried. Everyone has their troubles. But Chen Shu was now very open-minded. The key was he wasn't short of money. The only thing that irked him was that he hadn't caught a single fish that evening. Skunked. In frustration, he dumped all his bait into the river as a heavy chum. Thinking it wouldn't look good to go home with an empty bucket, he decided to buy a fish from the market. But the market was closed at night. He had no choice but to return home in disappointment. Fortunately, no one cared that he hadn't caught any fish. Everyone wore happy smiles. Chu Hong and Chun Wen had almost finished tidying up the new house. Chun Wen had arranged the third-floor guest rooms for Chen Shu and Chu Hong, doors facing each other. Whether it was intentional or not, she didn't say. What troubled Chen Shu was that Chunanen was also on the third floor, making certain things inconvenient. That evening, after washing up, he considered waiting until Chun Nen fell asleep to try knocking on Chu Hong's door. Then he heard his own door knock. Wang Tao and Chun Wen came in together. Dad. Chen Shu grunted. What brings you to? Chun Wen said, Dad, we really don't know how to repay you for spending all that money today. Chen Shu's face turned cold. If you say that again, I'll walk out right now. Take what I give you and don't worry about anything else. Your dad is not short of money now. Chun Wen asked, Dad, how is your health lately? Chen Shu replied, I'm fine. Eating well healthy. Don't overthink it. His body now felt like it was 40 years old, his heart disease completely gone, and he was in his prime. But he didn't know how to explain it, so he just told Chen Wen not to worry. Since Chen Shu insisted, he wasn't short of money. Chen Wan and Wang Tao had nothing more to say. The best way to repay him was to care for him well in the future. But now that Chen Shu had Chu Hong, it seemed they weren't even needed. After they left, Chen Shu prepared to sleep. Huqing. Kong Fong was about to handle her first court appearance the next day. She should have gone to bed early, but after the phone call with Chen Shu, a faint smile lingered on her face. Knock knock knock. Xia Wanting like a little glutton came in with a bag of snacks and a tablet, slipping into Kong Fong's bed. Kong Fong sighed helplessly. Xia Wanting loved watching horror movies at night, but she was a coward, and Kong Fong always ended up watching with her. Sometimes she envied Xia Wanting. If you gave up certain things, life could really be carefree. What are you smiling about? Little Kong, are you in love? Xia Wanting stared at Kong Fong in surprise. Kong Fong shook her head. In love? I was just thinking of something happy. Xia Wanting, tell me what's so happy so I can be happy too. Kong Fong rolled her eyes. Let me ask you something. What do you think of Chen Shu? Xia Wanting answered, Uncle Chen. Rich, charming, vigorous. Not like a 60-year-old man. And he has a very clear perspective on life. I'm not just saying this for the money. I think I actually kind of like the old man. Kong Fong chuckled lightly. I think he's interesting too. Xia Wanting. Chen Shu didn't catch any fish that night, but he caught something else. The next morning, Kong Fong requested leave from the property management and drove to the civil division of the district court. Ever since Xia Wanting met Chen Shu, she had become idle, quitting her job and spending her days gaming and watching videos. Recently, she had decided to buy a desktop computer set to become a live streaming gamer. Seeing Kong Fong heading to court, she also came along out of curiosity. The courts in Hu City were always bustling. Arriving at 9 in the morning, there was already a session in progress, another divorce case with the couple inside arguing fiercely. Before their own session started, the two sneakily approached the courtroom door and listened. It turned out the man had taken a mistress and a third party, spending over 20 million on the two lovers. Because of this, the woman wanted a divorce and to reclaim the money. But the man refused to agree to the divorce. Yet the reason for his refusal was that the woman had also been keeping a fitness instructor on the side, and there was even video evidence played in court. Kong Fong and Xia Wanting were both innocent in matters of love. They had never witnessed such explosive scenes. They couldn't understand why, given the situation, the man still wouldn't divorce. In the end, the unexpected result was a mutual settlement. All parties were satisfied. Kong Fong and Xia Wanting were utterly bewildered. Xia Wanting muttered in confusion, what was that I just heard? Such a mind-blowing plot. I've never seen anything this crazy, even in the short stories I binge read. This is far more melodramatic than those short dramas. Kong Fong, also somewhat exasperated, casually remarked, thank goodness Uncle Chen got divorced. Xia Wanting froze, thinking Kong Fong was referring to her own situation, and nodded in agreement. Otherwise, the 150,000 yuan she received each month might have been taken away. Kong Fong looked at Xia Wanting, frowning, not understanding her implication. What's wrong with me? I always get fanciful thoughts when my period comes. Just then, the judge's assistant notified them to prepare for the session. Yi Mei's side arrived in full force. Yi Mei, Yi Jinkai, Du Chunyi, and the two children. They likely intended to use Yi Jinkai's children to evoke Chen Shu's sense of familial responsibility. But they hadn't anticipated that Chen Shu himself wouldn't show up. Yi Mei asked, where is Chen Shu? Kong Fong sat in the defendant's seat. Mr. Chen has fully authorized me to represent him in court. The proxy documents have been submitted to the judge. You may request to view them. Yi Mei was momentarily speechless. He must be too ashamed to face us. An orphan mother and child. Xia Wanting retorted bluntly, nonsense. What blood relation does my Uncle Chen have with your family? The presiding judge also felt a headache coming on. She had hoped that since the party wasn't present, the proceedings would be calmer, but every person in the room was a troublemaker. Even the woman in the spectator's seat was no ordinary person. Looking at the plaintiff's materials, it was clear that the issue was again about money. The court session began. Kong Fong sat at the lawyer's bench, tying her hair into a high ponytail, looking very professional. She had always dreamed of being a sharp, capable lawyer. But the boss of her previous law firm was too lecherous, so she became a property manager. Today, the woman nicknamed Confucius was about to dominate the field. In just 20 minutes, Kong Fong had taken control of the courtroom. My client during the marriage toiled for 20 years for this second marriage family, in which he had no deep emotional bond. He chose not to have children, and even helped his stepson pay the down payment and mortgage installments. Moreover, before the divorce, Mr. Chen had set aside 8,000 yuan for his biological grandson's wedding, which was taken by the stepson for stock trading. On what grounds do they now claim a share of Mr. Chen's post-divorce assets? The opposing lawyer was left speechless. Without evidence proving Chen Shu concealed marital assets, they could only rely on emotional appeals to sway the judge's impression. But now, with the evidence Kong Fong presented, even that emotional leverage was lost. The judge herself felt that the old man had suffered greatly. He had left the marriage with nothing, and now his post-divorce earnings were to be taken away. Where was the justice? Yi Mei, seated in the plaintiff's seat, said, so what? Did I waste 20 years of my life marrying him for nothing? Your Honor, you're a woman too. You understand what marriage means. Even if this is money he earned after the divorce, so what? Can't he give us some? He has 100 million. What's giving us 5 million? What harm would it do? The female judge was deeply uncomfortable. This old woman was blatantly defying the law. Favor is favor if he refuses to give it his right. Yet you insist on taking it. Not only is it legally unsound, even if you had moral ground I might support you, but you don't. Incensed by Yi Mei's words, Kong Fong declared, we request to file a counterclaim right now. After the divorce, the parties have not properly divided the marital assets. My client's 8,000 yuan and the monthly mortgage payments he made for the stepson. These were unconditional contributions and belong to our client's property. Since the marriage is dissolved, these assets should be split equally. Therefore, we demand the other party return 4,000 yuan of my client's money, plus the 20 years of mortgage payments totaling 9,000 yuan. The three on the opposing side were dumbfounded. What was happening? How could they be asked to pay money? The judge realized the situation was spiraling. This young female lawyer, whom she had never seen before, was ruthlessly aggressive in court. With one countermove, she was forcing the other side to disgorge everything they had gained. And her argument was perfectly reasonable. The legal definitions of premarital and postmarital property were clear. Since the other party had made such a request, and it had legal basis, she couldn't refuse. Wait, court is adjourned. I need to consult the collegial panel. A few hours earlier, Chen Shu had only received a voice message from Kong Fong saying the trial had begun. He didn't know the specifics. All he cared about was protecting his current money. As for whether he could squeeze anything out of the other side, he truly didn't care. He wasn't short of cash. He hadn't expected Kong Fong to be so fierce. Later, when he received the call, Kong Fong said, it's done. We could have claimed at least 3,000, but given your substantial assets, we secured 3,000. The other side is reluctant to pay now, but the court will find a way. Chen Shu laughed. Really? 3,000. Well done, Xiao Kong. Thank you. He had actually never intended to take that money. In fact, 3,000 was still too little. For that family, he had given far more than that. Regardless, this was good news. Even if it wasn't enough to cover Kong Fong's legal fees, Chen Shu valued peace of mind. He was truly not short of money now. He imagined the expressions on Yi Mei and the others. They wouldn't be happy. Not a cent gained, and they had to pay back 3,000. The second day back in Nanxing County, Chen Shu seemed somewhat idle. There were still few things to do in a small county town. Chu Hong, a girl from the Central Plains, was extremely interested in the small hills that the people of Nanxing County had grown weary of seeing, as well as the vast stretches of forested ridges. So the two of them spent the entire morning wandering through the small woods. It was summer now, so there were no bamboo shoots to dig up. They could only admire the bamboo groves and steal a few apricots to eat. Chen Pingping had originally planned to take leave just 2 days before the wedding. But because Chen Shu arrived unexpectedly, the wedding house had been relocated and everything needed to be rearranged from scratch, especially the wedding convoy, which needed to be notified again and the pickup route mapped out. That evening, Wang Tao's parents returned. Both of them worked in other cities. But this time their beloved grandson was getting married, and they were overjoyed. On the way, they learned that Chen Pingping's maternal grandfather had purchased a new wedding house, which made them feel deeply unsettled. Their relationship was decent, but they couldn't really help much with their own grandson's wedding. Their family circumstances weren't great either. Otherwise, they never would have agreed to let Chen Wen marry into their family and have the children take her surname. In their small county town, where clan traditions ran deep, this was quite unconventional. It amounted to an unspoken barrier between them. Fortunately, Wang Tao had 2 paternal uncles who each had sons and grandsons, so his father didn't feel too much pressure. He had been somewhat resentful toward his daughter-in-law. This time when they came home, they were still discussing whether they could change the 2 children's surnames. Who would have guessed that Chen Pingping's maternal grandfather would pull off such a move, buying a fully paid apartment in the villa complex where the county's wealthy residents gathered? This left them feeling somewhat diminished. The more one works for a living, the more one understands how crucial money truly is. What mattered most was that evening Wang Tao's father would have to face Chen Shu, because that evening they were going to the hotel to sample the dishes. They called it a tasting session, but really it was just the groom's relatives and elders gathering together to sort out the wedding procedures and review the banquet arrangements and other tedious details. Wang Tao's father naturally needed to attend. Chen Shu's presence wasn't strictly necessary given his status, but considering how much he had already contributed, it would have been rude not to invite him. That would have been disrespectful to the villa itself. This made Wang Tao's father Wang Zhongwang feel somewhat anxious. Once Chen Shu received the invitation, he could hardly decline. When it comes to social etiquette and maintaining relationships, there are certain occasions you simply cannot refuse. But he now handled these social situations with ease. That evening, Chen Shu put on a set of casual clothes that Chu Hong had prepared for him and wore a new Rolex watch. The submariner was too flashy, so Chen Pingping had taken it. Chen Shu didn't mind. The kid was getting married and needed to show off, so giving him a watch worth several 100,000 yuan was perfectly fine. He wasn't short on money either. After changing into the new outfit, Chen Pingping drove the G-Wagon toward the hotel. On the way, Chen Shu said, "This car is mine. Your car is still at the logistics center. When you have time, come with me to pick it up. That car will serve as your wedding vehicle." Chen Pingping was thrilled. "Grandpa, what kind of car?" Maybach. Chen Pingping shuddered all over. How could an ordinary person working as a photographer in a small county town studio ever imagine driving a Maybach to wed his bride? Chen Pingping was an honest, straightforward man. Living in a small villa was already beyond his wildest dreams. Driving a Maybach. He didn't dare to imagine it. Chen Shu smiled faintly. You have no sense of what's possible. Drive carefully. He pulled his maternal grandfather along to the hotel. This was one of the better hotels in Nanjing County. In ordinary families, a chef is typically hired to prepare the wedding banquet at home. But in a small county town, there simply aren't venues large enough. The hotel is the most suitable option. The hotel had a grand hall convenient for the newlyweds to host their wedding, which has become a popular trend in modern wedding proceedings. Upon entering the hotel, they went into a private room. Chen Shu saw that quite a number of people had already arrived. Chen Pingping's two paternal uncles and his grandfather were both present, along with several faces he didn't quite recognize. Chen Shu was the only representative from Chen Pingping's mother's side, since Chen Wen was their only daughter. And before Chen Shu arrived, Wang Tao had already told everyone present that the son's wedding house would be converted into a villa in the complex, a property purchased by Chen Shu valued at 3 million yuan. So when Chen Shu appeared at the doorway, everyone rose to their feet as a sign of respect. At 60 years old, Chen Shu had attended quite a few banquets and social gatherings. But this was the first time he had been received with such reverence. What these people respected was likely not him personally, but the villa he had bought for his grandson. In a small county town like this, that was absolutely the mark of an elite figure. Wang Zhongwang, Wang Tao's father, and Chen Pingping's grandfather walked over directly and grasped Chen Shu's hand. Brother, it's been years since we last met. You look even younger. Your hair is still so black. I truly envy you. Wang Zhongwang was speaking the truth. He was only 3 years Chen Shu's senior, yet he looked like a man in his 70s. Chen Shu laughed. You flatter me, brother. You have 3 sons and bear far more burdens than I do. Of course you look more weathered than me. Wang Zhongwang led Chen Shu to the seat of honor. Whoever sat there today, Chen Shu was the one who should occupy it. Not only was it because he was Chen Wen's father, he had also purchased that villa. Even more importantly, Wang Tao's wrist had been severed by machinery, and if Chen Shu hadn't stepped in, that arm would have been lost entirely. If he didn't sit there, no one else in the room would have the standing to take that seat. This was the first time Chen Shu had ever presided over a banquet from the position of honor. But there was no way around it. If Chen Shu didn't sit down, not a single person at the table would dare to take their seat. Everyone stood rigidly straight, faces glued into forced smiles like attendants awaiting orders. In the past, Chen Pingping's 2 paternal uncles had regarded Chen Shu with some resentment. Over the question of which family name the children would carry, they had looked down on Wang Tao. But now Wang Tao lived in a luxury mansion, far more fortunate than they were, and had gained face among relatives and friends. In that light, the issue of surnames seemed almost trivial. Chen Shu said, Come, everyone be seated. Brother, you sit too. We're all family, no need for such formality. Only then did the others take their places. The feeling of being respected was genuinely satisfying. Next came the predictable ritual of serving dishes and pouring wine. And Chen Shu, of course, was the first to be toasted. No matter who wanted to speak, they first had to offer Chen Shu a cup. Fortunately, Chen Shu was 40 years old and in his prime. Otherwise, half a gene of liquor might have overwhelmed him. After several rounds, Wang Zhongwang said, Brother, what do you think of tonight's dishes? Chen Shu understood. The spread probably cost around 1,000 yuan with fish and shrimp that tasted decent. If he said it wasn't good, it would have been disrespectful to the Wang family. After all, the Wang family had paid for the banquet. Chen Shu gave them face. Not bad, brother. The banquet is excellent. But this wine isn't quite to my taste. You know, I have a friend with connections to Maodai and Huazi cigarettes. I've arranged for 100 bottles of Maodai and 100 cartons of Huazi. The price is reasonable, so don't worry about cost. This is a small token from me as the maternal grandfather. Wang Zhongwang was stunned. How can I accept such generosity, brother? You've already paid for the wedding house. How can I let you cover everything? Chen Shu, riding the wine, pressed on with mock seriousness. Brother, does that mean your own grandson matters less than my own grandson? Shouldn't a maternal grandfather spend money on his grandson's wedding? What do you think I'd waste money on women? Am I that kind of person? Wang Zhongwang had also drunk quite a bit. No, brother, of course you're not. Chen Shu slapped the table. Then it's settled. From now on, all the wine becomes Maodai, all the cigarettes become Huazi. That's final. In the end, Wang Zhongwang still accepted Chen Shu's suggestion. After all, this matter did not require his own money. Since Chen Shu had such connections, he could hardly ask for more. If the wedding banquet were filled entirely with Zhonghua cigarettes and Matai liquor, this grandfather would certainly have plenty of face to spare. Although the banquet itself might not be exceptional, the combination of all Matai and Zhonghua was a rare sight in Nanxian County. Only the son of the county's wealthiest man had such extravagance last time. After all, those expenses alone might exceed 300,000 yuan. Yet their banquet for 50 tables cost only 60,000. The disparity was simply too vast. But their family circumstances were not as prosperous as Chen Shu's, and Chen Shu had already given the Wang family face by not changing the banquet. If he had wanted, Chen Shu could have spent some money to upgrade it and let the newlyweds' relatives and friends enjoy a proper feast. After all, this was his grandson-in-law. They shared the same surname, no different from a true grandson, and wanting face at a wedding was perfectly reasonable. Once this matter was settled, Wang Zhongguang drank himself into a daze. Chen Pingping's second uncle Wang Hai was serving as the supervisor for this wedding, responsible for the entire proceedings. He said, "The wedding convoy is already arranged. A friend of mine who runs a business will drive a BMW X7. Second uncle Chen Pingping said, "My grandfather has also arranged the wedding car. He bought me a Maybach and I can pick it up at the logistics park tomorrow." Wang Hai, "What's a ma? Ba?" His son beside him said, "Dad, that's the Mercedes brand. A single one costs at least several million yuan." Wang Hai took out a cigarette and offered it to Chen Shu, lighting it personally. "Uncle Chen, I may have mentioned before about Pingping and Inan changing their surnames. I wasn't quite sensible back then. Now I think in this new era surnames aren't really that important, don't you agree?" Chen Shu nodded. "Wang's second son, I always thought you were no ordinary person, and your kid is pretty good too." Wang Hai said, "In a month or two my kid is getting married too. I wonder if your Maybach would be available." Chen Shu said, "That car is for Chen Pingping. Let the brothers sort it out between themselves." Wang Hai had his answer. Chen Pingping was an honest person who respected his second uncle. Not to mention the kids from both families got along well. They often went internet surfing and played billiards together after work. His son's wedding car matter was settled. Wang Hai continued asking, "I wonder what kind of business Chen Shu is involved in lately. Could you take my kid under your wing? He just plays games at home all day and doesn't earn much working at a car repair shop." So this was what he was after. Chen Shu considered this. It was quite reasonable. Whenever a relative in a family suddenly rises to prominence, they would surely understand that the ancestors' words still held truth. The poor are ignored in crowded cities while the rich are sought by distant relatives in remote mountains. There would definitely be people coming to ask for jobs and connections. Chen Shu thought to himself, his daughter and grandson both worked at a photo studio and supermarket, neither having decent jobs. How could he arrange employment for their kid first? But this did remind Chen Shu of something. Indeed, he now had capital. He really could start some business back in his hometown. Otherwise, watching his daughter and grandson commute through wind and rain every day wasn't right either. In the small towns of the south where dragon boat races were held during the Dragon Boat Festival, clan bonds ran deep. Basically, all businesses were built on the framework of an entire clan, family enterprises. When one flourishes, all prosper. This way there was no need to worry about outsiders not putting in effort. Wang Hai clearly had such intentions. The family was full of poor relatives, and now that a towering tree to rely on had appeared, they certainly couldn't let the opportunity pass. Buying villas and luxury cars on a whim, getting a wedding car worth over $1 million for his grandson, spending over $300,000 on alcohol for one wedding. This net worth must be in the hundreds of millions. Why wouldn't one cling to such a thick thigh? The others at the table didn't think Wang Hai's attitude was problematic at all. Some even envied his boldness, secretly regretting why they hadn't spoken up sooner. Chen Shu said, "I just mess around in the stock market. That kind of thing requires some luck. Not easy to bring people along. Maybe someday. If there's a chance, I'll definitely think of my hometown relatives first." Wang Hai immediately stood up and offered a toast. "Then we'll be waiting for Uncle Chen's good news." Though words spoken at a wine table weren't highly reliable, but sometimes a single sentence is enough to offer comfort. This also moved Chen Shu to consider the idea of establishing a family enterprise. Now he understood why in those fantasy novels he had read before the sect elders were always willing to pay with their limited lifespan for the sect's disciples and talented members. Reality was the same. He was 60 now, though his body felt 40. How many years did he still have in this world? At 60 in body age, heart problems would eventually come. With a philosophy of playing through life to leave no regrets. Apart from himself, some regrets would always circle around the younger generations. Finding suitable, undemanding jobs for his daughter and grandson would also allow him to wander freely in the outside world's pleasures with greater peace of mind. And it wasn't just his own children. Chen Shu had 2 older brothers. Back when their father had raised 3 sons, with Chen Shu being the youngest, whenever there was cornbread or roasted sweet potato at home, they were always saved for him. This was part of the guilt and regret. He had to find ways to make amends. But what would be suitable? This indeed left Chen Shu troubled. For his entire life from 20 to 55 years old, he had worked with newspapers, mostly reading newspapers and books. He really had no experience in business or running an enterprise. No ideas for now. But at this point the wine table conversation shifted to random chit-chat. The men were about to boast at the top of their lungs. And at this moment someone brought up the abandoned construction site on the west side of town. They complained about the poor economic environment. After the developer of that abandoned project went bankrupt, the land parcel originally valued at 100 million yuan had been auctioned off 3 times already, now dropped to 30 million, about to enter its 4th auction. Moreover, the county government couldn't even pay the salaries and benefits of public prosecutors now. A relative working in government said the higher-ups were scratching their heads, especially hoping to auction off those abandoned buildings and find someone to continue development. Otherwise, leaving those unfinished buildings there would not only affect the public finances, but also impact the sales of the surrounding residential communities. When people saw that the neighboring community had been half-built and abandoned, who would still want to buy there? The environment was already poor, and the upper-level policies were also cracking down on unfinished buildings. This was also the county's political achievement. The county officials were begging and pleading everywhere to find developers, but no one was interested. Wang Zhongwang's cigarette dangling from his lips with hazy eyes also remarked, "Actually, if that land were acquired for 30 million, the subsequent investment wouldn't be that large. It's just that developers are all constrained by the red lines now. Those without money can't get loans, and those with money think it's beneath them, so it just sits there idle." Wang Tao said, "Dad, your insight is profound. Even if housing prices were cut in half, the developer taking over could still make money. It's just that outsiders dare not take it on." The conversation then turned to everyone's bragging. "If I had however many millions, I would definitely acquire the abandoned buildings and build the most impressive complex in the county." This actually gave Chen Shu some ideas. Just 30 million for a piece of land. Was there potential in this? The next morning upon waking, Chen Shu reminisced about last night's drinking conversation. He found himself rather tempted. After getting up, he took Chu Hong out and went directly to a liquor store, ordering 100 bottles of Matai and 100 cartons of Huazi cigarettes. The shop owner was utterly stunned. "Excuse me, brother, whose wedding is this for?" the owner asked curiously. "My own family member's wedding," Chen Shu replied. The liquor store owner observed that Chen Shu was no ordinary man. He wore head-to-toe luxury brands accompanied by a much younger woman and drove a G-Wagon. Though he found it curious how such a handsome, wealthy older man had appeared in the small county of Nancian. The owner offered a cigarette and started making small talk. Chen Shu accepted without hesitation. He took the cigarette, let the owner light it for him, then paid the full amount via phone. The total came to 3,400 yuan. For such a large purchase, especially of wine and cigarettes, and in a small town, no less, it was highly likely they'd cut corners. Usually a deposit would be required first. But Chen Shu had no patience for such practices. With a bill over 3,000 yuan, if the owner were to deceive him, he'd spend the rest of his life behind bars eating prison food. Never having encountered such a generous customer, the owner's demeanor grew increasingly attentive. While the owner's wife went to the warehouse to count the inventory, the two men chatted casually. Chen Shu began inquiring about the unfinished buildings. "Boss, everyone in town knows about that. The developer ran out of money and just stopped. I heard recently some workers even tried to jump off the building demanding their wages. Fortunately, it was resolved by the higher-ups in the end. That's a tricky situation, but that land was originally purchased by the developer for 100 million yuan. They really bought at the peak. Now it's been auctioned down to 30 million, so there's still potential profit to be made. I'm just a nobody, a liquor shop owner. Where would I get 30 million from a bank? If I had that kind of wealth, I'd just buy it myself and become a real estate boss. Why would I still be selling wine and cigarettes?" The owner spoke frankly. Chen Shu had just casually spent over 3,000 on cigarettes and liquor. Lying to such a wealthy customer would only damage his reputation. While smoking, Chen Shu contemplated. The owner was quite amazed. Could this wealthy gentleman actually be interested in acquiring that piece of land? But that seemed unlikely. With the current economic downturn, who could come up with so much money all at once? Soon the owner's wife returned from the warehouse. "Honey, we're short on both the cigarettes and wine." Fearing Chen Shu might leave, the owner quickly said, "Boss, don't worry. I can source from other liquor shop owners. I guarantee the wine and cigarettes will be delivered to the hotel the day before your son's wedding. Then I'll trouble you, boss. And remember, make sure they're authentic and on time. Consider it done, boss. Safe travels." In the car, Chu Hong asked, "Uncle Chen, do you want to acquire that land?" Chen Shu replied, "Actually, I don't want to do this, but I want to leave some assets for Chun Wen, Chen Pingping, and my several nephews and nieces back in our hometown. This real estate project really is the most suitable option." Chu Hong, being in the house-selling business herself, had good insight. She said, "That location is actually quite good. At least 8 buildings could be developed there, or 10 if packed tightly. That's at least 400 units, and given the local housing prices, it could easily be worth 500 million. Of course, acquiring the land is just the beginning plus construction costs and everything else. But these are actually manageable. The local construction companies can take on the project with total costs not exceeding 100 million. The tricky part is the legal procedures. You absolutely need a professional." Chen Shu said, "Speaking of law, I think Xiao Kong would be perfect." Kong Fong was quite professional. The two of them went to look around the unfinished buildings and discovered that someone was actually living there to guard the construction site. An old man over 70 with white hair, living in a dilapidated shed. The roof was made of discarded wooden planks from the construction site. A simple wooden bed with a set of worn bedding on top. When he saw Chen Shu and Chu Hong arrive, the old man said, "You too. This construction site is off limits. It's dangerous here. Hurry along." Chen Shu still opened with a Huazi cigarette. "Brother, I just came to take a look. I thought this site was abandoned. Why are you still here?" The old man carefully accepted the Huazi cigarette, licking his dry lips. "Damn bosses, they still owe me a whole year of wages. I'm just waiting here, waiting to get my money." Chen Shu. This was truly the lot of the common working man. Chen Shu surveyed the construction site. The foundation was mostly complete, and some buildings had already risen 2 or 3 stories. Altogether, there were 9 buildings, no more, no less. The old guard watched the dignified-looking Chen Shu walk behind him, not daring to ask what he was doing there, but puffing intently on his cigarette. Chen Shu had already made up his mind. "Brother, barring any accidents, you'll be getting your wages very soon. The old man's words left the old man bewildered. Could this person be the developer? But looking at him, that didn't seem right either. Though his car was definitely a luxury vehicle. Back in the car, Chu Hong asked curiously, have you decided to acquire it? Chen Shu nodded, that's right. 30 million isn't expensive either. I don't know how much the follow-up investment will be, but I can afford it. He currently had nearly 300 million in liquid funds sitting in his bank account. Even without a loan, he could acquire this construction site without any financial pressure. But clearly for such a large project, the procedures wouldn't happen overnight. Chen Shu had nothing else pressing, so he took Chu Hong to the Housing Administration office to inquire about the process. The frontline staff, seeing Chen Shu's wealthy aura and matching luxury car, naturally took him very seriously. When they learned he was preparing to participate in the auction of that unfinished property, they became even more attentive. After all, once that residential area was completed, the deed tax revenue alone plus the maintenance fund would add a substantial sum to the county's finances. Not to mention, in just 2 days that land would enter its 4th auction round, yet so far not a single real estate development company had signed up to participate. Now that a financial benefactor had finally arrived, of course, they couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Hello, Mr. Chen. To participate in the auction, you'll need to verify your capital. Would that be convenient for you? The staff member asked. Chen Shu said, of course, whenever you need. How does the verification work? After all, doing business with the state required due diligence. That was only reasonable. The staff member said they needed to check Chen Shu's financial situation. Chen Shu simply took out his phone and showed them his bank account balance. 110,000. 100 million. The staff member nearly dropped the phone from shock. As a small-town civil servant, they'd seen assets in the hundreds of millions before. But having such wealth just sitting casually in a bank account without any pledge or fixed asset status was a first. What kind of wealthy tycoon from which major city was this? That works, sir. We can register your information now. Contact details and company information. In 2 days for the court auction, someone will contact you specifically. Chen Shu was stunned. What? I need a company. Oh right, I forgot, kid. I haven't even set up my company yet. The staff member was dumbfounded. They thought, old man, are you joking? No company. How are you going to participate in a court auction? Buying land as an individual. They had been so focused on verifying capital that they forgot to ask about the other party's company. The staff had never encountered anyone like this before. If he were an ordinary person, the security guards would have long ago escorted him out. Yet this person's bank account sat quietly with over 200 million. It was a figure impossible to refuse. Although it appeared to be a spontaneous visit, he was a major benefactor. Whether the county civil servants could receive their bonuses this year might depend on this wealthy patron. Very well, sir, please register first. Technically, a company name is required, but in reality, purchasing the land as an individual and then partnering with a qualified construction firm would also allow development to proceed. These are all minor procedures. However, registration requires a 1 million deposit. Would that be acceptable to you? The staff member said cautiously. He was well aware that due to those unfinished buildings, every official in the county was at their wits' end. The county passed it to the bureau passed it to the department, and each level kept searching for developers to take it on. But did that developer still have spare funds? Even if they did, they would focus on developing valuable land in the city proper. Who would bother with a small plot like this in the county? Not even the director of the Housing Management Office could resolve this. The unfinished buildings were like a thorn in the side of Nanjing County, unsightly and painful. Especially with the judicial auction just 2 days away. Still no company had come forward. The director had made it clear, any staff member who found someone willing to participate in the auction would receive this year's bonus, and their performance evaluation for next year would be secure. If they could mobilize initiative, rally the entire team, and get civil servants across the county involved in building up their hometown, who would want to miss such an opportunity? While procedures mattered, everything else was secondary. Chen Shu thought about it for a moment. No problem at all. He had been prepared for this. Once he secured the land, whatever he chose to do with it would benefit him personally. Even if the houses couldn't be sold, it would still be fine for his family to live there. Click. The 1 million was transferred directly to the escrow account. Mr. Chen, my surname is Zhang, but you can call me Xiao Zhang. If you don't come, this million can still be refunded, so rest assured. However, you should come in person when the time comes. Xiao Zhang said politely. Chen Shu asked, my grandson is getting married in 2 days. What time exactly? Xiao Zhang replied, 10 o'clock in the morning. Chen Shu thought for a moment. He seemed to have nothing else planned besides attending the wedding so he could participate in the auction. The starting bid for this land was 30 million. If someone else competed for it, he could simply walk away. But according to Xiao Zhang, the reserve price last time was already 30 million, and it failed to sell twice, so presumably no one else would come to compete. After Chen Shu left, Xiao Zhang immediately reported to the director. Director, I have good news. Director Wang was in the middle of a meeting dealing with troubling matters. What good news? Xiao Zhang replied. Someone registered for the judicial auction of the land plot north of Xiqing Development Road. According to their ID, they're a local from our area named Chen Shu from Qinjia Village, 60 years old. Director Wang frowned. I haven't heard of this person. Are you sure? Has the deposit been paid? Director Wang had worked his way up from within the county himself, possessed remarkable professional expertise, and had an excellent memory for people. He knew every developer in the county by face and name, so he suspected something might be wrong. Xiao Zhang said, "It's been paid, and I've also verified the funds. His bank account balance is nearly 300 million. Director Wang was startled. He thought this matter might actually have merit. A person with 300 million sitting in their bank account was certainly no ordinary individual. But he was curious. When had Nanxing County produced someone comparable to the county's richest person? Yet he had never heard of this person. Xiao Zhang investigate this thoroughly. Go to the relevant bank departments and ask about the source of his funds to ensure everything is legitimate." Director Wang was being cautious. He considered it and decided not to report this to County Lu, who had been focused on the unfinished buildings these past few days. If this fell through, it would reflect poorly on the county magistrate to have given false hope. On Chen Shu's end, he drove around the Xiqing land plot once more, suddenly feeling a surge of ambition. The thought of buildings rising from the ground here greatly satisfied his desire to conquer. Sometimes it wasn't only women who could stir a man's desire to conquer. The same held true for career achievements. Ding. The host has taken the first step in life and career, feeling a surge of heroism. Move forward bravely, and all roads ahead will be smooth. Reward 100,000,000 yuan. This was the most zeros Chen Shu had ever seen since activating the system. Even Tianfu hadn't had this many. Chen Shu smiled broadly. So this was the game of life system. As long as you wanted to do something, it would give you money. A full 100 million. This land deal was certainly secured. Chu Hong, sitting beside him, noticed the smile on Chen Shu's face. "Uncle Chen, you seem quite happy." Chen Shu replied, "Yes, thinking of something pleasant." Meanwhile, at the housing management office, Xiao Zhang had the bank investigate Chen Shu's financial situation and received shocking news. 100 million had been transferred from Swiss International Bank. What did this mean? It meant Mr. Chen was determined to obtain this land. He had mobilized 100 million in advance to prepare for the judicial auction. This was a true wealthy person. Hurriedly reporting, Chen Shu began calling Kong Fong. "Little Kong, do you have any free time at the end?" Kong Fong was organizing documents at the property management office and joked, "What's wrong, Uncle Chen? Do you have another divorce lawsuit to file?" Chen Shu replied, "I'm not getting divorced every day. I found a piece of land back home with some unfinished buildings on it. It's now going through judicial auction procedures. If all goes well, I should be able to acquire it. The main thing is I'll need your help with the legal procedures and setting up a company. This old man doesn't understand these matters, so I naturally need the assistance of lawyer Kong." Kong Fong smiled. "Old Chen, have you noticed that since your divorce you're not as rigid as before? When you used to work, you never joked with me." Chen Shu thought, how could it be the same? What was my status in front of you before? I was your subordinate. We were not on the same social level. What was his status now? Neither of them had noticed that Kong Fong had stopped calling him Uncle Chen and was now calling him Old Chen instead. This indicated their relationship had grown closer. The term Old Chen was more intimate. Chen Shu was constantly radiating the charm of an experienced man. Kong Fong continued, "All right, leave this to me. I'm familiar with the company registration process, but the price won't be cheap, you know." Chen Shu smiled. "Manager Kong, have you forgotten? I'm not short on money now." Kong Fong replied, "Then I'll continue to fleece the rich this time." Chen Shu was thriving on his end. But at his ex-wife's household, the entire family languished in despair. They had once dreamed of securing 50 million, yet now with the verdict handed down, not only did they fail to receive that sum, they actually owed Chen Shu money. The family simply could not comprehend it. How could the judge be so utterly biased? Chen Shu was worth 100 million, yet they were still ordered to pay him. How profoundly unfair. Yi Jinkai had grown numb as well. He had been perfectly positioned to leech off his stepfather only to watch the bird fly from his grasp. For the past 2 days he had done nothing but mutter to himself, "We shouldn't have divorced. We shouldn't have divorced." In his reckoning, had his mother not divorced Chen Shu, any fortune Chen Shu amassed would have been accumulated during their marriage. Would he ever have wanted for anything then? Du Chun shared the same sentiment. This father-in-law was truly wicked beyond measure. He possessed such extraordinary earning capabilities, yet he had concealed them until after the divorce. These past few days she had gone to work like a spiritless specter. Her colleagues adorned themselves with fashionable luxury goods, and during holidays they traversed the country on exotic vacations. And she wore a tattered watch, a discounted relic from days gone by. Lately she had found herself constantly replaying that encounter with Chen Shu, that woman standing at his side. Dripping in luxury brands, roughly the same age while she toiled away at work, others merely needed to spread their legs to enjoy the life she could only dream of. Sometimes one cannot help but resent the manifold injustices of this world. Alas, if only we hadn't divorced. Yi Mei too nursed her own bitter grievances. No, this matter cannot end like this. She summoned her son to her side. Isn't Chen Shu's grandson getting married in a couple of days? Yi Jinkai nodded. Yes, Chen Anin posted on social media yesterday. Her brother is indeed getting married in the next few days. Yi Mei declared, "We'll go cause a scene at the wedding. I want all his relatives and friends to know exactly what kind of man Chen Shu is. Abandoning his wife and children, chasing after mistresses, keeping lovers. Chen Shu is far from the honest man he pretends to be." Yi Jinkai, after all, worked in Shanghai and still cared somewhat about maintaining appearances. "Mom, perhaps we should just let this go." causing a disturbance at someone else's wedding. What difference would that be from a hysterical woman rolling on the ground in a tantrum? Too shameful. Ye may snap, let it go. Fine, say we let it go. 50 million, and you think we should just forget it. Why do you think Qinshu hired a lawyer in the first place? He saw right through your spineless nature. You might be willing to forget, but I'm not. Even if he offers a few 100,000, this matter is far from over. Du Chun chimed in beside her, fanning the flames. Exactly. Tens of millions in assets. This is something we absolutely cannot simply abandon. We must fight for what is rightfully ours. Bound by the two most important women in his life, Yi Jinkai found himself unable to escape their scheme. Then again, given the chance to obtain 50 million, perhaps most people would act similarly. For money, people were willing to do countless shameless things. What use was dignity? Dignity could be discarded. Money was what mattered most. The three conspirators agreed they would create trouble on the wedding day. That way, if Qinshu still valued any face at all, he would surely give them something. 50 million was too much. Then 1 million would do. 1 million was too much. Several 100,000 would suffice. At the very least, they couldn't be forced to pay out that 300,000 again, could they? Qinshu remained completely oblivious to Yi Mei's scheme to cause chaos at Qin Pingping's wedding. These past 2 days, the family had been preoccupied with preparations for Qin Pingping's nuptials. Qin Pingping's fiancée Fang Xian's family had been most cooperative as well. According to Qin Pingping, previously Fang Xian's family had looked down on his salary, a paltry 3,500, at most no prospects whatsoever. But ever since Qinshu's return, such remarks had ceased entirely. On the eve of the wedding, Qinshu took Qin Pingping to the logistics park to collect the car. A second-hand Maybach that had been driven less than 200 kilometers, a nearly pristine vehicle. The moment the two-tone Maybach appeared before the family, the meaning of struggle crystallized into something tangible and real. Qin Pingping exclaimed, "This is what I've worked my entire life to achieve." Qinshu stood beside him smoking contentedly, thinking to himself that this boy would likely never in his entire life be able to afford even one Maybach. Striving was admirable, but the chasm between social classes could never be bridged by hard work alone. Of course, as long as Qin Pingping continued to harbor the spirit of endeavor, that was all that mattered. The car bore his name after all. Letting Qin Pingping use it to impress others posed no real problem. The boy was genuinely honest at heart, unlikely to cause any trouble. Combined with Chun Wen's discipline and the freshly minted marriage, this should be sufficient to help him savor life properly. Sometimes Qinshu genuinely envied this nephew having such a wealthy grandfather. After collecting the car, Qin Pingping could hardly wait to practice driving, taking his childhood friends to rehearse the wedding convoy route. All these details required careful rehearsal. A wedding was an affair of immense complexity. There was indeed much to be done. As for Qinshu, he leisurely made his way to the highway exit to pick up Kong Fong and Xiao Wanting. This did give him some cause for concern. Xiao Wanting was a lively, spirited young woman, while Chu Hong was more gentle, refined, and sensible. If these two were to meet, the romantic entanglements Qinshu had never witnessed in his youth, he never expected to encounter them at 60. And to think he was the protagonist of such a scenario. If these two women came to blows, what was he supposed to say? Would Kong Fong take his side? Thus he instructed Kong Fong not to drive directly to the villa. If a fight broke out, what would become of his 60-year-old dignity? It would be best to sort things out at the highway exit. Yet what Qinshu hadn't anticipated was the moment when Kong Fong's car pulled up and Xiao Wanting stepped out. Upon seeing Xiao Wanting, Chu Hong seemed to instantly grasp the other woman's identity. She straightforwardly asked, "That day, was it you who went car shopping with Uncle Chun?" Qinshu broke out in a cold sweat. This was bad. The thoughtless Xiao Wanting chirped cheerfully, "Yes indeed. I heard Qinshu bought you a car too, sister. It must be beautiful and suit your temperament perfectly. Don't worry, sister. I'm a wildflower. I've always lived freely and carelessly. I could never be a cultivated garden bloom." Chu Hong. In truth, Chu Hong harbored no ill will. After all, they had dined together at young Master Huang's place before. Nothing between them amounted to real grievance. But she hadn't expected Xiao Wanting to be so direct. Was everything really so matter of fact? Chu Hong found herself somewhat admiring this seemingly younger woman. How remarkably candid she was. But in truth, Xiao Wanting was far more clear-headed about these matters than Chu Hong. She was a hedonist. As long as she herself was happy, nothing else mattered. What did she care how the outside world judged her? Thus, she would never be in any genuine competition with Chu Hong. This, of course, also had to do with Qinshu. He had made it abundantly clear long ago that marriage was not in his cards. So neither woman harbored any notions of palace intrigue. There would be no legendary Shura Field confrontation after all. Both women were past their girlish years. After gaining some worldly experience, they no longer competed over superficial things. They only cared about how much they could gain for themselves. Only then did Qinshu finally exhale in relief. Chu Hong spoke up. "I know there's a night market in the county town. Uncle Qin doesn't care for such places, so why don't the three of us go together?" Xiao Wanting responded with delight, Sure. Kong Fong expressed interest as well. Women, it seemed, possessed almost no resistance to night market street food. And so the three women abandoned Qinshu entirely, climbing into Kong Fong's car and driving off. What? She's leaving already? Qinshu watched Kong Fong walk away with two women, and they were his no less. A wave of frustration washed over him. It seemed none of this concerned him anymore. Fortunately, an hour later the three women appeared at the villa gate. Chen Wang Tao and Qin Pingping were all stunned. Why did it seem like everyone Chen Shu knew was some gorgeous woman in her 30s? Fortunately, they learned that Kong Fong had been Chen Shu's former boss, and Xia Wanning was a friend who had come along with her for the wedding banquet, so they didn't think much of it. Chen Wen found her relationship with Chu Hong and her father a bit odd, but she felt positively about Kong Fong and Xia Wanning. She thought to herself that while her father did seem much younger than before, surely no woman would be so interested in him. Who would fancy a 60-year-old man? What could possibly be appealing about him? Other than his money, there was nothing worth mentioning. Given Chen Wen's personality and worldview, she wouldn't have considered that money itself was the greatest advantage. The three women went to stay at a hotel. Though the villa was spacious with the upcoming wedding and all of Wang Tao's relatives filling the house, it was lively all right, the kind of liveliness that felt chaotic to older folks. A group of young people were outside setting off firecrackers, gathered around a boombox, eating barbecue and dancing. Some brothers from other provinces were doing their folk dances too, making things even more festive. This was the quintessential wedding scene in a small southern county town. The next morning, bright and early, relatives and friends would be arriving in droves. What made Chen Shu feel most awkward was the presence of his ex-wife, Tin Yongjun. Their marriage had been arranged by matchmakers in those days. They had Chen Wen together, but their feelings for each other never aligned with real life. They divorced when Chen Wen was in middle school. He felt neither aversion nor affection toward her. If they were just friends, perhaps it would be simpler. The trouble was they hadn't seen each other in over 20 years. He had no idea what to say, and their reunion felt unbearably awkward. Tan Yongjun was a typical small-town southern girl, a gentle and graceful woman. They had almost never quarreled during their marriage. The only rift between them came when Chen Shu wanted to leave and earn money elsewhere, and she disagreed. They held on for a few more years for Chen Wen's sake, but finally couldn't bear the situation any longer and divorced. Now reunited, there was nothing left to say. Soon Tan Yongjun arrived at the villa with her younger sister. She must have known this villa was purchased by Chen Shu for Chen Wen. Standing at the gate, she watched Chen Shu mingling with relatives and friends in the courtyard, wondering what was going through his mind. Chen Shu pretended not to notice. 30 years had passed. Everything had changed. They were destined to belong to different worlds now. The scene was bustling with joy. Chen Shu's eldest brother Chen Jianjun and second brother Chen Xianghua arrived with their sons and children. It being a Sunday, the gathering was especially lively. Eldest brother, second brother, you've arrived. Chen Shu looked at his two brothers, nearly 70 years old, and felt as if an eternity had passed. After joining the army in their youth, both brothers had returned to become farmers working construction sites on the side. Their faces showed the wear of hard labor. They could barely recognize Chen Shu when they saw him. Chen Shu, how did you get younger? You look almost the same as when you first got married. Eldest brother Chen Jianjun was utterly astonished. Chen Xianghua asked, I heard you're divorced again. Chen Shu said sheepishly, yeah, let's not talk about it. Chen Xianghua nodded and said, I told you back when you got married that this Yimei woman seemed off. And she had a son from a previous marriage too. You wouldn't listen. Chen Shu laughed. Second brother, you certainly have more experience. The four nephews all came over to respectfully greet their third uncle. There were also grandchildren and young children. Chen Shu greeted each of them. He had adjusted his mindset to feel like a 40-year-old, but now surrounded by all this family, he suddenly felt old again, a 60-year-old man. The wedding ceremony proceeded. After the bride was brought over, the elders were to give red envelopes. After all, Chen Shu was the grandfather. They held a simple ceremony at the villa for the formal address of parents. To save face for Wang Tao's father, Chen Shu simply gave a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan. Sitting beside him as he faced the bride was Tan Yongjun, who also presented a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. The bride expressed her thanks and formally addressed them. Afterward, they stepped aside, leaving the space for the younger generation. Three elegant women, clearly from a major city, stood out like cranes among chickens around Chen Shu. Tan Yongjun slightly opened her lips. Time flies. It's been 20 years, hasn't it? You seem to be doing better and better these years. Chen Shu replied softly, spring cannot be sold, nowhere to be found. Only the frost upon our temples. People. They always change. The three refined beauties nearby looked on in surprise. This 60-year-old geezer could actually recite some poetry. But then again, it made sense. Chen Shu had worked at a newspaper office after all. Tan Yongjun's gaze drifted into the distance. It seems there's no going back to how things were. A serene expression appeared on Chen Shu's face. Indeed, neither of us can go back. Would he ever return to the way things were before? Not even a dog would want that. Ding. The host has faced the past with composure, calm as still water, radiating a sense of philosophical acceptance toward life. Reward 100,000 yuan. Whenever Chen Shu expressed philosophical thoughts about life, the system always conveniently appeared to bestow rewards. This single sentence also resolved all lingering ties. Tan Yongjun stepped aside. Watching all this from nearby, Chen Wen had nothing more to say. At one point, after learning her father had divorced, she had secretly hoped they might reconcile. Tan Yongjun had been widowed a few years prior. But the way her father carried himself was like a completely different person. There was no way they could be together again. Simply put, just look at the three women surrounding Chen Shu. The scene then shifted to the hotel for the wedding banquet. Chen Shu was destined to drink today, so Chu Hong drove the large G-Wagon to escort him. The three women were greatly intrigued by the wedding banquet typical of this remote, small county town. Fortunately, the feast was well prepared, but they weren't the only outsiders attending today's banquet. Yi Jinkai also drove off the Nanshan County Highway exit. Through Chunanin's social media posts, they located the wedding hotel on their mobile food delivery app, ready to cause trouble. Meanwhile, the County Property Bureau's auction of the Western District land parcel was also commencing. However, there wasn't a single soul in the conference room. County Magistrate Liu, who had been closely following this matter, came especially to observe. Though it was only one person, this was still a significant matter. Where's everyone? County Magistrate Liu was puzzled. Director Wang said, Xiao Zhang called that Mr. Chen. It's been 5 minutes past the scheduled time. Is he even participating? Xiao Zhang replied, no one's picking up. Mr. Chen mentioned earlier that today was his grandson's wedding day. He might be a bit busy. Director Wang, ridiculous. County Magistrate Liu said, how can you talk like that? A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. How can you not show some understanding? Director Wang, you're absolutely right, Governor. County Magistrate Liu thought for a moment. This matter is of great importance. Let's accommodate Mr. Chen. Let's go to the wedding venue and ask him about his intentions. If he's willing, we could even sign the contract on the spot. Double celebration. Director Wang clapped his hands in approval. Excellent. What a perfect double celebration. After a brief investigation, they confirmed the hotel's location. Several coaster vans along with 2 police cars set off toward the hotel wedding venue. In truth, a piece of land does not hold significant importance in a county town. Its significance is not high enough to warrant a special visit from the county chief. But there was no choice. In recent years, the red lines for real estate have become increasingly stringent, and last year documents were issued to address unfinished buildings. Under such circumstances, with Nanshan County still having an unfinished building, how could County Chief Liu not be anxious? Wouldn't this be a black mark on his political achievements? Moreover, the surrounding area is newly developed zones in the western part of the city. If there exists an unfinished building, it is like a rat dropping, ruining an entire pot of soup, which would greatly impact the county's economy. So he attached great importance to this 4th legal auction. He was overjoyed to learn that someone had finally decided to participate. As long as someone took over, he could certainly provide support, and if the enterprise encountered any difficulties, he could resolve them locally. As long as the developer could properly develop the properties and build the residential area, well, everything would be manageable. But he never expected that the person would consider his grandson's wedding more important. In truth, such behavior is quite unbusinesslike. Merchants prioritize profit. Not seizing such an excellent opportunity can only indicate that this person does not place much importance on the land. If he did not put in more effort, should the auction fail once again, the land would truly become unsellable. Therefore, on the northern ring road of the county town, 2 police vehicles, one of which was a SWAT van, along with several coaster minibuses, headed toward the hotel. People along the roadside thought some major conference was about to be held. At this moment, inside the hotel lobby, the wedding was proceeding smoothly. Chen Shu, as an elder from the groom's family, was in a private room on the 1st floor, munching on sunflower seeds, drinking tea, and chatting with his 2 elder brothers. Outside, it was time for the bride and groom to address the guests. Chen Shu had witnessed other weddings where the bride's parents, at this moment watching their daughter wed, could hardly contain their excited tears. However, such a scene was not witnessed today. It seemed that Fong Xian's parents knew the Chen family was doing well now, and their faces beamed with uncontrollable joy. The wedding was nearly complete. The cigarettes and liquor were being served. When Wang Zhongwang came downstairs, he immediately received compliments. Old Wang, impressive. Matai and Hua Zi, you spent quite a fortune, didn't you? Wang Zhongwang really spared no expense for his grandson's wedding this time. I've never drunk Matai in my entire life, never imagined today I'd get to taste it thanks to Ping Ping. This Hua Zi is excellent, so smooth. Wang Zhongwang also felt honored, standing at the entrance to welcome arriving relatives. At this moment, 5 or 6 people in administrative jackets appeared at the lobby entrance. Even the hotel reception dared not approach them, for the pressure was immense. Wang Zhongwang was startled. The few people looked unfamiliar, seemingly not relatives from his side. Moreover, they all appeared to be civil servants with extraordinary bearing. He had only seen such bearing on television, mostly footage from the Great Hall of the People. He often worked outside the county. Had he been a local, he would have instantly recognized them as the local parents' official County Chief Liu. Wang Zhongwang immediately pulled out a pack of Hua Zi and approached them. Gentlemen, are you relatives from Qinjia Village? Or from North Street? This was the customary greeting at wedding venues. The Wang side was from Wangjiagu Village, mostly relatives from there. The Chen side was from Qinjia Village. The bride's family was from North Street in the county town. Xiao Zhang from the Housing Management Office said, we are not County Chief. Liu raised his hand to stop him. Brother, we are relatives from Qinjia Village. Where is Brother Chen Shu? I would like to pay my respects. County Chief Liu, aside from official duties, conducted himself discreetly in public. Since the host had not recognized him, he would not reveal his identity. Otherwise, it would create a bad impression. Moreover, due to his position, he had not attended a wedding banquet in a very long time. Entering today as an ordinary person to observe was rather pleasant. Wang Zhongwang was secretly astonished. This Qin Shu was truly remarkable. These people were clearly dressed as civil servants and appeared to be of high rank. When did Qinjia village acquire so many powerful relatives? He is inside in private room number 1 on the east side of the main hall. Everyone is waiting for you. Wang Zhongwang was enthusiastic, wanting to show them the way. County Chief Lu said, No, brother, you are busy. We can walk there ourselves. County Chief Lu led Director Wang Xiaozhang and the others toward the private room. Wang Zhongwang nodded. These people had extraordinary bearing and were quite courteous to him. Soon a relative nearby came running over with a peculiar expression. "A old one, you really are something now," the relative said. Wang Zhongwang thought it was about the cigarettes and liquor. Not at all. This little bit of cigarettes and liquor is only proper. The relative said, I was not talking about cigarettes and liquor. Do you not recognize the person who was just speaking with you? Wang Zhongwang said he is a relative from Qinjia village. Of course I do not know him. The relative said, what relative from Qinjia village? That is County Mayor Lu. Saying this, he pulled out his phone and opened the Nanxian County official WeChat account to show Wang Zhongwang. Yesterday, County Mayor Lu Weisheng led relevant departments to inspect the progress of key projects in the development zone. The photo on it was unmistakably the same person. Exactly like the person in the administrative jacket from just now. Wang Zhongwang broke out in a cold sweat. Did the parents' official just call him brother? He could not process this information. While Qin Shu was having a casual chat with his elder brothers, several people in administrative jackets arrived at the door. He recognized one of them. It was Xiao Zhang from the Housing Management Office. Mr. Qin. Xiao Zhang took the initiative to greet him. After all, neither County Chief Lu nor Director Wang knew Qin Shu. Qin Shu said in surprise, Xiao Zhang, what brings you here? Oh dear, so much happened today. I left my phone in the car. Come, please sit. Gentlemen, have you eaten? Xiao Zhang glanced nervously at County Chief Lu and Director Wang. Mr. Qin had ignored the two of them and greeted him directly, which startled him greatly. Xiao Zhang introduced Mr. Qin. This is County Chief Lu of Nanxian County, and this is Director Wang. They came today specifically regarding the legal auction of the land. Qin Shu was deeply honored and startled, never expecting to have troubled the parents' official. It seemed the land truly was very important. Yet he still appeared composed. Perhaps it was a matter of mindset. The others had already stood up. Obviously this was the parents' official of Nanxian County, who would not show respect. County Chief Lu pressed his hand down. Sit, please sit everyone. Today I came to discuss some official business with Mr. Shun, but I did not expect to encounter a wedding. I have truly troubled everyone. I apologize to you all. Qin Shu said, not at all. County Chief Lu's presence brings honor to our place. Please sit first. The wedding is almost over. Next is the Master of Ceremonies' speech. The music is so loud we will have to wait until after the wedding to discuss business. County Chief Lu agreed. The wedding scene was lively with music blaring, villagers chatting around, and children running about. It was not a suitable place for business discussion. Very well, then let us enjoy this wedding together. County Chief Lu sat down on a chair. At this moment the wedding witness was the party secretary of Wang Jiagu. Seemingly aware that County Chief Lu was sitting by the private room entrance, the hand holding the certificate trembled slightly. His speech faltered, barely able to maintain control of the ceremony. County Chief Lu appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart, he wished to quickly persuade Qin Shu to purchase the land. So boldly and decisively he strode onto the stage and stood before the microphone. Party Secretary Wang, by coincidence, I shall take the role of witness today. You do not mind, do you? Party Secretary Wang said. I do not mind. Secretary Wang came today to serve as the wedding witness, but only out of courtesy to a fellow villager and to grab a free meal while building rapport with the villagers, which would also facilitate the village's road construction plan for the second half of the year. But he never expected that Wang Zhongwang, that sly fox, would orchestrate such a high-stakes affair. If you had told me earlier that County Magistrate Lu would be attending, what would you have wanted me to do? Deliberately come up to make a fool of myself. Throwing out a sprat to catch a whale, making me the sacrificial pawn. But he simply didn't dare say anything. After all, this was County Magistrate Lu. Several ranks above him, one word from him could dismiss him from his post. Disaster struck. I got nervous today and couldn't speak clearly. However, Secretary Wang had overestimated his own importance. In such a setting no one paid him any attention. As soon as County Magistrate Lu took the stage, he instantly captivated everyone. He didn't even have a prepared wedding speech, yet he spoke eloquently off the cuff. Fellow villagers, hello, everyone, I am Lu Weisheng. Today I happen to be attending the Wang family's wedding by coincidence. But I think coincidence is coincidence. My heart is still drawn to the wedding atmosphere of our fellow villagers here. This shows me the current state of our county's villagers, and it's excellent. Here I wish the two newlyweds Chen Pingping and Fong Xin. One must admit there's a reason he's a parent official. The words flowed without any rehearsal, and the relatives present were deeply moved. Wang Zhongwang, though he hadn't eaten, yet was beaming with pride. Such honor. A parent official came to witness their wedding. How many families in the county could boast that? The Wang family had achieved it. At this moment, even the resentment over the surname vanished without a trace. After all, the official was here for Chen Pingping's maternal grandfather. Who was Wang Zhongwang in comparison? Inviting a village party secretary as the witness was already the limit of his ability. After all, they were of the same clan. But County Magistrate Lu was a parent official from elsewhere. Ordinarily, it was difficult to even get a meeting, let alone an invitation. Down below, Director Wang and Officer Zhang sighed inwardly. County Magistrate Lu had it tough. He had even taken on wedding witness duties just to sell that piece of land. What was his motive? Nothing but to build a closer relationship with Chen Shu. If it had been anyone else, it would have been absolutely impossible. Chen Shu possessed over 300 million in liquid assets. That alone exceeded the liquid assets of the county's richest man. The county's richest man had more in fixed assets like shopping malls and land plots, but whether he could produce 10 million in cash was another question. But Chen Shu could. This indicated that Chen Shu might have assets of unknown value. An old saying goes, politics and business are inseparable, and it holds true. Chen Shu stood below the stage, as well since County Magistrate Lu was here for him, sitting in a private room would have been improper. He also called Kong Fong over to discuss the land deal once County Magistrate Lu finished. At this moment, everything was harmonious and joyful. But as always, some troublemaker had to interfere. Chen Shu, you bastard. You're cheating with a mistress, and you still have the nerve to attend your child's wedding. Chen Shu concealed marital assets and cheated my wife, children, and widowed mother. Relatives, see the truth. Two voices rang out inappropriately. County Magistrate Lu frowned. Chen Shu saw that it was Yi Mei. He never expected Yi Mei's family to track him down here. Right at this moment, when County Magistrate Lu was enjoying his speech, the interruption was extremely unpleasant. And Yi Mei, upon seeing someone giving a witness speech, turned into a shrew and tried to rush over and grab County Magistrate Lu's clothes. She had no idea who he was. Just because he wore a jacket didn't make him important. Anyone who witnessed for Chen Shu couldn't be a good person. Before the relatives could react, Yi Mei and her two companions were immediately grabbed by the SWAT officers who had arrived, one on each arm, and dragged away. Yi Mei and the other two were stunned. SWAT? Where did the SWAT come from? Were they all helping Chen Shu? How corrupt. This world is truly corrupt. At that moment, Yi Mei, Yi Jinkai, and Du Chunyi felt as if they no longer recognized the Chen Shu standing among the three beauties. Was this man really so powerful? He could even mobilize SWAT to arrest them. Was the class gap truly that vast? Was this the same docile Chen Shu they used to bully and take advantage of? The three of them fell into despair. Little did they know that this had little to do with Chen Shu, rather their appearance was simply ill-timed. Interrupting County Magistrate Lu's speech, what were they thinking? County Magistrate Lu still smiled amiably and said, just a small incident, everyone, don't let it bother you. I will handle matters fairly and justly. For now, the most important thing is to eat and drink well. On behalf of the Wang family, I thank you all. His ability to remain unfazed was truly impressive. But then again, could a parent official lack such skill? After County Magistrate Lu stepped down, he first asked Chen Shu, Mr. Chen, what was that just now? Chen Shu replied briefly, my ex-wife trying to divide my assets. She disagreed with the court's ruling and came to cause trouble. Beside him, Kong Fong promptly produced the court judgment. County Magistrate Lu immediately brightened up. He considered Chen Shu a suitable partner for cooperation. As one rises in life, these annoying things are inevitable. I understand. Since the court has ruled, we should listen to the court. What good does making a scene do? Let them sober up at the station. But since they haven't committed a crime, we won't detain them. County Magistrate Lu made his position clear first. Chen Shu said, of course, rest assured, County Magistrate Lu. Since you're here, how about we discuss the judicial auction over the wedding banquet? County Magistrate Lu looked at the scene and felt unable to refuse the hospitality. All right, set up a table for us. But I must give a cash gift. With that, County Magistrate Lu set an example by placing 500 yuan on the gift table and writing his name. Director Wang, Officer Zhang, and several others followed suit and gave their cash gifts. With these names written down, the gift list gained a whole new significance. The relatives present, despite the earlier interruption, showed no change in mood because everyone knew Chen Shu was now wealthy. Which rich family didn't have some troublesome affairs, especially involving an ex-wife? It was understandable. At this moment, Xia Wanning's abilities came to the fore. She found the village's intelligence squad of elderly women embellished the story, and soon the truth spread everywhere. The scene buzzed with chatter. I thought that woman looked familiar. It's Chen Shu's ex-wife here to ask for money. She looked down on Chen Shu when they got married, and now she comes to claim his money. Shameless. I could tell from her face that she wasn't a good person. Breaking into someone's wedding for money. How could she be good? That whole family is obsessed with money. What? That woman cheated first, and now she's begging Chen Shu to get back together, wanting a share of his money. She slandered Chen Shu for having a mistress and still won't accept the court's ruling. Quickly, with the relatives' embellishments, the Yi Mei family was thoroughly disgraced. Meanwhile, Yi Mei's family had been cooling off at the station for an hour. Since they hadn't committed a crime, they were let out. Yi Jinkai was utterly dejected, genuinely terrified. Those towering SWAT officers were no joke. Yi Mei's hair was disheveled, and she had lost all her spirit. Today's incident left a severe psychological scar on the three of them, breaking their courage. They slunk away, driving out of Nanqing County. This damn county, they would never come back. At this moment, the harmonious atmosphere was restored. But someone had to cause trouble. Chen Shu, you bastard. Cheating with a mistress, and still have the face to attend your child's wedding. Chen Shu concealed marital property, cheating my wife and children. Relatives, see clearly. Two voices rang out at an inappropriate time. County Magistrate Lu frowned. Chen Shu saw that it was Yi Mei. He never expected Yi Mei's family to track him down here. Right at this moment, when County Magistrate Lu was enjoying his speech, the interruption was extremely unpleasant. And Yi Mei, upon seeing someone giving a witness speech, turned into a shrew and tried to rush over and grab County Magistrate Lu's clothes. She had no idea who he was. Just because he wore a jacket didn't make him important. Anyone who witnessed for Chen Shu couldn't be a good person. Before the relatives could react, Yi Mei and her two companions were immediately grabbed by the SWAT officers who had arrived, one on each arm, and dragged away. Yi Mei and the other two were stunned. SWAT? Where did the SWAT come from? Were they all helping Chen Shu? How corrupt. This world is truly corrupt. At that moment, Yi Mei, Yi Jinkai, and Du Chunyi felt as if they no longer recognized the Chen Shu standing among the three beauties. Was this man really so powerful? He could even mobilize SWAT to arrest them. Was the class gap truly that vast? Was this the same docile Chen Shu they used to bully and take advantage of? The three of them fell into despair. Little did they know that this had little to do with Chen Shu, rather their appearance was simply ill-timed. Interrupting County Magistrate Lu's speech, what were they thinking? Chen Shu paid no mind whatsoever to the impact that Yi Mei and her group had brought to the wedding. His current mindset had transcended any concern for face or reputation. What is face worth anyway? Moreover, Xia Wanting had swiftly seized control of the village's information hub and launched a public opinion offensive, instantly transforming Chen Shu into the victim of the situation. Of course, that was indeed the case. The relatives attending the banquet never imagined this day would prove to be so spectacular. They had witnessed an official presiding over the ceremony, enjoyed Mutai liquor, smoked premium cigarettes, and watched the entertainment program. What a truly wonderful day indeed. Chen Shu received County Chief Lu and led him to the private room. Though the guest had given a monetary gift, serving him the same fare as the ordinary guests would constitute a grave disrespect. Wang Zongwang was no fool either. He had specifically instructed the restaurant owner to add 2 premium dishes. The guest had given them face by presenting a gift, and their reputation today had been greatly enhanced because of it. If failing to reciprocate would demonstrate a lack of propriety. In this country, navigating interpersonal relationships is indeed an immensely profound art. There's always more to learn. Fortunately, today's supply of cigarettes and liquor was plentiful. The bait Chen Shu had invested over 300,000 yuan had finally hooked a big fish. After County Chief Lu took his seat, he declined the mitai, saying, "Please understand I cannot drink during official hours. Xiaozhang, go arrange meals for everyone outside. No alcohol permitted." Since he had spoken thus, Chen Shu found it impossible to insist on drinking. Wang Zongwang likewise had no objection, though this was his first time dining with people holding official positions. Without even being allowed to drink, one's courage could never grow, and one would struggle even to speak coherently. It was still Chen Shu who commanded the situation with ease, saying, "Then let us use tea as our wine substitute today. Brother Wang, go invite the bride and groom to pour tea and offer their thanks, and then we shall discuss official business." Only then did Wang Zongwang snap back to reality, immediately summoning Chen Pingping and Fang Xin to pour tea. Though the gesture held limited significance, at least it offered an opportunity to appear before the important figures. Old Chen truly had seen the world, Wang Zongwang thought to himself. Chen Pingping was honest, and became nervous upon seeing County Chief Lu, yet Lu smiled warmly as he drank the tea, displaying not a trace of impatience. Soon only 5 individuals remained in the private room: Chen Shu, Kong Fang, County Chief Lu, Chief Wang, and Xiao Zhang. The others had the wisdom to make excuses and leave, knowing that business matters were about to be discussed. County Chief Lu gestured to Xiao Zhang, who produced a stack of documents. He then said, "Very well, Mr. Chen, you are my senior, so I shall address you as Brother Chen." Chen Shu replied, "You're too kind, too kind." County Chief Lu, please speak. County Chief Lu, does the old brother truly desire that plot of land? If you want it, I will expedite the entire approval process for you. As long as you can commence construction immediately, the common folk simply cannot afford to wait. Chen Shu nodded and said, "Of course, no problem at all. The starting price is 30 million, correct? I'll take it directly. However, I need to register it under my personal name for now. I don't actually have a construction company yet. To be honest, this is my first time establishing a company, and I lack experience in this regard." Kong Fong had conducted research on legal websites. In truth, some of the unfinished buildings had already been sold, though the number was not substantial. The original developer had abandoned the project, and quite a few buyers had already filed lawsuits for compensation. The matters were unrelated to subsequent development. Therefore, their costs were minimal and profits were entirely achievable. Beside them, Chief Wang and Xiao Zhang thought privately, "You're just showing off. A man whose net worth exceeds 300 million could possibly have no experience. How exceedingly modest of you." County Chief Lu tested the waters. "Shall we sign the contract then?" Chen Shu nodded. "Sign it. Right now." County Chief Lu grew excited. It appeared that his previous actions had earned Brother Chen's favor. Without asking many questions, and without raising demands, he had agreed to sign the contract so readily. Chief Wang spoke up, "To prevent any impact on the project's progress, we will supervise a portion of the developer's accounts. Should Mr. Chen encounter difficulties in this regard, we can assist in coordinating with banking institutions." Chen Shu now understood why the wealthy continued to grow ever wealthier. Leveraging others' capital to accomplish one's own ventures required capability, but also a certain measure of courage. Of course, should one fail, the consequences meant a lifetime behind bars. Chen Shu shook his head and said, I understand this. I will place 50 million in the supervised account. No need to involve the banks. I personally dislike taking out loans. County Chief Liu and Chief Wang exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. How many years had it been since they had encountered such a magnificently wealthy developer? Even during the peak years of real estate development, most developers' capital had been loaned from various banks. They operated on the principle of acquiring everything with nothing, with courage being the sole critical factor. Now loans had become difficult to obtain, capital chains had snapped. Who would dare to play the game so directly anymore? Brother Chen's pockets genuinely held real goods. Money was no object. County Chief Liu rose and extended his hand in a handshake. On behalf of the residents of the Western District, I express our heartfelt gratitude to Brother Chen for his generosity. Once this district was constructed, property values in the surrounding neighborhoods would certainly stabilize. This would also exert a certain positive influence on the county's economy. Chen Shu said, not at all. It's all for the sake of profit. County Chief Liu, I truly admire honest individuals like Brother Chen, straightforward, dignified, and possessed of exceptional presence. You appear to be about the same age as this younger brother of yours. Chen Shu, County Chief Liu exaggerates. My personality is simply what it is. Since everyone has placed their trust in me, I shall naturally rise to the occasion and shoulder this responsibility. The easygoing exchange between the two men filled Kong Fong beside them with admiration. She observed that Chen Shu, with his extraordinary bearing, was holding his own in conversation with the local governmental authority. Was this truly the same Uncle Chen who had once stood hesitantly at the neighborhood entrance, diffident and plain? Kong Fong had been born into a commercial dynasty and had witnessed various business negotiations since childhood. Her family had always sought to cultivate her into a formidable businesswoman, but unfortunately, her only passion lay in the field of law. Nevertheless, this did not prevent her from idolizing titans of the business world. In truth, everyone admires strength. Women perhaps slightly more so in this regard. Combined with Chen Shu's commanding presence, not only was Kong Fong the sole woman present, captivated, but even Xiao Zhang wore an expression of longing. When would he ever reach the level of Mr. Chen? Being on familiar terms with County Chief Liu as brothers, that altitude was simply too lofty. Whether he could climb to such heights in this lifetime remained an open question. Since Chen Shu had expressed his interest, as well, the matter became exceedingly straightforward. After both parties signed the contract, Chen Shu transferred 50 million to the supervised account. The money was indeed his, though it could only be used for construction purposes and required official approval before expenditure. This ensured the appropriate use of funds. Such procedures had not existed in earlier times. County Chief Liu felt completely at ease. Chief Wang then proceeded with the handover. Chief Wang was the first to recommend the county's urban investment construction company. It was, after all, a state-owned enterprise. Of course, Chen Shu did not immediately agree. He harbored a preference for more prestigious state-owned enterprises, perhaps those bearing the Zhong name, for greater peace of mind. Cost was of no concern to him. Since he had undertaken this endeavor, he would pursue excellence. He would construct the highest quality residential district in Nanxing County. For himself, it mattered little. But since he intended to leave this project for his loved one's reputation was of paramount importance. With Kong Fong overseeing the contract matters, everything should proceed smoothly. The previous night, Kong Fong had stayed up late, reviewing numerous standard contract templates. These days, official contracts all come with standardized templates that can be slightly modified as needed. With Kong Fong ensuring everything, Chen Shu felt completely at ease. He was considering whether to bring Kong Fong onto his team. Having her around meant he wouldn't have to worry about legal matters. In this day and age, as long as one didn't break the law, one could navigate society with confidence. After signing the contract, County Magistrate Liu departed with satisfaction. As for the development procedures, a visit to the housing authority was still required, but those were matters for later. The most pressing concern was finding a construction company. His guarantee letter stipulated that work must commence within a month and the property be delivered within a year. Finding a company is your responsibility, little Kong, Chen Shu said to Kong Fong beside him. Kong Fong pouted, exhausted from the day's work and famished. Don't worry, old Chen. I can handle anything as long as there's money involved. The wedding banquet here tastes quite good. Compared to Shanghai, our Nanxing County is nothing but a rural backwater. Yes, we're poor, but the food here is no less flavorful. Shanghai people value the premium quality of ingredients while we savor the taste itself. Kong Fong remained, and Chu Hong and Xia Wanning also entered. The three women were guests of honor there specifically for Chen Shu, so naturally they took seats in the private room. Wang Zhongwang arrived as well, along with Chen Shu's two older brothers, who came one after another. They hadn't dared approach while County Magistrate Liu was conducting business. Now they were gathering. The real purpose was to chat with Chen Shu. His eldest brother Chen Jianjun came over and asked, "Third brother, what were you discussing with the county magistrate? Did you have him come here specifically to see you?" Chen Shu didn't keep it secret. "Brother, I've acquired that plot of land west of the city through auction. You and second brother both worked on construction sites before, and it's not right for the nephews to keep working away from home. Why not seize this opportunity to establish a construction company and get into real estate? Chen Shu was 18 that year. The National College entrance examination had just reopened, and both of his older brothers had sent him all the money from their military service so he could study at home without worry for an entire year. Yet Chen Shu still failed to pass. This was a regret Chen Shu could never let go of. Perhaps if he hadn't taken the college entrance exam and had instead kept the money for his two older brothers, they might not have had to suffer so much throughout their lives. At least after retiring from the military, he would have had capital to start something of his own instead of struggling through manual labor. Now both older brothers are aging farming at home with no way out. But their sons were still walking in the footsteps of the two older brothers. For construction, he could reach out to the building subsidiaries of state-owned enterprises. The engineering quality would be guaranteed. However, to proceed with pre-sales and other processes a real estate enterprise was required. These tasks were best handled by people he trusted. Both older brothers immediately set down the wine glasses they had just raised. What? You want a land auction to develop real estate? Chen Jianjun's voice was even more resonant than that of a young man. After all, he belonged to the older generation of soldiers and was a veteran of the Sino-Vietnamese War. He had been shot in the calf back then and now walked with a slight limp. He usually drove an electric tricycle around the Nanjing County bus station picking up passengers to earn some extra money. Though his skin was darkened by the sun, his body remained strong and sturdy. So much so that Chen Shu felt he might not match his older brother's physical prowess even at 40 years old. Chen Shu replied, "Yes, I made some money in Shanghai and came back to start a company. It feels safer to use family members." Second brother Chen Xianghua was equally shocked upon hearing this news. Chen Xianghua nodded. No wonder third brother could stir the county magistrate to attend the wedding. He's actually solving a critical problem for the county. This is the right thing to do. Now that you have money, helping the hometown develop is worthwhile. In terms of construction matters, both your older brother and I have some experience. That's quite good. Both older brothers were military men and always carried a sense of devotion to family and country. People of their generation often put the nation before themselves. To hear that Chen Shu was now conversing effortlessly with the county magistrate, it seemed he had completely upstaged the bride and groom. Numerous guests came forward to toast Chen Shu. He understood this was unavoidable, for wealth attracts even distant relatives. Those who were once familiar and unfamiliar peers and juniors all sought his attention. Eventually, Chen Shu couldn't handle it anymore and had to ask others to help him drink. Besides his two older brothers, Chu Hong and Xia Wanning also stepped up to help him drink. This actually surprised Chen Shu somewhat. These two women's tolerance for alcohol was truly impressive, rivaling that of men. Chu Hong hailed from the Central Plains, a region known for its cold dishes rather than liquor, yet she proved to be quite extraordinary. Xia Wanning, on the other hand, was from Sichuan and equally unmatched in her capacity. With so many guests coming forward to toast, the two women managed to shield him from the overwhelming number of rounds. This left Chen Shu's two older brothers quite astonished. The stunning women Chen Shu knew were truly remarkable. There was the ponytailed woman with glasses who looked like a lawyer, intelligent and poised, clearly a capable professional. The shorter but curvaceous woman was lively and endearing, and the tall woman with wavy hair was gentle, elegant, and refined. Each one was impressive in her own way. The drunk second brother clutched Chen Shu's shoulder and said, "Third brother, you're divorced too. That you made didn't seem like much to me. Pick one of these three girls, or you'll know how lonely it feels when you reach my age." His sister-in-law had passed away from cancer at 40, leaving behind his devoted second brother to raise two nephews alone. It truly hadn't been easy. Chen Shu smiled warmly at his intoxicated second brother. Make a choice. Why would one need to choose? Only when one lacks ability does one face such decisions. He didn't need to choose now. His ever-composed eldest brother, however, was completely sober. "Third brother, I have news for you. Just yesterday, Chen Dalei suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and passed away. He's being buried the day after tomorrow. If you have time, go see him." Chen Shu was stunned. Dalei. Scenes from his childhood surfaced. Dalei was Chen Shu's childhood friend and neighbor. They had grown up together, playing in the river, catching fish, and climbing mountains to dig bamboo shoots. Now, whenever Chen Shu returned to his hometown for the spring festival, he would seek out Chen Dalei to chat and reminisce about their childhood adventures. Even back then, Chen Dalei's speech had been somewhat slurred. If he hadn't gone to Shanghai, his life wouldn't have differed much from Chen Dalei's. Spending a lifetime in a small mountain village, marrying a woman from the neighboring village, getting married, having children, raising them, falling ill, and growing old. For a moment, Chen Shu became somewhat dazed. Whether from drinking too much or something else, he couldn't tell. A person's life could contain so many possibilities. But today, Chen Shu had witnessed a wedding and learned of a death. Joy and sorrow occurring simultaneously gave him a genuine sense of life's dramatic ups and downs. This was life, nothing more than its perpetual cycle of rises and falls. The matter of the grandson's wedding has been successfully concluded, save for a minor hiccup. But with the county magistrate himself officiating the ceremony, the marriage has become even more unbreakable. That evening, Chen Shu rented 4 rooms at the hotel, one for himself and one for each of the 3 women. After all, Chen Pingping was already married, so Wang Tao and Chun Wen could stay at home. It would be improper for an old man like him to continue staying there. He knew the daughters wouldn't mind since who would turn down a billionaire living under their roof. But at 60 years old, Chen Shu was beginning to feel like a guest out of place. Back in Chen Shu's day, it was mandatory for a man to set up his own household upon marriage. He and his two elder brothers had both followed that path. What truly mattered was staying at the hotel. It made it easier to visit Xia Wanting's room, work off the effects of that potent liquor, and digest those rich game dishes from the banquet feast. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Shu emerged from Xia Wanting's room feeling thoroughly refreshed and satisfied. In just a few days apart, Xia Wanting had already devised fresh pleasures for him, teaching 60-year-old Chen Shu lessons he'd never known before, though these younger generations had developed an odd fondness for tearing clothes as part of their games. The night before, she'd even purchased a special outfit meant only to be torn. A practice Chen Shu couldn't quite understand, but found himself respecting. You had to give the young ones their moment. It proved quite amusing, actually. In earlier years, he would never have allowed her to spend hundreds on garments meant for a single use. But now if it brought pleasure, there was no hesitation in buying more. The young truly understood how to play. Could someone like Yi Mei, an aging woman, ever match such vitality? A woman in her 30s was indeed a rare treasure. Upon exiting Xia Wanting's room, Chen Shu found himself in an awkward encounter with Chu Hong emerging from her own chamber. Had she sought him out the previous night? He wondered. At 40, her body still wasn't quite enough. Otherwise, Chen Shu wouldn't have minded indulging in a second round, satisfying both at once. Humans are never content. At 60, he longed for the vitality of 40. Yet now that 40 had come, his thoughts drifted to the boundless energy of 20. Chu Hong glanced at the radiant Xia Wanting, said nothing, but her eyes held a silent reproach toward Chen Shu. As if to say, I may lack in one area, but what else is missing? Kong Fong's task today was company registration. She already had her own career, but Chen Shu's generous compensation was hard to refuse. Starting a company required capital, so Chen Shu transferred 6 million to Kong Fong, 5 million as registered capital, and 1 million as her fee for handling the proceedings. For such tedious matters, if money could resolve them, Chen Shu had no desire to do the work himself. Money spent would always return. Kong Fong felt helpless yet resigned. She hadn't been untouched by wealth before, but now cut off from family support, everything depended on her own efforts. Still, she found Chen Shu's charm undeniable. Chen Shu drove the Big G carrying Chu Hong and Xia Wanting toward Chen Village in the eastern part of Nanjing County, less than 10 kilometers away. The roads wound through the countryside as muddy tracks, the highway construction to the north seemingly abandoned midway through completion. It looked like a dead end, a familiar scene across rural China today, where young people had fled to cities, leaving behind only the elderly, a place offering little investment promise. Fortunately, Chen Shu treated the G-Class as the off-road vehicle. It was designed to be navigating the potholed terrain without scraping an executive sedan underneath. Xia Wanting was visibly excited. Uncle, this car would be absolutely thrilling on a journey to Tibet. When shall we travel together? When I have free time, Chen Shu replied. The idea of traveling to save her life had always lingered in his mind, yet throughout his life from 20 to 60, everything revolved around family obligations, leaving no room for either time or money. Fortunately, he now possessed both in abundance. Chu Hong's expression turned wistful as she gazed toward the horizon. Her homeland in the Central Plains held only memories of vast wheat fields, never the sweeping grasslands she now longed to see. Though Chu Hong remained silent in the back seat, Chen Shu caught her wistful expression in the rearview mirror. Perhaps a future journey together could become an opportunity. While his hands guided the car, his mind raced forward on an imaginary highway. Chen Village had always been predominantly populated by those bearing the Chen surname. Legend held that during the Ming Dynasty, a high-ranking Chen official retired and returned here, giving birth to the village itself. Later, during the anti-Japanese war, it became a bandit stronghold. Rumors persisted that they had ambushed and killed a small Japanese unit before ultimately being absorbed into the regular army. In his childhood, Chen Village was desperately poor. The walls were rammed earth, and rain would send streams of mud cascading down. With little food available, Chen Shu was awakened by hunger each day. But the villagers showed kindness. If someone happened to see him wandering the streets while cooking, they'd invite him in for a piece of braised pork or a flatbread. When Chen Shu couldn't afford tuition, numerous villagers had contributed whatever they could, penny by penny. Contributions he never forgot. He had long sought a way to repay them, but opportunities were scarce, and most of those who had helped him had passed away. Upon entering the village, he spotted white cloth hanging at the doorway of a house in the northern section, his childhood friend Chen Dailyi's home, which had stood there since their youth, and still did. Brother Shu, when we make money working in the city, we'll go to that red romance dance hall together and sweep through all the beautiful women there. They're so stunning. Brother Shu, I'm getting married. Come back for the wedding feast. Hua's a bit simple, but to me she's the most beautiful and clever woman alive. Brother Shu, raising children is exhausting. Being an adult is so tiring. Brother Shu, when we're old, let's sit at the dance hall and watch the women perform. We can even feel their legs. Brother Shu, I've been getting headaches lately, frustrated by my son. Such was Chen Dailyi's entire life. Chen Dailyi didn't find a wife with intellectual disabilities until his 30s, and their son, they say, has achieved nothing. He parked before his eldest brother's home. His household registration had moved to Hu City, severing his ties to this place. He hadn't been allocated land when the village distributed homesteads. Legally, he was no longer connected to Chen village. Chen Jianjun, seated in the courtyard, rose upon hearing the car approach. Recognizing Chen Shu, he said, "Take this packet of yellow paper and go pay your respects." Chen Shu nodded and accepted the paper, walking over on foot. Those at Chen Daliai's house had already spotted his arrival. Chen Daliai had never prospered in his lifetime, and these were all impoverished relatives who watched enviously as the luxury vehicle passed their homes and pulled up outside Chen Jianjun's residence, from which emerged 3 well-dressed city dwellers with a distinguishable air about them. "It's Chen Shu," someone who had attended the wedding in the county town exclaimed. A stir rippled through the crowd. Chen village was small, and Chen Shu's achievements in the county had spread to every year. Driving a luxury car, purchasing a villa, acquiring land parcels, meeting with the county magistrate, Chen Shu had become the village's most prominent figure. It's the third son of the Chun family, Chen Shu. He's come to mourn his childhood friend. Chen Daliai has finally had his moment of glory. Yesterday, Chen Shu was even speaking with the county magistrate, more powerful than the village party secretary. "Chen Shu, I always thought this kid was something special." The villagers dared only whisper. They knew well that in the past they could exchange a few jokes and greetings with Chen Shu. Times had changed. Chen Shu was no longer in the same world as these villagers. There were few here he recognized. Having spent over 40 years in Shanghai, the people he knew were mostly those from his 20s. The older generation had either died or moved away. Few of his age came here. After all, he was of the same generation as Chen Daliai. Chen Shu exchanged a few greetings with those familiar faces and walked inside. A few people stood scattered in the courtyard. Someone called out, "A friend of Daliai's comes to pay respects." 3 bows in front of the hall. Chen Shu, accompanied by Chu Hong and Xia Wanting, bowed solemnly before the deceased. His childhood playmate from the village lay in the main hall on a wooden bed. Chen Shu lit a cigarette, stood it upright on the offering table before him, and casually placed 2 packs there. "Daliai, you like to smoke. This time your brother has brought you the huazi you always wanted. Smoke all you want down there." Beside him knelt a young man in his 30s, presumably Daliai's only son, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the huazi. Nearby were his daughter-in-law and a teenage girl, Daliai's granddaughter. Chen Shu handed the yellow paper to Daliai's sister. "Brother Shu, you're here. My brother was still talking about you as he lay in bed a couple of days ago." Her eyes brimming with tears, she spoke. Chen Shu said softly, "Daliai, I'm sorry. I came too late." He looked at Daliai and frowned. "Isn't there an ice coffin?" The weather was hot now, and the village was damp. It hadn't been 2 days, but Chen Shu could already faintly smell an odor. Daliai's son dared not look at his father's childhood friend kneeling there. "Third uncle, we have no money." Chen Shu felt a pang of injustice for Daliai. A lifetime of supporting his family, and in the end his son wouldn't even rent an ice coffin. Chen Daliai's son Chen Tian was a notorious scoundrel in the village, a drunkard, a gambler, and a smoker, often fighting with his wife. Everyone in the village knew. Chen Shu helpless walked outside to Daliai's sister and handed her a black plastic bag. "Xiaomei, here's 100,000. Go get an ice coffin for Daliai. It's too hot, we can't keep him like this." He had prepared this long ago. Chen Daliai's family was poor. The mourning hall was barely set up. This money was meant for his childhood friend. Daliai's sister Chen Xiaomei was an ordinary rural woman, but kind-hearted and trustworthy. Daliai's son and daughter-in-law were not to be trusted. "Thank you, Brother Shu," Chen Xiaomei said, then began to call her husband to arrange things. Chen Shu asked, "Where's your sister-in-law?" Chen Xiaomei said, "I don't know where she's run off to. When Daliai was alive, she stayed at home, but these past 2 days she's been running wild in the village." Daliai's wife had a mental disability. When she wasn't having an episode, it was fine, but when she did, no one could stop her. Chen Shu said, "Keep the rest of the money for your sister-in-law's daily needs. Remember my number. If you need more, tell me." His bond with Chen Daliai had been as close as brothers before they turned 20. In school, they had fought together against the neighboring village, and Chen Daliai had once taken a blow meant for Chen Shu. Now that Daliai was gone, he had to take care of the sister-in-law he left behind. Tears finally streamed down Chen Xiaomei's face, and she stood up to kneel before Chen Shu. "Thank you, Brother Shu. My brother said that if anything happened at home after he was gone, I should call you. But I didn't want to trouble you." Chen Shu immediately stopped her. "Daliai was right. As his brother, I may not be able to do much else, but I can certainly take care of his funeral arrangements." Chu Hong and Xia Wanting, standing nearby, had red-rimmed eyes. They had thought attending a funeral in the countryside would be just a formality, but it had touched their hearts. Xia Wanting said, moved, "Is this the trust between old men? It's no different from entrusting an orphan. Uncle Chun is truly a perfect man." Chu Hong nodded. "In this society, there are too many cases where people leave and the tea grows cold. Chen Shu, having such a heart, is worthy of respect." Both women were deeply moved by the bond between the men. Chen Shu's charm and influence grew ever more profound. Ding. Host has taken care of his childhood friend's funeral, full of responsibility, radiating the brilliance of humanity, making up for the regret of a youthful companion. Obtain youthful spirit. Know that a youth's ambition reaches the clouds, once promised to be the best in the world. Chen Shu, having just consoled Chen Xiaomei, was somewhat surprised. What was this youthful spirit? He felt it, but there seemed to be no particular change in his body. This youthful spirit was a unique sensation exclusive to the young. What it changed was likely his mindset. A youthful outlook on the world. The most precious thing in life. Many people lose it after 30, appearing like walking corpses. Without it, a person is dead, merely waiting to be buried in the ground at 80. Why do the elderly always love watching their grandchildren run around? Besides affection, part of the reason is that children possess something they have lost. When did he lose that thing? Chen Shu thought about it. Probably when he got married at 20. Now Chen Dalei had helped him find it again. Thank you, Dalei. Chen Shu said silently to his childhood friend, whose eyes were now closed. This thing might not have the direct value of money. But Chen Shu at the age of 60 suddenly found the world full of hope again. Those who have never experienced old age would not understand the feeling of a brand new world appearing before their eyes. Impulse, hope, mystery, exploration. These words now appeared in the 60-year-old Chen Shu. That was the youthful spirit. Chen Xiaomei's husband moved quickly. Within an hour he had someone bring an ice coffin, plugged it in, and a few younger relatives lifted Chen Dalei's body into it. In the sweltering heat, Chen Dalei's mourning hall finally looked respectable. Chen Shu was arranged to sit in the eastern room, the only place in the house with air conditioning. He was going to stay and see his friend buried the next day, so he wouldn't return to the city tonight. He had Chu Hong take Xia wanting back to the county seat. The poor countryside was no place for two women. It was fine during the day, but at night the locals barely used air conditioning and mosquitoes were everywhere. How could they endure it? If it weren't for his attachment to the place, Chen Shu wouldn't have stayed at his brother's house. Soon Chen Xiaomei entered the eastern room with the remaining money, followed by Dalei's son and daughter-in-law. Seeing Chen Xiaomei's troubled face, Chen Shu's expression turned cold. What's wrong, Xiaomei? He asked. Chen Xiaomei said, Brother Shu, my nephew and his wife want to use the money to arrange the funeral and tomorrow's wake banquet. Chen Shu straightened up. He understood. Chen Xiaomei was kind-hearted and couldn't refuse. The villain would have to be him. Chen Dalei's son was not human. He drank, gambled, and smoked. Having toiled his entire life, Chen Dalei finally managed to save 200,000 yuan for a down payment, only to have his son Chen Tian take it all for gambling and lose every last cent. His daughter-in-law was no better. She spent her days playing mahjong, never caring for the daughter she bore. It was said she was having an affair in the village, and marrying a degenerate gambler like Chen Tian meant she never suffered any loss. The couple often fought at home. Their own daughter had to cook and serve them both. Chen Shu felt a pang of sympathy. She was a girl in the bloom of youth, much like Chen Anin, yet her own family was destroying her. Seeing Chen Xiaomei followed by Chen Tian and his wife, Chen Shu was furious. The body was still lying in the funeral hall, yet these two were already thinking about money. This money stays with your aunt. No one is to touch it. I'll make this clear: if either of you tries to get your hands on it, I'll not only leave you with nothing, but also make you kneel in the ancestral hall, and then break your legs. Chen Shu stood there, his aura fully unleashed. His presence was now that of a man of high status, and his anger made everyone in the yard feel the pressure. A profound silence fell, and no one dared to breathe. He directly suppressed the two who wanted the money. They also knew that Chen Shu had a close bond with Chen Dalei. Chen Dalei had only this one son, and though there were collateral relatives, they were all honest, ordinary people. None could compare to Chen Shu. In every aspect they were inferior. Chen Shu had 2 elder brothers and several nephews in the village. Even without money, he could essentially walk sideways in the village. Not to mention that Chen Shu and Chen Dalei had once represented the village in dragon boat races and had fought side by side to seize land for the village. Back then fighting was brutal. They went all out, risking their lives. Moreover, the Chun family village itself was a place with strong clan traditions. Chen Shu held a high status and seniority in the village. Let alone that Chen Shu was now the richest man in the village. Chen Tian and his wife were clearly afraid of Chen Shu. They had also heard some rumors. Chen Wen was on brotherly terms with Lu Xian, and at the wedding she had used SWAT to drag away her ex-husband's family. What a ruthless tactic. He had both wealth and power. How could those 2 worthless individuals afford to offend him? But they couldn't help feeling resentful. If you were so powerful, why didn't you come sooner? If you had given your brother some money earlier, that would have been better than anything, and we could have benefited too. But they dared not say much. Chen Tian muttered, "This should have been my job." Chen Shu said, "If you did it, would a single cent of this money be spent on your father? Get out and kneel in the funeral hall. And you as a daughter-in-law, you have no regard for virtue. Kneel there too." Chen Shu then shouted at Chen Tian's wife, who was standing behind him. The 2 slunk away to kneel in the funeral hall, not daring to provoke Chen Shu's anger again. Chen Shu said to Chen Xiaomei, "Don't worry, this money will stay with you. No one else can touch it. Use it to build a decent grave for Dalei. Dalei lived a life of poverty and frustration. Let him have a dignified send-off in death." Chen Xiaomei nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Shu. If there's any left over, can I keep it for my niece's senior year expenses?" Chen Shu looked into the funeral hall, where Dalei's granddaughter was kneeling, head bowed, sobbing softly. She was a girl in the bloom of youth, but her beloved grandfather was gone, her grandmother often mentally unstable, and her parents were unreliable. If she didn't study hard, her future would be bleak. Chen Shu asked, "Is Dalei's granddaughter in her senior year?" Chen Xiaomei replied, Yes, but she dropped out in the second semester of her junior year because of family issues. Chen Shu asked what reason. Chen Xiaomei said, Xiaosher had to come home to cook because those two wouldn't take care of my brother. Chen Shu slammed the table. Nonsense. He had thought Chen Tian and his wife were already bad enough, but there was even worse. A child in her junior year about to enter senior year, yet she had to go home to cook for her grandfather. Chen Daliai's granddaughter attended Nanjing County No. 1 high school, the same as Chunanan, a school with a high college entrance rate. At such a critical time in her studies, she had to return to the village every day to cook. The round trip took an hour by car. Xiaomei, I'll handle this. I'll give you this 100,000 yuan. After Daliai's funeral is over, go to the county town and find your niece Chen Wen. I'll have her rent a house for you. You work hard for 1 year, accompany your niece through the college entrance exam, and your task is done. If you need money, come to me. Chen Shu's mind worked fast. Daliai's granddaughter absolutely had to leave this toxic family. Chen Xiaomei nodded. She usually farmed at home, but this rural woman knew what mattered most at the moment. Her brother had left behind a son who was utterly useless. She couldn't give up on the only granddaughter who had hope. Fortunately, her brother had a good friend who otherwise the granddaughter might have been destroyed. According to village tradition, she was a married woman whose household registration had been moved out, so she was no longer considered a villager. Moreover, her personality was not assertive, so she naturally couldn't manage her brother's household. Without Chen Shu's help, the granddaughter might have had two outcomes after dropping out of high school: either go to work in an electronics factory and be bled dry by her parents, or be sold off by her parents in marriage. Either way was terrible. Chen Xiaomei truly wanted to kneel and thank Chen Shu. Her brother had never achieved much in life, but the one thing he could be proud of was having a friend like Chen Shu. Ding. The host helped his friend handle the funeral, fulfilled his brotherly duty, generously donated without expecting anything in return, and made up for the regret of losing his friend. Reward 100,000 yuan. He received the reward, but Chen Shu wasn't particularly happy. If he could, he would rather not have the money and instead have one more drink with Chen Daliai. Chen Shu's actions also earned the admiration of the villagers in the yard. Many pitied Chen Daliai, but few could do what Chen Shu did. At that moment, the old village chief of the Chen family also arrived, bringing Chen Daliai's wife with him. Chen Shu had met his sister-in-law before. She had the intellect of a 5 or 6-year-old child, could manage basic self-care, but occasionally had episodes where she liked to wander off. But Chen Daliai kept her quite clean. Village chief, Chen Shu stood up to greet him. Chief Chen was 80 years old, had served as village chief for over 40 years, and had helped many fellow villagers. Third son of the Chen family, it's good that you're back. Take a look at Daliai. He's had a hard life. Having a brother like you, he should rest easy in the afterlife. Chief Chen patted Chen Shu on the shoulder. Chen Xiaomei told him about Chen Shu's help for Daliai's granddaughter and the money he gave. Chief Chen's eyes showed approval. Well done, third. That's what a real man does. Chen Shu said, Old chief, I have a favor to ask. The old chief said, speak. Chen Shu said, Daliai is gone. Can the village issue a certificate to transfer his house and the land under his name to the granddaughter Chen Yusher? The old chief nodded. I understand your concerns. Don't worry, I can handle this. Chen Shu believed that if the house and land were given to Chen Tian, he would sell them the very next day. That's why the state prevents urbanites from buying land in rural areas, to prevent such foolishness. Having resolved these matters, Chen Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The village houses and farmland were the legacy his brother had toiled an entire lifetime to build. He had to protect these things for his brother's sake. Chen Yusher was under 18 years old, her household registration under Chen Daliai's name, giving her inheritance rights. Moreover, Chen Tian and his wife were notorious throughout the village. With the old village chief's help, Chen Shu would absolutely prevent these two from getting their hands on the land and houses. Once Chen Yusher turned 18, she could legally inherit everything. It would be a small comfort for Chen Daliai regarding his granddaughter. The old village chief Chen Shu and other village elders sat together in a room smoking cigarettes. The cigarettes were brought by Chen Shu, Huazi brand. The old village chief looked at the cigarette in his hand and said, Third son of the Chen family, you've really made something of yourself. I heard you've become sworn brothers with the county magistrate. Chen Shu. The village's intelligence network really was something else. The information was wildly inaccurate. He said, none of it's true. I just had some business discussions with the county magistrate. The old village chief exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Young man, now that you've made it big, don't forget that many villagers helped your family in the past. Back when your family had 3 growing boys eating you in a poverty, numerous households provided relief. Chen Shu smiled. The village chief was reminding him of his obligations. Village chief, rest assured. Of the 3 Chen brothers, Weigua serves in the military. I'm the youngest with no great accomplishments, but repaying kindness to my family is something I can do. When Chen Shu was 15 or 16, he had always dreamed of the day he would return in glory and repay those who had helped his family. However, before turning 60, he lacked the means to do so. Every time he returned, he saw that the village still had only dirt roads with very little progress on the village connectivity program. Moreover, the ancestral hall was in shambles, and the county's dragon boat races consistently finished last. The decline of Chen family village seemed irreversible. Fortunately, he now had the ability to change things. After taking care of his childhood friend's affairs, Chen Shu was determined to contribute to the village, a way of repaying his hometown. Among his many regrets was failing to help the village and repay those who had supported his family. The old village chief gazed at Chen Shu with appreciation, anticipating what this young man would do next. Indeed, the three Chen brothers, every one of them was a person of loyalty and righteousness. Chen Shu said, "I'll personally fund the village's ancestral hall renovation and the unfinished road to the county town. I happen to have a construction project in the county, so finding a construction company will be easy." On his way back to the village, Chen Shu had already seen that the dirt roads were completely unsuitable for driving. The young people in the village didn't even come back for New Year because their low-slung cars couldn't handle the roads. The paths simply couldn't satisfy their desire to show off. Additionally, most villagers had moved to the county town with few returning. So the roads absolutely had to be repaired. Only then would the village regain its vitality. Of course, Chen Shu had lived outside the village for 40 years. His childhood friends were all gone now, and only his two brothers remained in close contact with him. His actions were more about resolving the regrets that haunted his heart. The old village chief nodded approvingly. "All right, third son, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Every one of your three brothers has honor and conscience. All these years our village hasn't produced many multimillionaires like you, but there have been people who made fortunes worth millions. Yet when I approached more than a dozen households, not a single one was willing to contribute to Chun Family Village. I sometimes miss the old days. Back then when Chun Family Village fought the neighboring village over the irrigation canal, 20-something young men beat their 40-plus opponents until they were running all over the place. Everyone was willing to fight with their lives for the village. Now not a single person like that exists." Chen Shu laughed lightly. He had been one of those young men back then. People change. When you get used to a comfortable life and have more money, people become more stingy. He then asked village chief about Chen Daliai's wife and their son and daughter-in-law. "If they can't be properly cared for, what should we do?" The village chief said, "It's fine. There are welfare homes in the county that can take them in. But your aunt and I are still in good health. Let your aunt take care of her. When we grow old, Chen Yusher will have graduated from university by then. At that point, she'll have to take on the family's responsibilities." Only then did Chen Shu feel relieved. He had been worried about his sister-in-law's future. Knowing that the kind old village chief and his wife would care for her, there would be no problem. The village chief said, "I don't know exactly how much the road repairs will cost, but I've already found workers for the ancestral hall. All people around your age from the village who usually do odd jobs in the city. It should be around 100,000 yuan. Actually, someone wanted to renovate it before, but they made demands I couldn't accept, so I turned them down. Today I came to try my luck with you." Chen Shu was curious. Someone wanted to renovate. Who? What were their demands? The village chief said, "Old Li's daughter from the east side of the village. She had a foreign husband who died, and she wanted to place her husband's memorial tablet in our village's ancestral hall. This demand was utterly absurd. If a foreigner's tablet entered our village's ancestral hall, the Chen ancestors would curse me from underground. When I die, I'd have no face to meet them. A foreigner's tablet in the village's ancestral hall. One really had to wonder what people were thinking." Chen Shu nodded. "Village chief, you did the right thing. Listen, I'll donate 1 million yuan to renovate the ancestral hall. You manage the funds and give the workers a bit more pay. It's hot weather and hard work. With the remaining money, keep it. In a couple of days during the Dragon Boat Festival, give the young people some money. Regardless of how they perform, we can't let their hard work go unrewarded." The old village chief was stunned. He knew Chen Shu had made big money outside, and probably had tens of millions. But now it seemed he'd underestimated Chen Shu. If he were truly worth tens of millions, he wouldn't have thrown away 1 million so readily. His net worth had to be at least 100 million. No wonder he could be sworn brothers with the county magistrate. His wife at home hadn't exaggerated. Chen Shu said, "Don't just do a simple renovation. Renovate it thoroughly inside and out. You can even tear it down and rebuild it if needed." The village chief said, "All right, with your words I feel at ease. By the way, set aside a good spot for Chun Daliai's memorial tablet." He also contributed a lot to the village. After the village chief finished speaking, he stood up. Chen Shu rose to see him out and handed him 2 bottles of Matai and 2 cartons of Huanzi cigarettes to take with him. The old village chief had no particular hobbies in life. He usually walked around the village, drank with Daliai, and was content with smoking cigarettes. "Tisk living to 84, it's my first time drinking this flying Matai. My life hasn't been lived in vain." The village chief walked unsteadily home, cigarettes and liquor tucked under his arm. Chen Shu returned to the courtyard to keep watch. If he wasn't there, Chen Tian and his wife would be prone to causing trouble. The conversation between him and the village chief was overheard word for word by everyone present. The way people looked at Chen Shu changed. Not all wealthy people were generous. Donating 1 million yuan to renovate the ancestral hall plus planning to repair the village roads. This level of generosity was extraordinary. It was somewhat like that entrepreneur called Dongzi who returned to his village to distribute money. That man was a major business leader. Had Chen Shu risen to that level? Villagers speculated endlessly. Chen Daliai's funeral was simple and not many people had originally come. But since Chen Shu appeared, the once quiet village roads suddenly filled with vehicles of all sizes, kicking up clouds of dust as they rumbled along the uneven dirt path. On the morning of Chun Daliai's burial, they discovered that quite a few extra people had come to pay their respects. After all, Chun Daliai was just an ordinary person with few relatives and friends. In just the morning hours, no less than a dozen groups of people arrived one after another, both acquaintances and strangers alike. However, these visitors all had a unified purpose. Immediately after paying their respects, they would slip over to Qin Shu to butter him up. These people were clearly here for Qin Shu. But this wasn't the place to turn anyone away. It would have been disrespectful to Chun Daliai. Qin Shu accepted them all, but made it clear there'd be no money involved. After all, they'd come to borrow money. The excuses were as varied as could be. Some wanted to pay off their mortgages, others claimed they had guaranteed profit businesses, and still others said they needed capital to start a company. Qin Shu understood the burdens that came with wealth. These people were different from those in Huqing. Even in Huqing, where people borrowed money, they understood the value of exchanging interests and favors. Take Chu Hong and Xiao Wanning for example. One woman loved money, the other craved the security it provided. Yet neither simply demanded it. They had both paid their price in youth, effort, and sweat. But these people were different. 2 arms and a mouth asking for money without hesitation. How could Qin Shu possibly comply? What made it worse was that some of them were distant relatives, and refusing to lend left them scowling at him. Yet Qin Shu wouldn't indulge such people. He was no longer short of companionship. Having lived in this world for 60 years, he saw through those two-faced hypocrites with crystal clarity. How could such people deceive him? These 6 decades of life experience were far from wasted. Smiling on the surface while pleading poverty inside, claiming all his funds were tied up in real estate, then asking him to lend a hand until the properties sold. Not a single person walked away with a penny from Qin Shu despite all these visitors. Next came the burial itself, as Chun Daliai was laid to rest in his coffin, with grieving sons and grandchildren weeping uncontrollably. Qin Shu noticed that his granddaughter Qin Yushi had knelt until her knees were raw and scabbed over, yet she wailed through her sobs, without flinching from the pain. How could one not feel heartbroken when the grandfather who loved her most had passed? The scene stirred a sense of melancholy in Qin Shu. Having known for some time that his illness was terminal, he had actually dreamed of this very moment. Without the system's blessing, his own life would have followed much the same course as Daliai's. Farewell, Daliai. Since they shared the same generation, Qin Shu need not attend the burial ceremony. Afterward, Chun Xiaomei treated everyone who had helped and invited relatives to a meal at the village's only small restaurant as a gesture of gratitude. Once the affairs were settled, she brought Qin Yushi to Qin Shu's home specifically to express her thanks. Little Sure, go thank your third grandfather right away. With swollen eyes and tear-stained cheeks, Qin Yushi spoke in a hoarse voice, thank you, third grandfather. Qin Shu suggested, how about this? You should stay here rather than return home. Come back only when the memorial tablets are moved to the ancestral hall on the 7th and 49th days, and come directly to the county town with me in the meantime. Without her grandfather, Qin Yushi would likely be forced by her own parents to do housework and cooking. And with the rain coming in a couple of days, she'd probably be sent out to work in the fields planting vegetables as well. Her senior year studies were already demanding, with school having started over a month early. There was no time to waste. Chun Xiaomei exclaimed in surprise, what? Already so soon? I haven't even had time to prepare. Qin Shu replied, no preparation needed. I've already had Chun Wen rent a place for you. It's right next to the first high school, fully furnished and ready to move into. Anything you need you can buy in the county town. Technically, senior year students could board at school, but Qin Yushi looked so frail that she might collapse in class at any moment. The school cafeteria food obviously wouldn't suit her. She was the only hope for Qin Shu's childhood friend. There was no room for failure here. Though Qin Xiaomei herself had little formal education, she understood the importance of learning. Both of her grandsons had ended up working in electronics factories, but her eldest brother's granddaughter could not be allowed the same fate. All right, I'll go with you, Brother Shu. Little Sure, wash your face and get ready for school, she said. The departed rest in peace. The living must grow strong. Qin Shu also arranged for Chu Hong to drive over and pick up the 3 of them. Shun Jianjun stood on tiptoe at the doorway watching Qin Yushi, then said, study hard from now on, Little Sure. Don't come back after you graduate from university. I, your second grandfather and the village chief, will keep an eye on the house and land at home. If your parents dare to lay a finger on them, I'll break their legs myself. Qin Yushi nodded. As a girl in the prime of life, she was acutely aware of how fortunate she was. Despite her dysfunctional family, she had good neighbors willing to help. Especially her third grandfather's assistance. He not only ensured her grandfather's funeral was handled with dignity, but also helped her retain the family home and farmland, paving the way forward out of her difficult circumstances. She resolved to spend her life repaying his kindness. Suddenly the girl dropped to her knees before Qin Shu and kowtowed deeply, catching him completely off guard. Little Sure, what are you doing? Qin Shu quickly helped her to her feet. With this gesture of respect, he didn't mind having one more granddaughter. Soon Chu Hong pulled up in her big G at the door, and after loading the 3 of them, and they headed for the county town. An hour later, in a residential area near the South County First High School, Qin Shu brought Qin Xiaomei and Qin Yushi to a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. This was what Qin Shu had specifically arranged. Qin Xiaomei exclaimed in surprise, Brother Shu, this place is too big. Qin Shu replied firmly, not too big. There are apartments nearby, but with too many people around and prying eyes, it would distract Little Sure from her studies. With daily I gone, I'm her grandfather now. I'm making the call on this one. Chen Shu was no stranger to matters of human relationships. If he had softened his tone, the other party might have refused out of considerations for face. But with his firm approach, neither of the two women would protest further. Indeed, both Chen Xiaomei and Chen Yushi meekly accepted his kindness. Chen Xiaomei said, "Little sure, remember to thank your third grandfather in the future." And today happened to be Sunday, the day senior year classes resumed. Chen Yushi had dropped out in the second semester of her sophomore year to help care for her family, so returning to school now felt somewhat abrupt, yet it was clear she longed for it. Meanwhile, Chu Hong Kong Fong Xia, Wanning Chun and Ji Yunyu, and Li Xiaoman had all arrived as well. Chun Anin had met Chen Yushi years ago when she accompanied Chen Shu back to his hometown for the spring festival, and the two had grown close, often playing house together as children. Upon hearing from her mother that Chen Yushi had arrived, Chun Anin was delighted. As a graduate of the first high school herself, she came to keep Chen Yushi company as a senior. Ji Yunyu and Li Xiaoman had been recruited as reinforcements. In truth, they understood all too well that someone like Chen Yushi was much like Ji Yunyu herself. Ji Yunyu at least had a father who loved her, whereas Chen Yushi had nothing at all. Her parents were little more than a burden to her. Now 3 girls who had already graduated from high school were coming to support Chen Yushi. They were simply afraid that Chen Yushi would be bullied, looked down upon, or isolated at school. Students understand students best. Today was the first day of school in Nanjing County, and both sides of the road were lined with all sorts of vehicles. Among the students, there was naturally no lack of keeping up with the Joneses. You ride in a tricycle, I ride in a four-wheeler. My family is richer than yours, and so on. Of course, these were the kinds of things that the poor students competed over. After all, no matter which school you were at, there were always good students and poor students. The poor students at Nanjing No. 1 high school were mostly the children of wealthy and powerful families. There was no point in blaming the school for this. Making money was not shameful. But today, even the wealthy and powerful had to bow their heads before the G-Wagon and Maybach. And this wasn't just any ordinary G-Wagon. It was a G-Wagon covered in mud. This showed that the owner didn't care about whether his car would break down. Its purpose wasn't for showing off, but for off-roading. And then there was the Maybach parked nearby. In a small county town like this, you could only see such cars during the spring festival. With 2 luxury cars appearing at once, quite a few students and even parents were watching curiously, wondering whose daughter had arrived for registration. But vehicles weren't allowed to enter the school grounds. But luxury cars did have certain privileges. To say nothing of Chen Shu bribing his way in with cartons of Huangli cigarettes. He handed the old security guard at the entrance 2 cartons of them. He understood the mind of a security guard all too well. "Brother, this car of mine is rather fine, so I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye on it. It's quite hot today. Have a Huangli to moisten your throat," Chen Shu said to the old guard posted at the gate. Don't be fooled into thinking a guard at a small place was just anybody. Each one had their own background. "All right then, brother," the old guard replied. "Just leave the car by the guardhouse. Even the traffic police wouldn't dare move it. My son is their squad leader." "Got it." Chen Shu knew this would work. Then the old guard's eyes went wide. 3 women in their 30s stepped out of the vehicle, followed by 4 high school girls. One of them he recognized, Li Xiaoman, the school beauty from last year's senior class. He was stunned. A man who had called him brother, probably in his 40s or 50s, arriving with 3 mature beauties and 4 high school girls. What kind of scene was this? What was this man's background? Why were both the young and mature women surrounding him? The old guard couldn't help feeling envious. But he also knew that a man who could drive such a luxurious Mercedes was definitely not ordinary. As a fellow older man, why was he so popular while others weren't? The old guard at No. 1 high school had been a widower for 20 years, and relying on his son's status, he was also quite desirable in the matchmaking market. But why hadn't any woman in her 30s shown interest in him? The old man couldn't figure it out. Nanjing No. 1 high school senior year had 6 classes with at least 60 students each, so, with the school staff and parents, there was a lively crowd of over 1,000 people. And the sight of Chen Shu arriving with 7 women left everyone present awestruck. It became legend at Nanjing No. 1 high school, the tale of the 7 fairies descending. As the only man, Chen Shu naturally attracted many curious glances. Meanwhile, Chen Yushi, today's main character, felt more confident than ever before. In the past, when she came for registration, only her grandfather Chen Dalai had accompanied her. Now that her grandfather had passed away, more people had come to keep her company. Among them were not only senior students, but also her respected neighbor Grandpa. At this moment, Chen Yushi proudly puffed out her young chest. She could feel the care from the 3 aunts and 3 older sisters. Walking all the way here, the envious looks from the surrounding students made her a bit nervous, but it also boosted her confidence. Ji Yunyu understood this well. That was why she helped Chen Yushi prepare things more diligently than anyone else. Chen Yushi's classmates were equally shocked. It was like an ugly duckling suddenly transforming into a white swan. Half a year ago, Chen Yushi had been the target of mockery from the poor students, unable to afford school uniforms or shoes with only an elderly grandfather. But now, many girls gathered together to discuss. Is that handsome middle-aged man Chen Yushi's father? So handsome. I never knew Chen Yushi had such a handsome father. How have I never seen him before? Stop talking nonsense, that's Chen Yushi's neighbor Grandpa. I've met him. Grandpa, this middle-aged uncle is Chen Yushi's grandpa. He's too young, right? So handsome. When I get married, I want to find someone like this. Just like that, Chen Yushi became the talk of the class. She had a formidable grandpa who drove luxury cars, saved the county's real estate from crisis, and was sworn brothers with the county magistrate, and so on. Chen Shu inexplicably became the big brother with both virtue and righteousness in the students' minds. With a grandpa so wealthy and powerful, some students were already scrambling to curry favor. Quite a few construction bosses had already started making moves. Although the county hadn't released any official word, yet quite a few people already knew the relationship between Chen Yushi and Chen Shu and were beginning to try to connect with their children who studied at one high school. Even the teachers were figuring out ways to make themselves known to Chen Yushi. That said, teaching was a noble profession, but teachers, like all people, had relatives and friends and naturally needed to make money. This was unavoidable. Chen Yushi had suddenly become the center of attention in her class and was still a bit uneasy about it. Chen Shu found Chen Yushi's homeroom teacher and gave her some instructions. The homeroom teacher said, "Mr. Chen, rest assured. Don't worry about Yushi's grades. She has the potential to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. She just didn't have time to study due to family circumstances. Now that she's here, I'll teach her with all my heart. Also, Mr. Chen, my brother-in-law, is the business manager at our city investment company. Here's his card. You." A smile appeared on Chen Shu's face. "All right, I'll remember this." The homeroom teacher was very pleased. Beside her, Chen Yushi looked at her third grandpa with admiration. You see, her female homeroom teacher in her 50s had never shown such a servile expression except in front of the principal. This was the kind of expression one only showed when facing important people. "Later, Mr. Chen, this is my business card. It has my contact information on it." Chen Shu didn't think much of it, assuming she wanted to discuss matters concerning Chen Yushi. But the female homeroom teacher changed her tone and pulled Chen Shu aside, saying, "Mr. Chen, actually, I just got divorced too. That deadbeat at home doesn't earn money properly. I'm the sole provider. It's been hard on me. I know you just got divorced as well. Since I have such a fate with Yushi, how about we combine our families? It's just that I have some external debts to repay." Chen Shu. Some external debts. How could Chen Shu not believe this? Looking at the thick makeup on this middle-aged woman's face, Chen Shu suppressed his physiological impulse and said with a smile, "Sigh, I have heart disease, sister. I don't have many years left to live. I don't want to drag you down." The middle-aged woman's face lit up with joy. Not many years left to live. That was simply wonderful. She said, "Even if you only have a few years left, I'll take good care of you. I'll make sure you're comfortable until you go. Don't worry. I've been a woman for over 50 years. I know what I'm doing." Chen Shu. Women are fierce indeed. The woman's enthusiasm was truly fervent. Chen Shu, drenched in sweat, pleaded with Chen Yushi to hurry up. His old heart couldn't take it anymore. Thanks to the help of 3 aunts and 3 older sisters, Chen Yushi's desk was organized quickly. As for bedding, she didn't need to bother since she wasn't boarding. Since she would only have dinner here, getting a meal card sufficed. With Chun Enin and the others' assistance, the process was swift. Half an hour later, Chen Shu finally escaped the woman's incessant chatter. Because the woman spotted Xiao Wanting and Shu Hong, both younger and more beautiful than herself, clinging intimately to Chen Shu's arms. This made the 50-year-old woman feel inferior. Compared to the radiant, tender skin and gentle demeanor of women in their 30s, she paled. Yet even as a woman of 50, she refused to give up. Chen Yushi's homeroom teacher was well aware of Chen Shu's influence in the locality. His net worth was at least over 100 million. The county's richest man might have assets of 500 or 600 million, but Chen Shu was more handsome, exuded the charm of an older man, and had a well-built physique with strong arms, clearly the result of years of exercise. Who wouldn't adore such an older man? By paying extra attention to Yushi, perhaps fate would bring them together. Thus, during her senior year, Chen Yushi received considerable attention from her homeroom teacher. Chen Shu, accompanied by 3 women and 3 girls, left Nanjing County one high school in style. From then on, Chen Yushi became the beloved princess of her senior year. But that was a story for later. Chen Shu had fulfilled his duty to his brother and planted a seed in Chen Yushi's heart. With these matters settled, he could finally relax. That evening, Chen Shu brought Kong Fong, Chu Hong, and Xiao Wanting home to have dinner with Chun Wen's family and discuss the real estate company. Kong Fong had already completed the registration of the real estate company. The owner was not Chen Shu, but Chen Wen. Chen Shu was the investor while Chun Wen held a nominal position. Chen Shu preferred to remain a behind-the-scenes boss, feeling that he was not suited for a direct role. He would simply provide the funds and let it be. Kong Fong briefly introduced the company's functions, but Chen Shu was utterly uninterested. He asked, "What's the next step to build the residential complex?" Kong Fong replied, "We need to invite bids, getting qualified construction companies to accept the commission. But first we must find an office for the company and establish the team." Chen Shu said, "Now I understand. Let's start the bidding. As for the office location, let Wang Tao find it. He's idle at home and needs to stay active for his recovery." Wang Tao nodded. "Sure, Dad. Leave it to me. I have a few buddies. Can they join our company?" Chen Shu replied, "Sure, as long as they're of good character." Wang Tao assured him, "Dad, rest assured. None of my friends are dishonest." Chen Shu trusted his son-in-law. Dishonest people wouldn't stick with Wang Tao. Moreover, the company was essentially a shell. Its main function was to outsource projects, so there wasn't much profit to be made. Kong Fong said, I've already registered with the county government. The bidding can start tomorrow. Chen Shu smiled. You're quick, Xiao Kong. Let's begin tomorrow then. He hadn't expected Kong Fong to be so efficient. But it made sense. She was a property manager well-versed in legal and administrative matters. Kong Fong took Chen Shu's business seriously. Though she had her own job as a property manager, she wasn't happy there. Collaborating with someone as easygoing as Chen Shu was a pleasure. The pay was good too. But Kong Fong wasn't after money. If she were, she would have agreed to the arranged marriage back home. Chunwen then asked, Dad, am I really fit to be a manager? Chunwen doubted herself. She had only been a supervisor in the snack section of a supermarket. Suddenly managing a real estate company felt like a huge leap. Chen Shu said, your dad is in the phase of enjoying life. I can't work hard anymore. I'll just spend money and enjoy myself. Leave these matters to you young folks. Do a good job and don't go bankrupt. The county magistrate is watching and I can't afford to leave a half-finished building. He was quite casual about it. With a net worth of over 300 million plus a daily sign-in bonus of 20,000, he had more than enough to spend. Chunwen could run the company however she liked. Chu Hong and Xia Wanning, who were dining with him, chuckled. Can't work hard, they thought. He was as energetic as a 30-year-old at night. He showed no signs of heart trouble. Chunwen then said, Oh Dad, someone invited you to dinner at a hotel tomorrow evening. Chen Shu was curious. Who? Why didn't they call me? Chunwen replied, It's my classmate Luo Jiahao. He doesn't have your number. You've met him before, remember? He said there's a reunion dance party for your classmates tomorrow, and he invited you. His mother will also be there. Chen Shu asked, the one I hit back in school when he was chasing you. Chunwen smiled. Yes. Kong Fong, curious, asked, Who is this? Sounds like quite a story. There's a tale behind it. Chen Shu recalled, Luo Jiahao was a troublemaker like those reckless kids with dyed hair today. He was crazy about Chunwen back then, but he was a poor student. I once smashed a brick on his head. Kong Fong asked, What does his mother have to do with this? A reunion dance party for your classmates. What's it got to do with him? Chunwen looked at Chen Shu and grinned. His mother is Dad's first love. Chen Shu was speechless. That was a chapter of his wild youth long gone. When Chen Shu was in school, middle and high school weren't as distinct as today. The counties know. One high didn't even have a proper playground, just a large open field. The principal would ring the bell to signal the end of class, and all students would flood onto the field. Back then there was no air conditioning, not even fans. The only shade came from the trees on the field. Boys and girls played together, and inevitably some young hearts would awaken and fall for a girl from the neighboring class. Chen Shu was one of them. Who doesn't have a white moonlight in their youth? Even at 60, Chen Shu carried one. In those days, young people hung out at video halls and dance halls. They watched movies about Chan Honam and so on. Luo Jiahao's mother Feng Yun had a bit of a Sister 13 aura about her. She was fair and lovely, immensely popular among the boys, capturing the hearts of nearly the entire school. Ballroom dancing was popular then. Chen Shu, tall and upright, was a good match for Feng Yun. As they danced, their eyes met and feelings blossomed. The two developed a secret affection. Chen Shu, being somewhat literary, liked writing sentimental poems and singing rock. With his delicate features, the love poems he wrote found their response. That was the only love letter Feng Yun ever replied to. What happened next? Asked Kong Fong, as curious as a child listening to Chen Shu's story. Previously their relationship was purely professional, and she had never realized this 60-year-old man could be so fascinating. She also hadn't noticed that she was becoming increasingly curious about Chen Shu. When a woman falls for a man, it often begins with curiosity. Chen Shu said, after graduation, Feng Yun didn't go to college. Instead, she married a somewhat popular son of an official, and we drifted apart. Of course, Chen Shu didn't tell the whole story. The two had once tasted forbidden fruit in the small grove behind the school. This secret was hard for Chen Shu to voice, but it was understandable. Back then, most parents were busy working in the communes for work points, and children were basically left to their own devices. Wild kids were everywhere, and impulsive acts were normal. Such things still happen today. Kong Fong clicked her tongue. What a pity. If you had stayed together back then, it might have been a beautiful romance of a gifted scholar and a fair maiden. Chen Shu smiled and said nothing. He wasn't sure if he was a gifted scholar nor if she was a fair maiden, but he did find the idea of a reunion dance party quite amusing. In the past, no one had ever invited him. Whenever he returned to Nanjing County, he would at most grab a barbecue with a few close friends from school. A reunion dance party. That was a form of entertainment from the last century, and he wasn't really interested. To him, going to a foot spa was the real deal. But given the chance to reminisce about his youth, Chen Shu decided to go. After all, he had once nearly killed Luo Jiahao with a brick. He had hit his first love son and never apologized to Feng Yun. The next day, in the morning, Chen Shu emerged from Chu Hong's room, first arranging for the two women, Chu Hong and Xia, wanting to take the high-speed rail back. There wasn't really anything for these two women to do here. Kong Fong had arranged for Xia wanting to be formally hired at Big Tree Real Estate Company as the boss's assistant. This way, she'd have the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, providing her with a basic level of security. With no other options, Xia Wanting could only express her gratitude more freely at night. She didn't care about feminine dignity. If there was an advantage to be taken, she'd take it. She reasoned that if she didn't take advantage of opportunities now, she'd end up like a worn-out rag discarded in the trash. If this 5 insurance 1 fund matter worked out, she planned to put a down payment on an apartment in her hometown immediately. If she were abandoned in her 40s or 50s, returning to her hometown with a house would make finding someone to take her in more than feasible. She was very confident in her looks and figure. Chu Hong had always worked in real estate, so naturally, she didn't need such arrangements. Chen Shu understood that Chu Hong was different from Xiao Wanting, and thus gave her ample respect. If you want money, I have it here. If you don't want it, I won't proactively offer it. But small favors now, and then like bags or cosmetics, those are expected. That way the relationship between two people won't dry up or become awkward. When a relationship becomes stale and rigid, nothing goes smoothly. Of course, one of the reasons he wanted the two to leave was that his 40-year-old body could barely handle 2 women with such fierce appetites. At 40 years old, his vigor was failing. Chen Shu desperately wished he could return his body's age to 20. A 20-year-old youthful body would never fear any woman. After rising early, Chen Shu began searching for a gym. At 40, his body would noticeably decline even after just 1 day without exercise, his waist and knees growing soft and weak. Fitness centers weren't abundant in the county town. They were basically all located away from the bustling districts. These days, while gyms served purposes beyond just fitness, there were still few visitors. Gyms didn't actually make money from people working out. The fitness centers in this small county town were truly different. The decor was simple, but there was a faint fragrance wafting about. This delicate scent, wherever it drifted, lifted Chen Shu's spirits for the entire day. There weren't many people working out this early in the morning. Several young men who appeared to be fitness trainers were hovering around some elderly women adorned with gold and jewelry. Sister, get a membership. Look at how well you've maintained your figure. If you worked out a bit more, you'd absolutely captivate us all. What, sister? I'm already over 50. Where are you 50? You clearly look only 18. Chen Shu felt his worldview twisting slightly. Watching the diligent fitness trainers, Chen Shu expressed his understanding and respect. Any man who works hard deserves commendation. He noticed there was also a women's fitness area here, and it actually had more people than the men's side. At least 5 or 6, all in their 20s and 30s, their fitted tops revealing their graceful figures, all wearing identical yoga pants pretending to stretch. But Chen Shu sensed these women's gazes leering at him with obvious interest. Chen Shu glanced at himself in the mirror. He didn't look disheveled. He was wearing brand new Bonesbird clothing prepared by Chu Hong. Because she understood only too well that in these small places, if someone wore a full outfit of Versace, Hermes, or LV, locals would immediately claim it was fake. If it was Bonesbird, no one would call it fake. Though cheap, it had high recognition in small county towns. Not bad, quite handsome. Chen Shu shook out his clothes and began his warm-up run. He had no idea that these yoga pants women had already spotted him the moment he parked downstairs. The G-Wagon was indeed highly recognizable, because in the entire county town there weren't even a few of them. The only one seemed to be a second-hand one usually used for wedding convoy services. And this car had a Shanghai license plate. Combined with Chen Shu's extraordinary bearing and his Bonesbird outfit, it made these yoga pants women internally restless with desire. The group whispered among themselves, "I've never seen this person before. Sister Cece, he looks so wealthy. Never seen him either. He probably isn't here to fish for us. His car is a Mercedes G-Wagon, and it doesn't even look washed. If a show-off came to fish for women, they'd wash the rental car clean, and they'd definitely be wearing LV. This Bonesbird is probably real. Real rich people don't care about these things. Then shall I go meet him? You're still young, you have plenty of opportunities. I'll go. You girls learn well. Sister Cece, won't your old Luo get angry? TCH, he doesn't know anyway. He's got a little girlfriend on the side outside. Don't think I don't know." Just as Chen Shu was getting his body warmed up, the yoga pants woman who had been watching him came over to strike up a conversation. "Brother, first time here. You look unfamiliar. I'm Mashi, a friend of the gym owners. If you come regularly, get a membership through me for a discount." Mashi directly leaned over the treadmill, fixing Chen Shu with a seductive gaze. Her tight top was snug everywhere, but the neckline was completely loose, revealing a vast expanse of white. Chen Shu glanced over and thought nothing of it. She wasn't as good as Xiao Wanting, about the same as Chu Hong, but without Chu Hong's aura, her seduction was rather vulgar. Such a woman would definitely be a hot commodity for big bosses in a small county town. But every woman around Chen Shu was better than this. Chen Shu said, "I'm alright, thanks." Mashi's expression slightly changed. With her looks, she could catch those little milquetoast men without fail. She never expected to fail today. Logically, this wealthy-looking middle-aged man should have asked for her contact information right away. Then invite her to dinner, drink some red wine at night. Wouldn't the opportunity just present itself? She knew exactly what these county town tycoons were thinking. But this one clearly had seen better days. Since there was no opportunity, she was about to give up until she caught sight of the watch on Chen Shu's wrist and couldn't bring herself to leave. The watch was a Rolex Submariner. It was Chu Hong who put it on him. When going out, a man could have no jewelry, but he couldn't be without a watch. So there were 3 watches placed in the G-Wagon, and he switched between them. In the past, Chen Shu would have thought doing this was just showing off. But now that he had money, he felt doing this was genuinely fucking awesome. People should do things to please themselves. If you're not happy yourself, you won't enjoy doing anything. Mashi naturally recognized it because her husband Luo Jiahao had won. He treasured it like a prized possession, wouldn't even let her touch it, saying it was for showing off at drinking banquets. As for why she went out playing around despite having a husband, it was because Luo Jiahao played around too, and if she didn't play, wouldn't she be at a loss? There was a retaliatory element, and also because Luo Jiahao was lacking in that department. Ma, she couldn't care less. And she could see that this old man had money. And this old man had far more prospects than Luo Jiahao. Seeing Chen Shu doing bench presses with improper form, Ma, she immediately sidled up, closed her headlights directly shining into Chen Shu's face. Brother, like this, you need to pull your shoulders down. Chen Shu felt suffocated. What is blocking my vision? Chen Shu ultimately succumbed. Ma Qian's technique for copying a feel appeared remarkably practiced. Moreover, she was a master of flirtation. Within moments, Chen Shu was on the verge of boiling over with rage. Fortunately, a savior appeared at that moment. Kong Fong. She too had come early for a morning run and some cardio. She had been visiting this gym every morning for the past couple of days, whereas Chen Shu was here for the first time. Seeing Chen Shu harassed by that young woman, Kong Fong's first instinct was to laugh. She watched the spectacle for a while before stepping in to help, and her method was quite amusing. Kong Fong approached the pair, looked at Chen Shu, and said, "Big brother, what do you think of me? You can keep me for 10,000 a month." Ma Qian's eyes widened. What? Was the mistress business now so competitive? 10,000 would do. Then could I do it for 5,000? Did women today have no standards at all? Chen Shu played along with Kong Fong. So Miss Ma, could you lower your price? How about 5,000? Ma Qian's face fell. 5,000? What difference was that from working for free? I've got your number. She muttered. Psycho shook her hips and walked away. Afterward, she sized up Kong Fong, comparing herself inwardly. Her own aura was completely overshadowed by Kong Fong, who was a refined lady from a business family. Kong Fong's upbringing had been excellent, and her years as a manager had honed an imposing presence that Ma Qian could never match. Ma Qian thought to herself, 10,000. What a scab. After driving Ma Qian away, Chen Shu chuckled and said, "Thank goodness you came, Xiao Kong. I would have been in a real bind otherwise." Kong Fong smiled. You could have just said yes. She was practically climbing all over you. What a bargain to take advantage of. Chen Shu shook his head. Better not. Kong Fong continued, those yoga pants have good taste too. They know you're a billionaire. Chen Shu replied, you can question their character, but you can't deny their judgment. Of course, it might also have something to do with my personal charm. Kong Fong teased, tisk old Chen, you're getting cocky. They chatted and laughed, which only made Ma Qian nearby even more annoyed. Where did this woman come from? How did she hook up so fast? Was I not good enough for him? What's the use of a little class? Her butt's not as big as mine. What can that little vixen do? Chen Shu and Kong Fong were very in sync. They lifted weights, ran, and then left together. Watching them, Ma Qian felt a pang. They actually looked quite compatible. But she shrugged it off. No big deal. He was just a sugar daddy. She could find another one. Leaving the gym, Chen Shu accompanied Kong Fong to the housing management office to file the bid procedures. After the public notice, either they could contact construction companies themselves or wait for other companies to see the notice and bid. But Chen Shu had no intention of wasting time on this. He directly told Kong Fong to contact state-owned construction companies with the prefix China. The big state-owned enterprises were obviously more reliable. Moreover, Chen Shu didn't want to use local construction companies from Nanjing County because of the tangled web of relationships. His own Dashu real estate was essentially a family business. If he hired local contractors, every connection would lead back to acquaintances, which would be bad for the project. If they cut corners, his daughter, as the company's legal representative, would be in trouble. His real estate company was supposed to play a supervisory role. If the supervisor was entangled with the contractors, that would be a disaster. The bidding process was launched swiftly. With the housing management office's oversight, it was clear that Dashu Real Estate had money. Funds were in a supervised account. As long as everyone did a good job, they would get paid. Construction companies were struggling these days. Times were not like the past when skyscrapers were rising everywhere. In the old days, large construction firms only took big projects. They wouldn't bother with a complex of 7 or 8 buildings that could be finished in a few months. Too boring. But now it was different. The men under them needed to eat. The building material suppliers needed to eat too. A project worth tens of millions for a residential complex was definitely worth taking. So once the bidding process started, Kong Fong's phone didn't stop ringing even during lunchtime. Those construction company managers who had once been arrogant now humbly introduced their company's glorious achievements over the phone. Kong Fong skillfully jotted down the details in her notebook. Chen Shu couldn't help but admire her. She was a true workaholic. No matter how complex the situation, she always recorded everything in an organized manner. What a capable woman. Xiao Kong, how about you come work for me? Let me put this real estate company in your hands. Chen Shu suggested during lunch. Kong Fong laughed. Old Chen, this company was clearly set up just for this residential project. Once it's finished, the real estate company will be useless. You want me to work for a company that's about to shut down? Chen Shu smiled. As long as I pay your salary, what does it matter? It won't go bankrupt. He was living a carefree life now, and his spending brought high returns. Keeping a real estate company afloat was no problem. If worst came to worst, he could dabble in other land projects. He didn't care about losing money. Keeping a company running was fine. Kong Fong was curious. Old Chen, I've noticed you have this carefree attitude toward life, like money means nothing to you. Even if you're rich, you can't throw it around like that. You're not Father Ma with money to burn. Chen Shu said with a light laugh. You never know. Maybe he doesn't enjoy spending money as much as I do. As long as I'm happy spending it, that's all that matters. Kong Fong shook her head helplessly. It's not easy to get me to work for you. You need to have at least a few billion in net worth. Chen Shu thought for a moment. All right, when I have a few billion, I'll come find you. Kong Fong smiled and didn't take it seriously. In her eyes, Chen Shu, making a few $100 million from stocks and futures, was already the ceiling for an ordinary person. Going any higher was no simple matter. It was a level that an ordinary person with no social foundation could never reach. But she didn't discourage him. After a busy afternoon, several state-owned construction companies with the China prefix came to prepare for bidding. Things went smoothly. That evening, Chen Shu invited Kong Fong to join him at a class reunion dance. Kong Fong laughed. A reunion dance? That's such a nostalgic term. How many years has it been? What do you need me for? Chen Shu replied, well, I might be drinking, and I need you to drive me. It's a small town, not easy to find a designated driver. In truth, he planned to use Kong Fong as a shield, just like at the gym. Everyone knew what those reunion dances were really about. Old classmates who once exchanged glances, now widowed or divorced, would drink a little, dance cheek to cheek, and rekindle the friendships of their youth. But Chen Shu didn't want that. He was there to mourn his lost youth. There was no need to rekindle it with a 60-year-old woman. Weren't women in their 20s or 30s more appealing? By evening, Chen Shu arrived at Mingdu Grand Hotel. This was a high-end hotel in Nanxing County where a single meal in a private room could cost tens of thousands of yuan. It was peculiar how, despite being a small, insignificant county, the cost of living was astonishingly high. God knows who drove up the prices. Chen Shu, accompanied by Kong Fong, drove his G-Class to the hotel entrance. Upon entering, the doorman asked, Sir, do you have a reservation? Quite the show. Chen Shu replied, the 60-year reunion dance. The doorman bowed and said, Sir, please go to the 5th floor. Chen Shu had not attended such a class reunion in years. School back then was vastly different from modern education. Now at his age, he lacked the energy for such frivolities. Perhaps a bigger reason was that he was never on the invitation list. From his former classmates, he learned that they held a reunion nearly every year, yet the organizers never invited him. The reason was simple: he was a security guard in Shanghai with no money or influence in Nanxing County. Who could rely on him? Most of his classmates had settled in the county after graduation, each doing well. Some retired as civil servants, others owned large factories, and the least successful had several rental properties. Compared to them, Chen Shu was lacking. In this restless society, gatherings like class reunions rarely aim for pure camaraderie. They are either for showing off or for exchanging resources. That was reality. What resources could a security guard offer? Moreover, Chen Shu had once stolen the hearts of many male classmates' crushes, naturally earning him quite a bit of jealousy. According to his classmates, in recent years, these people often brought up old grudges, mocking Chen Shu for going to Shanghai only to end up as a security guard, and even rumored to have a troubled marriage. But now things were different. Chen Shu seemed reborn. Yet he wondered how his classmates had already learned of his transformation. Arriving at the large private room on the 5th floor, Chen Shu was somewhat surprised. The room not only had a massive round table, but also a corner set up like a KTV lounge, along with a spacious hall equipped with disco fog lights from the last century. The decor was extravagant, reminiscent of the old days. For a moment, Chen Shu felt as if he had traveled back to his youth. Old Chen, you're here. Over here, Old Chen. Around the big table, a dozen or so people had already seated. Two of them stood up and waved at Chen Shu. These two were close friends from school. Back in the day, they had fought alongside each other against neighboring classes. In those times, brawls among students were quite common. Old Su, old Li, you're early. Chen Shu greeted them. One was Su Yongjun, the other Li Zhan, both around the same age as Chen Shu. The three had been close in class. But as Chen Shu moved to Shanghai and they grew older, they hadn't seen each other for years. Chen Shu's arrival drew the attention of others. Though it was called a class reunion, it was essentially a gathering where everyone brought their descendants to exchange resources. Almost everyone had someone with them, including sons, daughters, grandchildren, nephews, and so on. So no one was surprised that Chen Shu brought Kong Fong. Su Yongjun said, Old Chen, it's been only a few years, but you look so much younger. Is this your daughter? Chen Shu replied, No, she's a friend from Shanghai who came for my grandson's wedding. Friend. The old classmates exchanged knowing glances. At their age, the word friend carried implications. Having lived over 60 years, they understood that without mutual benefit, there was no true friendship. Seeing how young and beautiful Kong Fong was, they all understood. Chen Shu didn't bother explaining. Explanations would only be excuses. He had no need to curry favor with these people. His main purpose was to catch up with Su Yongjun and Li Zhan. He sat down beside them, and Kong Fong followed. The three chatted. His two old friends were doing well with children and grandchildren, no major achievements in Nanxing, but they both had pensions and were quite plump. This made Chen Shu seem like an anomaly. His classmates all looked aged and bulky, while Chen Shu only had a few wrinkles on his face, as if he belonged to a different era. With the beautiful Kong Fong by his side, he looked like a successful entrepreneur attending a banquet with his young wife. Wasn't that exactly the picture? Not long after they sat down, a man in his 30s and two women arrived. Chen Shu was taken aback. What a coincidence. He knew both women. One was a 60-year-old woman with half-gray hair, Feng Yun, Chen Shu's first love. Though she showed signs of age, she stood upright, her hair neatly coiled without a strand out of place, wearing a black qipao. Her figure was no worse than the young woman beside her, though her skin was slightly sagging. But clearly she must have been a great beauty in her youth. The young woman beside her was Ma Qian, who clung to the man's arm, swaying her hips. Now she was wearing a short skirt, black stockings, and leather shoes instead of yoga pants. The man was naturally Feng Yun's son, Luo Jiahao. Though he had aged, he still resembled the guy Chen Shu had once hit with a brick, just heavier, with a noticeable beer belly, carrying a leather bag, his slick back hair gleaming, looking like a petty contractor. The room fell into an awkward silence. Chen Shu didn't know where to look. How dramatic. These three all had some connection to him. One was his first love, one was the woman who flirted with him this morning, and one was the man he had once struck with a brick. None of this could be brought up openly. Life was indeed full of surprises. Ma Qian was stunned. What was that old man from this morning doing here? How could he be at her mother-in-law's class reunion? She had never seen him before. If he recognized her in front of everyone, how could she continue to live in the county? And that woman had already latched onto this old man so blatantly. This was too fast. Luo Jiahao, on the other hand, was excited. He knew about his mother's past with Chen Shu and thought today he could secure the construction project for that neighborhood, making a few million easily. Feng Yun was also overwhelmed with emotion. Chen Shu looked just like he did in his youth. His appearance had barely changed, only gaining a more mature charm. She suddenly regretted her past choices. If she hadn't married Luo Jiahao's father, what different life would she have had? But then she heard that Chen Shu later became a security guard in Shanghai, and she wavered, unsure whether to regret not marrying a security guard. Feng Yun had not lived a happy life over the years. After marrying into the Luo family and giving birth to Luo Jiahao, a high-ranking official in the Luo family, had fallen from power. In those days, the Luo family's influence in Nanqing County relied entirely on that fallen official. After this upheaval, the Luo family's prestige plummeted. In the end, even her son Luo Jiahao was not properly educated. In high school, he only chased after girls. Eventually, he dropped out of high school without graduating and entered society as a manual laborer. Fortunately, he caught some of the era's opportunities and became a contractor. Meanwhile, Feng Yun's husband, due to some issues, was dismissed and subsequently committed suicide by drinking poison. After her husband's death, Feng Yun felt that life held little hope. She often reminisced about the past, wondering what it would have been like if she could start over and be with Chen Shu. But life has no what-ifs. She had not seen Chen Shu for nearly 40 years. Now meeting him again, he looked just as he did back then, while she had aged and faded, unconsciously feeling a sense of inferiority. The old classmates at the scene, who more or less knew about Chen Shu and Feng Yun's past, suddenly fell silent. It was Luo Jiahao who took the initiative to break the ice. After all, he had organized this gathering. Uncle Chen, you still remember me, right? I'm Jiahao. You once hit me with a brick. Luo Jiahao stepped forward and offered Chen Shu a cigarette. Chen Shu chuckled. I was a bit impulsive back then, kid. Is your head okay? Luo Jiahao replied, it's fine. Thanks to that brick, you knocked some sense into me. I couldn't keep wasting my days. I really ought to thank you, uncle. Without that brick, I wouldn't be who I am today. Chen Shu said, looks like I didn't hit hard enough. If I had, you'd probably be a billionaire by now, and we'd never see each other. Luo Jiahao laughed. You're still as witty and humorous as ever, Uncle Chen. Here, have a cigarette, let me light it for you. Back then I was ignorant and foolish, dreaming of being worthy of Chen Wan. Chen Shu took a drag, and thought the young man was quite interesting, a real character. Gone was the brash arrogance of his youth, he had become slick and worldly. Clearly, after his father was dismissed, life had ground down his edges. Chen Shu asked, is this your wife, Xiao Luo? You've got good taste, young man. Ma Qian wore a fake smile, her heart racing with guilt. That very morning, she had been flirting with an old man, and now she was meeting him again at night, right beside her husband. How thrilling. But more than that, she was stunned. Was this the same boss from whose city who had been negotiating with the county magistrate? Rumored to be worth several $100 million, he might become the new richest man in Nanqing County. That woman beside him was truly lucky. She was slow to realize that Chen Shu and Kong Fong had known each other all along. Luo Jiahao said, not bad, not bad. Ma Qian, come over and greet Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, Ma Qian said obediently. Chen Shu nodded. All right, don't just stand there. Have a seat. Then he turned to look at Feng Yun. Feng Yun also smiled and nodded. At that moment, Chen Shu suddenly thought of something and leaned in to whisper a few words to Kong Fong. Kong Fong looked surprised, but she stood up, apologized, and excused herself, saying she had something to attend to. The others didn't think much of it. Luo Jiahao saw this as a golden opportunity. If his mother could rekindle her old flame with Uncle Chen, it would not only bring her happiness in her later years, but also allow him as her son to enjoy Chen Shu's protection. A win-win. He had looked into Chen Shu's background. Being a contractor in the county meant he had some connections. He knew Chen Shu had prepared $100 million for land acquisition, but hadn't spent it all. But that didn't matter. What mattered was how much Chen Shu was really worth. With a stepfather like that, he would never have to beg for project payments like a beggar for the rest of his life. Luo Jiahao's daydreaming began. Mom, sit next to Uncle Chun. Old classmates haven't seen each other in years. Catch up. Feng Yun's cheeks flushed. This son was filial enough, but he was too pragmatic, willing to sacrifice anything for money. What was he doing if not selling his own mother? How could he ask his mother to use her charms to help him secure projects? It was fine to flatter others. In this society that laughs at the poor, but not the promiscuous, there was nothing wrong with currying favor. But her relationship with Chen Shu was too awkward. He was her first man, yet she had abandoned him back then to marry Luo Jiahao's father. Still, Feng Yun's heart was somewhat stirred. She had been widowed for nearly 10 years. Without a companion in old age, this fragile woman truly felt lonely. At home, she was often alone with no grandchildren, and her relationship with her daughter-in-law was mediocre. She had no one to talk to, and she disliked going out shopping. Over the years, she had been profoundly isolated. So half resisting and half accepting, she sat down beside Chen Shu. Chen Shu looked at his first love from his youth, and a flood of emotions washed over him. The warm yellow light cast a nostalgic glow. For a moment his memory drifted back to a snowy winter evening long ago. The sky was dark, the classroom lit by a faint tungsten bulb, and he and Feng Yun were studying together, sharing a tender moment. But in the blink of an eye, Chen Shu returned to reality. He knew very well that the past was past. That year's flutter of the heart was precious, but what mattered more was that it was that year, not now. The glass marbles of childhood, once grown up, are hardly worth a second glance. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Old classmate, haven't seen you in years. You're still as beautiful as ever." At the words, old classmate, Feng Yun felt a sudden urge to cry. Because those 3 words meant that their relationship was nothing more than that of old classmates. Just like the lyrics, "Don't bring up the past, life has already seen too many storms." Feng Yun sighed. "I didn't expect you to still look so young. Why does time age us, but not you?" Chen Shu laughed. "You know, just a few months ago, I was no different from you." Then one by one other old classmates arrived and filled the round table. One of them, upon seeing Chen Shu sitting next to the former school beauty, wore a sour expression. This person was none other than the former class monitor Deng Qingshan, who was also from the Chun family village, one at the east and the other at the west. Because they had different surnames, they rarely interacted. Back then he and Chen Shu had never gotten along. Once when Chen Shu was secretly meeting Feng Yun in a corner of the playground, this jealous fellow reported them to the teacher. In those days the consequences of 2 young people meeting secretly were severe. So severe that Chen Shu was nearly branded a hooligan. Back then being labeled a hooligan could mean jail time. Feng Yun also suffered being locked at home for over a month. Chen Shu furious beat Deng Qingshan black and blue. If Chen Shu's grandfather, an old 8th Route Army veteran with some influence in the county, hadn't called in favors and sent a few pheasants to smooth things over, Chen Shu might have been expelled. Thus the feud between them was cemented. Later Deng Qingshan thrived. He set up a livestock farm in the county and gradually became wealthy. Rumor had it he was worth $1 million, but Chen Shu didn't know his current situation. A few years ago he heard that Deng Qingshan had tried to court Feng Yun, but was rejected. Deng Qingshan's appearance was somewhat shifty, and now he was balding. Even if Feng Yun were 20 years older, she wouldn't have looked at him. "Oh, Chen Shu not working as a security guard in whose city anymore? How come you have time for a class reunion?" he sneered. Chen Shu smiled back. "Old class monitor, not busy tending to your sows. How come you're free too?" The 2 of them were locked in a verbal spar. The atmosphere at the scene instantly grew tense. On the surface Deng Qingshan was the one stirring up trouble, but deep down he was filled with trepidation. Back then he had been beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, which already made him unpleasant to look at. With his face so puffed up he had been given the nickname Mountain Ogre. The trauma had left a permanent shadow in his heart. Now looking at Chen Shu, he was radiant with vitality, his hair thick and dark with just a hint of gray, his simple clothes straining against his well-developed chest muscles. After all these years he still could not be defeated. Logically speaking, this guy had been a security guard for several years now, so his temper should not have remained the same as before. Why was he so quick to counterattack? Gazing at Feng Yun sitting beside Chen Shu, his eyes burned with even greater jealousy. Because in the old days he was the one sitting next to the school beauty, though he had to shamelessly beg for that seat. Today it was Chen Shu. The thought that Feng Yun was actually on a date with Chen Shu made him even more envious. Just as he was about to speak up, Luo Jiahao sitting next to Feng Yun stood up. "Uncle Deng, don't let your temper flare up like this. Have some tea to cool down. The grudges from last century should stay buried. Today we're all here as old classmates to catch up, have some laughs, and enjoy ourselves. And Uncle Chun made quite a trip to be here. Please show some consideration." Deng Qingshan felt somewhat curious. Luo Jiahao had always been the type to say whatever suited the moment, currying favor only with those who had power and influence. What's going on today? It seemed like he was actually trying to ingratiate himself with Chen Shu. What was the logic here? Had being a security guard somehow made him incredibly powerful? Was a wealthy contractor worth millions really going to suck up to him? He felt suspicious. However, he still spoke up. "Old grievances, I won't bring them up again. I just want to ask you one thing. Why do you have to meddle in matters concerning my son-in-law's memorial tablet?" Chen Shu was puzzled. "Old grievances. I'm the one not holding grudges against you. You loved filing reports. If I had become a delinquent back then, I would have beaten you to a pulp first. Besides, I don't even know who your son-in-law is." What does his memorial tablet have to do with me? Chen Shu was also confused. In the past, he would have stayed calm and composed. Why today was different? Could this be the effect of youthful spirit? Though to be honest, it did feel quite satisfying to say whatever he wanted. Deng Qingshan said, "It's about putting my son-in-law's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall." Chen Shu suddenly understood. "You mean that foreign son-in-law of yours? You want him to enter the Chun family village ancestral hall? Old Deng, have you lost your mind? How could a foreign ghost enter our ancestors' hall? A person cannot forget their roots." Deng Qingshan retorted, "My daughter contributed 100,000 to renovate the ancestral hall. What right do you have to hijack the decision?" "Chen Shu, I contributed 1 million. Deng Qingshan, I'll have my daughter contribute 2 million. Chen Shu nodded. "Fine, I'll put up 3 million. You want to test me? Let's keep raising the stakes. Whoever blinks first is a coward." Deng Qingshan fell silent. He did have money, and that foreign son-in-law was an executive at a multinational corporation in China. By abusing his position, he had easily embezzled over 2 million euros from the company. So they were not short of funds. But to play this game with Chen Shu, Deng Qingshan did not think it was worth it. After all, the foreign son-in-law was gone now. Was a few million really worth spending just to save face? Unwise. It was also because Chen Shu had changed into someone he no longer recognized. Wasn't he supposed to be just a simple security guard? How could a mere security guard become so wealthy? He had family matters to attend to and never heard any news about Chen Shu. He simply assumed that spending 1 million on ancestral hall repairs was already Chen Shu's limit. He never expected Chen Shu to be so resolute. How had he transformed in just a few years? And seeing how Luo Jiahao was currying favor with him, perhaps Chen Shu really had become someone extraordinary. Deng Qingshan knew he could not compete with Chen Shu, so he sat down at one side of the round table, his face cold, saying nothing. Chen Shu likewise ignored him. By this time, almost everyone had arrived. Those who should come had come, those who shouldn't had also come, and those who couldn't make it were either gone or simply deemed it beneath them to attend. At 60 years old, among classmates and friends, there were always a few who had left first, surrendering to life's relentless challenges. Following the original trajectory, Chen Shu himself would have nearly bid farewell to this world by now. But now he could still reminisce and chat casually with his old buddies and Feng Yun, and it felt as though life itself was like a glass of matai. Seemingly plain on the surface, but whether bitter or spicy, fragrant or potent, only the drinker could truly know. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere had become lively. Luo Jiahao had arranged a couple of small performances, inviting a singer to perform Huangmei opera, which earned thunderous applause from the old men and women. Following that, 2 girls in qipao danced to lighten the mood. The whole affair was quite well arranged. Old buddy Su Yongjun finally could not hold back any longer. "Old Chen, I heard you've made a fortune recently. How did you manage it? How did you get rich so late in life? Teach us your ways." Chen Shu replied calmly, "It was just luck. I bought some stocks before and fortunately made a bit of money." Su Yongjun exclaimed in amazement, "Impressive. You're the stock market god of our class now. How much did you make?" Chen Shu said, "A modest 100 million. Both old buddies were stunned. 100 million was considered a modest gain. Feng Yun beside them was also astonished. 100 million. 100 million in monthly interest alone was hundreds of thousands, for a lifetime of worry-free living. Unfortunately, Chen Shu was no longer of the same social class as people like them. Feng Yun, however, did not regret it. After all, Chen Shu had only acquired his 100 million at 60 years old. 100 million at 20 was vastly different from 100 million at 60. But she had no idea that Chen Shu's physical age was only 40. If she knew whether she would regret it or not remained uncertain. She felt no temptation. But Ma Qian, sitting not far away, was definitely tempted. She thought to herself, "You silly old woman, why aren't you trying harder to get close to Chen Shu? That was 100 million. With that kind of money, what troubles could remain in this lifetime? He's already 60. How many years could he possibly give you trouble? Once he's gone, wouldn't the money all become yours?" Silly old woman. Luo Jiahao, sitting across from Feng Yun, was also desperately signaling his own mother. This old man was far too modest. How could he possibly say he only made a modest 100 million? The old man must have at least several 100 million. Mom, give it your best shot, and I could enjoy the good life for the rest of my days. I'll immediately find you a obedient and filial daughter-in-law, okay? Others would kill for a chance to get close to Chen Shu. After all, Chen Shu and Feng Yun were truly first loves from their youth. Though not exactly childhood sweethearts, they were close enough. First love is a sea no man can cross. A man in his twilight years thinks of his first love even more. With such a connection, if Feng Yun just flicked her finger, wouldn't she have it made for life? How could he know that Chen Shu currently had 2 women around 30 beside him, combining to 60 years old? But it simply wasn't the same. First love was first love. Once it passed, it was gone. Luo Jiahao was so anxious, he was practically ready to call Chen Shu dad. But Chen Shu had calculated the timing. Luo Jiahao's age was off by 3 or 4 years. He wasn't Neza. The numbers simply did not add up. The food at this grand hotel was indeed excellent. With the flavor of youth and bygone days as perfect accompaniments, Chen Shu chatted with his old buddies about their school days, feeling deeply satisfied. The old buddies did not bring up borrowing money. They only said they hoped he could look after the younger generation when opportunity arose. Chen Shu readily agreed, of course. His old buddies had helped him greatly back in the day. That was how human relationships worked. With mutual help, bonds only grew stronger. Soon an hour passed, and it was time for the ballroom dancing segment. In the era of Chun Shu's youth, ballroom dancing was all the rage. Those same contemporaries, now in their twilight years, would happily collect their pensions each month, often heading to the square to find a group flirt with a few elderly ladies and dance ballroom with arms around each other's shoulders. Whenever they had nothing to do, they'd pick a fight with some old man who was also vying for the attention of the elderly ladies. Chun Shu used to envy such a life. That was the real deal for a golden egger, full of flavor and zest. He could only stand guard bitterly at the entrance of the residential complex, unable to find a partner for a ballroom dance. The Shanghai granny looked down on a poor security guard. But today was different. Besides Feng Yun, there were 5 or 6 elderly ladies who had also been quite beautiful in their youth. Back in those days, women didn't wear makeup or undergo plastic surgery, so their looks were entirely natural. The target of these elderly ladies was naturally the star of the day, Chun Shu. As soon as the dancing segment began and the disco music started, Chun Shu was pulled up by one of them. Feng Yun stamped her foot in frustration. She was too late. However, Chun Shu hadn't danced ballroom in a long time. He had nearly forgotten the steps and almost stepped on the elderly lady's skirt. Just then Feng Yun seamlessly took over, grabbing Chun Shu's hand and taking the lead. She was clearly a regular dancer, moving smoothly, and soon got Chun Shu into the rhythm. This made Chun Shu feel as if he were back at the dance party where he had first met Feng Yun. The surrounding playground was adorned with colorful bulbs and electronic dance music played. A young man's first awakening of love that only happens once in a lifetime. Never again would there be such a thrilling sensation. That would be the most precious experience in everyone's life. Because even if one meets someone extraordinary later, it won't feel the same as it did back then. Chun Shu danced with great seriousness, his steps becoming more and more practiced, and his coordination with Feng Yun was flawless. After an unknown amount of time, the others had withdrawn, leaving the two of them spinning in the center of the dance floor. Luo Jiahao was the most excited of all. The more passionately his mother danced with Uncle Chen, the closer he came to being a billionaire. He knew well that Chun Shu had only one biological daughter, which greatly increased his chances of inheriting Chun Shu's wealth. With several hundred million in hand, who would still work? How many girls could he keep? Just then Kong Fong quietly arrived. Seeing the two in the center of the dance floor, she, like the others, wore a look of longing. In her memory, her parents had once danced with abandon at some banquet. Watching the elegant Chun Shu, she was captivated. This old man's pervasive charm conquered every woman present. At that moment, he was the king of dance. But the music eventually came to an end. Feng Yun reluctantly parted from him, panting slightly, her chest heaving. In those few minutes, she felt as if she had returned to her youth at 18, her body brimming with vitality. Chun Shu felt the same. Immersing himself in those memories was ultimately exhilarating. But some people get lost in their memories and can't come out. Some, however, treat memories merely as memories. Chun Shu was certainly the latter. His present situation was far more beautiful than his memories, so there was no need to indulge in them. Thank you, Chun Shu said, bowing slightly, a gentleman's gesture to Feng Yun, the woman who had once given him such beauty. Feng Yun came back to reality. It was no longer a youthful journey, and looking back, everything had changed. At that moment, Chun Shu spotted Kong Fong's return. He walked directly over to her. Xiao Kong, is everything ready? Kong Fong made an okay gesture. Chun Shu announced loudly. Then let's get started. Everyone please make your way to the hotel rooftop. I have a gift for you. Some of his old classmates were already staring with glazed eyes from the alcohol. Especially Deng Qingshan, who, after seeing the two of them entwined like fish in the center of the dance floor, and then Chun Shu whispering intimately to another beautiful woman, grew even more jealous. Why could Chun Shu effortlessly charm women from different eras, while he, a bald old man, sat ignored? This world was truly unfair. The more Deng Qingshan brooded, the more aggrieved he felt. He downed a few shots of liquor, growing more and more dazed until he could no longer walk. His old classmates left him be. More than 20 people climbed the stairs and reached the rooftop. The stars shone brightly, just like that summer of graduation. Chun Shu gave Kong Fong a nod. Kong Fong made a phone call. Then over the north square of Nanjing County, a magnificent fireworks display rose into the night sky. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireworks exploded in the air. It was 9:30 on a summer evening, a time when many people were out for a stroll. The residents of Nanjing County never expected to see fireworks on a summer night. In the square, a group of people set off a small truckload of fireworks in an orderly manner. A few curious onlookers asked, "Old friends, is this a surprise arranged by the government tonight?" "No, someone hired us to set them off. We don't know why either. They paid us, so we just do it." "A whole truckload of fireworks like this must cost a lot, right?" "Of course, it's 180,000 yuan worth of goods." The beautiful lady who bought them didn't even bargain, just paid outright. "Where is she?" "Who knows? Maybe there's a couple proposing in some corner." The fireworks vendor couldn't care less. The client had said to finish setting off all 180,000 yuan worth of fireworks within half an hour. This fireworks display illuminated the entire small sky of Nanjing County. Not only could the people in the county see it clearly, but even the villagers of Qinjia village could watch. Even from Ji Yunyu's home, she could see the beautiful bursts of fireworks in the distant night sky. Ji Yunyu put down her book, turned off the light in her room, and sat by the window to watch the fireworks. Just then her father arrived. Shall you quickly get a pen? While this scene is still before us, I'll compose a poem. Ji Yunyu skillfully took out paper and pen and placed them on the desk in the courtyard. As the instigator of this scene, Chen Shu watched the brilliant fireworks with his old classmates. Many of those present were deeply moved. Life is truly like these fireworks, dazzling for a moment, then gone in an instant. Some fireworks were huge and colorful. Others just flashed and vanished. Fireworks are different. Some are beautiful, some are loud, and some are merely green accents. So are people. This fireworks display was exactly like the one on the graduation night of Chen Shu and his old classmates. But that night, there were only a few scattered fireworks, far from satisfying. Tonight, however, there was no shortage of ammunition. The sky over Nanxing County was lit up for a full half hour. Only 2 people on the scene knew that whether it was that year or now, the fireworks display was the work of one person. The boomerang of time would eventually return to its thrower. Back then on the playground, knowing they were about to part ways after graduation, Chen Shu promised Feng Yun he would give her an even bigger and more splendid fireworks show. Feng Yun was in tears. She sighed at the passage of 40 years like water, at Chen Shu's thoughtfulness and at the fireworks that had arrived over 40 years late. Chen Shu too was moved. He had finally fulfilled the promise he made at 18. It was too late. But as long as it was done, nothing was too late. Ding. The host has completely let go of his youthful first love, fulfilling the promise made at 18. Reward 1, boundless heroism. Reward 2, 1,000 yuan. Ding. The host's state of mind has undergone a tremendous change. System upgraded to LV3. Daily check-in amount updated 4,000 yuan. On the rooftop, Chen Shu appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was churning with excitement. This was the first time the system had rewarded him with 2 items. The 100 million in funds and the system upgrade went without saying. His net worth was about to rise again. Coupled with the daily sign-in of 40,000 just for opening his eyes, he simply couldn't spend it all. Chen Shu glanced at his bank account balance. After transferring over 60 million to the housing authority, he had just over 300 million left. Now his total was over 428 million. Money no longer mattered much to him. This 18,000 yuan fireworks display was just a sound to hear. The reward, boundless heroic spirit, was quite remarkable. Youthful ardor was about yearning for the world, bravery, and exploration. This boundless heroic spirit was about conquering life and broadening one's horizons. A man with boundless heroic spirit was absolutely irresistible. Watching the fireworks spread across the sky, Chen Shu was in an excellent mood. Feng Yun was sobbing uncontrollably. In that moment, she truly regretted her choice all those years ago. She should not have broken up after graduation, leaving Chen Shu to marry another. Perhaps if she had married Chen Shu, she would have had a different kind of youth. Now Chen Shu was no longer the man he used to be, and she was no longer the vibrant, beautiful woman she once was. She was a 60-year-old with graying hair, sagging skin, and wrinkles like a piece of cloth. What little remained of an old woman's tenderness could never hold Chen Shu. The thought was laughable. Chen Shu stared at the fireworks and said, "Feng Yun, let this moment be the end of our feelings. Are you satisfied? I had someone investigate Jiao. Although he's a contractor, he's never owed wages to migrant workers and has a decent reputation in the county. So I won't give him the entire project, but I'll use his workers. When the project starts in a couple of days, I'll have someone contact him." Feng Yun was too choked up to speak. She could only nod vigorously. Chen Shu had already been more than generous to her, so she naturally wouldn't hope for anything more. She no longer had any capital to stand before Chen Shu. This fireworks display was a fitting end to their feelings. Gradually Feng Yun let go. She had survived her husband's suicide back then, so she could certainly handle this now. Kong Fong, standing behind them, also sensed that the two must have shared a passionate love. Now times had changed. Chen Shu was no longer who he was before. Even a few months ago he was different. She felt he had become a completely different person, suddenly brimming with charm. What if this fireworks display had been for her? Then Kong Fong shook her head. "What are you thinking? He already has Chu Hong and Wan Ting. How could I possibly? I'm not that kind of woman. How can love be shared? No. Old Chun is 60 and I'm only 30. How could I have such chaotic thoughts? It must be because I'm dizzy from deciphering their past. Kong Fong, you need to stay clear-headed." At that moment Kong Fong felt as if 2 little people were brawling in her head. One said love could transcend time. The other said this wasn't love, just blind admiration. Kong Fong was left utterly confused. Fortunately, the fireworks display ended after half an hour. The old classmates were pleasantly surprised by Chen Shu's arrangement. Old Chen always knows how to surprise people. Back in the day, he loved singing and writing love poems. No wonder the school beauty fell for you. Su Yongjun sighed with emotion. Li Zhan said, "Exactly, it's much better than the fireworks arranged for the graduation party over there. So colorful. But I still don't know who set off those fireworks that year. I asked the head teacher, and he didn't know either." Chen Shu smiled and said nothing. It was just the impulse of 18-year-old youth. Back in the private room, they heard someone wailing loudly. It was the old class monitor Deng Qingshan, who was dead drunk. The man couldn't stand seeing others happy. Seeing the fireworks from the window, as if they spoiled his drinking mood, he wanted to call the police to report the fireworks for disturbing the peace. A nearby waitress couldn't stand it and scolded him. It's only 9:30. Everyone is too hot to sleep. What's wrong with watching the fireworks? The county hasn't banned them. Why are you being so troublesome? Today he had been humiliated by Chen Shu, who had taken the school beauty away. The rest of the classmates had left. He didn't know they went to the rooftop, and on top of that the waitress called him a busybody. Coupled with a mountain of troubles at home, the bald man couldn't hold it together anymore. Whoa, I've had it so hard. My foreign son-in-law died of a dirty disease. My daughter caught it too. Whoa, I shouldn't have sent her abroad back then. What good is money? Whoa. The few old classmates who had been about to help him up immediately jumped back. Damn. A dirty disease. Everyone said foreigners were promiscuous, and it turned out to be true. Even Chen Shu felt a bit of sympathy for old Deng. Back in those days, many people thought the moon was rounder abroad and sent their daughters overseas to become sea turtles. But old Deng's ending seemed particularly tragic. Chen Shu was also glad he hadn't allowed Deng Qingshan's son-in-law's memorial tablet into the ancestral hall. If that damn tablet had been placed there, wouldn't he be cursed by his ancestors after he died? This guy strutted around like a big shot, but he was just a glittering facade. His daughter had a dirty disease, and she was still so devoted to helping her foreign husband get a memorial tablet. She was seriously poisoned by his influence. His daughter didn't have many years left to live. Because of her illness, it was unlikely anyone would want her. Bad news travels fast. Deng Qingshan had long been the target of whispers behind his back in his hometown. What good was money if he raised a daughter who adored foreign things? Deng Qingshan was crying his heart out over there. But he had already burned through most of his goodwill. Why couldn't he just enjoy the fireworks and reminisce about youth? Instead, he had to report them. This man was hated because of his own doing. In the end, no one paid him any attention, and he fell asleep in his own vomit. At 60 years old, every life has its own splendor. Chen Shu, having fulfilled the regrets of his youth, was ready for the next chapter. On the way downstairs, he told Su Yongjun and Li Zhan that they should go have a good karaoke session and then relax with a foot massage. These two old buddies had helped him take the heat and gotten into plenty of trouble together. Before, when they invited Chen Shu, he felt too inferior to join. But now things were different. Singing karaoke and getting a foot massage. He had to foot the bill. He wanted to give his buddies a real treat. Luo Jiahao and Feng Yun saw them off downstairs. Feng Yun was now calm. As for Luo Jiahao, he couldn't help but envy Chen Shu's Mercedes-Benz G-Class, every man's dream. I'm off, Feng Yun. Xiao Luo, I've noted your project. Remember, don't owe anyone wages and I'll use your services, Chen Shu reminded. Luo Jiahao, clutching his briefcase, bent down and said, Don't worry, Chen Shu, I'll keep that in mind. Safe travels. I'll come find uncle for a drink later. Ma Qian, standing nearby, was grateful that Chen Shu hadn't exposed her past, otherwise today wouldn't have ended well. Feng Yun said goodbye. Chen Shu replied goodbye. Kong Fong started the car. As the driver, she had been saving face for Chen Shu and hadn't even had a bite to eat all night, which made Chen Shu feel a bit sorry. He would have to make it up to her later. Maybe a raise. These days Kong Fong had been working hard. Xiao Kong, sorry to trouble you today. Let's stop here. You go back and rest. I'll accompany my two old classmates to sing some songs. I won't come back tonight. Kong Fong looked at this somewhat old-fashioned and tacky KTV, plus across the street was a foot therapy place. Kong Fong felt helpless. Men are all the same. But she knew very well that Chen Shu now had high standards. The hostesses and masseuses in this small place were probably just for show. He wouldn't go for real. Of course, even if he did go for real, she couldn't control it anyway. After all, the two of them had no relationship now. Legally speaking, she was just the legal advisor of Dashu Real Estate Co. Ltd. And also took on some other part-time jobs. The KTV rarely received 3 60-year-old geezers coming to sing karaoke. However, the leading old man looked like a rich guy, directly swiped 100 yuan and said to bring some good beer and call 2 pretty female friends to accompany them in singing. The only requirement was that they must know how to sing songs from the last century. This immediately stunned the KTV boss. Songs from the last century? How could they find such people? The resident singers here were basically in their 20s to 30 was already considered old. Who would know songs from the 70s and 80s? But the money they offered was more than enough. In this small-town KTV, a supreme drink package was only 2,888 yuan, enough for those young punks to show off. But these 3 old men threw out 10,000 at once. They had to be well served. The boss used his connections and called over 3 40-year-old resident singers from an old-style KTV in the old street. They weren't particularly attractive, but they were basically little hooligans from back in the day. Accompanying 60-year-old men was a piece of cake for them. Sure enough, the 3 40-year-old women appeared before Chen Shu, also stunned. They thought, I spent 10,000 for 3 hours just for these 3 old onions you dug up from somewhere. How could the boss still run this place? Too heartless. If you can't find 20-year-olds, I wouldn't mind 30-year-olds. But these 3 women, though old, were really enthusiastic. These were all discarded hostesses from big cities, not shy at all, only overly ripe. They didn't need any warm-up. They were very enthusiastic right from the start, directly making the 2 old men, Su Yongjun and Li Zhan, almost shoot their arrows. The old man was delighted. Although not very good-looking, Chen Shu wasn't here for real, as long as he was comfortable. Seeing that Su Yongjun and Li Zhan were still a bit reserved, Chen Shu knew it was just right. How long had it been since these two old men had touched such fragrant and soft women? Even if they were older, as long as they enjoyed singing today, it was fine. And 40-year-olds have their own merits. They were quite adept at singing old songs. The woman who grabbed Chinshu's arm right away seemed like an old hand at commercial KTV. She knew to hold his wrist to keep him from moving. Big brother, what song do you want to sing? Chinshu, of course, didn't bother to move. He said directly, let's start with Sweet Sweet. The woman said, big brother, you've hit my sweet spot. I know how to sing it. The song switched. Sweet Sweet, you smile so sweet. Chinshu closed his eyes and enjoyed letting the alcohol sober up. After an hour, the woman next to Chinshu got tired. Let's just grope a bit, stop singing. Chinshu ordered another song. Let's have Looking Back again. The other two brothers were the opposite. Su Yongjun and Li Zhan were not good birds either. They believed if you don't take advantage, you're a fool. They didn't have Chinshu's refined taste to continue reminiscing about youth. After the hostess session, Chinshu invited the two to go for a foot massage. The masseuse's skills here were naturally inferior to those in Huqing. The price was also poles apart. But for Su Yongjun and Li Zhan, who had never seen much of the world, it was already top-tier enjoyment in life. Because although these two were slightly better off than ordinary people and had some pension, they had sons and grandsons at home, so they basically wanted to use their pension to subsidize the family. The only way they could go out for entertainment was to attend various gatherings and drinking parties, which allowed them to leave home. Only at such times could they truly feel relaxed. In the middle of the night, the masseuse secretly said the three could go to the third floor. Inexperienced Li Zhan muttered, this place is fine, why go to the third floor? Sleeping anywhere is sleeping. Chinshu shook his head. Little Li at 60 still had no experience. But it was quite normal. Li Zhan had never even been to a big city. He had been trapped in this small county all his life. When he went on a long trip, he took a bus, never even having taken a high-speed train, so naturally, he hadn't been exposed to these things. Chinshu thought it over and decided to forget it. Not to mention the quality issue, the risk was too high. He himself was a single man with a carefree attitude towards life. The heart attack he had back then made him laugh at life's ups and downs, and he could be fearless. But these two old buddies couldn't. They also had wives to keep them in check. Although strict, their marriages hadn't cracked, unlike Chinshu. If he caused them to divorce, he would become a disaster. We're not going to the third floor. Stay here. Masseuses, please leave. We'll rest. Chinshu ordered. Su Yongjun felt a bit regretful. When he was in business, he had been treated here before, and he heard that the third floor was a place of pleasure. He had never been there, and now he felt it was a pity not to experience it once in life. But since Chinshu didn't bring it up, he didn't dare to say it either. The courage he had finally mustered evaporated, because going upstairs would cost a lot of money. If he didn't pay, he would be embarrassed to go up. If he had to treat the little money in his pocket, would be shameful to take out. Anyway, today they had sung and had massages. For an old man of 60, it was already enough. Having enjoyed so much, what more could he want? The private room was very lively at night, with constant phone calls from wives checking up. Fortunately, the three didn't do anything improper. They just had massages and slept. The two men's wives, after verifying through video calls, finally relaxed. Chinshu looked at the two, not knowing whether to envy them or not. Being controlled by someone was good, but being too strict was excessive. Fortunately, the two also thought that life was like this. What could you still strive for at 60? They admitted that they couldn't reach Chinshu's level. Suddenly becoming a billionaire at 60. How could an ordinary person achieve that? Old Chun must have met some powerful figure when he was a security guard in Huqing, which led to his current success. For example, that exquisitely delicate female assistant with clear features was probably no ordinary person. She must be helping Chinshu. The two couldn't help but admire Chinshu's charm. At tonight's dance, almost all the women couldn't take their eyes off him. The two of them were just green leaves as foils. This Chinshu wrote love poems to charm young girls when he was young. He's still so romantic even in old age. Truly enviable. The next morning, the three old men departed from the foot massage shop, their heart's content and satisfied. System notification: host treated friends from youth. Reward 100,000 yuan. Today's check-in success, 400,000 yuan. Chinshu was in excellent spirits. After sharing some pan-fried buns and a bowl of soy milk, each with his two old classmates, Chinshu bade them farewell. One headed to the county town's construction site to work. The other rode his tricycle toward his orchard to pick peaches for sale on the street. Such is the life of people in their 60s. Had it not been for the system, Chinshu would most likely have ended up like these two old classmates. After divorce, with nothing, forced to return to his village, reclaim the fields originally allocated to his eldest and second brothers, plant a small orchard on 2 acres of land, and quietly live out his remaining years. But now he felt he could live a few more years. With purpose in life, his body was filled with strength. Perhaps after last night's thorough overhaul, the body's engine was running smoothly again. Part of it was also because he had gained boundless enthusiasm. Moreover, his funds had reached nearly 400 million yuan, and he still owned a piece of land. If developed, given the small county's real estate prices, it would be worth close to 300 million yuan. Subtracting his costs, he could make approximately 150 million yuan. After all, the construction costs were truly not that high. The key expense was land cost, but this land of his was acquired through a court auction, extremely cost-effective. Profit was already a foregone conclusion. However, the 150 million yuan earned wasn't particularly important to Chen Shu. After all, last night's tremendous shift in mindset had rewarded him 100 million yuan. Walking back to the hotel, Chen Shu was in no hurry. With money, time seemed to slow down, giving him more attention to observe the scenery around him. In his previous life, every day was spent frantically making money. Every morning the moment he opened his eyes, the goal was to earn money. He never had time to notice the flowers and grass around him. Now he discovered that the small river on the edge of town wasn't bad at all. This place is nice. The water is deep enough, there are water plants nearby, and there's shade from a tree. A perfect spot for fishing. Too bad I didn't bring my gear. Chen Shu felt a pang of regret. A good fishing spot like an attractive beauty was hard to come by. Just as he was thinking, he saw an old woman standing by the river, muttering and chattering away, saying something incomprehensible. He thought the old woman standing by the river looked dangerous. The elderly lady appeared to be over 80, her frame hunched, walking with trembling steps. If she accidentally fell into the water, it would be perilous. Out of kindness, he walked over to warn her. "Sister, please step back. This place is too dangerous," Chen Shu cautioned. Unexpectedly, when the old woman saw Chen Shu, she became very agitated and immediately grabbed his collar. "Chen Shu, you're back? Where have you been for over 30 years? I shouldn't have forced you two to divorce. I'm sorry for you and Xiaoru." The old woman was clearly mentally confused. Chen Shu understood at a glance. This was dementia, medically known as Alzheimer's disease. Because his own mother had contracted this illness when she was 70, to the point where she didn't even recognize herself. The memory fragments she retained were basically all from her younger years. Back then, Chen Shu had discussed with his two elder brothers to take care of their mother 4 months at each household. Lunar New Year would be at the old family home. But at that time, Chen Shu had just married Yi Mei, who absolutely refused to agree, so they could only ask his two elder brothers to take care of her. His two elder brothers didn't say a word of complaint. After all, they were two retired soldiers raised by China. In the matter of serving their mother, there would never be any grievance. It was only the two sisters-in-law who had some complaints. Fortunately, after returning home, last time their attitudes had changed considerably. Because Chen Shu had arranged for several nephews without good jobs to be registered at his company. They didn't need to work normally, yet all received base salary plus social insurance and housing fund. What more could be said? This white-haired old woman before him was the same. Despite being in her 80s or 90s, she had quite a strong grip, pulling Chen Shu's collar so tightly he couldn't break free. "Sister, you've got the wrong person," Chen Shu reminded her. But this sister wasn't paying any attention to what Chen Shu was saying. She kept apologizing, saying something about shouldn't having separated you two, and so on. It made Chen Shu's head ache. The thing he couldn't stand most was a woman's nagging. He tried to break free, but unexpectedly the old woman lunged forward. Chen Shu instinctively dodged, and the old woman fell into the river. Chen Shu thought, oh no. If something happened to this elderly lady, wouldn't he be extorted? Although his current net worth wouldn't fear such a thing. But it was still unpleasant nonetheless. The people at the scene witnessed everything. Someone fell into the water. "Call the police. I saw that man push the old grandmother in." How can people be so wicked nowadays? It must be that unfilial son trying to murder the old grandmother. The ordinary crowd, not knowing the truth, was indignant and incensed. Chen Shu was helpless. "You people are just standing there chattering. Why don't you come down and rescue her?" Fortunately, Chen Shu used to swim naked in the village river as a child. Back then in summer there was nothing to play with, so basically all the village children played by the river. At that time there was no supervision either, but strangely there weren't many drowning incidents. Although he hadn't been in the water for several years, the moment Chen Shu got in, he hadn't forgotten the swimming motions. Combined with his body that had been trained for years at the gym and the river being shallow, he quickly pulled the old woman out. After this ordeal, the old woman stopped her muttering, though her gaze was dull and vacant, and no one knew what she was thinking. Some kind bystander called the police, and they took both people to the police station. Because the officers couldn't figure out whether Chen Shu had intended to kill or to rescue. At the police station, a woman in her 30s wearing a mask with fair skin, a balanced figure, immediately rushed to the old woman's side. "Grandma, are you alright? Xia Jia, I saw your father." The woman called Xia Jia was stunned, knowing her grandmother had another episode. She turned to Chen Shu and asked, "Did you push my grandmother into the river?" Chen Shu rolled his eyes. "Beautiful lady, don't go around slandering people. Can't you see the police are checking the surveillance footage? I went up to warn her that standing by the river was too dangerous. She grabbed my collar right away and started saying things I couldn't understand at all." He couldn't be bothered to explain further. He was just somewhat surprised. This woman named Xia Jia was about the same age as Chu Hong and Kong Fong, but she carried herself with tremendous presence. Even though she wore a mask, just looking at her brow and eyes one could tell she was absolutely a stunning beauty with cold, elegant bone structure, a score of 90 plus. A simple white t-shirt, yet she managed to make it look like high-end luxury. Most importantly, this woman gave him a very familiar feeling, as if he had met her somewhere before. That is, he couldn't quite figure out who she was. At this point, the police had also completed their investigation and cleared Chen Shu's name. "See, you can watch the footage yourself. Your grandmother grabbed me first. Don't say I pushed her. I was only trying to dodge." Chen Shu pointed at the surveillance monitor by the river. "Sir, you're truly fortunate," added the young police officer assisting with the investigation. This camera was just installed this summer to prevent students from drowning during their break. Who would have thought it would come in handy for you first? Thank you, young officer. Without this camera, it really would have been impossible to clear things up. It's all cleared up now, ma'am. Your grandmother initiated the confrontation, and during the struggle, she accidentally fell in. This gentleman heroically rescued her. The misunderstanding has been resolved. Perhaps we should have her taken to the hospital for a checkup. After reviewing the footage, the young woman realized her error. She immediately stepped up to Chen Shu and bowed in apology. I'm sorry, sir. I was acting impulsively earlier. Please accept my apologies on behalf of my grandmother. I'll cover the cost of your clothing and damaged phone. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I'm not concerned about that money. I noticed the elderly woman's Alzheimer's was quite severe, much like my own mother had been. Mistaking strangers for familiar faces was only natural. But there was something I had to ask. Who is Chun Xian? He's my father. I left the country as a child and lost all contact ever since. Chen Shu inwardly regretted his prying. His curiosity had led him to overstep. This was clearly a sensitive family wound, which explained why the old woman kept murmuring about him. Chen Shu said, I apologize for asking. That was inappropriate of me. It's all right. We're the ones in the wrong here. But sir, when I first saw you, you genuinely reminded me of my missing father. The nearby officers overheard this. Good heavens. Could this be some twisted turn of fate, a long-lost father found by accident? What kind of melodramatic plot was this? However, reviewing Chen Shu's records made it clear there was no such possibility. Chen Shu didn't even possess a passport, let alone have traveled abroad. He smiled faintly. What a coincidence then. I'm truly sorry to have caused you such trouble, sir. Call me Big Brother. Chen Shu replied. I'm closer to your grandmother's generation. I'm 60. You should address me as uncle. The woman scrutinized Chen Shu from head to toe. Having changed out of his wet clothes, which the female officer had dried, he wore only loose swim trunks. His upper body displayed well-defined musculature from years of fitness, with visible abdominal muscles and firm skin. 60 years old. She couldn't believe it. Yet when she glanced at Chen Shu's ID card, the age was confirmed. Astonished, she wondered how he maintained himself so remarkably. Earlier consumed by emotion, she hadn't properly observed this man. But now taking him in fully, she found herself captivated by an unexpected magnetism about him. She had encountered many men in her lifetime, yet none had drawn her gaze quite like this one. Uncle, I'm truly sorry, the woman said. Chen Shu finally seemed satisfied. The officer spoke up. All right then. Since everyone's unharmed, why don't you take the elderly lady for a medical checkup? How will you get home, Mr. Chen? Shall I drive you in the patrol car? No need for that. Someone's picking me up. He laughed inwardly. If he arrived home in a police car, people would surely jump to unreasonable conclusions. Combined with his recent windfall, rumors would surely spread that he'd gotten entangled in something unlawful and been apprehended. Rather than worry his daughter Chun, when he had simply called Kong Fong to come collect him. Happily, Kong Fong had just finished processing bidding documents at the housing authority and arrived. Old Chen, what's going on? She asked. Chen Shu spread his hands. I was mistaken for someone's son. The elderly woman's granddaughter immediately stepped forward. You must be the uncle's daughter, correct? I'm so sorry for the mistake. Kong Fong studied the woman, surprised. Aren't you? Yi Jie. Chen Shu remarked. Yi Jie. That name sounds familiar. The actress Yi Jie, Kong Fong explained. She played the gang leader's sister in that popular drama. Chen Shu suddenly understood. Oh, now I see why she looked so familiar. She's a celebrity. Having been recognized, Yi Jie removed her mask without hesitation. Yes, that's me. I'm truly sorry for all the trouble. Chen Shu was momentarily struck by her beauty. This female star was indeed remarkable. She possessed refined features, delicate brows and eyes, a petite nose, slender lips, and maintained such youthful vitality that her age was impossible to guess. He had watched that drama himself. On screen, Yi Jie had worn her hair straight and long with golden-rimmed glasses perched elegantly on her sculpted nose, exuding an extraordinary aura. Though playing a supporting role, her beauty undoubtedly outshone the lead actress. Yi Jie wasn't among the top-tier stars, more of a second-rate performer at best. Still, for an ordinary person, encountering even a second-rate celebrity was something to celebrate. Kong Fong said eagerly, not at all trouble. Would you mind posing for a photo with us? Yi Jie smiled gently. Of course. Kong Fong didn't forget Chen Shu pulling in between them for a quick selfie. Miss Yi, Chen Shu reminded her, you should take your grandmother to the hospital first. Even though it's summer, inhaling water isn't something to take lightly. Yi Jie suddenly remembered. Clearly she had no experience caring for others. Otherwise she wouldn't have let an elderly woman with Alzheimer's wander the streets alone. Finally, somewhat embarrassed, Yi Jie turned to the officer. Could you possibly arrange transportation to the hospital for us? Chen Shu suddenly recalled that this second-rate actress had apparently arrived on a shared bicycle. That seemed odd. While second-rate actresses might not command astronomical salaries, surely she could afford a car. It struck him as peculiar. Nevertheless, Chen Shu volunteered, don't trouble yourselves. You have other duties. I'll take the elderly lady myself. Yi Jie hadn't expected such an offer of assistance from him. She felt grateful toward this man, whose features bore a resemblance to her missing father. He had not only rescued her grandmother and waived compensation for her water-damaged phone, but was now going out of his way to help further. There was something genuinely appealing about him. That phone alone would cost over 10,000. Rather than demand repayment, he chose to assist. Proof that good people still existed in this world. When she caught sight of Chun Shu's vehicle, the reason for his generosity became clear. He wasn't worried about a phone because wealth was no concern to him. Helping the elderly woman into the car, Yi Jia expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you, uncle, and thank you as well, miss. If not for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Chun Shu drove and asked, "Are you originally from Nanqing County?" "No, I'm not. My grandmother is," Yi Jia explained. The doctor mentioned her condition is rather severe and suggested bringing her back to where she once lived, hoping it might help her recover some memories. "We've been here for 3 or 4 days. My grandmother was doing relatively well, but last night someone set off fireworks, which seemed to confuse her memories further. This morning when I woke up, she had already gone out." "Fireworks last night? Wasn't that arranged?" So they had crossed paths then as well. They really did say fate worked in mysterious ways. Kong Fong stole glances at Chun Shu from the side. Well now, a romantic fireworks display had left an 80-year-old woman disoriented. He would need to take responsibility for that. Yi Jia remained unaware of this connection, busy drying her grandmother's hair in the back seat. Chun Shu quickly changed the subject. Sorry you have a car." A faint blush colored Yi Jia's cheeks. "I can't drive. Back when I was learning, I crashed through a wall at the driving school. Since then I've been too frightened to touch a car. Normally I travel in cars arranged by the production team or company. This time returning to Nanqing County, my grandmother and I took the high-speed rail." Chun Shu thought to himself. Fortunately this worked out. Otherwise she'd be a danger on the roads. Who would have thought a beautiful female celebrity wouldn't know how to drive? They arrived at the hospital. Yi Jia also put on a mask, afraid of being recognized by others. Chun Shu thought to himself, being a celebrity was quite troublesome indeed. After the examination, the old lady had no major health issues, and her physical condition was actually quite good. It was just that she remained somewhat confused, barely recognizing her own granddaughter anymore. Despite her name clearly being Yi Jia, the old lady kept calling out the name Wang Jing, saying she was sorry to you and Chun Xian. Presumably Wang Jing was Yi Jia's mother. After the examination, while Yi Jia was filling out some forms somewhere, the old lady came to Chun Shu again and said, "Chun Xuan, you're back. I brought Wang Jing to you. This time you can get married together. We can have the ceremony right now." With these words, she took Chun Shu's hand and led him to Yi Jia's side. "Bow to each other, you should bow now." Chun Shu and Yi Jia stared at each other in bewilderment. So awkward. Although the two weren't far apart in age. But Chun Shu was 60, at least 25 years older than Yi Jia. He was from her father's generation, a whole era apart. Yi Jia said, "Grandma, he's not my father." The old lady insisted firmly, "What nonsense are you talking? Of course he's not your father. He's your husband, your beloved one." Chun Shu. This was indeed a case of forcing a square peg into a round hole. Although Yi Jia was very beautiful and had excellent temperament, getting married right after just meeting was too fast. Yi Jia also felt embarrassed, but she was still very patient as she spoke comforting words to her grandmother, soothing the old lady's emotions. She was truly a filial granddaughter. Chun Shu felt deeply moved. Because with the same condition of dementia, Chun Shu's own mother was rejected everywhere. Yi Mei had never said anything about taking care of her mother-in-law. Back in the day, Chun Shu had helped her family quite a lot. When her mother was in the hospital, he busied himself running back and forth fulfilling his filial duties. In Yi Mei's eyes, all of that was taken for granted. But when it came to Chun Shu's mother, it was all about the child being important. Don't affect the child's work or school. The key point was that this child wasn't even Chun Shu's own flesh and blood. If Yi Mei back then had even half of Yi Jia's filial devotion, Chun Shu wouldn't have divorced her. He would have at least cherished some sentiment. They were both surnamed Yi. Why was the difference so enormous? Since there was nothing wrong, Chun Shu decided to be a good Samaritan to the end. "Let's go, I'll take the old lady home." Yi Jia also discovered that this man, Chun Shu, possessed a charm that other men didn't. She originally wanted to refuse, but somehow against her better judgment, she nodded in agreement. She found a sense of security in Chun Shu. She had a very unfortunate life story. Originally her parents had her before marriage, but her grandmother disagreed with the marriage, wanting her father to marry another woman. In the end, the lovers were forced apart, and Yi Jia's father, in a fit of anger, went to America and was never heard from again. She grew up with her mother. In that era, a single woman raising a daughter without a father would face gossip and slander that ordinary people couldn't possibly endure. Yi Jia's mother also died of depression, passing away at just 40 years old. Fortunately, before her death, Yi Jia's grandmother found her mother to confess her wrongs and apologize. This old lady, because she had refused her son's freedom to love back, then never saw her son again for the rest of her life. She regretted it deeply. It was at that time that Yi Jia met her first relative besides her mother. Later she learned that she had 2 aunts. However, these 2 aunts had absolutely no interest in taking care of the old lady. It was manageable when the old lady wasn't sick. Now that she was sick and wandering around everywhere, the 2 aunts said that Yi Jia should also take on the responsibility of caring for the elderly, dumping the old lady onto Yi Jia. Yi Jia couldn't refuse. As a celebrity, if news broke about her not supporting the elderly, her entire acting career in the country would be ruined instantly. So this is how things became as they are now. Yi Jia had absolutely no experience caring for the elderly. As a celebrity, she had always been the one taken care of by others. Add to that not knowing how to drive, which led to today's events. She naturally wouldn't refuse Chen Shu's help. Yijie said, "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Chen Shu replied casually, "No need to call me Mr. Chun, that's too formal. Like Xiao Kong does call me Old Chun or Uncle Chun." If it were before, Chen Shu, as an ordinary person without the youthful spirit or boundless enthusiasm, definitely wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. She was a big celebrity, even if just a second-tier one. An ordinary man couldn't just make demands of her, and asking her to call him uncle. Who does he think he is? But now Chen Shu's mindset was different. Being called uncle by a big celebrity would feel absolutely different. Especially when those words came from the soft lips of this beautiful female, star Yijie. Indeed, after thinking for a moment, Yijie smiled lightly. "All right, Uncle Chun. I've never called anyone uncle in my whole life. You're my first uncle. How delightful." Although Yijie came from the drama department, her voice was still very sweet. In the past, Chen Shu would never have imagined a beautiful female star calling him uncle. It really did feel different. After all the running around, it was already noon. Just as he was about to take the old lady home, Chen Shu received a call from Chun when inviting them over for a meal. Wang Tao had prepared some dishes. It was also a chance to discuss the construction bidding matter. Chen Shu thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Jie, if I'm not mistaken, you probably can't cook right." Not many celebrities knew how to cook. A lot of things were just for show. Moreover, science had shown that those without talent for driving generally don't have much talent for cooking either. Yijie lowered her head blushing and said, "Not really." These past few days her grandmother and she had been suffering eating takeout every single day. Chen Shu said, "Since we uncle and niece have such fate and the food is already prepared at home, let's take the old lady to have some home-cooked meals. Come on." Yijie felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, she had misunderstood him, and now she was going to eat at his house. But she hadn't enjoyed such a warm family atmosphere for a very long time. In the past 2 years, aside from filming, she stayed home, accompanying her grandmother. There were never many people at home. Hearing the lively chatter on Chen Shu's end of the phone, she felt a longing. "Okay, would that be too intrusive?" Yijie said. Kong Fong beside her glanced at Chen Shu and smiled. "No intrusion at all. Old Chen loves liveliness. His villa is quite spacious." Yijie was a bit curious. These two people didn't seem like family, but their relationship felt very close. After getting the old lady into the car, the four of them arrived at Villa No. 8. After entering, they heard Chun Anin's excited exclamation. "Ah, Yijie, the big star. Sister-in-law, come look, a big star." Chun Anin was very excited. This girl had been binge-watching dramas after summer vacation and happened to catch the popular crime drama from a few months ago. Fong Xin poked her head out from the stairs. She had taken the day off today. She had just gotten married and hadn't even finished her honeymoon yet. Chen Wen also came out from the kitchen. She stared at Yijie with wide eyes, and then at her dad beside her. Chen Wen couldn't help but admire her father's abilities. It had only been 2 days. How did he bring a female star home? She couldn't quite figure out her father's capabilities anymore. There was Chu Hong before Xiao Wanting, and now Kong Fong, all quite nice. But this female star seemed even better. Fong Xian and Chun Anin were close in age, so they were particularly excited about the celebrities' visit, happily taking photos together. Yijie also had an easygoing personality. She remained composed amidst Chun Anin and Fong Xian's enthusiastic attention. Meanwhile, the old grandmother sat quietly, no longer murmuring to herself, peacefully experiencing this unfamiliar family's warm moment. Chen Shu explained to his daughter the misunderstanding from that morning. Chen Wen nodded, but she was curious. Yijie was a big celebrity. How could her father invite her over for dinner, and she simply come? Her father's charm was truly extraordinary. Wang Tao also felt somewhat flustered. This was how an ordinary person should react upon meeting a celebrity. Fortunately, with his father-in-law setting an example, Wang Tao calmed down and realized that celebrities weren't really any different from ordinary people after all. They simply had more dignified and elegant manners. But there was always something missing. The authenticity an ordinary person should have. As if they lived inside a television screen. Wang Tao couldn't help but admire his father-in-law. Whatever kind of woman it was, they all behaved so obediently before him. Seeing that her grandmother wasn't showing much emotional fluctuation, Yijie felt relieved. What she feared most was causing trouble for Chen Shu. Looking at the situation, now it was merely a matter of adding a few more pairs of chopsticks. After the excitement died down, another guest arrived, Li Xiaoman. Chen Anin had sent her photos. Learning that a celebrity was at their house, Li Xiaoman immediately said goodbye to her family and rode over on her little electric scooter, her face beaming with excitement. She was a soon-to-be university student. With the college entrance examination finished, her family wouldn't keep such close watch on her anymore, just as long as she came home by evening. Moreover, with the Chun family's recent prominence in the county town and her civil servant father not keeping tight control anymore, Li Xiaoman had freedom to come and go. Hearing that Chun Anin's grandfather had brought the celebrity here, Li Xiaoman admired Chen Shu even more. Her own grandfather certainly didn't have the ability to lure in a celebrity. Next came the pleasant lunch hour. Wang Tao's cooking skills were quite good. When he was young, he had worked as a helper in a hotel and learned quite a few fundamental techniques. A full spread for lunch, over a dozen people. Fortunately, this villa had a large round table for dining, otherwise it wouldn't have accommodated everyone. Everyone chatted happily. The only difference was that the old grandmother insisted on seating Chen Shu next to Yi Jie, then continuously piled food onto his plate. Chen Shu had lost his mother many years ago, yet here he was experiencing maternal affection once more. The others understood what was happening and played along with the grandmother's little drama. The only one feeling somewhat awkward was Chen Wen. Why did it feel like this celebrity was like her second stepmother? The key point was that Yi Jie was only a year older than Chen Wen. How strange. Chen Wen changed the subject. Dad, several construction companies have submitted bids with varying quotes. Do you want to take a look? Chen Shu said the quote amount doesn't matter. Quality is what counts. Find construction companies backed by state-owned enterprises. Not a single one of the others. Kong Fong said, I think China Construction 13th Bureau is quite good. Although their price is somewhat higher, their previous residential projects had very reliable quality. They've never had any scandals. They're trustworthy. Chen Shu listened and made the decision immediately. This one will do. Price is irrelevant. Quality matters most. This company generally serves our own people. If the quality is poor, the villagers will criticize us behind our backs. Chen Wen nodded. When it came to important principles, her father was never wrong. Thus the construction company was easily and happily settled. This was the advantage of a family business. Listening to one person was enough. Decision-making was fast and simple. Next came the specific project coordination. Kong Fong could handle this task with peace of mind, handing it over to Chen Wen and Wang Tao. The sons of Chen Shu's two elder brothers could also take on responsibilities. They had genuine construction experience. Let them do the supervision, and it wouldn't be easy to pull the wool over their eyes. Because they were truly migrant workers who could genuinely assess the quality of every brick and tile. Not to mention, since Chen Shu took over, people from Chun Family Village had already reserved over a dozen units. If the quality were poor, and it reached the ancestral hall for judgment, the matter would become serious. If the quality were poor, and it reached the ancestral hall for judgment, the consequences would be severe. After lunch, Yi Jie took the grandmother home. The old woman was truly confused. She kept insisting this was her own home, making Yi Jie feel rather embarrassed. Fortunately, Chen Shu quietly whispered to the grandmother, I'll marry Wang Jing as soon as I get back. Wang Jing was Yi Jie's mother. It was just that the grandmother was now confused and mistook Yi Jie for Wang Jing. With those words, he finally got the grandmother into the car. The grandmother's hometown was a small village on the edge of the urban development zone. Now only a dozen or so households remained. A place with just 3 rooms and a small courtyard bearing a strong sense of bygone eras. However, the 3 rooms were kept spotlessly clean and quite cozy. The grandmother arrived home and was exhausted, going straight to bed. Yi Jie expressed her gratitude once more and asked for Chen Shu's contact information, adding him on WeChat. She could see that Chen Shu's family was quite well off and everyone was genuinely kind. Knowing such a person in Nansheng County would be quite beneficial. She had lost all her elders from her grandmother's generation, and she knew no one in this place. Having a friend she could trust gave her a sense of security. After resolving Yi Jie's matter, Chen Shu and Kong Fong came to the only office building in Nansheng County. One floor had just been rented to serve as the office space for Great Tree Real Estate. The name Great Tree was suggested by Kong Fong. While it was somewhat casual, Chen Shu had never intended to run a real estate company seriously in the first place. He simply found a suitable way to help his relatives, trying to make them all wealthy. This real estate company might even be a one-time endeavor. Kong Fong introduced, this rental is 100 for 1 year. A 600 square meter open floor plan, enough for dozens of people to work. Actually, what your company really needs is just a few trustworthy accountants. Everything else isn't necessary. Chen Shu said helplessly, of course I know that. But how can I ignore so many nephews and nieces? What this uncle can give them is limited to this. Kong Fong nodded. Chen Shu appeared to be only 40 years old, but having lived 60 years in this world, he saw things quite clearly. That damn charm of a mature man. Why was it so attractive? Since the company's affairs were all settled, the next step was to get employees to work. Daily operations could be handled by Chen Wen and Wang Tao. Chen Shu really couldn't be bothered to manage these things. He had been tired these past days at home. Why not return to Shanghai to enjoy life? Formalities like company openings could be skipped entirely. Because China Construction 13th Bureau's construction team was already building the county's highway, which would be completed soon, they could seamlessly transition to their residential project. China Construction 13th Bureau's construction team was also surprised. Originally, after finishing this highway, they would have had no work and gone on leave. Now they unexpectedly picked up another medium-sized project. The key was that the client paid promptly. 500 yuan in engineering fees had already been transferred, more generous than any previous client. In this day and age, clients who paid promptly and didn't require upfront capital were incredibly rare. After the cooperation was confirmed, China Construction 13th Bureau had barely any procedures to handle at the Housing Management Office. They simply relocated their workers to a new site, keeping their temporary dormitories intact. This was remarkably cost-effective. Chen Shu kept his word. He arranged work for the son of his first love, Feng Yun, and had Luo Jiahao assist with part of the project. The contract was modest, around 5 million yuan. But it was more than enough for Luo Jiahao to make a decent profit. State-owned construction companies move swiftly. As soon as the contract was signed, they mobilized and began operations in full swing. That same day, Chen Shu accompanied Chen Wen and Wang Tao to the site. Excavators were already leveling the ground, heavy machinery was being positioned, and red firecracker fragments littered the earth, a sign of urgent, enthusiastic preparations. In a down market, time was money. Developers' funds sat in escrow accounts waiting to be released upon progress. Who wouldn't want to rush through such a profitable job? The temporary sheds on the construction site had already been removed. The old man who used to guard the site stood to one side. Seeing Chen Shu approach, he felt a vague sense of familiarity. Chen Shu said little. He had his daughter hand the old man 70,000 yuan, saying it was from the new owners. The old man could continue watching over the site until construction was complete, then leave freely. The old man was overcome with emotion. After nearly a year of chasing his wages, he was finally getting what was owed. Kong Fong was deeply touched. She knew these funds should not have fallen to Chen Shu's responsibility. That had been the former owner's obligation. But when honor was at stake, this 60-year-old man would never falter. He was trustworthy. Construction starting here sent ripples through the small county of Nanchang. The abandoned building had once caused the county considerable trouble. Now that it was finally being revived, the surrounding neighborhoods were improving as well. Once this residential complex was built, the entire intersection, surrounded by 7 or 8 communities and a commercial street, would gradually flourish. Property values in the area would rise, making it easier to sell second-hand homes at higher prices. The local authorities could finally relax. Otherwise, the unfinished building would remain like a stubborn thorn on the map, impossible to remove. Affairs in Nanchang had returned to a normal rhythm. Chen Shu no longer needed to manage it directly. Chen Wen had resigned from her supermarket job specifically to oversee the company. Now that she was here, protecting her father's enterprise was her priority. Even if it was a one-off company, it deserved to be done right. There would be property management work after the real estate venture. Afterwards, Chen Shu took time to relax properly. Daily sessions with old friends involving foot massages, karaoke, and daytime fishing. Within 2 days, all the signing was completed. Once the formal procedures were underway, the boss was no longer needed. Oversight and home buying arrangements could be handled by his own people. Chen Shu also left 10 million yuan in the company account for operations. In truth, properties in Nanchang would sell themselves without much effort. After all, the roads between the villages and the county town were poor, so many young people chose to buy homes in the county. Though only 100 kilometers from Shanghai, property prices there were far beyond what ordinary people could afford. On the way back to Shanghai, Chen Shu sat in the rear seat enjoying the music. This car wasn't quite suited for the highway. It wasn't as comfortable as a Maybach. I'll need to buy a Maybach eventually, and I should get you a car as well. Chen Shu commented. There were distinct differences between vehicles. The G-Wagon had performed admirably on country roads over the past 2 days, but on the highway it still couldn't match the comfort of a top-tier sedan like a Maybach. But the presence it commanded was unmatched. Kong Fong had originally driven her own car to bring Xia Wanting along. However, her ordinary Volkswagen had endured too much on rough country roads and construction sites. A tire blew out, the undercarriage was scraped, and the battery mysteriously died, leaving it at a repair shop. Driving the car, Kong Fong chuckled. Old Chen, you really just bought a car like that? Chen Shu nodded. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Oh right, your payment needs settling. You helped me navigate such a troublesome process. I won't shortchange you. 5 million. Additionally, as the legal counsel for the Shu Real Estate Company, I'll pay you a monthly salary of 20,000. Deal. Kong Fong said. That's highly problematic, old Chen. What kind of job is worth 5 million? 20,000 a month. I accept that. It's the price I deserve. But this 5 million. Old Chen, aren't you trying to pull the same thing on me as with Wanting? Buying cars and handing out money. Kong Fong had almost said the word for a kept woman. But for Xia Wanting, such labels carried no weight. They simply described an action without moral judgment. However, for Kong Fong it still carried a hint of shame. Chen Shu, exposed but entirely unfazed, grinned. 5 million isn't enough. How about 10 million? Kong Fong said, Old Chen, money isn't meant to be spent like this. Chen Shu replied, I believe money exists to buy happiness. If giving it to you makes me happy, then that's all that matters. When I was just a security guard at that residential complex, you helped me countless times. Now that I have the means, spending this money is my way of repaying your kindness, and it allows me to face you without feeling I owe you anything. Life isn't worth living if you're perpetually burdened by a sense of debt to others. I prefer to walk with an open conscience. Kong Fong smiled, neither endorsing nor dismissing his philosophy, but she respected it deeply within her heart. It was precisely because of that openness and honesty. Chen Shu transferred 5 million directly into Kong Fong's account. Kong Fong glanced at the notification on her phone. Chen Shu realized this woman did not value money highly. If money meant little to her, then why did she constantly attend to him? Was she drawn to him personally? Chen Shu didn't believe he possessed any particular personal charm. Yet he paused to consider. Was this the effect of the charisma potion? 1 hour later, they exited the Shanghai highway. Both their eyes brightened. Shanghai was undoubtedly a captivating city, worlds apart from the obscure county town of Nanchang. In the past, whenever Chen Shu came here, he always felt this city was unattainable. Now with 450 million yuan quietly resting in his bank account, transferring 5 million to Kong Fong was barely noticeable, a mere flicker of digits indistinguishable from a rounding error. With such financial backing, Shanghai began to seem gentle and charming in Chen Shu's eyes. Let's go look at cars first, Chen Shu reminded her. Kong Fong considered it, then steered the car toward the Porsche Center. I'll consider this car a loan from you. She needed a proper vehicle for daily transportation. That Volkswagen was actually her first purchase after graduating from university, a car with 10 years of history long overdue for replacement. Chen Shu said, there's no need for a loan. Register it under the company name and consider it a company-issued vehicle. Kong Fong thought about it and agreed, it would work. She loved driving and had always admired the Porsche brand. On the road, Kong Fong received a phone call. What? You came to Shanghai. You were supposed to be interning after graduation. What are you doing here? Kong Fong's voice was filled with exasperation. Need money. Your family didn't give you money. Fine, come over. Take a taxi to the Porsche shop in Pudong New District and wait for me there. Chen Shu sat in the back puzzled and asked curiously who. Kong Fong shrugged helplessly. My brother just graduated this year. Instead of looking for a job or internship, he came to ask me for money. Chen Shu chuckled. So you're the foster the brother type. Kong Fong shook her head. I'm not going to support him. The family isn't short of money. They even plan to let him inherit the business, so I don't need to. But to teach him a lesson, they cut off his allowance, so he came to mooch off me. Chen Shu thought to himself, it seemed Kong Fong's family had some wealth. Most law students came from families with means. Either from a family of civil servants or a business family. Kong Fong was clearly the latter. The GPS directed them to the Porsche Pudong Experience Center. On the elevated highway, Chen Shu spotted a spacious track. This was Porsche's first large-scale experience center in Asia, not just for selling cars, but for immersing visitors in Porsche culture. That was why this brand captivated young women's hearts. It was all about marketing. Kong Fong loved the brand too, but with her salary, buying a Porsche would take a lot of effort. The 5 million Chen Shu had given her was enough. Since he was footing the bill, and she considered their relationship close, she felt it was acceptable. But she felt a bit guilty toward her best friend Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning hadn't even gotten a car from Chen Shu, yet she was jumping the queue. Would it affect their friendship? At the plaza in front of the experience center, luxury cars were parked everywhere, none under 500,000, and most were Porsches. It seemed everyone here was wealthy, drawn by the track, where supercars could race. The Porsche Experience Center was built like a racetrack. But it was noon, and the place seemed empty except for a young man standing foolishly at the entrance looking around. From inside the car, Chen Shu observed the young man bore a resemblance to Kong Fong, her brother. He had a naive, almost simple look typical of a fresh college graduate, still innocent and untouched. True enough, Kong Fong pulled up in front of him. Kong Shui, didn't I tell you not to bother me? She immediately assumed the role of the elder sister scolding her younger brother. It was a matter of blood authority, not age. Chen Shu chuckled. Kong Shui. Was the name meant to ward off ugliness? Kong Shui whined, dear sis, I'm starving. The family cut my living expenses right after graduation, told me to stand on my own. I'm useless. I only know how to play, I can't earn a dime, I can't even do laundry. The family won't support me, and if you don't, I'll starve. Chen Shu listened from the back seat as Kong Shui lamented his poverty. Was this college boy really that hopeless? Still bravely admitting he was useless took some courage. An interesting fellow. Kong Fong sighed. The family wants you to inherit the company. If you just show some ambition, they wouldn't have to pressure me into marriage. Kong Shui replied. Whether I'm ambitious or not, I'll still inherit the company. Why bother with all that effort? Damn it. Your sister is lecturing you, can't you just listen? Chen Shu couldn't hold back. Wasting your youth not working hard. You'll regret it when you're old. Some people are born in Rome. Some are born as beasts of burden. Chen Shu had been a beast of burden in his past life, so hearing Kong Shui's I'm useless spiel made him speak up. He was about the same age as Kong Fong's parents, old enough to be her uncle. So lecturing the younger generation shouldn't be a problem, right? Still, it was a family matter, and he shouldn't meddle too much. But he simply couldn't hold his tongue. As a man over 60, though his own life as a beast of burden had achieved little before 60, the only thing he could boast about was his youthful stint in the literary world as a newspaper editor, where he could write a few romantic poems. But no matter one's achievements, with age came a tendency to lecture others. Chen Shu now possessed a youthful spirit and didn't really want to preach. Yet Kong Shui was truly infuriating. Kong Shui was startled too. Who would have thought his sister had someone in the back seat? Sis, who is this? How did he get in your car? Kong Shui's innocent eyes fixed on Chen Shu. Chen Shu said, it's my car. Kong Shui muttered, oh, I thought so. I knew my sister's vibe didn't match this car. She likes Porsches. Chen Shu pressed, back to the point. You're so young, why don't you want to work hard? Kong Shui retorted, work hard. I just want to lie flat. Did you get this G63 through hard work? What the hell? Chen Shu's eyes widened. The kid was delivering a critical hit, wasn't he? I earned it through hard work. In his mind, he added through hard work, spending money. Kong Shui shrugged, clearly immune to his parents' lectures. Kong Fong sighed. This is my former colleague, now my boss. Call him Uncle Chun. Kong Shui exclaimed, boss. How old is he? He looks not much older than me. I thought he was my brother-in-law, hoping my sister had finally started dating. Chen Shu smiled. The kid's words were pleasant to hear. Uncle Chun is 60, same age as our dad. Kong Shuai looked Chen Shu over in surprise. Wow, Uncle Chun, you really know how to take care of yourself. Teach me. When I'm old, if I can look as handsome as you all have girls lining up right. Kong Fong's face darkened. Chen Shu said, what girls? You should believe in love. Love only one person in a lifetime. A man shouldn't be a playboy. Kong Shuai shook his head. That's no fun. Kong Fong parked the car, and the three of them entered the Porsche Experience Center. Kong Shuai followed like a shadow. Sis, what are you doing here? Annoyed, Kong Fong ignored him. Chen Shu said, buying a car for your sister. Kong Shuai was stunned. A Porsche? Chen Shu nodded. Kong Shuai eyed them suspiciously, sensing something off. What boss gives an employee a Porsche? And you tell me to work hard, but you're driving a Porsche? Does that make sense? Kong Fong spoke up ahead. Xiao Shuai, think about the family. Cutting your allowance is meant to teach you that every penny is hard-earned to break your habit of overspending. Our family's clothing brand started with our grandfather. When you take over, you need to carry that spirit forward to keep the company thriving. Kong Shuai let it go in one ear and out the other. Break my habit of overspending. But you're buying a Porsche? How hypocritical. Once inside, a Porsche service representative approached. Hello, are you here to experience our sports cars? The representative was very courteous. Kong Fong said, yes, do you have the 911? I'd like a test drive now. Certainly, madam. Please follow me. Chen Shu followed behind with his hands clasped, admiring the showroom. Truly worthy of a top-tier Asian experience center. The space was magnificent. Kong Fong was already quite familiar with coming here. Since graduating and moving to Shanghai City to build her career, nearly 7 or 8 years had passed, and during this time, she had essentially come here once or twice a year for track experiences. Her driving skills with the Porsche 911 and 718 had become highly polished. Sometimes when something unpleasant occurred at work, she would come here to hit the track and unwind. So after the staff member spoke, she made her purpose clear. The staff member responded swiftly, leading Kong Fong directly to the members' lounge. Only then did Chen Shu realize that experiencing here required payment. A substantial amount, with annual membership costing 50,000 yuan. Kong Fong had been a member for several years. This made Chen Shu reconsider his impression of Kong Fong. He had originally perceived her as a frugal and financially prudent woman, yet she proved quite generous when it came to things she truly loved. It made sense upon reflection. Kong Fong was exceptionally refined in her makeup, her lipstick appearing to be from Hermes. Coupled with her position as a property manager, her income was actually quite respectable. She was a sophisticated woman who understood how to live. And she was willing to spend money for her passions. Rational. Kong Fong was rational from head to toe. Whatever she loved, she was willing to spend any amount on. Whatever she did not love, she would not spend a single cent on. This only deepened Chen Shu's fondness for Kong Fong. If such a woman could be married into his family, she would undoubtedly bring prosperity to the entire household. This was unlike Yi Mei, who was rather vain and fond of comparing herself to those around her. Whatever others had, she felt she must buy regardless of need, driven purely by the desire to save face, indifferent to the cost. This is the latest 2025 Model 911, codename 992. 2 featuring TH hybrid technology. The hybrid variant delivers up to 700 horsepower, and the entire interior leans toward a technological aesthetic. Ms. Kong is one of our distinguished members. You can currently enjoy a complimentary 1-hour experience. Chen Shu could only marvel at the brilliance of it. 50,000 yuan a year, yet the free experience was limited to merely 1 hour. This operated on the same principle as luxury brands. Membership served as a screening threshold, weeding out casual onlookers. What remained were premium clients. This marketing strategy was truly masterful. However, Kong Fong was a woman of strong convictions. After examining the new 911's interior, she furrowed her brow instead. Change to this. Kong Fong felt somewhat resigned. She still preferred the previous design. She did not favor the large central screen, for she felt it had sacrificed mechanical beauty. Never mind, I will skip the new model. Please let me test drive the older model from last year parked beside this one, Kong Fong said. Chen Shu and Kong Shuai watched from nearby. Kong Shuai remarked, my sister has been decisive since childhood with clear preferences. What she likes, or what she does not, she does not. Chen Shu replied, I can certainly see that. Despite the new 911's luxurious appearance, Kong Fong chose to experience the older model instead. After a moment, Kong Fong donned her helmet. The helmet fit snugly, revealing only a pair of large, striking eyes, with their stark black and white contrast, elegantly arched eyebrows, and a straight nose that lent her an air of distinguished grace. In contemporary internet parlance, she embodied the archetype of a poised, commanding woman. Kong Fong climbed into the racing car and beckoned to Chen Shu. Old Chen, want to come along and try it? Chen Shu had previously harbored a deep apprehension towards supercar speeds. Perhaps as people age, the fear of death becomes more acute. But now possessed of boundless ambition, in that very instant, he felt that life existed precisely to seek out diverse experiences. Some sought thrills through bungee jumping, others through scuba diving, and still others through skydiving. Regardless of the method, they were all in pursuit of exhilaration. At 60 years old, he would never have agreed to such an experience before. Yet now he simply nodded. All right. He decided to experience the speed of a supercar. Beside him, Kong Shuai was utterly bewildered. Was this really his own sister? Rather than inviting her own brother along, she was inviting the boss. He had always sensed that this old man was not as straightforward as he appeared. Registering for a track experience required submitting personal information. The staff member, noticing Chun Shu's age of 60, expressed some surprise. He showed no outward signs of aging. Sir, I genuinely cannot recommend experiencing our track at your age, for the vehicles here can reach speeds exceeding 150 kilometers per hour, making the experience rather perilous. Chun Shu simply waved his hand dismissively. What harm could there be? Rest assured, even if something were to happen to me, I would not hold it against you. The staff member, having no recourse, agreed. Moments later, Kong Fong's acceleration sent a surge of adrenaline through Chun Shu. The 911 truly roared like a caged beast unleashed beneath them. Kong Fong's driving speed had been trained by professional instructors. Since it was midday, the track was devoid of other vehicles, allowing her to drive swiftly, rarely decelerating through corners. Chun Shu felt as though his very soul lagged behind. In the past, he would never have dared to corner like this. Supercars were indeed a game for the young. He had originally been considering purchasing one to experience and show off. But now he decided against it. A Maybach or a G-Wagon would suit him fine, reliable and steady. This Porsche, never mind. After 2 laps, Chun Shu could endure no longer and signaled to exit. Kong Fong, however, still craving more, continued to push herself on the track. Chun Shu had only ever seen her serious and dedicated at work. This spirited and exhilarating side was something he witnessed for the first time. The difference was palpable. After getting out, his legs felt unsteady. Sitting on a nearby chair and watching the 911 race around the track, Chun Shu said to Kong Shuai, tell me about your sister's story. Kong Shuai replied, you are merely her boss. There is no need to inquire so thoroughly. Chun Shu countered, is it not acceptable for a boss to show concern for his subordinate? Kong Shuai chuckled, showing concern for subordinates does not work this way. My sister is indeed captivating, but let me tell you, there are countless suitors pursuing her, including wealthy second-generation heirs, who far surpass you. You, an old man of 60, possess absolutely no competitive advantage. Chun Shu retorted, cut the nonsense. Speak quickly. Kong Shuai grinned. I will tell, but there is a condition. Chun Shu asked, what condition? Kong Shuai said, take me to a bar tonight. I have heard that TA bar is filled with beautiful women, and I have never been there. This young man had frequently frequented bars during his university days in the capital, but his family had since reined him in. Presumably cooped up, he had come to his own sister to request money. Little did he expect his sister to completely disregard the matter. Not a single coin would be granted, so he could only seek to extract something from his sister's boss. Chun Shu considered it for a moment and agreed fine. Chun Shu had been quite weary these past 2 days. Taking Chu Hong and Xia wanting to a bar to experience young people's way of relaxing sounded rather appealing. The 60-year-old Chun Shu had always looked down upon bars. But Chun Shu, at 60 and possessing 450 million now, felt a longing toward them. The primary purpose was to experience the feeling of youth once more. The abundance of beautiful women was absolutely not the main reason. My sister has always been strong-willed since childhood with her own mind. When our family wanted her to study fashion design, she secretly applied to the law department at Renmin University behind their backs. My father was furious and immediately cut off her living expenses. Who knew my sister simply found an internship at a law firm in the capital and supported herself entirely. During her school years, she even bought a car all by herself. Throughout this entire period, she never asked the family for a single cent, living as if she had no one to care for her. Chun Shu listened to the roar of the crowd at the racing venue, listening to Kong Fong's story. He understood why Kong Fong was so attached to that Volkswagen. It was the first car she had purchased through her own hard work. That was why, after the tire blowout in Nanchun County, she had been so frantically anxious trying to find a tow truck. After all, that Volkswagen held sentimental significance. Chun Shu thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and sent a message to his son-in-law, telling him to keep an eye on that Volkswagen, not to let it get damaged, and to give it a proper restoration. Once it was fixed, send it back to Shanghai. Kong Shuai continued speaking. Because I'm a hopeless student who nearly didn't graduate high school, I ended up going to university by paying my way in. My family knew they couldn't count on me, so they wanted my sister to marry the son of a sportswear company executive. Of course, my sister refused. So after graduating from university, she never went home, saying she would earn 100 million to show the family what she could do. I wonder how much my sister has saved up by now. Does she have 100 million? Chun Shu was astonished. Kong Fong's ambition was truly remarkable. Earning 100 million in this society through one's own efforts was nearly impossible. He asked curiously, what is your family's business? Kong Shuai replied, Tonglinio Apparel. Has my sister never told you? Oh right, she wouldn't take the initiative to talk about family matters. Tonglinio. Chun Shu couldn't help but laugh at the unfortunate name. Whoever came up with this name probably wasn't highly educated either. Kong Shuai said, my grandfather never even attended elementary school. He started from a cotton mill and had no education to speak of. He just thought the name sounded nice and used it. Chun Shu nodded. He searched on his phone and discovered this company was actually a listed firm with a market value of 1 billion yuan. Though Tonglinio wasn't used as the brand name, it had sports brands, menswear and womenswear under its umbrella. Chun Shu had heard of these sub-brands before, But recently these brands were gradually declining. After all, with the current economic downturn, consumer spending had dropped. These apparel brands could no longer squeeze customers for profits, and margins were shrinking. Tonglinio's stock had also halved from its peak market value of $2 billion to $1 billion, and it showed no signs of stopping. No wonder they wanted to merge with other brands. If things continued like this, they would be finished. He also understood why Kong Fong was determined to earn $100 million to prove herself. After all, with $10 billion in family assets, if her goal was too low, it would be difficult to demonstrate her own worth. But relying on her position as a property manager, she seemed far from that goal. The property manager position only paid 20,000 yuan a month. For the sake of making money, my sister hasn't even dated. She really has it hard. Kong Shuai felt heartache for his dear sister. Chen Shu was only now learning about Kong Fong's story. Back when he worked as a security guard in the residential community, how could he have ever imagined she was the princess of a billion-yuan apparel empire? What are you all chatting about, looking so happy? Kong Fong stepped out of the car, removed her helmet, and shook out her long hair. Her skin was crystal clear and radiant. Chen Shu remembered the stunning moment he first saw Feng Yin years ago, and shook his head, refocusing his gaze. Nothing much. Just chatting. Let Xiao Shuai cherish the present, study hard, and don't spend money recklessly. Tonight he said he would take me to a bar to experience the world. I don't really care about it, but mainly to let Chu Hong and wanting relax. You should come too. Kong Shuai was stunned. This old man was being unfair. If he brought his sister along, how was he supposed to enjoy himself? But thinking it over, he didn't have a penny to his name. Whoever was paying would have the final say. Kong Fong glared at her own brother and said, all right. It's been a long time since I've been to a bar to unwind. In this era, there weren't many entertainment options for young people outdoors, and bars were indeed a good place to relax. Chen Shu asked, how's the car? Do you like it? Kong Fong nodded and said, the old model is still the most comfortable to drive. Order a 2024 model for me. Chen Shu said, all right. After calling over a service representative, they learned this was only an experience center and didn't handle vehicle sales. However, fortunately, they had information from the dealership. There happened to be a 911 in stock at the dealership about 10 kilometers away. The three of them drove to the dealership. The manager was already waiting for them. But rather than mentioning the car first, he had the three of them enjoy the employee meal first. One had to admit the dealership was truly professional. Upon arrival, they first asked if everyone had eaten. After the three of them were full, they went directly to see the car in person. Kong Fong didn't hesitate. After a brief look, she said, old Chun, this one. Chen Shu snapped his fingers and said, we'll take it. How much? The sales manager had seen customers make quick purchases before, but never this fast. Sir, the total is 163 million yuan. Chen Shu nodded and said, card payment through the company account. Kong Fong had brought the company documents with her as well. Purchasing a car under the company's name could save a considerable amount of money. Of course, Chen Shu didn't mind the cost. The main point was that this way wouldn't his relationship with Kong Fong deepen another level. Just then the system notification arrived. Ding. Purchased a luxury car for a female subordinate, displaying generosity. Reward 200,000. It was close to what Chen Shu had expected. However, since this wasn't his first time purchasing a car, the reward wasn't particularly high. But it was still a nice gain of several hundred thousand. Beside him, Kong Shuai was also dumbfounded. Huh, sis. A Porsche. Just like that. As a rich second generation, he had certainly seen the world before. But this was also the first time he had witnessed someone purchase a car so casually. Even his rich friends wouldn't dare play like this. Just casually throwing money around. The key point was that this was a car the boss was buying for an employee. Kong Shuai stared at Chen Shu in amazement. He had thought this old geezer was somewhat well off, but he never expected him to be this wealthy. A million yuan sports car, just handed to an employee. This old man's net worth must be in the hundreds of millions at least. The key is he just said, I should work hard and not spend money carelessly, yet now he's casually purchasing a Porsche 911. Is he trying to fool a ghost? Is he really going to look down on young people like this? He could already sense that this old Chun had impure motives, though he wasn't particularly worried about it. His sister's standards were still quite high. She probably wouldn't fall for an old man. Even if this old man had some money, she would just be working for him. There was absolutely no possibility of any other kind of relationship developing. This old man had an old money style about him, was somewhat handsome, and had the aura of an aging celebrity. But his sister's taste wouldn't be that outdated. The car was a spot purchase. It only took an hour to get the license plate done. Chen Shu had experience with purchasing cars, so the process went smoothly. After payment, they just waited for the sales staff to handle the paperwork. A moment later, Kong Fong got behind the wheel of the 911 she had always loved, put on her sunglasses, and looked every bit the refined urban sophisticate. She drew quite a lot of attention from those around her. Though this was Shanghai, it was still rare to see someone so young purchasing a Porsche 911. When these people saw Chen Shu making the payment, they understood everything. Being rich truly had its perks. After getting behind the wheel, Kong Fong was headed to the residential property management office to report for work. Having taken this much time off, she needed to give some explanation. After all, her job was still waiting for her there. Chen Shu, on the other hand, returned home alone to Kaixin Gate. Sis, you're not actually falling for that old man, are you? I feel like your relationship is a bit off. Kong Shuai's question plunged the car into silence. The pure white 911 cruised along the roads of Huqing. Though the air outside was scorching, Kong Fong still rolled down the window, breathing in the sweltering heat. Kong Fong was undoubtedly excited to finally drive her dream car. Yet she hadn't expected it to come not from her own earnings, but from Chen Shu's provision. Not in the way she had imagined. Kong Fong felt she had been acting strangely these past couple of days. In the past, she would have refused Chen Shu's offer, feeling it was like charity. But somehow she couldn't bring herself to reject Chen Shu's words. He felt more like a friend to her. Could I really be falling for old Chun? Reflecting on the past 2 days, Kong Fong began to doubt herself. In 30 years, she had never been moved by anyone. The men her friends deemed outstanding were utterly unremarkable in her eyes, never catching her interest. Only Chen Shu was different. Was it his attitude toward life? That must be it. I admire old Chen's approach to life. After a moment, Kong Fong said, Old Chun and I are old friends. Kong Shui struck again. But even with old friends, you've never accepted favors from the opposite sex, let alone a car. Kong Fong was speechless. This car is just compensation. My car broke down while running his errands, and it's a company car. There's no issue. Kong Shui thought it over. Fine, he'd better drop it. No amount of talking would help. His sister was far more decisive than he was. Back then, even their parents couldn't talk her around. How could a mere little brother like him? He actually had a decent impression of Chen Shu. As a rich second generation, he had met many wealthy men, but none had the charm of old Chun. A charm that appealed to both men and women. That might be okay in Huqing, but if this were in Chuanqing, it would be a disaster. Later, he looked forward to the evening drinking party. As a playboy, his attention was still on women. Back at his home in Triumphal Arch, Chen Shu washed up. Having been away for a few days, the place was as clean as before. The property management sent someone to clean every day, saving him the cost of a housekeeper. Living in a small county town was comfortable, but something always felt missing. Coming here to see the river view outside, he finally understood small towns are peaceful, but they lack the opportunities and vibrancy of a big city. In the evening, Chen Shu drove his G-Class to the nearby property center. Chu Hong had just finished work. Seeing Chen Shu's car, she got into the luxury vehicle under the astonished gaze of her colleagues. Did Chu Hong find a boyfriend? Wait, that guy looks familiar. Isn't he the client who rented a place here before? Has she turned him into her boyfriend? He's a bit older but kind of handsome. Age isn't a problem. Old men are treasures, especially when he drives a G63. Chu Hong is moving up in the world. A few colleagues gossiped, clearly taken aback. Chu Hong was usually seen as rather aloof in their eyes. She worked here, and not far away was a matchmaking agency. The matchmakers came by many times a day trying to set Chu Hong up with wealthy men, but she always refused. They were curious who could win Chu Hong's heart. They never expected it to be an older man. The male colleagues sneered. The female colleagues felt only envy. Any woman who had lived in Huqing for even a few months understood the power of money in this city. So no one thought there was anything wrong with Chu Hong getting into Chen Shu's car. Besides, maybe there was real love between them. In this day and age could no longer be a barrier to love. Chu Hong clearly felt the envious gazes behind her. A smile spread across her face. Unconsciously, she had grown to love the feeling of being envied without any effort. If she had known this would happen, why had she bothered working so hard? Before, work was for a living. Now work was just a way to pass the time. He picked up Chu Hong, then went to the place where Xiao Wanting and Kong Fong lived. It wasn't far from Triumphal Arch, in an ordinary residential complex. A 2-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of 10,000 yuan. Rent in Huqing put immense pressure on ordinary people. Kong Fong came down looking unhappy, followed by her younger brother Kong Shui. Then a figure dashed over. Xiao Wanting threw herself into Chen Shu's arms. Uncle, you're back. I missed you so much. There were quite a few people around. But Xiao Wanting seemed oblivious to everyone else. She clung to Chen Shu's right arm, enveloped in softness, stirring a flutter in Chen Shu's heart. Xiao Wanting made Chen Shu realize that the money spent on a woman was truly worth it. She always gave him excellent emotional returns. This was far more rewarding than playing games or scrolling through short videos. The joy from games and videos was virtual. But Xiao Wanting's voluptuous figure and her affectionate calls of uncle were real. Such was the happiness of wealth. Of course, Chen Shu didn't need to worry about whether the emotions were genuine. In this society, some people's bodies weren't even real, let alone their hearts. Don't guess what others think, ooh, just watch what they do. Chu Hong envied Xiao Wanting's openness. She could only let loose at home. Hugging Chen Shu in public was something she couldn't do. Chen Shu was delighted, but noticing Kong Fong's unhappiness, he asked curiously, Shui, what's wrong with your sister? Kong Shui replied, she got scolded by her supervisor for taking too many days off. If you ask me, my sister's job is pointless. She doesn't make much money anyway. She'd be better off sticking with old Chun. Xiao Wanting blinked in confusion. I call him Chen Shu, you call him old Chun, and you're my best friend's brother. What kind of generational mess is this? Chen Shu said, that's my fault. That supervisor is always making trouble. When I was a security guard, he used to pick on me all the time. Kong Fong shook her head. The leave issue isn't the main problem. It's probably about property management revenue. The headquarters has been under a lot of profit pressure lately. The community I manage has low revenue, the worst in Huqing. Chen Shu understood. That's because you distributed the advertising fees and parking fees back to the homeowners as red packets. Those unscrupulous capitalists want to take even the money that rightfully belongs to the owners. Kong Fong nodded. She had studied law and knew the money belonged to the owners. But clearly the company didn't see it that way. Property management companies are struggling these days. With low profits, they have to cut costs and increase revenue. It was said that several branches had been sued by homeowners committees and forced to withdraw from multiple communities. Now they seem to be making a final desperate grab, trying to squeeze a last profit before their community was taken over. Kong Fong said, "Forget it, let's not let it ruin our fun at the bar. Let's go." A G-Wagon and a Porsche 911 were parked at the entrance of the TA bar. The TA bar was quite renowned among young people who cherished the nightlife in Shanghai. The venue was spacious enough. There were plenty of people, plenty of fair legs on display. Of course, none of this truly mattered. When a bar attracts only commoners, it becomes meaningless. If a bar only had commoners, it would absolutely go under. It needed wealthy patrons and big spenders to sustain its operations. At the TA bar, countless wealthy young men gathered every day because this bar allowed them to elegantly and lavishly show off. First of all, booking a VIP booth here cost at least 30,000 yuan or more. Ordinary people could only stand in the dance floor area. The wealthy, however, could choose to enjoy the spaciousness of the VIP booths or squeeze into the dance floor with the crowd, engaging in intimate physical contact. Such was the difference money could make. Of course, merely booking a VIP booth was far from sufficient for showing off at a higher level. To achieve more layers of ostentation, one had to order drinks. A wide variety of wines at different price points were available for one's choosing. As for the specifics, Chen Shu had no idea. After all, he was already 60. How could he possibly know what was fashionable in bars nowadays? At the entrance, Xia Wanning said, "My friend will be here to pick us up soon. Should I ask her to find some companions for us?" Shu Hong asked curiously, "What are companions?" Xia Wanning explained, "They're people who accompany you for drinks, mainly to liven up the atmosphere. I see everyone is here for the first time, especially Uncle Chun. It's your first time at a bar, right?" Chen Shu replied, "Yes, it is indeed my first time. The thing is, I didn't really want to come myself. I just wanted to broaden my horizons and let you all have some fun." Chen Shu actually wanted some pretty companions to hang out with. But Kong Fong had spoken up, "No need." Chen Shu glanced at Kong Shui beside him. What an unlucky kid. It was definitely because Kong Fong was afraid these companions would corrupt Kong Shui. In truth, based on Chen Shu's guess, as a rich second-generation Kong, Shui probably visited bars more often than he went home. The bars in the capital were no less impressive than those in Shanghai. Actually, they had not just wealthy young men and women, but even more. Kong Shui studied at a university in the capital. How could he possibly have few opportunities to go? Since Kong Fong had declined, Chen Shu could only go along with her. Fortunately, he had Xia Wanting and Shu Hong accompanying him. Kong Shui was quite frustrated. Xia Wanting and Shu Hong were extremely beautiful women, but they were clearly with Chen Shu. What fun would he have by himself? He immediately lost the desire to enter. But since he had already come, Kong Shui still followed behind the group. A heavily made-up woman stood at the entrance. She was probably under 30, wearing a short skirt and a cropped shirt that exposed her navel, which was adorned with something sparkly that was hard to identify. "Wanting, I've been waiting for you forever. Is this handsome gentleman Mr. Chun? My name is Gao Bingbing. Mr. Chun is truly a promising young man. Please come in, come in." Gao Bingbing was Xia Wanning's friend at this bar, a beverage promoter. Though she was called a beverage promoter, she was essentially someone who accompanied drinking or helped warm up the atmosphere for wealthy patrons, driving beverage sales and earning commissions. There were many wealthy patrons at the TA bar. During good times, she could earn as much as 10,000 yuan in commissions in a single night. Gao Bingbing had previously worked as a private tour guide before meeting a client who thought the bar's commission was higher, so she made the switch. This time, hearing that Xia Wanning was bringing friends, she had checked Xia Wanning's social media. Her life had improved lately too. LV bags, Hermes lipstick, Chanel perfume, little black dresses. She had acquired them all. As someone who had been through it all, she could tell at a glance that none of this was fake. Her sister's life was looking up. Hadn't she come to support her business? However, she had never expected to have already mistaken someone from the very start. Xia Wanting nudged Chen Shu beside her and said, "Sister Bingbing, that one is young Master Kong. This one is Mr. Chun. You can just call him Uncle Chun. He's 60 this year." Gao Bingbing was stunned. "Goodness, sister, did you find yourself a cradle robber? When this man walked in, I thought he was some father coming to drag his rebellious bar-hopping son home. But wasn't that why she could be a top-tier beverage promoter in the nightlife scene?" After a brief moment of bewilderment across her features, she immediately smiled, even more sweetly. "Uncle Chin, you look so young. You look just about young Master Kong's age. Is this your first time at the TA bar? Let me give you a proper introduction." With that, she leaned her body toward Chen Shu's arm that wore the Rolex, as if no one else was there. She had figured it out. This old man was the real main character of tonight. He was dressed in full Versace worth over 100,000 yuan and was surrounded by 3 beautiful women. This was definitely a big shot. The key was the aura of a superior. He was the type whose wealth was absolutely beyond question. She wondered if this old man could even withstand the bass pounding of the sound system. It was only 10 o'clock at night. The nightlife had just begun and had yet to reach its peak. The DJ on stage was warming up the crowd. There was a large open space in the center of the dance floor surrounded by VIP booths of various sizes with many raised platforms in between. Standing on each platform were women in hot pants exposing their legs dancing energetically. Just look at how this damn capitalism has corrupted these young girls. Today Chen Shu shall thoroughly criticize them. After the introduction, Chen Shu pointed to the largest VIP booth in the venue and said, "This one. How much?" Gao Bingbing was secretly overjoyed, but still spoke as if considering things for Chen Shu's benefit. "Uncle, this booth has a minimum spend requirement. You need to book the 188 yuan premium drinks package to reserve it. Since you don't have many people, this smaller booth would be sufficient." Chen Shu was surprised. Only 188 yuan. Shanghai's high-end bars weren't that impressive after all. Kong Fong said, "We're just here to have some fun. There's no need for that." Xiao Wanting and Chu Hong felt the same way. They were here to listen to some music, have a few drinks, and move their bodies a bit. There was no need to take the largest booth just for the sake of face. They knew Chen Shu was wealthy with assets worth at least 100 million. But after all, they had spent most of it on engineering projects back in their hometown. The supervised funds were only 50 million plus various other expenses. They needed to be more frugal and make the money last. But Chen Shu shook his head. "Since we're here to have fun, we should enjoy ourselves thoroughly, shouldn't we? This one. Card please." Xiao Wanning was instantly overjoyed and planted a kiss on Chen Shu's cheek. Chen Shu's generosity gave her face in front of her friend. Chen Shu smiled. Not just for others but for his own face as well. Wasn't living all about face. This booth was really a test of people's vanity. You in the dance floor, me in the booth. You in a booth, I in a more premium booth than yours. Chen Shu also took out his bank card. The moment the transaction went through, Gao Bingbing's eyes lit up. It wasn't the weekend, so the commission wouldn't be that high. Who would have thought that coming here at the start would already land a big order for the month? The large screen in the center of the bar instantly displayed several lines of text. "Thank you to Uncle Chen at booth number 1 for spending 188 yuan." At this moment, the DJ also announced in real time, "Thank you to 60-year-old Uncle Chen for tonight's first premium drinks package." Let's get the whole venue hyped. The music volume increased. All eyes in the venue gathered on the booth. "Huh, Uncle, 60 years old. A white-haired old man spending money at a bar. How unusual." Chen Shu was also speechless. Uncle was fine, but did they really have to add his age? Ding. In this life, whether it's face or vanity, what matters is living as one pleases. The host has successfully indulged once. Reward 200,000 yuan. Chen Shu knew the system would never stand by and do nothing. With so many young eyes upon him, his heart could hardly remain at peace. After all, every human being possesses some measure of vanity. One who harbors no vanity is surely a monk. Though of course that statement isn't entirely accurate. When vanity arises, one naturally seeks to satisfy it. And the means to satisfy vanity invariably involve spending lavishly to make a grand display. And now was precisely such a moment. For the first time, Chen Shu experienced the sheer pleasure of spending money. Previously, when he spent, the envious glances from those around him could never compare to the admiring looks these young people in the bar were casting upon him now. Yet the young patrons of this bar were equally stunned. Though Chen Shu's physical age was 40, his hair streaked with silver and black, making him somewhat out of place in this environment. Worse still, the DJ had announced him as a 60-year-old uncle. This was no mere uncle. This was Grandpa himself. So even Grandpa had come to the nightclub to dance. This TA bar was truly something else, not afraid of giving an old man a heart attack. One could only say Grandpa was extraordinary. When the young crowd saw this elderly gentleman surrounded by 3 beautiful women with a young stud at his side, envy consumed them all. But one could easily tell this old man possessed genuine means. Ordering in 188 yuan premium drinks package this early was no small statement. One had to understand, among the wealthy patrons of Shanghai, unless one belonged to the absolute elite, most would wait until after midnight to make such purchases. Why? Because after midnight the opposite sex was far more abundant. Perfect for showing off. Most people who came to bars carried certain intentions. And 188 yuan tab was pocket change only for someone like Prince Wang. But how many Prince Wangs could there possibly be in the entire country? For ordinary folk, spending 188 yuan was already remarkably rare. Some might even take out loans just to flash their wealth solely to capture the attention of girls on the dance floor. Spend money, and in those girls' eyes you became a rich second generation. They would come right over hoping to make your acquaintance. The rest, as they say, becomes quite simple. Naturally, one must choose the right moment and the right setting for such displays. Here was this grandpa spending 188 yuan while still warming up the crowd. Was there any doubt he possessed genuine means? Not to mention, he occupied the largest booth in the center. Numerous young women on the dance floor had already turned their gazes toward this spectacle. These women had no proper employment. They came to the bar specifically to fish for wealthy fools. Opening a bottle meant you had money, a straightforward declaration. Moreover, someone willing to spend freely was far more popular than those simp-infatuated men who could only talk big but had no actual wealth to show. However, these women were left completely bewildered upon learning it was a 60-year-old grandpa who had ordered the 188 yuan premium package. Many had fantasized about a wealthy second generation arriving, someone they could approach and perhaps marry into fortune. Even if they only engaged in a brief relationship and bore a child, mother and child through the child was a well-worn path. But a 60-year-old grandpa. This exceeded their comprehension entirely. Of course, part of the reason stemmed from the three women surrounding this grandpa, each more stunning than the last, possessing both elegance and figure. These bar girls simply couldn't compete. Though there was that young man nearby who looked promising. Could he be the grandpa's son, bringing his son to the nightclub to dance? Had the world truly fallen so far? After Chen Shu sat down, the drinks Gao Bingbing had arranged arrived. For 180 yuan, one could have bought dozens of bottles of Matai, yet this premium package contained only a few bottles. One of them featured a glowing light remarkably eye-catching under the bar's dim illumination. A woman dressed in a maid costume wheeled a small cart forward. Behind her came 7 or 8 tall women in bunny girl attire carrying illuminated signs, swaying their slender figures with every step. Gao Bingbing explained, "Uncle Chen, this is our bar's champagne delivery parade reserved exclusively for those who order the premium package." Chen Shu, speechless. He found the entire affair excruciatingly awkward. Though his philosophy of life centered on experience, such cringeworthy experiences he would gladly do without. Did wealthy patrons of today actually enjoy such theatrics? Having the entire venue's attention certainly satisfied one's vanity. But this ceremony was bloody ridiculous. Though Chen Shu possessed a young body, he was genuinely 60 years old, lacking the flamboyance of youth. If only he had known, he would never have ordered this. Chen Shu nodded and said, "All right, have them leave. Wearing so little, they must be freezing." Chu Hong and Xia Wanting shot him murderous glances. What did those bunny girls have that they didn't? Gao Bingbing waved the staff away and began introducing the drinks. "This one is Richard Hennessy. Normally we sell it by the glass, 320 yuan per pour." Chen Shu, quite the ripoff indeed. "This one is the black gold edition of Ace of Spades, and this one is 6 bottles in total comprising the premium package." Chen Shu asked curiously, "Is there a more expensive package?" Gao Bingbing beamed and replied, "No, but we have pricier individual bottles. Louis XIII, 280 yuan per bottle." All Chen Shu could say was impressive, were it not for his current approach to life. Indulging in pleasures, enjoying existence, treating everything as a game. With the system also rewarding him, he would never be such a sucker. Only an idiot would buy alcohol at such prices. Though admittedly the arrival of these 6 bottles produced a stunning effect. The eyes of Kong Fong, Chu Hong, Xia Wanting, and even Kong Shui, for young people, lit up like never before. After all, in their youth, they had frequented bars too. Never had they tasted such premium spirits. Xia Wanting raised her glass and said, "Ice, sis, pour me a glass." The Richard. Only then did Chen Shu learn that this bar offered countless ways to enjoy their spirits. Some drank them straight, some mixed with soda, some over ice, some with soda water. This was entirely outside his knowledge. He never imagined there were so many intricacies involved. He sampled a glass of the 380 yuan Richard Hennessy. The flavor profile was complex, neither particularly good nor bad. Probably simply unfamiliar. Having spent 60 years drinking only traditional grain baijiu, Chen Shu naturally couldn't appreciate these foreign spirits. Yet seeing the young ones enjoying themselves thoroughly, he didn't want to dampen their spirits. The arrival of these premium drinks worked wonders. Many people wanted to add Chen Shu on WeChat. Chu Hong and Xia Wanting guarded him like possessive wolves, cursing at these young girls. Didn't they realize how old he was? But they seemed to have forgotten themselves. Chen Shu declined them all naturally. As for Kong Shui, he secretly added several girls WeChat, while carrying Kong Fong on his back. This trip to the bar had thoroughly satisfied him. In his younger days, Chen Shu had always longed for the dance halls of that era. Though those venues had faded from fashion here, he could at least experience a taste of that restless youth. As midnight approached, the venue gradually grew more animated, the crowd swelling with each passing moment. Yet Chen Shu noticed the 6 bottles remained largely untouched. The bar allowed bottle storage, but Chen Shu had opened them all to savor the variety. Nothing could be saved now. Just as he contemplated how to finish all the drinks, his phone rang. It was old Lu. "Brother Chen, where are you? I'm off tonight. Let's go for a drink, you old sport. Your grandson got married and I still haven't given you the red envelope." Upon hearing old Lu's voice, Chen Shu broke into a smile. The drinking companions had arrived. Lu Caibo was deeply discontented that day, unable to sleep, so he ventured out in search of a drink. It was his 60th birthday. In truth, he had never properly celebrated one before. As a child, his family was poor. Eating a sugared egg was considered a birthday celebration. After growing up marrying, he always celebrated his wife's birthday, and as a father he celebrated his children's birthdays. Now with his 3 sons settled and grandchildren to celebrate, every birthday in the household was observed, except his own. These past days had been daytime shifts, and only when he clocked out the previous evening did he remember it was his birthday. The fortune teller had said that 60 was a turning point. After passing his 60th birthday, a benefactor would appear and life would become smoother. But he wanted to celebrate. So he remembered the money his old friend Chen Shu had deposited at a foot spa. Charges could be made simply by quoting Chen Shu's phone number. In the end, he could not resist. He went to wash his feet and relive the massage from his previous visit, finding a fleeting moment of peace amid his relentless daily toil. It was meant as a small maintenance for a body worn out from 60 years of labor. But they say 60 is a critical threshold. He simply wanted to relax, so he lied and said he was drinking with colleagues outside. However, his wife saw through it and caught him red-handed in the dead of night. Before their 3 sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren, Lud Saibwa was forced to confess his wrongdoing. Indeed, a man who had labored himself to the bone his entire life, who had sacrificed everything for his family, was publicly reprimanded by everyone simply for getting a massage. Only his grandchildren spoke up on his behalf, offering old Lu some small comfort. His wife complained that he had gone off to indulge himself, neglecting the family without any sense of shame. As for his 3 sons, they merely criticized him for wasting money, suggesting those funds should have gone toward their mortgage instead. This made old Lu too weary to argue back. His 3 sons seemed like 3 ungrateful wolves, always seeking to squeeze every last bit from him. At times he genuinely envied Elder Chun. Though his own past life had not been happy, having only a daughter meant far less pressure than what Lu endured. Of course, Elder Chun was doing well now. Today at work, Lud Saibwa drifted through the hours and a days. Sometimes he truly wished it would all just end. He was already classified as a dishonest person, barred from any meaningful work. As a security guard, his wages were handed over, leaving him only 50 yuan per month for personal expenses, and sometimes he even scavenged cigarette butts. He felt his entire life had been nothing but a failure. Each day, he drowned himself in stories of rebirth in the 1980s, constantly wishing he could return to being 20. If he were given another chance, his life would undoubtedly be more extraordinary than anything in those novels. That night, he still had no desire to go home. He figured Elder Chun must have returned to Shanghai. He simply wanted to drink with Chun Shu to drown his sorrows. In Shanghai, he knew very few people, and Chun Shu was the only one he could truly open up to. The real issue was that he wanted to meet others, yet these native Shanghainese wouldn't give a second glance to an outsider like him. Only Elder Chun, who had prospered and still took him for foot massages, proved to be a true friend. No matter what, he was going to have a drink with Elder Chun tonight. When Chun Shu received the call, he chuckled and said, "Skip the red envelope, old Lu. I happen to have some fine wine I cannot finish here. I'll send you a location pin on your phone. Come quickly." At the mention of good wine, old Lu perked up. Drinking and smoking were his only remaining vices. Just a couple of days ago, the doctor had warned him to cut back on alcohol since his liver was not in the best condition. But he was already 60. This was his only pleasure in life. If he did not indulge now, what difference would it make compared to being dead? That's quite embarrassing, Elder Chun, to be drinking your wine again. While Lud Saibwa spoke, he did not hesitate, mounting the old bicycle he had purchased for 80 yuan from a scrapyard. Chun Shu said, "We are brothers who have shared the same cigarette, but why make such a fuss about it?" Lud Saibwa chuckled and pedaled toward the location Chun Shu had sent. It was not far. 10 minutes was all it took. Old Lu had been skilled on his bicycle back in his youth. Plus, with traffic police barely around at midnight, he rode, carelessly disregarding the rules. Sometimes he genuinely thought, if he were hit and killed, they would have to compensate him after all. But when he arrived, old Lu was completely bewildered. Where had he been brought? A bar with incomprehensible English letters. The flashing lights and colorful spectacle left his 60-year-old eyes struggling to adjust. He called Chun Shu again. "Elder Chun, you're at a bar. They won't let me in." Lud Saibwa was thoroughly lost. Elder Chun had gotten into increasingly wild pastimes. Was this bar meant for people their age? No, this was where his grandchildren would go. Chun Shu immediately waved his hand. Gao Bingbing, who was standing at the entrance of the VIP booth, promptly jogged over. "Mr. Chun, is there anything you need?" Chun Shu said, "A friend of mine at the entrance was stopped by your staff. Let him in." Gao Bingbing cursed under her breath, wondering why she was constantly being put in difficult situations. This was a customer spending 18800 tonight. You're not even letting his friend in. "All right, Uncle Chun, I'll check on it right away." Seeing that Chun Shu showed no displeasure, Gao Bingbing felt relieved. Yet Chun Shu was not particularly surprised. He knew what old Lu looked like, hardened by a lifetime of toil, his hair completely white. If he were the bar staff, he would not let an elderly man with white hair in either. All she could say was that they were professional about it. Gao Bingbing came to the entrance and was taken aback. A man in a security uniform leaning on an old bicycle. "Excuse me, are you a friend of Mr. Chun?" Gao Bingbing approached to ask. Lud Saibwa, unable to meet the gaze of the young attractive woman, looked down and replied, "Yes, is my Elder Chun here?" Gao Bingbing immediately had the doorman take old Lu's bicycle and guided him into the bar. Old Lu felt somewhat embarrassed by the attention. This young girl was only a few years older than his granddaughter. Once inside the bar, the sight of so many young bodies moving made his eyes struggle to take it all in, but he began to feel somewhat settled. Otherwise, with his white hair and worn security uniform, he clearly stood out against the atmosphere here. Seeing old Lu approach so timidly, Chun Shu seemed to recognize someone from his own past. Hadn't he once been just like old Lu? Careful in every situation, afraid of revealing his inadequacies, terrified of offending others. But living life constantly cowering. Could he truly say it was worthy of all he had endured? And sometimes, even if you played it safe, what difference did it make? People would exploit you whenever they felt like it regardless. So it was better to embrace everything fully and savor life as an experience. Old Lou was more like a reflection of Chen Shu himself. Elder Chen, what's going on here? Why are you at a bar? Old Lou asked in surprise. Chen Shu smiled and replied, why can't I come to a bar? This place doesn't seem suited for people our age, Old Lou observed. Chen Shu raised his voice. Old Lou, what matters most in life? It is experience. Experiencing things you have never done, things you were too afraid to try. Old Lou seemed to grasp the meaning. Chen Shu fell silent and poured a glass of Hennessy Richard into Old Lou's cup. Come on, brother, let's drink. Old Lou took a sip and immediately frowned. This bar wine tastes like water. It's not even as good as Erguo 2. Do fools really buy this to drink? Chen Shu responded. Just drink, stop talking. The women nearby giggled to themselves. Uncle Lou was really funny, quite amusing. The wine tasted merely average, and since this was a bar, there were no grilled kidney or lamb skewers to accompany the drink, which made Chen Shu and Old Lou somewhat out of their element. Old Lou said, I heard there's an entrance fee for this bar. What's there to see for the price? The songs are dull and the volume is too loud. There truly was a vast generation gap between people in their 60s and the younger crowd. The energetic music that delighted young ears sounded no different from noise to those with a 60-year-old mindset. Chen Shu listened and felt Old Lou was right. He had been sitting there for 2 hours playing games with 3 women and watching the women by the pillars twist and turn for another 2 hours. Something felt off. With Old Lou's words, Chen Shu finally realized the bar music was indeed somewhat grating. His level of appreciation simply could not embrace it. At their young dance halls, disco music was played, almost always very soothing. How could this compare where everyone seemed to be jumping wildly with all their might? No rhythm at all, just like the current social shake dances. Younger people found it entertaining. To older eyes, it looked like a scene of demons dancing chaotically. Trends of the era were truly carved into one's bones. Chen Shu thought about it, and since he was already here, he would try not to leave any regrets. The wine lacked flavor, the music betrayed him. Would this one take of his euro be wasted? At 60, his life was paved with regrets. This time he truly did not want to harbor regrets. When unhappy things arose, they should be settled on the spot. Chen Shu waved and called over Gao Bingbing. Sister Bingbing, could you ask that person spinning records up there to change the song? Gao Bingbing smiled. Uncle Chun, that's not someone spinning records casually. He's a professionally hired DJ with a high salary. He has his own professional ethics and standards, so he won't change the song. Chen Shu frowned, looking up at the DJ wearing headphones and a mask, showing off on the stage with his head bobbing. What professional ethics? Isn't it just putting on airs? Spinning records, anyone can do that. They have no idea what they're pretending for. Not changing the song. It simply means the money hasn't been enough. Chen Shu decided to indulge himself for the sake of his ears and said, don't you have something called Louis XVI here? Xiaowaning chuckled. Uncle, that's Louis XIII. Louis XVI was the one beheaded. Louis XIII is the liquor. Chen Shu nodded. Write that, Louis XIII. If he changes the song according to my request, I'll have 2 bottles of Louis XIII. The bar was filled with twisting young bodies, bare and fair-skinned, stirring a restlessness in Chen Shu, a small urge rising. Gao Bingbing's face lit up with surprise. 1 bottle of Louis XIII retailed for 2,000. 2 bottles meant 4,000. That would make Booth no. Won the sales champion of the day. A commission of nearly 10,000. Far more profitable than going out with clients. Wine sales were indeed more satisfying. Gao Bingbing put on a hesitant expression and said, I'll go ask and coordinate. Old Lou watched Gao Bingbing leave and said, Brother Chen, this girl seems troubled. How about we let it go? It is a bit chaotic, but there are plenty of attractive women here. I can endure it. Chen Shu smiled. Old Lou, you can't be too kind-hearted. There's nothing money can't solve. Don't be fooled by her apparent reluctance. Deep down, she's probably overjoyed. She's just performing for the occasion. As a straightforward old man, Old Lou naturally could not read between the lines. But Chen Shu understood. In these days since becoming wealthy, he had seen far too many people playing double games, all chasing after his money. Take the company he opened in Nanshan County. So many outsiders wanted to arrange their children inside. If Chen Shu hadn't handed decision-making power to Kong Fong, the company might have descended into chaos. If you refused them, these people would turn hostile immediately. Fortunately, Chen Shu did not care at all. With money, there was no need to fear anyone turning against you. That was true confidence. As for Gao Bingbing, she did not need to persuade the DJ, who usually carried his nose so high. This DJ was somewhat well known in the industry. He even had a short video account, and several fangirls stood below the stage. But Gao Bingbing looked down on this person. Isn't it just playing tracks? Believe it or not, even if I played QQ music up there, the crowd would still dance wildly. Does he really think he's indispensable? All this wine sales revenue. Wasn't it me selling it to support him? But Gao Bingbing kept silent. She went straight to the bar manager and said, Manager, I have a client who wants the DJ to change the song. They're willing to spend on 2 bottles of Louis XIII. If they refuse, they'll leave and never come back. Handle it however you see fit. The manager was stunned. Louis XIII was usually opened only once every 10 days to half a month. After all, not that many wealthy people were around. With the economy in a downturn these days, those rich guys who spent millions in a single night no longer frequented the place. Sales of Louis XIII relied entirely on such wealthy patrons. The last bottle had been opened half a month ago. The manager replied immediately, "No problem, dear. Leave this to me. Have your client send the song request to the sales group. If that smug DJ refuses to play it, I'll go up and play it myself." Only then did Gao Bingbing return to the booth with satisfaction. Seeing her come back, Chen Shu knew everything was handled. Money, truly a wonderful thing. It could make anyone set aside their pride. If they couldn't let it go, just offer more money. Uncle Chen, no problem at all. You can now choose a song. What would you like to hear? Gao Bingbing asked. Chen Shu thought for a moment. Start with I Have Nothing. Chu Hong Xia wanting Kong Fong and Kong Shui were all stunned. Well, he wanted to sing about having nothing indeed. Old Lu also chimed in, and then play Lust Plateau. A moment later the DJ reluctantly announced, "Congratulations to Booth No. 1 Uncle Chen for purchasing 2 bottles of Louis XIII. Next up it's Uncle Chen's gift to everyone, a special playlist." After announcing, the same team of bunny girls pushed a small cart to Booth No. 1 holding glowing signs full of ceremony, bringing the 2 bottles of wine. Supposedly Louis XIII was top-tier cognac, but Chen Shu had never tasted it, and naturally had no idea of its flavor. Gao Bingbing asked, "Uncle Chen, shall we open it?" Chen Shu replied, "Open it." Today was mainly about proper relaxation. He had to drink to his heart's content. Chen Shu could also see that old Lu seemed somewhat off, and he had to reignite his passion for life. Soon Chen Shu saw old Lu's face turn as red as a monkey's bottom. Glancing over the bunny girl outfits had ignited old Lu's excitement. The fact that a 60-year-old man could be so stirred by the bunny girls proved their attire was truly impressive. Of course, it also depended on the fact that old Lu had rarely enjoyed such pleasures. At most, he had sneakily held hands with a massage therapist and felt his life was worthwhile. But the smile on old Lu's face showed he was truly happy. So listening to I Have Nothing, Chen Shu happily sang along with his old friend, savoring the 2 bottle wine. "I want to pursue you, but you always laugh at me having nothing." The young crowd throughout the entire bar was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of song was that? I've never heard it before. What song is this? This damn privilege. Why did they change the track? How am I supposed to dance now? Nothing at all. I seem to recall Wang Shoufu singing that. Quite intriguing. That old geezer has 3 young women surrounding him, popped open 2 bottles of Louis XIII, and yet orders nothing at all. Comparing people really drives one mad. I suppose I can't match the older generation's taste in music. Fortunately, the DJ had some skill. He added drum beats between tracks, transforming it into a slow groove that at least maintained a faint dancing atmosphere. The feeling was rather pleasant. Chen Shu sat in the private booth, savoring top-shelf cognac alongside the others. Listening to an 80s hit, Chen Shu also found himself getting into it, discerning layers of flavor between his lips. This bottle of liquor worth 20,000, actually quite decent. Of course, in this particular setting, the taste meant something entirely different. At that moment, the 20,000 bottle was only worth 1,000, the remaining 19,000 was purely for show. The 3 women also slowly savored the 20,000 bottle of wine, though inwardly, they thought it didn't taste particularly exceptional. Xiao Wanning felt somewhat disappointed inside. It doesn't even compare to 3 yuan lemon water. Chu Hong nodded in agreement. Kong Fong smiled faintly and set down her glass. Both Xiao Wanting and Chu Hong could hold their liquor. They simply hadn't drunk too much tonight. Chen Shu and old Lu, on the other hand, had been truly enjoying themselves. Ding. Host has indulged in premium liquor at the bar and enjoyed youth-era music. Reward 1 bottle of youth potion. Reward 2 million yuan. Through his dazed state, Chen Shu also caught the sound of the system's reward announcement. He was now in a 40-year-old body. The vitality was naturally greater than a 60-year-old body, but a 40-year-old man sometimes lacked the strength to match his desire. After all, by 40 physical functions begin their decline. At first Chen Shu felt quite good, but humans are rarely content. It was now midnight, and Chen Shu already felt drowsy. The alcohol had also created a pressing urge to use the restroom. This 40-year-old body wasn't up to the task after all. Chen Shu immediately used the youth potion. Instantly, he felt more alert. Compared to old Lu, who was plastered, his stamina was perfectly fine. He just couldn't drive. He had to call a designated driver and drove old Lu home. As for old Lu's old bicycle, Gao Bingbing would keep it. It wasn't worth much anyway. Chen Shu had been to old Lu's home before. He had the driver drop them at the apartment complex, helped old Lu upstairs, and carried the unfinished bottles of Louis XIII and Armand de Brignac, ace of spades, up the elevator to the 22nd floor. After knocking, an elderly woman in her 60s opened the door. Seeing old Lu reeking of alcohol, she wore an expression of sheer disgust. "Where the hell have you been this time?" Chen Shu stepped forward. "Sister-in-law, I had business to attend to today and persuaded old Lu to have a few drinks with me. Please bear with it." Old Lu's wife forced a smile onto her face. "Brother Chen, sure thing. I should have gone drinking with you if I'd known. I'd feel much more at ease. I heard you're making money trading stocks. Could you help my 3 sons? I'm not asking for fortunes. 50,000 a month would do." Chen Shu chuckled inwardly. Making 10,000 a month trading stocks was already lucky enough, being favored by heaven itself. 3 sons, each making 10,000 a month. What are you trying to take off? But to save face for old Lu, Chen Shu offered a perfunctory reply. "Let's talk about it when the time is right." Old Lu's wife, nearing 60 herself, understood exactly what empty courtesy sounded like. Her expression instantly darkened. She grabbed old Lu and dragged him inside, then slammed the door with a bang. Such was reality. Qinshu could only laugh helplessly. From behind the entryway door came the complaints of old Lu's family. Drink, drink, drink. What's the point of chugging that swill? Those 2 bottles of wine would be worth a fortune if sold. Mom, that's premium bar liquor. Each bottle costs tens of thousands. That expensive. Put the bottles on the cabinet, right where guests can see them as soon as they walk in. And your father, since he has such wealthy friends, why doesn't he squeeze some money out of them? The richer people get, the cheaper they become. Qinshu smiled bitterly. This was an ordinary family. He had considered helping old Lu before. But as soon as money arrived, it wouldn't last a second in old Lu's hands. Old Lu was his brother. But what connection did he have with old Lu's wife and sons? The next day, after waking up, Qinshu's head throbbed slightly. This foreign liquor isn't all that great either. Muttering to himself, he got up to find water and noticed not Xu Hong, but Xia Wanting sleeping beside him. At that moment, Xia Wanting also stirred awake. Why are you here? Qinshu asked curiously. Xia Wanting replied, I have nowhere else to go. Confucius's younger brother has no place to stay, and Confucius won't even pay for his own brother's hotel. He's squatting in our rental, so I followed you here. Hee Uncle Qin, you're not going to cast me aside already, are you? Qinshu pinched her porcelain cheek. How could I? I'm free today. I'll take you to pick up a car. What kind of car do you want? Since Xia Wanting had provided ample emotional value, he naturally felt no hesitation in being generous. Xia Wanting's eyes lit up with delight. Really? I want a BMW. Back in my hometown, anyone driving a BMW is wealthy. I want to be wealthy too. Qinshu nodded. No problem. After I work out, we'll go. Xia Wanting gasped. You work out? Last night, I couldn't even keep up. I almost called on Sister Chu for help. Last night. Qinshu thought for a moment and realized he'd forgotten. So close, wasn't it? A pity, truly a pity. Last night, fueled by alcohol and the peak energy burst from the youth potion, he might have been a bit too vigorous. Qinshu reminded her, next time don't fall short. Make sure you succeed. Xia Wanting froze for a moment before catching on. You're terrible, uncle. One isn't enough for you. Qinshu laughed heartily. Xia Wanting suddenly exclaimed, wait, uncle, you barely have any white hairs left. You look much younger. Qinshu glanced at the mirror. Indeed, at 35 his hair showed no sign of graying. Only slight nasolabial folds marred his face. The difference between 35 and 40 might seem like only 5 years, but the physical transformation was striking. Qinshu decided that after his workout, he'd dye his hair silver gray. That way familiar faces wouldn't be too shocked. After all, his changes over these past months had been terrifying. Growing progressively younger. Was he even human anymore? Xia Wanting remarked. Uncle Chun, if you endorsed cosmetics, the ad would absolutely blow up. 60 looking like 30, handsome and charming. Qinshu smiled warmly. He believed Xia Wanting wasn't lying. Though she loved money, she was straightforward. Not manipulative, not hypocritical. That was precisely why Qinshu liked her. Struck by inspiration, Qinshu immediately switched into workout mode right there. What a thoroughly satisfying workout. This fresh, 35-year-old body was still brimming with vitality. Later, Qinshu went to the barbershop beside the entrance and asked Tony to dye his hair a silver gray shade reminiscent of Chef Xia's signature color. At 35, his body was youthful with a full head of black hair, and he wasn't even losing any strands. The contrast with his previous self was so stark that even Qinshu found it terrifying. He needed to counterbalance his overly youthful appearance in some other way. The only solution was to dye his hair gray and white. When he entered the barber shop, the barber was puzzled. Qinshu looked quite young, so why did he insist on dyeing his hair gray and white? It might look handsome, but it made him appear noticeably older. But Qinshu cared least about age these days. Having once lived to 60, he naturally didn't mind being mistaken for someone in his 40s or 50s. This was also the first time Qinshu had ever dyed his hair. After seeing the result, he thought he looked quite dashing. There was a hint of that Chef Xia charm about him now. After all, Qinshu had been a refined and handsome man in his youth. With his excellent physique now and the added aura, he really didn't fall short of celebrities. Ding. Host's first hair dyeing, boldly changed appearance, reward, perfect posture. What was this? Qinshu looked at the mirror. His appearance hadn't changed much, but he seemed even more upright. His aura was more pronounced than before. Previously, even with 5 years of fitness experience, the benefit to his posture had not been significant. Although his whole body was covered with muscular definition, without postural training, he didn't appear particularly confident and upright. What Qinshu most envied were those male celebrities on screen. King Lao, Chef Xia, each walking with more grace than the last. Celebrities' walking postures, and even their every movement from facial expressions to eating and drinking were all refined through postural training to present the most flawless image on screen. Qinshu didn't expect to match television stars, but he still hoped to possess excellent posture. After all, a 60-year-old body tended to become quite hunched. Those who haven't aged cannot fully comprehend this. Sometimes when you feel others seem taller, it's not because they've grown, but because you've shrunk and become more stooped. Added to that, having spent years at the bottom of society, he found himself instinctively bowing when looking at others. Over time, this made him appear lacking in bearing, deficient in confidence, and looked down upon by others. Now with the perfect posture granted to him, Chen Shu no longer had this worry. Financial wealth provided the foundation. This perfect posture was something that could be seen directly. Combined with his silver gray hair and the charm potion he had used earlier, Chen Shu was already being asked for WeChat by several wealthy women with permed hair while still at the barbershop. One overweight woman of 300 Jin even offered to support Chen Shu with 100,000 a month. Chen Shu smiled. He never imagined he'd one day be kept by a woman. Of course he firmly refused. The thing he despised most was exactly this kind of keeping arrangement. After returning home, Xia Wanning had already finished her makeup. Seeing Chen Shu with his completely transformed appearance, she was also stunned. "Uncle, your new hairstyle makes you so handsome. You look like a different person." Xia Wanting eagerly threw her arms around him. Chen Shu was originally 1.78 meters tall, but with his changed posture he now appeared to be a full 1.80 meters, every movement radiating charm. Xia Wanting admitted that initially she followed Chen Shu simply because she didn't want to work hard and wanted to earn easy money. She grew up in an environment that favored ease over diligence, deeply influenced by it, which shaped her worldview. But now as she gradually got to know Uncle Chen Shu, she increasingly realized this man was far from just another wealthy gentleman. He had stories, depth, and good looks. Aside from being a bit roguish, he had no real flaws. But then again, that was a man for you. Xia Wanning was growing more fond of this considerate uncle by the day. Chen Shu peeled Xia Wanning off him like a koala and said, "Let's go, I'll help you pick up your car." Yage, Chen Shu had nothing urgent to do today. It seemed he never had much to do each day. He pulled Xia Wanning toward the BMW sales center. Unlike the other two women, Chu Hong preferred Mercedes-Benz, Kong Fong's taste lay in Porsche. Xia Wanting favored BMW. This reflected the different preferences and pursuits of these three women. A woman driving a BMW might provoke more suspicion about her status from others. But Xia Wanting didn't care. Upon arriving at the sales center, she immediately fell in love with the Mini Cooper. "Uncle, I love this one. It can fit all my luggage and someday I can drive it everywhere for travel." Besides loving money and food, Xia Wanning's greatest passion was traveling. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a tour guide. As a tour guide, she catered to others' travel needs. How could she not dream of traveling freely on her own terms, without any constraints? But without money and a car, how could she manage it? The money she earned as a tour guide went half to rent and half to snacks and takeout. What was left went to video and music subscriptions plus some cosmetics, and soon she was broke again, owing on Huabei. Before meeting Chen Shu, she was a typical Moonlight Clan member who had to borrow money from Kong Fong. Now things were different. Chen Shu gave her over 100,000 a month, allowing her to consider her own travel plans. Chen Shu glanced at the price, under 300,000 cheaper than Xu Hong's car. Buy it. The female salesperson was experienced and could tell at a glance the nature of their relationship. Seemingly normal, yet somehow not. It was clearly not an ordinary couple's relationship. But the man was genuinely wealthy, spending nearly 300,000 on a Mini for his girlfriend without batting an eye. The woman was petite and adorable, charming in every way. The female salesperson warmly attended to these two wealthy customers. Xia Wanning had enjoyed the envious glances from everyone at the bar last night, though that felt somewhat unreal. But now basking in the saleswoman's admiring gaze, this moment felt truly tangible. This brought Xia Wanting secret delight. She was enjoying it for once. Her luck was also good. The license plate turned out to be 6,688, which even made Chen Shu slightly envious of her fortune. Indeed, women who love to laugh tend to have good luck. After picking up the car, Xia Wanting drove off, saying she wanted to show off to Kong Fong and get familiar with the vehicle. Chen Shu didn't stop her. Xia Wanning's desires were simple and easily satisfied. In these times, only contented women find happiness. Women who are never satisfied often bring suffering upon themselves. As soon as she got in the car, a call came from the bank. "Mr. Chen, this is Lin Keki from ICBC. Your deposit with us qualifies as an ultra-large amount. You can now upgrade to private banking services at our branch. When would be convenient for you to come in? I'll personally introduce you to the benefits." Actually, ever since his bank account balance reached 100 million, the manager of the Huqing branch had been alerted. Although Huqing was full of wealthy people, having available daily transactions exceeding 100 million was still rare. A single branch might only have a few such clients. Each one was a major financial power. To prevent their money from flowing to other banks, and hoping to earn some handling fees from them, the branch frequently called to introduce their services. Chen Shu thought about it. There would likely be more places to spend money in the future, and he needed to lift the limits on his bank cards. So he replied, "All right, I'll come over now." My goodness, I've finally managed to get this old man to come in. Inside the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Huangpu sub-branch in Shanghai, 25-year-old Lin Keki breathed a profound sigh of relief. She had been calling this 60-year-old client repeatedly for quite some time, and today, she had finally succeeded. After all, banking business wasn't what it used to be. With interest rates plummeting across the board, if the bank wanted to turn a profit, they needed to sell more financial products to these wealthy clients with substantial deposits. Chen Shu's account, valued at 60 years of age, had initially been nothing more than an ordinary billionaire account among countless others. At the bank, practically every month, there would be a salary deposit of around 2,000 yuan or so, along with a pension payment. But the moment these funds arrived, they would be immediately transferred out. However, something had changed for this account holder. Starting from last month, continuous transfers had been flowing into the account from abroad, ranging from at least several hundred thousand to as much as 100 million yuan each time. The balance kept climbing, leaving her breathless with each glance. She understood that the interest alone would be sufficient to sustain a person in extravagant comfort for an entire lifetime. It was simply a pity that this man had already turned 60. I do hope this old geezer will purchase some financial products from me. Lin Keki mused at her workstation, chin resting in her palm as she fantasized. Just then her phone rang. It was the number of that 60-year-old geezer. Mr. Chin, you've arrived? I'll come get you. Should I arrange a queue number for you? You're a diamond tier client of our branch. No need to queue like everyone else. Please wait just a moment, I'll be right there. Lin Keki was also puzzled. Why would such a wealthy man even consider queuing? A financial tycoon with 450 million yuan deposited here. Could he possibly be compared with those who only have tens of thousands or 100,000? If he queued like ordinary people, the branch manager would have my head. Lin Keki hurried downstairs, glanced around, and felt a wave of confusion. There was no old man here at all. She dialed the number and saw a young man with silver gray hair answer his phone. Lin Keki approached this person. Mr. Chun, that's me. And you must be Miss Lin. Lin Keki was utterly astonished. This was the 60-year-old geezer. How could he look so young? This was someone collecting a pension. Lin Keki had good reason to suspect that perhaps the original Mr. Chin hadn't come at all, that this was his son. Having recently developed a fondness for crime dramas, her mind was already conjuring up countless scenarios. For safety's sake, Lin Keki still asked, Sir, do you have your ID and bank card with you? We'll also need to verify your face. Chen Shu found it rather troublesome, but being an ordinary person facing a bank, he had no confidence in himself. Whatever they said, he simply agreed. After all, it was standard procedure. Following Lin Keki upstairs to the VIP area, this was Chen Shu's first time ever ascending to the second floor of this branch. Every previous visit to this branch for banking matters had been spent waiting in the lobby, sometimes for half a day. If it happened to be noon when his number came up and the staff went on lunch break, the entire morning's queue number would become void, and he'd have to return early in the afternoon to queue again. Such was the life of ordinary people. Each time he had watched those wealthy individuals being attended to by dedicated relationship managers, gliding gracefully up to the second floor, departing satisfied within minutes, leaving him filled with envy. Today he too had finally experienced this sensation of receiving special treatment. That's how people are. When they can't enjoy something themselves, they curse it in their hearts. But the moment they obtain it, they realize how damn satisfying it is. The rich should indulge to their heart's content. People change. Upon reaching the second floor, the atmosphere was strikingly different from the noisy lobby downstairs. The staff, who had always seemed so high and mighty in the lobby, now spoke to Chen Shu with the utmost caution, whispering among themselves. VIP room 6. Lin Keki took Chen Shu's ID and bank card, completing the facial recognition verification. The truth was irrefutable. This person truly was Chen Shu himself. The young Lin Keki finally understood why so many people despised privilege. This damned class system. It had completely dehumanized people. A person with 450 million yuan in deposits was collecting an employee's pension. Was that right? Lin Keki now harbored an intense disgust for these bourgeois elites. Her expression instantly turned cold. She was simply too young, only 25, fresh out of graduate school, having never been tempered by society's harsh realities. She didn't realize how many people dreamed of becoming such elites. Moreover, she had misunderstood completely. Chen Shu's pension contributions had started from the day he began working at the newspaper office at age 20, nothing like a rat gnawing at the national treasury. Not a single cent had been underpaid. He had earned every bit of this, and enjoying it was only natural. Chen Shu was oblivious to all this, and clearly sensed something was off with the young lady before him. Hadn't she been so enthusiastic just moments ago? Why had she suddenly turned cold and petulant? Chen Shu certainly wouldn't bother arguing with her. Young women are just like this, sunny one moment, overcast the next. Please remove the daily limit on my bank card, Chen Shu stated. Lin Keki nodded woodenly. Very well, sir. However, I should kindly remind you, if the limit is removed, you become highly vulnerable to scams. Please do exercise caution. Her tone was formal, yet strangely distant, like a soulless recitation machine. Chen Shu thought to himself, what was with this girl? How could she change her demeanor so rapidly? Was my 450 million in deposits fake? Just at that moment, as if by coincidence, the branch manager happened to be passing by the entrance. Catching sight of Lin Keki's expressionless features, he immediately flew into a rage. He strode over and took a glance, initially thinking it was some troublesome customer. Good heavens, a major client with 450 million in deposits, and she was treating them with such indifference. Not a shred of the enthusiasm they deserved. Even if such customers caused trouble, they still had to be attended to with the utmost care. What was wrong with the customer asking for something? Sir, please wait a moment. The manager addressed Chen Shu. Chen Shu nodded. All right. He had no idea what the man with the branch manager nameplate wanted. Perhaps there was urgent business to attend to. 60 years of life experience had not yet accustomed him to making demands of a bank. However, he would soon understand the reason. The partition walls were hardly soundproof after all. Lin Keki, what's wrong with you? This is our most precious client, and this is the attitude you show them. What did I say in this morning's meeting? Treat every customer like family. What was that expression on your face just now? Don't you know how to smile? I initially brought you on because you graduated with a master's degree without any grassroots service experience. If you continue being this careless with customers tomorrow, you'll be sent downstairs for some serious training. The branch manager's voice trembled with fury. After all, if this poor service attitude enraged the client, and they moved their $450 million elsewhere, it would be more than enough trouble for them. Chen Shu found it quite amusing realizing that was the reason. Watching the previously expressionless young girl being scolded into submission like an ostrich with its head buried. There's something deliciously satisfying about that. Such was the power of $450 million. If it had been 45,000 instead, no one would have been this angry. Lin Keki murmured, but he's collecting an employee's pension. The manager, you're quite the righteous one, aren't you? What does that have to do with your job? Your job is to manage your clients' funds properly, provide them with private banking level service, and help them with sincere financial planning. What business is it of yours what kind of money your clients receive? Chen Shu suddenly understood. So this girl had gotten the wrong idea. She had taken him for some kind of evil capitalist, a parasite with billions in assets still gorging on the nation's pension funds. Is this what they call a young person who refuses to bow to money? Pretty bold. Chen Shu felt a sense of admiration. These young people freshly entering society really were fearless. Lin Keki was severely reprimanded by the bank manager. This would be her most important lesson in society, how to serve the wealthy. Despite every fiber of her being screaming in protest, Lin Keki could only return to her desk with a smile more hideous than tears facing the capitalist villain Chen Shu. She needed this job. After graduating with a master's degree, she had been unemployed for over half a year, unable to find work at all. Although she was the campus belle of Hu University with a master's degree, in the current environment, even a master's degree couldn't guarantee a living. The civil service exam was a single plank bridge for millions. Even getting into the banking system had taken her half a year of hardship. It was already a dream job envied by countless people. She couldn't afford to lose it. If she lost this job, she wouldn't even be able to pay this month's rent. She had finally stopped being a burden on her family, and with a monthly salary of $6,000 to $7,000, she could help ease their financial pressure. She had no choice but to swallow her pride. Chen Shu looked at this young woman beaten down by society and thought of his younger self. Back when he first joined the newspaper, he was also young and reckless, upright and unyielding, wanting to report on the dark side of society, but he encountered repeated setbacks. There were always forces that prevented people from doing righteous deeds. In those days, for reporting on the unfinished building project, Chen Shu was suspended without pay for half a year. In the end, he compromised. If he had, his family would have had nothing to eat, and he couldn't even afford Chen Wen's tuition. He had to bow his head. Society is always eager to teach lessons that teachers never cover in class. Chen Shu said, "Young lady, I still prefer the look of defiance you had earlier." Lin Keki shot a quick glare at Chen Shu, snorted, then instantly transformed into a beaming smile. "Sir, your limit has been lifted. Additionally, as a premium diamond client of our bank, I recommend you consider some wealth management products. I have some recommendations here." Chen Shu laughed. "Go ahead and introduce them, but I won't buy any." Lin Keki's eyes glistened with tears. Being scolded by the bank manager and now being teased by this 60-year-old sinister old man. Was this life? She had thought that landing a coveted job in the bank would bring her a happy life. But reality was far from that. Oh, Lin Keki felt immense grievance, yet she could only put on a hypocritical face and introduce their wealth management products to Chen Shu. There was no choice. There were surveillance cameras above. The bank manager was surely watching. If she didn't perform well and got demoted to a frontline service post, not only would she have tons of work and be exhausted, but the salary would be so low she might not even afford rent. Society was polishing this rough-edged stone. Ding. Host selflessly helps a young person gain life experience playing the game of life. Reward, 100 yuan. Chen Shu's face lit up with joy. There was a reward for this. Although the reward was a bit small, it was really fun. 100,000 yuan could at least buy a nice watch. Lin Keki saw the sinister smile on Chen Shu's face and felt even more aggrieved. After making Lin Keki talk for 5 minutes until her lips were dry, Chen Shu felt it was enough. He would take this as a lesson for the young woman today. In the future, when encountering wealthy people, even if she felt unhappy inside, she had to hold it in and not vent, otherwise she would lose her job. As for these wealth management products, he really wasn't interested. After all, as long as he played the game of life leisurely, he could earn money. Wealth management was too slow. But as he listened to the end, he heard about an investment project. The property management rights of Xinqing International Community and Longtai Community. As of yesterday, the headquarters has opened up the sale authorization. Investment index, 2 stars. Yield index, 3 stars. Chen Shu said, "Stop." Lin Keki looked up at him. Chen Shu said, "Tell me about these 2 communities." Lin Keki felt that this young old man was deliberately making trouble. The property was only worth about 10 million. With assets of 450 million, why would you buy this troublesome and thankless asset package? This old man just came to mess with me. Damn it. Lin Keki gritted her teeth and explained, "The property management of these 2 communities has significant conflicts of interest with the owners. The property fee collection rate is low, the owners are uncooperative, and profits are low. That's why the investment index is only 2 stars. We do not recommend investing in this. We suggest you consider our bank's industrial asset packages such as equity in Changjiang Industrial. In fact, she didn't want Chen Shu to acquire it either, because her rental apartment was in Longtai community. If this sinister old man became their property management boss, he would surely be even more irresponsible. But against all odds, Chen Shu was very interested. I don't plan to make money, I'm buying it for fun. How much is the equity? Lin Keki thought to herself, this old man must be showing off his wealth. He wouldn't buy it at all. But Lin Keki couldn't voice her thoughts. The two properties are bundled together for a total of 15 million. Chen Shu nodded. When he worked at Xinqing International Garden, he knew how much the property fees were. With nearly 100 occupancy, if the fees were collected, 3 million a year would be no problem. The key point was that the property management service was really poor. Because the property management was a subsidiary company of a group, the manager Kong Fong didn't have the final say. The fees and activities were decided by the higher-ups, and Kong Fong just executed them. Kong Fong was helpless. So she could only say that some owners didn't pay the fees. She couldn't resort to cutting off their water, electricity, or gas. Thus the profits were not high. If they were more aggressive and cut off water and electricity for those who didn't pay, the residents of Xinqing International Garden were all ordinary office workers in Huqing. How could they fight against a large group? But Kong Fong naturally wouldn't use such methods. So this situation was not surprising. For 2 communities at 15 million, Chen Shu considered it and decided it was still feasible. He didn't plan to do it himself, but he could hand it over to Kong Fong. With Kong Fong's ability, managing the property management of 2 communities would be no problem. This girl had said she would only go home after earning 100 million. She was already 30, as she couldn't stay away from home forever, could she? Since Kong Fong had taken care of him before, why couldn't he do something within his ability? Of course he wasn't after her body. Listening to Lin Keki's introduction, Chen Shu felt this matter had potential. This private banking service really had something to offer. As for other stock matters, he didn't understand them and didn't know if there were pitfalls, but this property management could truly preserve capital and generate profit. Even if the current real estate market was bad, so what? The bad market in other cities had nothing to do with Huqing. The prices of second-hand villas and luxurious large flats remained very strong. So this property could be acquired. Chen Shu made up his mind. I want the equity of these 2 properties. Lin Keki paused. Are you truly interested? After all, the equity in these 2 companies hardly held significant value. It was essentially nothing more than the property management company's right to occupy the premises. The developer had entered into a contract with this property group when the residential community was built, and the homeowners could not force them out since their purchase agreements explicitly stated acceptance of the developer-chosen property management. This was a trap orchestrated by the developer and the property management in collusion. If the owners tried to drive the property management away, there would be endless wrangling. First, pay up all the outstanding property fees. If we don't pay, then we won't leave. And if you don't leave, then we certainly won't pay. As a result, the property management of both residential communities existed in a half-dead state. Otherwise, they would never have hired an old fellow like Chen Shu to work as a security guard. Because if you paid, he would simply do the work. Such compliant workers could hardly be found nowadays except among college students. But even college students possessed some legal knowledge and understood the need to sign labor contracts. Young workers today were far too sharp, arming themselves with legal knowledge. It was still the ignorant old-timers who were most useful. Even those who understood everything yet swallowed their pride out of necessity for survival. All the cleaners and security guards were elderly men and women. How could such a team perform their duties well? Homeowners naturally refused to pay property fees, creating a vicious cycle. It was therefore no surprise that these 2 property management companies were being sold off together. After all, nearly every industry was struggling nowadays, and every major corporation was cutting costs and divesting non-performing assets. Yet these problematic assets still held some value for Chen Shu. At the very least, they could provide Kong Fong with an opportunity to build something from scratch. Chen Shu said, that's correct. I'll take them. Lin Keki hesitated before speaking. Allow me to remind you, sir. If you lack understanding of the property management industry, accepting these shares rashly would be like winning a judicial auction property you could never actually move into. Chen Shu smiled and replied, I am the security guard of this very residential community. How could I not understand the property management industry? Lin Keki did not believe him in the slightest. A billionaire going to work as a security guard? Was he trying to fool anyone, old fellow? Did he really think she was an easily duped college student? Seeing her persuasion fall on deaf ears, Lin Keki kept her mouth shut. After all, the losses would not be hers. Perhaps this person simply had excess wealth. In fact, Chen Shu had 450 million yuan sitting in his account. Purchasing 2 property management companies for 15 million. Even if the investment failed entirely, what did it matter? Lin Keki sighed inwardly. It was people like him who had driven housing prices skyward, making it impossible for her and her boyfriend to afford a home and marry. Chen Shu had not expected such an unexpected windfall today. Lin Keki produced a stack of documents for him to sign, bearing the official seal of Longhua Property Group, authorizing the bank to sell the company's assets. Chen Shu was gaining new perspectives today. Purchasing two companies did not even require leaving the bank. Officials from the Industry and Commerce Department came up to register and update the company information. Since the officials were already present, Chen Shu took the opportunity to update the property management names directly. Both residential communities' property management companies were renamed Dashu Property. Naming was not his forte, so he simply chose a name matching a company from his hometown. Since the process was rather cumbersome, Chen Shu was still waiting at noon. Upon seeing this, the bank manager immediately directed Lin Keki, "Xiao Lin, take Mr. Chen to our staff cafeteria for lunch." He then turned to Chen Shu and said, "Mr. Chen, please do not mind. Xiao Lin is young and lacks tact. Kindly bear with her." The bank manager was in exceptionally high spirits today. Having reprimanded Lin Keki, the results were truly immediate. The two star-rated asset packages had been sold, and the bank would make a modest profit. Chen Shu smiled and replied, "No matter, manager. Just educate her properly when you have the chance. Young ones always need guidance." Lin Keki reluctantly led Chen Shu to the staff cafeteria in the backyard. Chen Shu glanced at the menu and said, "Some stir-fried beef, I prefer beef. And rice, soft rice please, with some broth poured over it. Also a small bowl of egg drop soup. That will be all." Lin Keki felt deeply wronged. Even her boyfriend would never dare to command her like this. She had never served her boyfriend in such a manner before. Not even her parents had ever ordered her about in this way. Who would have thought that for a single job she would endure such grievance? This old man was deliberately picking a fight, deliberately trying to harass her. How detestable. Chen Shu was genuinely hungry. A bowl of rice and a small plate of stir-fried beef were swept away in no time. Lin Keki was quite surprised. An elderly man of 60 could eat so much, which meant his health must be perfectly fine. This old man was so wealthy yet appeared so young and could eat like that. He was truly a rare specimen. Lin Keki looked at Chen Shu as though he were some kind of creature. This old man was unlike any other she had ever met. It was as though a youthful soul resided within his body. How amusing. He was even more handsome than her boyfriend. But she quickly reminded herself. What use was he amusing? What use was he handsome? He was still a vile capitalist parasite. After finishing his meal, Chen Shu handed his tray to Lin Keki for handling. Not to mention, today had been an exceptionally satisfying day. In the morning he had signed in and received a 4,000 yuan bonus. Then at the bank he could tease a young high-achieving student, and on top of that casually purchased two property management companies. The feeling was simply delightful. This was what a wealthy man's unadorned day looked like. Busy until the afternoon, the day concluded perfectly. During his midday rest, sleepiness overwhelmed Chen Shu, and he even removed his shoes and enjoyed a sound nap on Lin Keki's desk. Lin Keki stood like a servant beside him, her expression a mixture of hatred for Chen Shu and helplessness that she could do nothing about it. Such was reality. Holding some procedural documents, it was already afternoon. There was no longer any need to go and take over the property management. Chen Shu drove straight home. Lin Keki, having seen off this detestable old man, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and as soon as she got off work she video called her boyfriend to complain. "Lin Keki, you won't believe it. A truly detestable old man. He is genuinely wealthy, yet genuinely vile. He deliberately tormented your poor girlfriend. But fortunately I managed to sell an asset package, so I got a decent commission. Boyfriend, really? My dear, you're amazing. Does that mean our down payment is that much closer?" Lin Keki, absolutely. Before next year we'll have gathered the 5,000 yuan down payment and can settle down in a new city. Yes, for our future home, we must work hard. Boyfriend, then? Can I come to your room tonight? Lin Keki, absolutely not. Darling, didn't we agree? Only after we're married. That's our promise. Boyfriend, alright my dear. I'm heading back to work overtime then. Lin Keki, stay strong, work hard. Moi. Early the next morning Chen Shu drove to New City International Garden. Having become the owner of two companies, he found both properties in a leaderless state, necessitating his takeover and subsequent work arrangement. His primary task was to hand over the documents to Kong Fong, allowing her to manage the company, while he remained the man behind the scenes. Driving up to the guard booth, he saw old Lu standing there with his eyes closed, resting. Ever since Chen Shu gradually unveiled the luxurious lifestyle of the upper class to him, old Lu felt that his entire life had been wasted. So many pleasures had never been tasted. At 60 years old, he had never enjoyed fine food. A failed existence, standing like a lamppost at the gate, opening doors for the wealthy. What meaning did such a life hold? Better to be dead. But old Lu lacked the courage and was unwilling to give up. Though he had yet to reap the blessings of his 3 sons, he still had 2 grandsons. He was determined to see his grandsons grow up and marry. With his health still holding, he might even have the chance to hold great-grandchildren. Life always cruelly offers a glimmer of hope to keep one enduring. Honk, honk. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class sounded its horn. Old Lu numbly pressed the switch for the sliding gate. But then he saw the driver's window roll down, revealing a familiar face. As someone who had worked with Chen Shu for 5 years, old Lu instantly noticed the tremendous change in him. Despite having dyed his hair a granny gray, it couldn't conceal the fact that he appeared 20 years younger. "Brother Chen, what brings you here?" "Oh, looking for Manager Kong, right?" Old Lu said. Chen Shu nodded. "I came to see you too, old Lu. Would you like to change your job?" Chen Shu didn't consider himself particularly noble. Now that he had risen in fortune, he naturally wanted to uplift his relatives and friends as soon as possible. Old Lu, his old comrade, had endured a lifetime of hardship. His 3 sons had drained him. Now that Chen Shu had become successful, he couldn't let his friend's life continue in such misery. At 60, it was time for a change. Old Lu secretly wished to follow Chen Shu, but he was no young man and knew that to work for someone one must possess unique value. What was his value? A discredited man. Could he even guard the gate for Chen Shu? Besides the community Chen Shu lived in didn't need a 60-year-old gatekeeper. So when he heard Chen Shu mention a job change, he was excited. Old Lu said, "Brother Chen, what do you mean?" Chen Shu smiled. "The property management of this community is now mine. Think about what position you'd like and I'll arrange it for you." Heaven and earth would destroy the man who does not look after himself. Chen Shu was no saint. With newfound power, he naturally prioritized those close to him. Old Lu's eyes widened like brass bells. "Brother Chen, you mean?" Chen Shu said, "That's right. I've bought the property company for this community. Old Lu, you're about to take off." When one man attains the way, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Chen Shu had no qualms about giving Old Lu's position a boost. Old Lu was instantly thrilled. Brother Chen was amazing. He had taken him for foot massages, let him drink foreign liquor costing tens of thousands a bottle, and now bought a property company to help him. Meeting a friend like Chen Shu was the greatest fortune of his life. Old Lu immediately puffed up with pride. "Well, I don't know what I can do." Chen Shu chuckled. "All right, get in the car. Come with me to the property management office for the handover." Old Lu perked up instantly, moving nimbly as he slipped into the car. Just then Shirley, the security captain, arrived and saw them. In his 40s or 50s, Shirley wielded a bit of authority and enjoyed ordering the older guards around. He had even arranged for his wife to work as a cleaner, though she never did any work, leaving it all to Chen Shu and Old Lu. Seeing Old Lu off duty and getting into a resident's car, Shirley rushed over, blowing his whistle. "Old Lu, what are you doing? Why are you getting into a resident's car on duty? If you don't stand guard properly, I'll deduct your wages." That was the only power he had, deducting wages from those who didn't work hard. He had docked pay from both of them before, though Kong Fong always secretly compensated them. Kong Fong knew that both elderly guards had families to support and couldn't afford to lose money. Deduct 50 yuan today, another 50 tomorrow. They might not even have money for food. But that was then, and this was now. Old Lu knew Chen Shu wouldn't deceive him. He had indeed bought the property company. "Xiaosher, don't be so arrogant. I'm over 10 years older than you, and yet you keep calling me Old Lu so casually. Isn't that a bit too familiar?" Shirley was stunned. He never imagined that the usually timid Old Lu would dare speak to him like that. What had given him such audacity? Wasn't he afraid of having his wages deducted? Old Lu was now fearless. Life had been harsh, and he had always held back a pent-up anger. Now with the chance, he finally let it out. "Brother Chun is now the boss of our property management. You'd better watch out," Old Lu declared haughtily. Chen Shu also smiled. Old Lu's demeanor reeked of petty triumph, but more than that, it was the exhilaration of an ordinary man suddenly soaring. Shirley peered into the car and immediately recognized Chen Shu, who had once been under him. He hadn't seen Chen Shu since the latter resigned. Chen Shu had visited the community a few times, but never crossed paths with Shirley, so Shirley had no idea how much Chen Shu had changed. "You're old, Chen." Shirley was astonished by how young and stylish Chen Shu looked, even driving such a luxury car. The transformation was so drastic that he hesitated to believe it. Chen Shu showed no mercy. "Shirley, go to the property office later. Take your wife, collect your wages for this month, and leave." People like Shirley, who abused their meager authority as security captain to oppress ordinary workers, would never allow the security team to thrive. He was a parasite that had to be removed. Shirley laughed bitterly. "Old Chen, you think you can fire me just like that?" Chen Shu didn't bother to explain. He drove straight into the community. Meanwhile, at the property management office, the door was open. Several receptionists were there, their faces etched with worry. When they saw Chen Shu and Old Lu arrive, the 2 receptionists, who had once dined with Chen Shu at Royal Prince, were amazed by his growing charm. Xiaolon, one of the receptionists, said, "Uncle Chun, Uncle Lu, you're here. The property management has a new owner, and we don't know if we'll be laid off. Manager Kong is discussing with Supervisor Wang about keeping us." Sigh. Old Lu laughed. "Stay? Of course you'll all stay. Don't you know? Uncle Chun is the new owner of the property management company." The 3 front desk property service staff were all astonished. They knew Chen Shu had changed a lot. Not only had he become younger, but also more charming and charismatic, exuding an aura of a CEO as he walked, hardly distinguishable from the bosses of listed companies. After resigning, he suddenly could afford lavish meals and luxury cars. But what they never expected was that he would become the owner of the property management company. The transformation was simply too immense. Who could have imagined that a former security guard would suddenly become the boss of the property management? Chen Shu held up the documents in his hand and said, "See this? These are legal papers. From now on, you are all veterans under Uncle Chun. No one has to leave their post. Starting today, everyone's benefits are doubled and wages are increased by 50%. Xiaolong was very excited. She knew Uncle Chen's integrity well. What he said was absolutely true. Hooray! Long live Uncle Chun. All 3 front desk staff were extremely thrilled. After coming to work this morning, they had received a text message from the headquarters informing them that the property management here had changed ownership. Their fate would be decided by the new boss, but they definitely wouldn't get their previous wages. Because they had worked here for so many days and never even knew where the headquarters was. Without knowing the location, how could they demand their wages? Now to their surprise, Uncle Chun had become their new boss. He immediately increased their benefits and wages. Where could they find such a good boss? Such a good boss deserved to be cheered. Chen Shu was very pleased. These front desk ladies had worked with him before, and their integrity was beyond question. They could continue working here. A group of people followed Chen Shu to Kong Fong's office. Kong Fong was currently packing her belongings. She had learned that the property management had a new owner and had mentally prepared herself. Besides, she had a lawyer's license. At worst, she could return to the legal profession. But it was a pity that she would have to start over again. Years ago, she had boasted in front of her family that she would earn 100 million before returning home. Now she only had a few million in hand, and the car she drove was bought with money borrowed from Chen Shu. She was still far from her goal, and now she had to start from scratch. To earn 100 million, she would probably have to wait until she was 50 or 60. By then she would be nothing but a faded flower. Already in a bad mood, she was further annoyed by the detestable Director Wang, who came to harass her. Xiao Kong, the headquarters originally planned to let you go, but I strongly recommended you stay and transfer you to another community as manager. Don't you think you should thank me properly? I've booked a candlelit dinner at a private kitchen tonight. I'll send you the address later. The plump, lecherous Director Wang eyed Kong Fong as she packed her things, reaching out to touch her. Kong Fong could barely stand it any longer, her fists clenched. With the evidence she had gathered, she could already sue him for harassment. But she still felt unsatisfied. If she beat him up now, the judge might rule that she was acting in self-defense after being harassed. That way she would bear no legal responsibility. Kong Fong had learned Taekwondo since childhood. Growing up, she loved driving sports cars, which complemented her independent personality. She had already figured out how to dislocate this fat pig's joints. But suddenly the door opened. Kong Fong, who had already assumed a stance reminiscent of Conan's, ran. Murray froze. What was happening? Why were so many people coming in? And there was old Chun. Before she could speak, Director Wang recognized him. Wasn't this the old man who had ruined his plans last time? How had he become younger in just a few days? He even looked handsomer than Director Wang. Could Kong Fong have fallen for this old man? Otherwise, why did her gaze seem off? Chen Shu saw the fat pig again, and knew he was trying to take advantage of the situation, but Kong Fong's posture suggested she was about to throw a punch. Did her seemingly refined exterior hide a violent heart? Thinking about her love for sports cars, it suddenly seemed plausible. But none of that mattered. Chen Shu said, "Fat pig Wang, right? Get out of my company. If you don't leave, I'll have the security team handle you." Old Lu timely picked up his walkie-talkie and said authoritatively, "All security personnel assemble at the property management center." Director Wang knew he had been thwarted by this strange, old man again. Who were the security guards? A bunch of old men in their 50s and 60s. If even one of them got a scratch, he would be in deep trouble. They could bleed him dry, leaving him with nothing. These old men never played by the rules. He slunk away in disgrace. The opponent had overwhelming numbers. But he was very curious. He had seen that old man before when he came looking for Kong Fong. The first time was at the gate, the second time the old man had resigned. Now what was going on? He was holding the equity transfer agreement of the property management company. That agreement was printed at the headquarters. How did this old man change so much in just a few days? After the fat-headed Director Wang left, everyone in the property management center cheered. Old Lu said, "I've been fed up with that fat pig for a long time. He dares to covet our manager Kong. He's like a toad wanting to taste swan meat. Doesn't he see he's not worthy?" Xiaolon added, "Manager Kong is too outstanding. The man who deserves her must be handsome and talented. If Uncle Chun were a younger version with his current wealth, it would be perfect." Kong Fong blushed slightly, feeling that Chen Shu might have seen her ready to strike. She was a bit embarrassed. After all, she had always maintained a ladylike image in front of everyone. She asked curiously, "What are you all doing here?" Xiaolon said happily, "Sister Kong, don't you know? Our property management company has a new owner. Guess who it is?" Kong Fong was startled, and as smart as she was, she quickly guessed. It was none other than Chen Shu. Could it be our handsome Uncle Chun? Kong Fong smiled radiantly, her eyes turning to Chen Shu. When she learned that the property management had been sold as a package by the group, she felt a deep sense of loss. After graduating, she worked at a law firm for 2 years, and then her second formal job was as this property manager, a position she had held for 6 years. To say she had no feelings for this community would be absolutely false. She had grown accustomed to waking up every day and handling all kinds of matters at the property management center. Knowing how many disabled elderly people in the community had no one to care for them, which families frequently quarreled, and which households were struggling financially, like a divorced woman whose husband refused to pay utility bills while she had to take care of 3 children without earning a living. These trivial matters for Kong Fong were full of the warmth of human life. As someone who had not returned home for nearly 10 years, she loved this atmosphere very much. After realizing it, she suddenly looked at Chen Shu, her heart trembling slightly. Could this be some kind of hint from old Chun? Kong Fong was somewhat moved. Admittedly, she thought old Chun was aging, but it was completely unnoticeable in his appearance now. With his silver-gray hair dyed, he carried a mature yet fashionable air. He was truly handsome. And now he had even directly purchased the property management company. What did this mean? Kong Fong could already anticipate what Chen Shu would do next. Naturally, he was handing over the property management company to her. Kong Fong, as a descendant of a business family, was intelligent, self-reliant, and highly capable. A woman like her was highly sought after among the circles of other business families. On top of that, she was beautiful and intellectual. The wealthy young men pursuing her, some older, some younger, were countless, with their tactics ever-changing. She could see through Chen Shu's methods just as well as anyone else. Yet unlike the others, he was genuinely sincere. The other men who pursued her were all so hypocritical that they made her deeply repulsed. But Chen Shu's approach had never made her feel repulsed. On the contrary, it had even moved her. Could it be that he had heard about her situation and deliberately bought the property management company as a gift for her? She knew Chen Shu was wealthy now, but this property management company, surely it wasn't cheap. Chen Shu had no idea how much Kong Fong was overthinking. He simply wanted to follow his heart, buy some assets, and help Kong Fong out. After all, she had done him a great favor. An unexpected bonus would be nice, but he wouldn't be distressed without one. After all, having Chu Hong and Xiao Wanting, two women in their 30s, was already pushing the limits. He had lived in Hu City for years and had developed deep affection for this complex city. After being forced to resign back, then he had also wanted to build some kind of enterprise here. But then came the second marriage, and the bride price consumed all his startup capital. His dream of taking off in life was dashed. Otherwise, during the turn of the millennium, he could have easily built something in Hu City with a modest business venture. Now this could be seen as fulfilling a long-held dream from back then. Chen Shu took out a stack of documents. Xiao Kong, I see you're going to continue as this property manager. Kong Fong glanced at them and immediately believed everything. These legal documents couldn't be forged. But then she noticed the equity transfer documents for Longtai Residential Communities Property Management and asked curiously, how many property management companies are these? Chen Shu replied too. Yesterday, I went to the bank on some errands, saw that our local properties were being sold as a package, and just picked them up while I was at it. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This could be done so casually. These were two companies. These weren't two donuts that could be snapped up on a whim. Chen Shu spoke so nonchalantly that the property staff nearby were astonished. But Chen Shu's expression was genuinely relaxed. It was absolutely not an act. After all, for Chen Shu this was indeed pocket change. A company worth 15 million. If it made him happy, it was well worth it. But the key was that this was more than just a matter of happiness. Kong Fong now truly believed that Chen Shu had come to understand life profoundly. No one lived more clearly than old Chun. These two property management companies worth at least tens of millions. Was he doing it merely to please her? Even those wealthy men wouldn't possibly act so decisively. Kong Fong looked at the documents and said, so now I truly have to call you boss. Chen Shu chuckled lightly. Didn't we already have this dynamic when we were in Nanqing County? Just call me old Chun. It sounds more familiar to me. Also, the company keeps its original team. But fire Shirley and his wife in the cleaning department. No problem with that, right? Kong Fong said, you're the boss now. How could I possibly have objections? Meanwhile, Shirley had been sneaking around watching from the window. He had seen Director Wang storm out of the office in a huff and sensed something was wrong. He asked a few questions and got scolded, instead being told that not a single security guard in the community was worth a damn. Shirley was utterly bewildered. By the time he arrived here, he heard the news that he was being fired. His wife had lost her job as well. It truly was disaster striking without warning. But he really had no face to beg for mercy. Everyone knew his conduct as the security captain, bullying the weak and cowering before the strong, whether toward residents or property management staff. He also liked to flatter Kong Fong, though his motives were equally impure. Kong Fong had actually wanted to dismiss this security captain long ago. But as the property manager, she reported to the group headquarters. After all, he was a security captain, only one rank below her, so she couldn't bypass the group to take direct action. Now, however, she could. Kong Fong said, no problem. I've wanted to get rid of him for a long time. Nearby, old Lu said, good riddance. But what about this captain? Could his little scheme possibly have escaped Chen Shu and Kong Fong's notice? The two exchanged a glance and smiled. Kong Fong immediately understood Chen Shu's meaning. Kong Fong knew that Chen Shu was a man who valued loyalty and righteousness. Back in Nanqing County, even when facing his first love from that era, he had responsibly given her a proper and final farewell. Old Lu had been a trusted brother-in-arms for several years. Moreover, Kong Fong knew his family situation well. He had zero say at home, handed over all his earnings immediately, and was squeezed dry by his 3 sons and older brother. It was rather tragic. Meeting Chen Shu might have been the luckiest thing to happen to old Lu in his entire life. Kong Fong nodded and said, perfect. Starting today, old Lu, you are the manager of both our security and cleaning departments. Officially, he held the title of manager. In reality, he was now the dual captain of both the security and cleaning teams. Chen Shu also said, salaries doubled. 1,000 yuan per month for everyone. Similarly for the others. Additionally, we'll provide the full social insurance and housing fund for all staff. From now on, we're going to run a proper property management company. These brothers and sisters had all taken care of him and Kong Fong in the past. Now that he had the ability, it was only right to repay them. Kong Fong hesitated for a moment. She knew too well the profitability of their property management company. If they paid all employees properly, they might still be operating at a loss every single month. But with so many people present, it was difficult to refuse Chen Shu, so she could only nod. Kong Fong said, "Everyone should return to your posts. Work continues as usual." Apart from old Lu, everyone else's duties remain unchanged. Hearing Kong Fong say this, everyone was extremely excited. They had feared losing their jobs, but instead they were being promoted. Many residents had also heard about the change in property management and felt a mix of hope and concern, wondering whether the new management would improve things. To their surprise, the employees were still the same. The staff hadn't changed at all. Residents who had despised this property management felt as though the sky had fallen. Old Lu strode out of the office, arrogantly raised his walkie-talkie, and said, "Security team, cleaning team, assemble at the property center. I am your newly appointed security manager and cleaning manager, Lu Saibua." From this day forward, old Lu finally had his moment to shine. Dual manager. Here at the property center, he was second to none. Although he was only managing 9 security guards and 7 cleaners, old Lu had always been the one managed. He had never directed others before. Lu had spent his whole life behaving properly and obediently, was truly experiencing the pinnacle of his life. This time he went home, his wife better serve him well. His salary had suddenly jumped to over 10,000 yuan per month. After helping his son pay the mortgage, he'd still have quite a bit left. Now he should at least upgrade the quality of his cigarettes, right? Otherwise he couldn't match the status of a security captain. At the very least, shouldn't he smoke a pack of Xian cigarettes every day? "Old Chen, do you know how much revenue our property management center makes each year?" After the others left, Kong Fong asked Chen Shu. Chen Shu shook his head. "Of course I don't." Kong Fong sighed helplessly. "The property fees we collected this year barely cover the employees' salaries. Now you not only want to increase their workload, but also add social insurance and housing fund for everyone. At the very least, we'll lose 1,000,000 yuan a year. Within 2 years, we'll go bankrupt." Chen Shu chuckled. "No worries. I've deposited 5,000,000 yuan in the company account as backup funds. Let's sustain losses for 5 years first." Kong Fong was speechless. Chen Shu continued, "I know exactly how the property management was before. From today onward, you have full authority over the property. You handle all the work. If we still can't collect the property fees like before, then we'll just close down when the time comes." Kong Fong said helplessly, "Old Chen, I know you've made a lot of money in the stock market, but you can't spend it like this." Chen Shu laughed. "Money spent comes back again. As long as I spend it happily, that's fine." Kong Fong misunderstood. No matter how rich someone was, they couldn't burn money like that. It seemed old Chen really had feelings for her. Strangely, she wasn't repulsed. Since Chen Shu didn't make it clear, she didn't say anything either. She just replied, "All right, leave the profit-making to me." Chen Shu said, "I have complete faith in your abilities. Over the years, owners have complained a lot about the property management, but they've always praised you as the property manager. Entrusting you with full responsibility is definitely the right call." Kong Fong nodded. "I've also thought about it. Your money absolutely cannot be thrown away. Since we've taken on these employees, we have to see it through. Think about it. If you hadn't taken over the company, what would have happened to old Lu after he lost his job?" Chen Shu pondered. Kong Fong had a point. If old Lu truly lost his job today as a 60-year-old discredited person, no company would hire him. Old Lu had sold his house back home, and his entire family was rooted in Huqing. A 60-year-old bottom-tier person with no income would inevitably struggle to survive. He would be despised by his wife, rejected by his son and daughter-in-law. What hope would there be in such a life? He might as well end it all. Chen Shu had once thought the same way in his darkest moments. But fortunately, Chen Shu could now provide a safety net. He had good judgment. Kong Fong was indeed a very responsible woman. Chen Shu sat down in Kong Fong's office chair. Kong Fong leaned against the desk, her back to Chen Shu, wearing a sharp work uniform with a slender waist. She said, "Do you know a famous supermarket in the central region?" Chen Shu, having browsed short videos, replied, "Donglai Supermarket." Kong Fong nodded. "I want to imitate their model, improve our service, and of course raise our property fees. This way we can not only guarantee our service quality, but also ensure our employees take their work seriously every day. This will create a virtuous cycle. The owners in our community aren't actually stingy, they just refuse to pay property fees because they don't feel they're getting the service they deserve. As long as we follow Donglai Supermarket's model, I believe changes will come soon." Kong Fong, a highly educated woman from a business family, had a sharp eye for commerce. Given the current poor economic environment and the housing market entering an era of existing stock, property management will surely receive more attention. Good property management can even affect a community's housing prices. If the property is excellent, house prices stabilize, owners are happy, and they willingly pay fees. Only by entering this virtuous cycle can the property company survive. Donglai Supermarket's prices aren't actually that cheap. So why is it so popular? Because the service is good, customers feel it's worth it, and they trust their purchases. Our property management can also provide better service to win the owner's trust. Chen Shu naturally agreed with this. After all, when he was earning only 2,000 yuan in salary, he had no motivation. If the salary were directly raised to 4,000 plus social insurance and housing fund, he would be willing to work like a beast of burden. The bottom-level people are actually the best workers. As long as you give them enough money to satisfy their needs, they can endure anything. So he fully agreed with Kong Fong's proposal. Chen Shu said, "All right, we'll do as you say." Kong Fong continued, "Today let's first announce the detailed income from our elevator advertisements and parking fees for outside vehicles so the owners trust our new property management. Also remove the advertising board of this group and replace it with a sign for Dashu property. Since the legal person has changed, we need a fresh start." Chen Shu replied, "Fine. I'll listen to you on everything. Once the property management starts making a profit, I'll give you an annual bonus." Kong Fong didn't refuse this time. She felt she deserved the year-end bonus. Chen Shu said, "There's another residential community's property management that we need to take over together." Kong Fong nodded. Longtai residential community was not far from theirs. Chen Shu drove, taking Kong Fong along with Xiao Lan and the finance accountant Lu Xiaomei. After all, they needed to arrange the handover. They didn't know the specifics. Fortunately, since it was under the same group, the structure was the same. Arriving at Longtai residential community, they found the security guard at the gate already asleep in the booth. Chen Shu knocked on the window to inquire. As it turned out, the property manager here had already fled, a woman in her 40s with a decent figure who had left early in the morning in a fat man's car. Chen Shu thought to himself, Director Wang really had no standards. The security guard at the gate was over 50, only a few years younger than Chen Shu. Why hadn't he run away? Turned out this community had only one guard, and he hadn't been paid for 2 months. This damn property management. If they don't pay me today, I'll tear down the guard booth and sell it for money to cover my wages, the old guard grumbled. See, he didn't ask for much, just tearing down the booth to get his wages, nothing else. Too kind-hearted. Chen Shu said, Brother, these are the new company people. This is our new manager Kong. Go to the property office to collect your wages later. If you want to keep working, just sign a new contract. Your salary will be raised, and you'll enjoy employee benefits. The old guard thought, you're not that old yourself calling me brother. But when he heard he could get his salary, he immediately put on a smile. Great. Manager Kong, old brother, I'll go report in now. Let me lead the way. The property office is inside the community, hard to find. He didn't care about the change in management. As long as he got paid, who he worked for was the same. They arrived at the property center of Longtai residential community. It was similar to their own community. Everyone was panicked. The manager had fled, leaving the group leaderless, and they were even considering emptying the property center to recoup the company's losses. Seeing Kong Fong arrive with documents to take over the property center changed everything. Kong Fong's capability was remarkable. She quickly calmed the people down, asked Xiao Lan to organize the employee records, and gave those who wanted to leave full back pay and process their resignation. Those who wanted to stay could continue working with an immediate salary increase. Then she sorted out the finances. Good heavens. There was even embezzlement of the owner's maintenance fund. She immediately took photos as evidence, notified the owners committee, and let them argue with the previous company. Her decisive and efficient style made Chen Shu secretly applaud. It only took a single day. Kong Fong had smoothly reorganized the property management of Longtai community. Everything was now aligned with the standards of Xinqing Garden property. The situation here was similar to that at Xinqing International, except that since all the managers had fled, the remaining staff didn't particularly trust the new boss, and more than half of them had quit. Fortunately, at Xinqing International community, only the Lei couple had left. Everyone else stayed. Chen Shu and Kong Fong had earned a solid reputation, and they believed working under these two would be far more profitable than before. As for Longtai community, Xiao Lan and Xiao Mei were stationed there. They could also transfer staff from Xinqing International Garden if needed. After all, both properties belonged to the same company, and since the locations weren't far apart, working at either place was essentially the same. Next came the task of hiring staff for the property. Electricians, cleaners, security guards. Everything needed to be in place. This was entirely entrusted to Kong Fong. With Kong Fong's capabilities, this was a breeze. Meanwhile, Chen Shu was in the property manager's office dozing off and watching movies on the computer. Around 6 in the evening, when the property office was closing, Kong Fong saw Chen Shu watching a movie and felt genuinely exasperated. I've been exhausted all day while you're there watching films. Old Chen, as a boss, aren't you being a bit too leisure? LOI inclined. Chen Shu replied, Xiao Kong, I'm a 60-year-old retiree. My stamina can't compare to you young people. Enjoying myself a bit is only reasonable. Kong Fong smiled. It seems Chu Hong and Wanting are both living at your place, yet your energy puts young people to shame. Chen Shu froze. This Xiao Kong was clearly making insinuations. Did a 30-year-old woman of refinement also enjoy taking her car on the highway for fun? After some thought, he decided, getting older was only natural. How about we have dinner together tonight? You've had a hard day. Forget it, Kong Fong said. My little brother is still gaming in his rental room. If I don't look after him, he'd starve to death. That's no problem then. Just bring him along. It's just a casual meal. While the two were chatting, they noticed a crowd gathered around where Chen Shu's G63 was parked. Among them was the old security guard from the gate. Chen Shu frowned. What was going on? Kong Fong recognized the old guard. Uncle Zhang, what's the situation? Upon seeing the new manager and boss, security guard Zhang immediately reported, a couple bumped into the boss's car and tried to flee, but I caught them. Who was trying to flee? We had no such intention. A woman's voice rang out. Chen Shu paused. The voice sounded oddly familiar. Then he saw a young couple approaching. The young man was unfamiliar, but the woman. He recognized her. Wasn't this Lin Keki, the private financial advisor at the bank? Lin Keki, Chen Shu said in surprise. You live here? Suddenly things clicked into place. He now understood why, when he'd wanted to acquire these two property companies before, Lin Keki had been constantly dropping hints that these projects would lose money and offer little profit. Now it seemed her intentions weren't purely to look out for his interests. She actually lived in this Longtai community and probably didn't want to run into him. Was he really that detestable? Old Co, Mr. Chen, is this your car? Lin Keki exclaimed in shock. Lin Keki's boyfriend looked at the two of them with curiosity. Recalling yesterday, Lin Keki had been complaining about some old geezer who looked young but was actually drawing a pension from the state. A parasite living off public funds, who had bought their property company. She never expected to meet him today. And the worst part, the two of them had accidentally bumped their electric scooter into the G63's bumper. This car he definitely recognized. It cost several million yuan paid in full. You're quite the incompetent private wealth manager, Chen Shu said. Yesterday when I parked this car in your bank's visitor lot, you can't even remember the license plate. If it were any other wealth manager, seeing my license plate would be enough to identify me immediately. He wasn't exaggerating. As someone who specialized in serving the wealthy, a true professional would always strive to memorize as much client information as possible. License plate numbers were among the most important details. Lin Keki actually couldn't recognize his car. This was rather surprising to him. If it had been Xu Hong, she would have called him immediately, seizing the opportunity to get closer to him. Lin Keki was simply too naive. Lin Keki pouted. Why would I bother memorizing those things? In truth, she was terrible with cars. She couldn't even tell different car brands apart, let alone remember license plates. Chen Shu examined the bumper. There was actually no real damage, just a tiny scratch about the size of a pinky nail. Besides, the bumper had already been through a collision on a rural road in Nanjing County before. That time Chen Shu had taken a turn with too wide a radius, nearly driving straight into a ditch. The bumper had scraped against a small tree on the roadside. He really did treat the G-Wagon like an actual off-road vehicle. So this minor scratch was nothing. He just needed to make a call to Wang Ting, the Mercedes salesperson, and it would be fixed. These were all part of after-sales service. It wouldn't cost much, just some of the workers' labor hours. This wasn't a problem at all in Chen Shu's eyes. Lin Keki wore a look of distress. After all, she was the one driving the electric scooter. At this moment, her boyfriend stepped forward. Mr. Chen, I'm Lin Keki's boyfriend Song Sheng. I'm truly sorry. This is our fault, and we won't shirk responsibility. Whatever the repair cost is, we'll pay every cent. Chen Shu studied Song Sheng. The young man was quite handsome and had stepped up to take responsibility without any sign of evasion. Not bad at all. Kong Fong observed the situation too. The damage was truly insignificant. She knew that Chen Shu had bumped this bumper several times before. This new scratch had no practical impact whatsoever. But this was an opportunity. Quite a few community residents had gathered around to watch. Once they learned Chen Shu was the property owner, their expressions shifted. People nowadays harbored a certain resentment toward the wealthy. Having a G-Wagon parked there naturally invited jealousy. Being rich was fine, but flaunting it was another matter. If they were just bystanders looking at the pitiful Lin Keki and Song Sheng, both clearly fresh graduates just stepping into society, there would be natural sympathy. If Chen Shu demanded compensation, it would damage the property company's image among the residents, and Kong Fong's future, winter-arrived strategy would be severely undermined. Kong Fong glanced at Chen Shu. At first Chen Shu hadn't considered this, but seeing Kong Fong's meaningful look, he nodded unconsciously. Kong Fong assumed Chen Shu understood her intentions, secretly delighted. They were becoming more in sync, this old Chun and her. She said, it's nothing truly. You too. I manage the newly appointed Great Tree Property Company, and this is my boss. There's really no issue here. Please go back or our boss won't make a fuss about it. Only then did Chen Shu realize Kong Fong was winning over the hearts of the people, accelerating the residents' acceptance of their property company. This Kong Fong's mind really worked fast. Chen Shu quickly added, young couples having fun and getting a bit carried away is normal, but you should still take responsibility for your mistakes. Kong Fong. Old Chen, are you messing with me? Where's our telepathic connection? Then he watched as Chen Shu walked over to Lin Keki's electric scooter, adorned with several Pokemon stickers, and gave it a kick. There. We're even now. Kong Fong. Genius. Lin Keki felt the world was nothing but hypocrisy. That old man was just putting on an act. Earlier she had been harassed for poor service, so how could he possibly let her off so easily now? He was merely performing for the crowd. Don't believe him, everyone. Yet the surrounding homeowners exchanged knowing smiles. What they saw was the property owner's leniency toward a young person. What a wonderful boss. With such a kind-hearted owner, I'm sure the new property management will be responsible and competent. Haha, this boss is truly amusing. Handsome, and even a bit adorable. This young fellow should be grateful. That G63 is a luxury car, worth 5 million. Even a slight bump would cost tens of thousands in repairs. No wonder he's rich. Such magnanimity, such vision. Chen Shu's kick earned him considerable praise. Song Sheng also felt embarrassed, and even wished Chen Shu would give Lin Keki's electric scooter another kick. Considering the boss's generosity, he naturally couldn't do nothing. Of course, the most important thing was that he saw this as an opportunity. He was a designer not just for houses, but also for gardens. Longtai community had a decent garden, but in his eyes it was long overdue for a redesign and renovation. This change of property management might be a chance. After all, any new management would want to give residents a fresh experience. He needed to curry favor with the boss. Song Sheng said, "I'm terribly sorry. Let me treat you both to a meal at the restaurant next to our community." Chen Shu had no intention of dining. Kong Fong also thought it unnecessary. Lin Keki was even more reluctant. Would a man worth 450 million care about a casual meal? Just then the security guard old Zhang chimed in, "This young man is quite sensible. Boss Chen, go ahead. Don't deny a young person a chance." With such a heavy label, Chen Shu couldn't refuse. If he did, it would seem like a big shot looking down on an ordinary young person, wouldn't it? He had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Moments later, the four of them appeared in a small private room at a modest hotel next to the community. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Song Sheng pulled out his business card and said, "President Chen, Manager Kong, I'm a designer at Minka Interior Design. Today's incident was my fault with Keki. Thanks to your magnanimity, this meal is our apology." Chen Shu felt the young man was quite responsible. He spoke openly and frankly, unlike Lin Keki, who was petty. Kong Fong also quickly realized why Song Sheng insisted on treating them to dinner. It was about upward social climbing. Chen Shu's wealth was unfathomable even to her, at least a billionaire. Song Sheng, a young man just entering society, would never have a chance to interact with a billionaire otherwise. So this meal might be a stepping stone and opportunity for Song Sheng, though the chance was slim and hard to grasp. But ordinary people don't even have such opportunities. Chen Shu also figured it out. He hadn't spent 60 years alive for nothing. Kong Fong accepted the card and asked with a smile, "Which school did you graduate from?" Song Sheng replied, "Hu University, majoring in aesthetics." Kong Fong nodded, "Excellent, a top student. Any thoughts on the community garden?" "I think the plants in Longtai Community's garden are too lush, messy, and too many fallen leaves affecting residents' walks." Song Sheng nodded. "If you need Manager Kong, I can redesign it overnight and deliver the plan to the property office tomorrow morning." Lin Keki suddenly felt her boyfriend was a stranger. Song Sheng's attitude was almost fawningly servile. Weren't they just the property manager and the boss? Was it necessary? Was it worth it? That old man only had 450 million in savings. Did Song Sheng have to bend the back of a fine arts graduate student and grovel so humbly? Lin Keki felt it was beneath him. Song Sheng ignored his girlfriend's disapproving gaze and kept promoting himself during the meal. He knew this was an opportunity. From his girlfriend, he learned that the old man with the ash-gray hair was worth 450 million. He came from a small county town, and such wealth could easily make him the richest man there. How easy was it for an ordinary person to meet the richest man in a small town? As a designer earning only 6,000 or 7,000 a month, he usually dealt with young people buying houses in Shanghai, worth $1 million, but mostly in debt to the bank. Would the local Shanghainese pay him any attention? Upward social climbing for an ordinary person was as hard as reaching the sky. He wouldn't let this chance slip away. He had to leave a good impression on Mr. Chun. Even a little bit of favor from Chun would be enough for the down payment on a house in Shanghai. What did it matter if his girlfriend didn't understand? Once he had money, she would naturally get it. Chen Shu also found Song Sheng impressive, professional with artistic talent. During the meal, he asked for a sticky note and a pencil, and with a few casual strokes, he sketched Chen Shu's facial features and portrait. Chen Shu was amazed. Such a talented art student had fallen to this level. Whose tragedy was this? But that was reality. Such a talented artist couldn't gain recognition from society and had to be a designer. In the past, he would have been a painter of some renown. Chen Shu kept the sticky note, took a photo, and set it as his WeChat avatar. During the meal, Lin Keki ate in small bites, silent. She remembered that Song Sheng had once used the same trick to confess to her. A romantic gesture she thought was hers alone, now shared with a 60-year-old man. She couldn't understand why her boyfriend was so obsequious, fawning over the rich. After the meal, Chen Shu left with Kong Fong. Song Sheng went to pay. His heart bled. The 6 dishes cost 128 yuan plus a private room service fee of 188 yuan, half a month's living expenses for the two of them. He asked the waiter to pack the leftovers so they could microwave them the next morning and eat together. He approached the cashier. "Sir, your meal has already been paid for," the cashier said softly. Song Sheng, who? A man with white hair and a woman in her 30s. They left together in the Mercedes SUV parked outside. Song Sheng was speechless. At that moment, he felt profound inferiority. Half a month's living expenses for him and his girlfriend was merely pocket change to a wealthy man. This was the gap. So he had to strive even harder for upward mobility. He needed to prove himself. Lin Keki, with a naive expression, carried the packed leftovers to the entrance. Song Sheng gazed at the bustling traffic of Shanghai, lost in thought. Lin Keki looked at her somewhat melancholic boyfriend and asked, "What are you looking at?" Song Sheng smiled and said, "Nothing. We were lucky today. They not only didn't ask us for money, but even paid for our meal. We met a kind person." Lin Keki replied, "A kind person. Is being rich the same as being kind?" Song Sheng said, "Not all rich people are kind, but the one we met is." Lin Keki clearly disagreed, dissatisfied with her boyfriend's attitude today. What's wrong with you? Why did you have to be so obsequious to that old man? Song Sheng said, isn't that the person you said was worth 450 million? Lin Keki retorted, so what? Song Sheng continued, Keki, you can't be as naive as you were in school anymore. In today's society, if you don't ingratiate yourself with the wealthy, there's no way to climb up. Lin Keki asked, does sucking up to them actually bring any benefits? What's the use of groveling like servants? Song Sheng smiled bitterly, what's the use? Do you know my colleague Wang Hao? To secure a project in a residential complex, he curried favor with a 60-year-old rich woman and bought an apartment in Huqing with that deal. What do you think about that? Our down payment. We've saved for 3 years and only managed 120,000. It'll take another 10 years to afford the down payment. By then I'll be 36 and you'll be 35. Are we going to get married at that age? This was a very real problem. The two of them had known each other for nearly 6 years since college. Song Sheng had long grown tired of this platonic relationship. He desperately needed money now. To buy a house, to get married, to have children. His family called almost every month saying that neighbors, relatives, and friends were already marrying and having kids. In Song Sheng's worldview, having money, getting married, and having children constituted a perfect life. Yet reality pressed down on his shoulders like Mount Tai, making it nearly impossible to move forward. Without money, he could do nothing. His colleague's success had stirred him deeply. He held a master's degree while his colleague was just a graduate of a vocational school. Why did that colleague become team leader? Why did he get to buy an apartment in Huqing first? His education was higher than anyone else's in the company, he worked harder than anyone, and he yearned for a better life more than anyone. Yet he was stuck with the lowest salary and the most exhausting work. He couldn't understand how society could be so unfair. So this time, upon seeing that wealthy man, he couldn't help but rush forward to ingratiate himself. Call him despicable, call him groveling. He would accept it all. As long as he could achieve the life he desired, he was willing to cast aside his pride. Though his girlfriend disapproved now, he believed that one day after they married, she would come to appreciate his efforts. Take this time for example. Even though it was just a simple meal, it was clear that the property manager wanted to redesign the gardens. If he could land this 100,000 yuan project, this month's salary alone would easily exceed 10,000. Of course, he thought he was fully capable of bypassing his company and taking on this project privately. Whether he could succeed would depend on his design proposal tomorrow. Lin Keki was left speechless by Song Sheng's words. That was true. Wasn't her own work experience exactly the same? Her salary this month had exceeded 10,000 only because Chen Shu had purchased a low-quality asset package, which earned her a substantial commission. The wealthy person she despised had made her salary break 5 figures for the first time. A truly ironic and pitiful story. Yet Lin Keki still felt a sense of distaste for her boyfriend's behavior just now. She missed the days when her boyfriend sat before his easel on the vast grassland full of vitality, boldly sketching the mountains with his brush. But that version of him would likely never be seen again. Her boyfriend had long since stopped picking up a paintbrush. Inside Chen Shu's car, Chen Shu asked Kong Fong, that young man is pretty good. He's well educated and highly skilled in painting. What do you think of his garden design? Kong Fong said frankly, actually the small garden at Longtai community doesn't have much to design. Letting him do a little work is just to make the homeowners see our property management in a better light, which will make our job easier. To be honest, I could design that tiny garden myself without any issue. Chen Shu was surprised. You can do it too. Kong Fong replied, when I was a child my family forced me to learn painting, dancing, and taekwondo. Designing a garden. I can do that. Chen Shu couldn't help but admire Kong Fong's versatility. This was the foundation of a prestigious family. Having a child learn so many things 30 years ago must have cost a fortune. An ordinary family could at most afford 1 or 2 subjects. No wonder Kong Fong was so outstanding now. It was just that her brother was a good for nothing. That made sense. It was normal to have both strengths and weaknesses. Kong Fong asked curiously, do you mean you want to give the young man a chance? Chen Shu said, that young man is quite good. He reminds me of myself when I first came to Huqing as an editor full of drive. Kong Fong laughed. I think it's because he flattered you so well. He was fawning over you throughout the meal. Chen Shu replied, come on, I'm not from Chuancheng. Admittedly, being flattered felt nice. That was undeniable. But more importantly, Chen Shu wanted to help the young couple. In this harsh environment, people willing to endure hardship, and those willing to stick with a boyfriend through hard times, were truly rare these days. Kong Fong nodded. All right, since you're feeling generous, I'll give him a chance. Ding. Host has become a benefactor to the young. Reward 100,000 yuan. Chen Shu looked at the reward. He was quite satisfied. A 10 million reward. The cost of having Kong Fong help Song Sheng would be no more than 200,000. Designers these days earn very little from their proposals alone. The industry is cutthroat, and to make money they have to take kickbacks from materials and pocket scraps. But he could genuinely receive 10 million. When he returned home that evening, Chu Hong and Xia Wanning were sitting together in the living room watching TV. They were startled to see Chen Shu. Xia Wanning said, hee, I'm off today. You go to Sister Chu Hong's room. Chen Shu was shocked. Had the two women already arranged everything? Taking turns. Wouldn't they let him rest? Xia Wanting asked Chen Shu. Did you have dinner with Confucius today? Chen Shu nodded. I bought the property management of my old community and handed it over to Xiao Kong to run. Xu Hong raised an eyebrow. You're not after Kong Fong again, are you? Aren't the two of us enough? Chen Shu said, how could that be? With two confidants, I've already done my part. It was just a casual business move. Xiao Kong had it rough working for others. She was constantly harassed by her boss. Now that I'm the boss, I'm not going to harass her, am I? Xia Wanning chuckled. Confucius has very high standards. There's no way she'd be interested in an old man. Xu Hong shrugged. That's not necessarily true. The next day after Kong Fong woke up, she left 20 yuan on the living room table for her brother next door, who was still sleeping soundly. She couldn't help but feel helpless. There was no point in counting on her brother. She might as well expect a border collie to get things done. This person was hopeless. When she arrived at Longtai Residential Community, she saw Song Sheng waiting for her nearby. Kong Fong could see that Song Sheng had put in real effort. Manager Kong, I came up with this garden design overnight. What do you think? Song Sheng said. Kong Fong took it and reviewed it, then asked, not bad. What's your quote? Song Sheng thought for a moment and replied, 18000. After years in the design business, he knew the costs of materials and labor well. 18 yuan was barely profitable since they'd need to transplant over a dozen trees. Many had died in the community garden already. Kong Fong studied it carefully. This young man had real ambition. It was clearly not about making money from his project. When someone isn't seeking profit, there's usually a deeper motive. But that wasn't Kong Fong's concern. She said, I'll give you 200. Renovate the entire community garden, add a children's slide. Quality and safety come first. I'll inspect it when you're done. Song Sheng was taken aback and immediately bowed. Thank you, Manager Kong. Kong Fong explained, actually I didn't make this decision. It's my boss. He thinks you and your girlfriend are very hardworking. He has high hopes for you both. Keep it up. Song Sheng was instantly moved. His own girlfriend had called that old man unreasonable. He never expected someone to value him so highly. He had indeed misunderstood the man. What broad-mindedness. I'll thank Boss Chin for you when I have the chance, Song Sheng said. Kong Fong nodded. All right, go to finance to collect the money and sign the contract. The property management center had just taken over and was already spending money before making any profit. Chen Shu had placed 5 million in liquid assets in the company account. After paying severance to some resigning staff, another 200 was being spent now. But Kong Fong understood, you can't catch wolves without sacrificing children. Only when property management took initiative could they receive returns from homeowners. In fact, at the finance office, many people were already queuing to apply. These homeowners had heard about the property boss's kind gesture the previous night. They felt he was a caring employer, and working under such a boss they wouldn't be mistreated. So even elderly homeowners came to apply for cleaning and security positions. Kong Fong transferred 200 to Song Sheng to handle the project. Then the interview process began. While others were working, Chen Shu was up early exercising. As life became more promising, Chen Shu felt his spirits rising. He woke up each morning energized, saying goodbye to Chu Hong's warm bed to work out at the community gym, savoring these leisurely moments. He also claimed his daily check-in bonus of 4,000. With the system's support, his monthly salary had reached 1.2 million, meaning over 10 million annually. This would have been unimaginable in the past. He reflected that even a year or half a year ago, he could never have envisioned living such an easy life. His daughter at home also called him. The name, Pinyin Community, had been approved. The foundation work was nearly complete, allowing construction to continue alongside the existing buildings. The timeline was quick, just 2 to 3 months. This reassured Chen Shu. A state-owned enterprises construction company was naturally trustworthy. Everything in his life was moving in a positive direction. While on the treadmill, his phone rang again. Seeing the number, it was Lu Feng, a former female editor from his newspaper days, who was 2 years his senior. When he first joined the newspaper office, he was skilled in literary writing, but had no understanding of journalism. Writing romantic poetry was completely different from reporting news, which required fixed narrative structures. At that time, Chen Shu had a slightly arrogant personality. He liked to polish every word and inject his own ideas into news reports, earning countless scoldings from the editor-in-chief. Lu Feng had helped him shoulder many challenges and genuinely mentored him. Later, she naturally became the editor-in-chief of Huqing Evening News. He, however, was forced to resign as the newspaper industry declined. Before that, he had contacted Lu Feng several times. Former colleagues from the newspaper often gathered for meals. But he was just a security guard, somewhat out of place among colleagues who had flourished in various industries. A security guard of low standing felt embarrassed to join such gatherings. So Chen Shu stopped attending. Sister Feng, long time no see. How are you doing? Chen Shu asked with a smile. Lu Feng cleared her throat. Little Chen, I've been. Chen Shu frowned. Sister Feng's voice didn't sound good. At that moment, someone else took over the phone. Hello, Uncle Chen. I'm Xiao Tong. Do you remember me? I used to see you when I worked at the newspaper with my mother. Chen Shu replied, Su Xiaodong, of course I remember. You were just in junior high back then. Sister Feng, what's wrong with her? Su Xiaodong's voice grew heavy. I've been diagnosed with bowel cancer and need surgery, but... Chen Shu immediately understood. This was a request for money. If it were someone else, he would have hung up directly. But this call, he couldn't hang up. Back at the newspaper office, Lu Feng had helped him greatly. When he first arrived in Hucheng with nowhere to stay, Sister Feng found him a house that locals wouldn't live in. The cheapest rent, including utilities, only 5 yuan per month. Chen Shu had always kept this kindness in his heart. If he didn't repay it, he wouldn't be a decent person. Chen Shu said, at that hospital, I'll be there right away. When people reach 60, the favors owed from their youth must gradually be repaid, to relatives, friends, colleagues, and so on. Some people are burdened with supporting both elderly parents and young children, living their days within the web of social obligations. People like Chen Shu were rare. There weren't many relatives back home. His daughter didn't need worry about, and several nephews had been arranged for. Here in Hucheng, these old colleagues were his connections. Almost all of them had reached the age where illness and death become inevitable. Not keeping in touch would look bad. This time consider it repaying the kindness from years past. Chen Shu had made up his mind. He came alone to Hucheng First People's Hospital to the gastroenterology ward. The ward was overflowing with patients. Many occupied the corridors, simply setting up portable beds, while family members sat on small stools beside them to provide care. Chen Shu had frequently visited this hospital before for heart checkups. He remembered how wretched his situation had been. Yimei was busy playing mahjong, his stepson Yi Jinkai was at school, and Du Chun and I was completely unreliable. He had to come to the hospital alone for his heart checkup. Chen Shu sighed. Coming to this hospital made him inexplicably heavy-hearted. He prided himself on his casual approach to life, believing he could remain detached from the cycles of birth, aging, sickness, and death. But in such an environment, it wasn't so easy. Carrying 2 boxes of nutritional supplements he had purchased outside, Chen Shu spotted Lu Feng, who was staying in room 13. As the editor-in-chief of a newspaper, she still had some connections in Hucheng, but those connections could only secure her a bed in the hospital ward. Feng Jie. After entering the room, Chen Shu saw Feng Jie, who had once been virtuous and gentle, now lying half up in bed like a withered husk, her hair completely white. At 60, she looked like an elderly person in her 70s or 80s with eyelids that appeared incredibly heavy. This could not help but draw a sigh from Chen Shu. For there was a time when he too felt the same. The frustration that time could not be held back, the wrinkles multiplying on his face, his memory growing worse, his joints as if rusted, and his heart aching faintly. When he learned his heart could not last another year, he too felt life was hopeless. He supposed Lu Feng felt the same now, perhaps even more deeply. A disease like bowel cancer is tantamount to a death sentence, a sentence to simply endure days in this world. In the later stages, one can only rely on painkillers until one day, unable to bear the pain any longer, one passes away. Lu Feng opened her cloudy eyes and looked at Chen Shu in surprise. Xiao Chen. She had not heard that address for a very long time. After all, more than half of those older than her were gone. The world was now mostly populated by people of his generation or younger. This left Chen Shu somewhat dazed. It felt as though he had truly returned to his 20s when Lu Feng would proofread news stories for him at the newspaper office. Yes, it's me, Feng Jie, Chen Shu said. Beside the bed sat Lu Feng's daughter Su Xiaodong and a middle-aged man who was presumably her husband. Lu Feng spoke with fading strength, clearly enduring the pain brought on by bowel cancer. I haven't seen you in a few years. Why do you look younger? It's as if I'm seeing you in your 20s or 30s again. Chen Shu smiled lightly. I'm not that young. It's merely that I've kept a good mindset over these years. Lu Feng said, I heard you became a residential community security guard in the past couple of years. But looking at you now, I wouldn't have guessed it. Lu Feng understood the fickleness of human relations. As a former editor-in-chief at the newspaper office, she still had connections throughout Hucheng. But after learning of her bowel cancer, those people had shied away, fearing trouble and any request to borrow money. Only Chen Shu had come. Lu Feng was beautiful and kind-hearted, and in her youth, she had helped many people at the newspaper office secure permanent positions. Those people were now in their 40s or 50s, and one would think had established themselves in Hucheng to some degree. But, such is the coldness of the world. Chen Shu said, Yes, I was a security guard, but I got divorced 2 months ago, and quit the job. Hearing this, Su Xiaodong and her husband did not show any change in expression. They understood Chen Shu's implication. Did this mean they would not be able to borrow money from him today? They already owed the hospital 60,000 yuan. If they could not borrow money today, Lu Feng would no longer be able to receive painkiller injections and would die in unbearable agony. There are many diseases in this world like this, untreatable, where in the end the patient either dies in excruciating pain or takes their own life because they cannot endure it any longer. In truth, Chen Shu had never intended such a thing. He was merely stating the facts. But Chen Shu had forgotten that Su Xiaodong was extremely sensitive now. Any careless word could easily invite misunderstanding. Nevertheless, Su Xiaodong still invited Chen Shu to sit on the chair beside the bed. Since her mother had been hospitalized, none of her mother's former colleagues from the newspaper office had shown their faces. Now someone to talk to could help distract her, which would also ease some of the pain. For all that they were already at the hospital, and someone willing to visit at such a time was already showing kindness. Chen Shu looked at Feng Jie's hand, dry and cracked like old tree bark, and sighed before asking, Xiao Tong, what did the doctors say? Su Xiaodong said, Uncle Chun, my mother's bowel cancer is already in the mid to late stage. The doctor said if she comes every month for painkiller injections and receives active treatment, she might hold on for 2 or 3 more years. But if she doesn't get painkiller injections, She left the rest unsaid. But Chen Shu could already guess. He had experienced something similar before. 2 years ago when he was diagnosed with heart disease, he had immediately discussed it with Yi Mei, but how could Yi Mei possibly agree? Moreover, at that time Chen Pingping was also in need of money for her wedding. Chen Shu felt that giving 800,000 yuan could not buy him a brand new heart, so he might as well give up treatment and leave the money for his child. But regardless, such a decision was equivalent to actively abandoning one's own life, and no one could easily come to terms with it. Simply enduring days in this world is itself a form of torment. Before she could finish speaking, Su Xiaodong was wiping tears beside her. There were 2 other patients in this ward, both suffering from similar ailments. Her sobbing caused the families and patients on other beds to secretly wipe away their tears as well. The scene of buying life with money played out truly within that ward. Chen Shu sighed deeply, and this time he decided to act on impulse. He asked Feng Jie approximately how much does it cost per month. Su Xiaotong stopped sobbing and said chemotherapy, painkillers, and other expenses come to about 60,000 yuan per month. Chen Shu nodded. About right. 2 or 3 million yuan over 2 or 3 years. But for ordinary people, they might never earn such a sum in their entire lives. Although Lu Feng had been editor-in-chief of the newspaper office, the industry was in decline. In the years before her retirement, the newspaper had been operating at a deficit every year, and she was paid only a basic salary. The money she had saved in her lifetime could only afford a small apartment. And now that apartment had been mortgaged as collateral to pay for medical treatment. In the end, she had neither kept her life nor her money. Chen Shu said, "Then I'll transfer 3 million yuan to you." As expected, this was something the system encouraged. To live life as an experience, one must follow their heart. Feng Jie had helped him back then, so he certainly could not stand by and do nothing. With his state of mind satisfied, the system naturally provided a reward. This system truly would never let its host suffer a loss. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng, Su Xiaodong, and her husband were all stunned. They could not imagine that Chen Shu could be so wealthy. After all, how much could one earn as a security guard in 2 years? The maximum a security guard could save in a year was already only a few tens of thousands of yuan. Even after his divorce, he could not have accumulated much money. So they found it hard to believe. Even harder to believe was the fact that someone would willingly use 3 million yuan to help a patient with no hope of survival. But Chen Shu was different. He was here to experience life. And after having faced his own life and death choice, he had grown indifferent to money. Money for him now was truly nothing more than a number, let alone the fact that his money only grew the more he spent. Su Xiaodong immediately stood up. "Uncle Chen Wei, honestly, our apartment was mortgaged last year. So." Chen Shu waved his hand. "You can repay this money if you're able. If not, I won't demand it. Feng Jie helped me greatly back then, and now that I have the ability, I naturally cannot turn a blind eye. I, Chen Shu, am not a man who forgets kindness. Give me your account." Su Xiaodong was stunned. She had only intended to borrow 100,000 yuan from Chen Shu first to relieve the immediate crisis. 100,000 was neither too little nor too much. Borrowing more would clearly signal no intention to repay. That 100,000 yuan, if they tightened their belts, still offered a chance of repayment, and others would believe them. As for Chen Shu's 3 million yuan, of course they were willing to accept, but deep down they knew it would be nearly impossible to repay this kindness in their lifetime. The ward was quiet. The other patients were in similar conditions to Lu Feng. After all, this was an ordinary ward, and it housed ordinary patients. The wards for the wealthy were elsewhere, usually in private hospitals or special clinics for senior officials. 3 million yuan. For any of those patients, that was a colossal sum. In precise terms, it was a life. A smile graced Chen Shu's face as he said, "Sister Feng used this money with peace of mind. Back when I insisted on publishing the gutter oil expose, it was your protection that kept me employed. Without a job, then I couldn't have supported my family. You were my benefactor." Lu Feng choked back tears. "Little Chen, I understand your kindness. When you spoke with such passion back then, I knew you weren't the type to forget gratitude. But this old life of mine isn't worth it." Chen Shu's expression turned serious. "Sister Feng, that's not right. A person's life cannot be measured by money. Without your help back then, if I had lost my job and ended up on the streets, there would be no one like me today. Just focus on recovering now. Your 2 grandsons should be nearing graduation from university, right? You'll still be needed when they want to hold their great-grandchildren." For the elderly, hope rested entirely with the younger generation. A flicker of hope finally appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. Both her grandsons had inherited some of her artistic inclinations, following creative paths. Each had already found a girlfriend, planning to marry after graduation. They were the sole thread connecting her to this world. Chen Shu requested the account number and transferred 3 million yuan directly. Su Xiaodong stared blankly at the string of digits. It was an amount she had never possessed in her life, let alone expected to see. Chen Shu said, "Take this money first. Use it without worry. Don't let it weigh on you." His words only deepened her sense of obligation. Her husband leaned close and whispered something in her ear. Finally, Su Xiaodong spoke. "Uncle Chen, we have nothing to repay you with. The only thing we can offer is the nursing home we operate in Shanghai. Take the company instead." Chen Shu initially wanted to refuse. Such a facility wasn't profitable. The residents were elderly like himself, some with disabilities, generating virtually no revenue. He remained skeptical. Moreover, the nursing home operated primarily as a welfare venture with minimal profit margins. But at that moment, Lu Feng interjected. Little Chun, I've noticed you've changed these past 2 years. Certain opportunities have come your way. Your entire demeanor has shifted. You carry yourself with more vigor than in your youth. Yet even in your prosperity, you cannot disregard the dignity of those you help. You understand. Refusing means treating this sum as charity, and how would that make us feel? Chen Shu finally grasped why the wealthy maintained so many companies. When the time came to exit, they'd simply dissolve them all. He wondered how these businesses came to be. Most stemmed from social obligations, and rejecting them was impossible. Some firms existed merely as tokens of reciprocal favors rather than genuine enterprises. Chen Shu agreed to hold the company temporarily, while the current managers continued running the nursing home, promising that any profits would come to him first. Their expressions relaxed. No one accepted $3 million without reciprocity. His family understood this. Something had to be offered in exchange. And so, without quite realizing it, Chen Shu had acquired another nursing home. During his marriage to Yi Mei, he'd imagined retiring to a nursing home together, letting their child forge their own path, without burden. But money remained the obstacle. Shanghai's facilities differed from others. While some received government subsidies, most residents ended up there through circumstance rather than choice. Among them were local Shanghainese elders whose children proved unfilial or lived elsewhere, leaving them with no option but institutional care. After a few more words, Chen Shu departed. Su Xiaodong instructed her husband to settle the hospital bill first, then invited him to visit the nursing home, an invitation born from necessity rather than formality. She needed him to take it seriously. He brushed it off, saying he'd visit when free. Su Xiaodong nodded silently, not pressing further. Forcing it would feel contrived. Chen Shu rose to leave, telling Sister Feng to rest and recover, promising to visit her home once she was well. Lu Feng smiled with visible relief. Very well, little Chun. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Without you, I truly don't know what I would have done. She'd actually planned to climb out the 13th floor window that night. Chen Shu's arrival had kept her alive. Sister Feng, stopped being so formal. I'm taking my leave. Stepping out of the hospital, it was already noon. The heat had been oppressive these past 2 days, yet despite the sweat on his brow, Chen Shu felt no discomfort. The emotional weight from inside the hospital had dulled his sense of the temperature. But whatever else, he'd done all he could. Beyond that, he'd leave it to fate. The thought lifted his spirits slightly. Back home, he found Chu Hong and Xia wanting sharing lunch together. He was puzzled. Chu Hong typically ate lunch at the real estate agency and never came home at midday. This time was reserved for him and Xia wanting. Why are you back? He asked curiously. Am I interrupting something? She teased. Not at all, he replied. Good news, Chu Hong said. You've been looking to buy a place, right? The neighbors directly across from the elevator on our floor are selling. Chen Shu perked up. It was good news indeed. He'd long wanted his own home. The apartment in Kaikshuanmen was lovely, but it wasn't his. After living through 2 failed marriages, he still lacked even a single place that bore his name. That desire had become an obsession. Now his ambitions had grown. Ordinary properties no longer satisfied him. He'd kept asking Chu Hong to watch for units in the complex. The apartments here were luxury flats ranging from 20 to 30 million, most with river views that Chen Shu genuinely appreciated. Mansion-style villas in developments like Daily, Guandi, Huaiyuan, and Tongguan, worth well over 100 million each, were within his financial reach now. But in Shanghai, such properties were hemmed in by skyscrapers with no views to speak of, and Chen Shu had no interest in that. Since he was approaching life as a game, he wanted to surround himself with things he actually enjoyed. After doing good today, fortune was clearly on his side. Opposite unit. Same floor plan, he asked.